Once again, it's always a good time to thank your sponsors. The India Today Conclave Mumbai 24 is presented by Masha Art, our knowledge partner NL Dalmia, reality partner GY, international school partner SSVM Institutions, celebration partner Pernod Ricard India, tourism partner Maharashtra Tourism, luxury design partner Finesta, luxury gifting partner Forest Essentials, associate sponsors MSRDC, CIDCO, MTDC, MMRDA, and our outdoor partner Capital Group. Allow me to introduce you to our first session this morning, Mind Reset, Cultivating Calm in a Chaotic World. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage our session's moderator, Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group. And our honored guest this morning, Sri M, spiritual teacher, social reformer, educationist and author.
Good morning, everyone. We have a kind of a tempest outside in terms of the storm that Mumbai is experiencing. And today, we are privileged to talk to someone who, in some senses, is trying to rest the tempest in our minds and the chaos in our society. I'm delighted to welcome Sri M, who is a well-known spiritual teacher, social reformer, educationist, and author. That's multiple hats. So let's give him a very warm round of applause. And as mentioned, in this chaotic world that we exist, we hope that we would be enlightened by his presence and his thoughts on changing mindsets and how we could bring calm into our lives. But let me start a little biographical. Your name is a bit curious. Right? There's Sri M. You were born and your parents named you as Mumtaz Ali Khan. So why did you change your name? You know, we have this famous Bollywood star, Dilip Kumar. If you recall, he changed his name from Mohammad Yusuf Khan to Dilip Kumar to avoid the stigma of being a Muslim in a Hindu majority and therefore get... Was that the reason, or what really made you change your name?
Okay. Now I'm going to start half a minute
Sure.
with a sloka,
Oh,
which
okay.
is in Sanskrit, kind of explains, but...
Right.
And the sloka is, Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, Sarve santu niramaya, Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, Ma kaschid dukkhapat bhavet. Last time I chanted this in a function, somebody asked me, are you an RSS man? Because they have their prayers start
Right.
like this. So I asked them, which year was Dr. Hedgevar born?
Uh-huh.
Sometime in the 1980s. And which year was this written? When? 1000 years ago from the Vedas. So it is this misunderstanding of human life that makes people get into trouble. Like when I first wrote my book, Jewel in the Lotus, my good friend and elderly person, Sardar Kushwant Singh ji asked me, are you a BJP man? Because of the lotus. Now the lotus is an ancient symbol. A political party might have acquired it as this. From the age of 19, interested in the teachings of the Upanishads and so on,
Please, sir, if you could hold it a little closer.
at the age of 19, some Khans went off to Bollywood and one Khan went off to the Himalayas. Now there I met my master, Maheshwarnath, that I learnt all the teachings of this ancient land, very valuable teachings. So, when he initiated me into the Nath Sampradaya, he called me Madhukar Nath. Mumtaz Ali is also M. Madhukar Nath is also M. But I love it when people call me Shri M, because M means Manushya, Manav, human being. My name, this is my new ID, but I have not changed my name in my Aadhaar card, in my passport, in my visa. It's the same old name that is going.
A bit about the impressions that other people had that you may have been a BJP. Fact that it is, they're ruling for almost 10 years now, 11th year. We have also seen a major resurgence in terms of temple building, a lot of idolatry. Is that the Hindutva that is the right, or the Hinduism that is right, or are we only looking at a very narrow strand of Hinduism and there is a vast ocean that we are yet to discover?
First of all, the word Hindu cannot be made into a narrow definition. It's impossible to do that if you look at it actually, because it is supposed to be Sanatana. It cannot be made. Yeah, some political parties have taken over the what we call the Hindutva line. There's nothing wrong with that, because for a long time it was neglected, thrown out.
Right.
So it's come back, it has acquired a new respect. All that is true. But personally, I think humanity and politics and religion should stay separate. They should not get all mixed up. The problem is because of the mixing up. If I have started this session by saying, Assalamu alaikum, everybody have said, oh, he must be Jamaat-e-Islam. One of my reasons why I am working on this, why Babaji asked me to go and talk, is that the ancient teachings of the Hindu system of thought have nothing to do with politics or narrow thinking or anything of this kind. It's very wide. Otherwise, why would 1000 years ago the Upanishads declare, Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu, may the entire world be happy? not this geographical location, not this, not that. May the entire world be happy. Now that is what I am looking at, the roots, not the avatars that it takes. It can take, then it can go, some more avatars can happen. I'm looking at the essence.
Now, it's just, may not be coincidental that you also were born to the Muslim faith. And we are passing through a time in this country where there is a lot of vilification of the minorities, particularly in the political sphere. Now, how do you view, this is also conflict. Right? We cannot avoid this and say, let's just reset our mind. It's happening in society.
Very true.
There is a fear factor being developed about the other.
Right.
Do we need to do this? What is, are we corrupting a beautiful thought, religion, whatever you might call it, into a very narrow dimension?
Sir, I have this to say. Wherever you see good, wherever you see something constructive, accept it. Where you see something which is not constructive and destructive, avoid it and abandon it. It doesn't matter which religion. This is my theory. This is what I hold on to. There have been great Sufi saints. It's not that there haven't been. There also have been extreme Islamic activities. So you can't always put only one side on the balance. You need to look at the other side also.
So what would your advice be? Because here again we are in a turmoil in society, and we are seeing the kind of incidents that are happening. Both sides may be to blame. I'm not saying one side or the other. So, where does the reform process begin? Let's put it that way.
Here.
Okay.
The reform process begins in people like me who study both sides, who understand it to their depths and try to take what is good and discard. There is a mythical bird called the Paramahamsa. So white swan. If you mix milk and water and keep it before it, it will put its beak inside and take the milk and leave the water alone. We should look at it that way and try to, because this is a vast country. You cannot throw those who do not believe in a certain ideology across the Arabian Sea. This is not possible. So we need to accommodate, we need to look, we need to change. But the minorities also should understand that we are living in a majority country where there is a great culture which has been there for 2,000-3,000 years or more. You cannot ignore it. You need to look at it. If you look, the problem is misunderstanding, misinformation, and of course politics. I did a Padayatra from Kanyakumari to Kashmir.
Yes, in 2015.
Yes, 1 year and 3 months on the road. It was not a political journey.
It was not, sorry?
It's not a political affair. It was Manav Ekta mission. In fact, many people asked me, after this, will you join politics? I said, no, sorry. This is not my cup of tea. And therefore, this kind of movements are very important. Where you talk to people, we learnt more than we could contribute during the walk. What I learnt was, the average Bharatiya, Indian citizen, does not want to create problems or fight or disintegrate, whoever he may be. It is this politics that gets into the picture, maybe for oaths, and turns the whole thing upside down. This is my understanding.
And finally, we will come to the personal side and the individual side, but taking the points that you made and the fact that our spiritual thought is over 2,500 years old, what is the Hindutva that you would say, if you had to call this term Hindutva, for lack of another word, I don't want to associate it with the party, or what is that spiritual
Anyway,
thought?
I am not with any political party.
What is that spiritual thought that captures the essence of India, which we are missing currently by, just focusing on rituals, idolatry? What is that spiritual thought? Are we missing that?
I always say, go back to the roots. And the roots of this entire teaching that we have today, so-called Hindu teachings, Hindu is a word coined by the Arabs. It's in the Upanishads. Upanishads. So therefore, I lay great stress on the matter that you should go back to the Upanishads. There is no philosophical religious work in this world which is so advanced in its thinking, 2000 years ago maybe, at a normal estimate, could be more. Now, if you do that, and I also lay stress on Sanskrit, not because of Hindutva, Sanskrit is an ancient language. Even you can do computer science on Sanskrit. Now, if you don't know Sanskrit and somebody else interprets it for you, you're in trouble. I am saying introduce Sanskrit, and nobody is doing it. I said to universities, make Sanskrit one part optional. Even spoken Sanskrit would do.
Of course, here it will be seen as another imposition by the ruling party.
Then you go straight in and find the roots for yourself. You don't let other people take you for a ride.
Right. We've had actually a political statement, which is a very interesting statement, which came out from Rahul Gandhi in the thick of the elections, which was, and in fact in his Bharat Jodo Yatra, which was Mohabbat ka dukaan kholna ye nafrat ke bazaar mein. What is your thought? Does that in some senses, you talk of love, you talk of this, does that in any way reflect, or how do you see a thought like that?
Sir, I have only one thing to say. Love is great. You should love everybody and so on and so forth. But मोहब्बत की दुकान नहीं खोल सकते, because दुकान means business. You buy and you sell. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. आप मोहब्बत की महफिल बनाइए. This will be more accurate than saying dukan. Dukan is again sales, coming, going, selling. So I think mohabbat ki mehfil, and there is no shortage of that in our ancient scriptures. If there was, why would the statement Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu come from? Sarve bhavantu sukhina.
Please translate. A lot of us have not studied.
Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May the entire world be happy. Sir, Sanskrit has to be learnt, I'm telling you. In this country, if you have to understand. The other is, Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha. May everybody be happy. Is this not mohabbat? I'm just asking you. And Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, sarve santu, sarve bhadrani pashyantu. Let everybody see that is auspicious. Ma, let no one have pain.
So you were talking of happiness.
Happiness.
Let's define happiness. In your opinion, what is happiness? We've all searched for it. Many may have found it like you. We are still searching. Where are we?
I have seen very rich people. I have seen very poor people. Seen big businessmen, great politicians. For some reason, I can sit and talk to face with many big people today. I also see poor people who work in my house, my driver, my gardener. The happiness quotient is neither here nor there. It's in a person whose mind is settled.
Mind is, sorry?
Settled.
Settled.
It's not as if you have lots of money. In fact, too much of fame and too much of money and too much of power can take away happiness. It doesn't bring happiness. And we are taught that this is what brings happiness. So it's the other way around.
But can you define this ephemeral quality? What is happiness?
I will tell you. This is, in this world, you cannot expect the world to make you happy. It's a tumultuous world, I understand. And why? Because it is the nature of the world to change, to move. There's ancient Upanishad called the Ishavasya Upanishad. When I say Ishavasya Upanishad, nothing to do with any modern organization of that name. It's an ancient Upanishad. In the Ishavasya Upanishad, it says, Ishavashyamidam sarvam. That supreme happiness, reality pervades everything here. Yat kincha jagatyam jagat. That means this world is called jagat because it is constantly in movement. You cannot stop it. It is cyclic. There is creation or manifestation, if you want to put it the Sankhya way, manifestation. And then there is definitely a pralaya when it is going. Just as Jesus Christ said, every hill shall be brought low and every valley shall be filled. This is normal. So this, you cannot expect to change the world and make it peaceful and happy. It will be like this. But in the middle of all this, we have a certain location in our inner psyche which can be kept peaceful and happy. That we can do. If we can do that, I believe that the problems of the world are not created by the world but by you and me. If I change, if I have peace in my heart, I can change the world. But I need many more. One isolated individual still has limits. We need many more people who understand this. Like Kabir Das's story, where he said about the Kasturi Mriga, the musk deer, it's a small little deer, under its belly, it produces musk. In that season, when the musk is produced, there's a fragrance in the air, beautiful fragrance. And the poor deer goes searching for the source of the fragrance, thinking that it is here, it is there, pokes its snout into thorny bushes, bleeds, but doesn't know that it is coming from under his belly button. We in Vedanta say that this is in us. No matter what the external circumstances are, if I tune myself to it and learn how to go deep within, I have touched a beautiful, I won't say island, a beautiful state of peace, happiness, contentment, which doesn't make you lethargic or sleepy or not wanting. In fact, it makes you work better with greater intelligence, sharp, but not get ruffled.
Now, you could also argue, counter-argue, that we were born to see this world which is troubled. 5,000 years, there have been so many messiahs that have come. The world is not at peace. Are we fooling ourselves into thinking that there is a beyond? That maybe all the troubles of life is really what we need to experience, rather into a utopian, we have to change this mindset because there is peace, but we never find that peace. Are we fooling ourselves?
I'm not talking
Are you living a lie?
I'm not talking about the future or what is change. I'm talking about now.
Right.
Idam, sarvam. Now the change has to happen, not in the future, not a theoretical change. What has happened is we listen to all the great teachers who have come. When we go out into the world, we forget it and do exactly what we are doing. We have to change. I think the change is possible. Otherwise, there is no hope. The peace flows from within. If that doesn't happen, I cannot change the world. I can change the world. I can make it more economically great. I can make it powerful. I can make missiles. But I cannot make the happiness quotient constant.
No, in traditional Hindu spiritual thought, you have two ways of living life. The karmic way, where you accept the fullness of life and live it and understand the purpose.
Yes.
And you also have the ascetic way,
Yes.
which is the rejection
Right.
of life in
Right.
all its fullness and go into your inner world as it is. Now, again, there you see a certain duality and a conflict that exists. I do not have the luxury to exit. You probably did that when you were young. You moved into the mountains and went into asceticism and understood what life is about. In the karmic world, which we all live, what are the 3 or 4 things we must do to understand the fundamental questions of who am I? Why do I exist? What's my purpose?
Yeah. I have one thing to say. While you're young, even now, when you're middle-aged, always keep some time apart, and it's possible, where you can retire from the world temporarily for a few days and give thought to the inner. Not just stay with this tumult that's happening. You should keep some time apart, just as you keep some time apart for relaxing. Busy executives go to some Coorg or somewhere and they relax. The only spirit, of course, you get is that one comes in the bottle, but it next day gives you a headache. So, when you set apart some time, when you can actually keep your mind away from the ordinary things of life, but you don't have to become sannyasins. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Today, I think sannyasins may have more problems than us. Huge organizations to lead,
Right.
and so on and so forth. What I mean is, small periods of solitude are necessary. Without that solitude, then when you come out of it and face the world, you're able to work on it properly. That solitude is essential. It is there in all religions. People go off for solitude for some time. That doesn't mean you're discarding everything and running away to the hills. You cannot go. Babaji used to tell me, my guru, suppose you meditate for 10 hours, in 10 hours in a cave every day for 10 years and say, now I am at peace, my mind is at
Inner
rest.
peace.
What does it mean? Because there is nobody there to get angry with. You can't get angry with the cave, you can't be jealous of the cave. You know it when you come out and get into a bus and somebody kicks you on your foot. Especially if it's a stiletto heel, then you'll know where you stand. So this world is the testing point for you. And therefore we need some periods of solitude where we can reflect and figure out that there is deep inside us a sea of peace and happiness, which we can find. You don't need any special mantras for that. Nothing is required. Quietness is required.
The other term that is used these days is mindfulness. Again, we are getting into slogans and terminologies. The question is, why are we so against our minds? God has given, or whoever brought us in has given a brilliant mind to us. Why should we be mindful of our minds?
No. We should not be against your mind. That is the greatest thing that has been given to us. It can be used for creative purposes. The moment it begins to act destructive, then we need to do something to change. Because it's not enough that I am happy, my neighbors also have to be happy. The moment it turns dangerous, the moment it turns negative, then you need to work on it. Otherwise, the mind is the most powerful instrument that has been given to us. You can bring about great changes with your mind. When I say mindful, meaning keep watching your mind that it doesn't get into mischief. That's all. Apart from that, it is not required. Mind should be allowed to expand, not to contract.
And not to be treated as a monkey. They keep talking of the monkey in your mind. Yeah.
When the mind keeps jumping, actually it loses a lot of energy. You need to find out some way by which it can be quietened down a bit. A quiet mind is a creative mind and a mind full of energy. We require such people, especially among the young these days. And I must say this, I wish the media also starts thinking about this. You are the guys who can spread the message.
We'll take a deep breath on that. But coming to that, we've got about 6 minutes left. Let's look at some practical, if you could call it, tips that we could do in our daily lives and make ourselves not just better minds, but better human beings.
Yes. In the system that I have learnt all these years, there are many ways of doing it, but the simplest, which does not even have a religious connotation, is what we call watching the breath. It's also it's also there in Vipassana. For the simple reason that many people believed at one time that the brain was one working as a unit. It does work as a unit, but there is a left brain and a right brain, and they usually do not coordinate. This is the problem. So if there is something by which you can make the left brain and the right brain coordinate, then you have touched the essence of peace and being. Which is why we practice what is called hum-saw, which means watching the breath carefully as you inhale, and you exhale, and chanting the sound of hum when you inhale and saw when you exhale, even if you don't chant.
Should we ask our audience to do a hamsa for a minute?
Absolutely.
Anyone?
It is a very, very...
Just 1 minute.
You don't have
Just
to...
show them that...
Yeah. So it's like this, sit in a comfortable posture. Forget about your belief systems. Don't worry about that. Sit in a comfortable posture. First, don't close your eyes now. Close your eyes and watch your breath. No, we don't give any attention to our breath. So as you inhale, give full attention to that and in your mind chant the sound of hum. Then hold it for a second, exhale. As you exhale, chant in your mind the sound of saw. So hum, saw. Just do that for 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm going to do it with you. So you can start. 1, 2, 3. Now, this can be better done in a quieter place, not where the AC is roaring, but like near the village, near the sea, near the river, even on your terrace when you're sitting quiet. Do it at least for 5 minutes every day. And you see the difference. Proof of the pudding is...
I think we're already feeling a little calmer.
Now calm down.
But let's deal with, we got time is ticking, and that's more important than a lot of things. But let's deal with a few issues. How do you deal with anger? Best way to deal with anger?
Now, you know what anger is? Anger is when the body is filled with adrenaline. The adrenaline is pumped more into the bloodstream. Then you're angry, your breathing is hard, you're doing... We are saying, first understand that you could have done things better without getting angry. First that is to be angry. If I say, no, I like to be angry, there is no hope. Good, be angry till your heart retires. But if you decide, no, I do not want to be angry because I can take better decisions without getting angry. I can calm my mind down without getting... And even my decisions would be proper. Then...
So what would you say? Hold your tongue, or to deal with anger? What is it that you would say?
No. First, decide that anger is not constructive. It is not going to do any good. Many things have been going according to plan when somebody gets angry and this. Today I see in the parliament, of course the opposition will oppose, the treasury benches will oppose the opposition, all that is fine.
You saw Dr. Chidambaram said this.
Right. But why the anger? Why can't we do it quietly without getting angry as if we are going to eat the other fellow sitting there? Why can't we do it quietly? So I think in yoga we have an exercise by which the adrenaline can be controlled.
Fear. How do you deal with fear? That's the other thing a lot of people have. Fear of losing job, fear of losing life, fear of losing your loved ones. Fear is a big factor in us.
Fear is part of life. You cannot avoid fear. But if you find that in the essence of your being you have found peace, then no matter what happens, there is no element of fear out there. See, if I realize that I am not just this body but I am something else, what matters is somebody slapped me? See, the fear is mostly psychological. It's because of my ego, whether my ego will be broken, somebody will run. I would say, if a girl who thinks she's in love with me, runs away, it's nice, I am free. So there are different ways of looking at this.
Not many would agree here, but they love the heartbreak.
No, heartbreak is good.
Okay.
Heartbreak is not a bad thing.
Right.
When the heart breaks, sympathy, compassion, many things come out of that heart.
And so let's end with that. Define, if you can, love, and how does one get love? I'm now talking of all forms of love are there. You know?
If you say love, then nobody seeks returns.
Nobody seeks a return for love.
If you love, you love. I mean, you don't say, I love, therefore I must get this. I love, therefore somebody must give me this. When you say love, it is something to give, not to take. If you do that, even if you get nothing, you have the satisfaction of saying, yes, I love. It's not easy. One has to be brave to do that, sir. To love without expecting anything in return is not so easy at all, but it is possible. Great people have tried it and have won. I would say that love is the most inspiring emotion that a human being can develop, because it takes away all the hatred and all the negativity that is around. And if one person really loves, it's infectious. Other people catch on. They know that this guy means good, he is never mean any harm. That is very important. So, मोहब्बत की महफिल खोलिए. मोहब्बत की दुकान नहीं, दुकान से तो दुकान मीन शॉप, गिव एंड टेक, बाई, गिव, सेल. मोहब्बत की महफिल खोलिए.
So
Let everybody come together and sit down and enjoy your महफिल.
So we will add to your 3M to make it 3 M's. M, Mohammed Ka Mehfil. Ladies and gentlemen, 3M, thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Please raise a round of applause while I call upon Shailesh Dalmia, Honorary Secretary, NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Shri M. Right, wasn't that a fabulous way to begin this morning? One quick deep breath and we are into our second session this morning. And let's quickly get into that, our second session, the Congress's blueprint for a new India. To take it from here, inviting on stage session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today on stage, to introduce our esteemed guests.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the India Today Conclave here in Mumbai, where we are joined by a very special guest, someone well known to this part of the country because he delivered 8 budgets and 1 vote on account, delivered what many people believe was India's dream budget of the late 90s that brought taxation rates down, which is always supported by all of us, has played various roles, finance minister, home minister, and indeed, in his latest avatar, was the chairperson of the Congress manifesto for 2024, which became a huge talking point. Please welcome Mr. P. Chidambaram. Mr. Chidambaram, let me start by asking you, and I want an honest answer. The reason I say it, politicians often don't give honest answers, if I may be allowed to say that. Were you also surprised by the Lok Sabha elections and the fact that the Congress party appeared to exceed all expectations by winning 99 seats?
I was not surprised by the results in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. I was unpleasantly surprised by the shortfall in Karnataka and Telangana, and I was pleasantly surprised by our success in the Hindi-speaking states.
So, the Hindi-speaking states is what surprised you?
Yes.
Particularly, presumably, the state of Uttar Pradesh, yes, along with Rajasthan and Haryana. But I want to ask you this, Mr. Chidambaram. At the end of the day, the Prime Minister of the country, for a record third time, or record equaling third time, is Narendra Modi ji. The BJP won 240 seats, the Congress has won 99. Even your India alliance taken together has won less than the BJP. Is there a acknowledgement that for all the rise in the Congress vote share and seats, we still have a BJP-led, Modi-led government? Does the Congress acknowledge that? Because sometimes you get the impression the Congress thinks they won the election.
No, I don't think anyone in the Congress says we won the election. The point is against the money, muscle and manipulation of the BJP, the numerous cases that he had instituted against the political opposition leaders, the freezing of the bank accounts of the Congress party on the eve of the election. We complain about what happened in Bangladesh and in Pakistan and in Venezuela, but nobody complains about, nobody protests about these enormous hurdles that were placed in the way of the opposition. We have overcome the obstacles and reduced BJP to less than a majority. My goal was, if BJP can be reduced to a majority, things will change. And I think we have achieved that goal, and we are entitled to celebrate achieving that goal.
Are you saying, therefore, the elections were not free and fair? Is P. Chidambaram saying that 2024 elections were not free and fair?
Of course, they were not free and fair. How can we fight an election with one hand or both hands tied behind our backs? Our bank accounts were frozen. Please understand that. Can you imagine any other country, say the American elections are going to take place, if the bank accounts of either one party or other party are frozen? Would you accept that as free and fair elections? They were substantially, people were allowed to vote, but there were so many hurdles placed in the way that they are less than fair and less than free.
You're saying that less than fair, less than free. There will be those who say, and we'll come to your manifesto which you brought with you in a moment, but the fact is that the Congress also claimed Samvidhan Khatre mein hai. Rahul Gandhi was going around the country with a pocket constitution in his hand, claiming that the constitution was in danger if the BJP was re-elected. Did you willfully spread this misinformation, disinformation, that if the BJP comes to power, reservations will go and Samvidhan Khatre mein hai? So, while the elections you claim are not free and fair, did the Congress also play fair?
The constitution was in danger. I have campaigned in hundreds of villages. You think the concern is only in a city like Mumbai or Delhi? In the villages, in that short 5-7 minute speech, I have pointed out that the constitution is in danger.
How?
Because they will amend the constitution. If you did not get the feeling in Delhi, after so many years in Delhi, that they were preparing to amend the constitution, I think you are naive. Even after getting only 240 seats, they are planning to amend the constitution.
Mr. Chidambaram, the Congress party didn't just say amend the constitution, they said reservations will be taken away.
Of course it will be taken.
You really believe that reservations would be taken away by any government today in India?
It's not any government, it's Modi government. And Modi government will not hesitate to take away reservations or dilute reservations. What have they done? The 10% EWS, 10% EWS is a dilution of reservation.
Economically weaker sections getting 10% reservations.
Economically weaker sections minus the weaker sections of the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and OBC. So what is it? Economic weaker sections of the 10% of India.
Cleared by the Supreme Court, Mr. Chidambaram. The Supreme Court ruled it constitutional. So when you say Samvidhan Khatre mein hai, I want clarity. What is the Samvidhan Khatre mein hai that you are claiming that you all went around the country talking about?
Let's talk about a minute about the Supreme Court judgment. 5 judges divided 3:2. Have you read the 2 powerful dissents by 2 of the most brilliant judges? So one day that 3:2 can be overturned. And I hope that that 3:2 is overturned soon.
Because there were two explanations given by some, among many, for the Congress's relatively better performance in the Lok Sabha. One was this Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai, which was seen as fear-mongering, especially among backward castes and Dalits. The others were the SOPs in the so-called Nyay Patra, or the Nyay Patra that you call it. You were the manifesto in chief, which included giving 1 lakh per year to every woman from a BPL, below poverty line family. 1 lakh. Now many believe this is just not possible. You would not have had the budget to actually give every woman from a poor family in this country 1 lakh a year. Do you concede that you all also, in your own way, as your critics are claiming, tried to bribe the voter?
It's not 1 lakh to every woman. Please understand. Surely your wife and my wife will not get 1 lakh. None in this hall would get 1 lakh. It's 1 lakh to poor families. It's 1 lakh to poor families.
1 lakh per year to every poor Indian family under the Mahalakshmi.
You are missing the word poor. That's the crucial word.
No, but that still is a very large number of people.
No, it is a large number. I'm glad you accept that it is a large number, because the Niti Aayog puts out the number that there are no poor in this country, and the chief executive says if there are poor, it will be less than 5%. So you stand by one or the other. If the poor of this country are less than 5%, this promise applies only to that 5%. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, when you read the manifesto, there are a very large number of poor people. But if you sit with Mr. Modi and his team, you accept that only 5% are poor. You tell me, what is the number of poor in this country?
Sir, what I'm trying to understand from you, and you've been in public life for a long time, you've been finance minister several times. Do you believe we've entered this age of competitive economic populism? We are in Maharashtra, where the ruling party is saying we will give 1,500 rupees per month for every poor woman under the Ladki Bahin scheme. What is the opposition, which includes your party, saying we'll give 2,000 rupees? I saw the same thing happening in Madhya Pradesh. I see it in state after state. Before an election, every party now is announcing direct SOPs benefits. Is that something you're comfortable with?
Please understand. When I wrote that line in the manifesto and the Congress Working Committee approved it, we had done our sums. We had data before us, and I'll share the data with you. The monthly per capita expenditure, what we call MPCE, the median, that is 50% are above that, 50% are above that. The median for rural India is 3,094 rupees per month. That's 100 rupees per month, per day. In urban India, it is 4,963. It's about 150 rupees a day. So 50% of the people of India are spending 100 rupees a day or 150 rupees a day. Now, forget that median. I'm not saying all of them are poor. But look at the bottom 20% and the bottom 10%. The bottom 20% spend 70 to 100 rupees a day, and the bottom 10% spend 60 to 90 rupees a day. So when we say we will address the poverty of the poor Indian family, we are talking about the 10% or the 20%. And that's doable. We have done our arithmetic, we have consulted economists, and we have consulted people who are fiscal experts, and this is doable over a period of 5 years. It's not on day one we will start issuing the checks. There will be selection, there will be adjustments, and over a period of 5 years, it's doable. So when we make a promise, when we made the promise in this manifesto, it was not an empty promise, it was not a hollow promise. I don't want to comment upon hollow promises made by other parties. The promise we made, I defend it, and If we had come to power, we would have implemented it.
But let me give you where the problem comes, Mr. Chidambaram. The pension scheme. You were among the advocates of the new pension scheme originally, that we cannot go along with an old pension scheme where I get 50% of my last drawn income. Your government moved to change it. The present government brings it. The moment you went into the opposition, Mr. Chidambaram, you opposed it. Now what do we have? A unified pension scheme. Again, you seem to be opposing it, though most people believe it's a useful amendment. Is it in politics that where you stand depends on where you sit? When you're sitting in the opposition, you say one thing. When you're sitting in government, you say one thing. That's the problem in India at the moment.
I've counted 5 factual errors in your statement. First, the new pension scheme was introduced by Mr. Vajpayee's government, not by our government, number one. And number two, Vajpayee's government maintained the new pension scheme. We maintained the new pension scheme. And Mr. Modi maintained the new pension scheme for 10 years each. Altogether, for about 22 years, we maintained the new pension scheme. So don't attribute the new pension scheme only to the Congress party, number one.
No, you did not oppose it.
Just a moment. I maintained the new pension scheme. Why would I maintain the new pension scheme if I did not support it? We supported the new pension scheme because the underlying argument of the new pension scheme is an unfunded pension scheme is a fiscal disaster. I still believe that. Unfunded pension scheme is a disaster. Now, unfortunately, the government employees associations are stoutly opposed to that. And yes, political parties have adopted different positions in different states and state elections because the state governments have to necessarily, willy-nilly follow the central government. Eventually, they will have to follow. But then, when Mr. Somanathan came to the Finance Committee, I asked him, listen, a committee has been appointed under you. Are you supporting an unfunded pension scheme? He said, no, sir. I support a funded pension scheme, but we have to find a middle way between NPS and OPS. I said, good luck. As long as you don't dilute the principle that it is a funded pension scheme, I have no objection if you are tweaking the new pension scheme. That's my position.
No, that's your position. It's not your
That's
party.
my party's position.
No, sir. You're being, if
Sorry.
I may, sir, you said I had 5 factual errors. I may point out you're being disingenuous.
Show me where the party...
Your party goes state after state and says we will bring back the old pension scheme.
Show
From
me...
Himachal Pradesh to Telangana, you go back. In Rajasthan, old pension scheme. You come on this program and say, sir, unified pension scheme. I support it. It's a middle way. Please tell that to Rahul Gandhi and your...
You are putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sir.
This is a manifesto for the national government. If a state government is wealthy enough, has the funding, has the money, resources to start a different pension scheme, let it do it. I'm talking about the national government, the central government. I'm only talking about the central government. You are mixing up state government and central government.
I'll tell you why, sir. Because your own state governments, Himachal, a good example, is struggling now with its finances. If you go with the old pension scheme in Congress-ruled states, they will suffer, and you know this better than anyone else, possible economic consequences.
I am not talking about a state government's promises, a state government's finances. I am only concerned about, I was only concerned, and I'm talking only about the central government. What the state government does is, it does according to its resources and according to its people's wishes and according to its legislature. I am talking about the central government. In the central government, as long as it's a funded pension scheme, you call it APCS or BPS or CPS, you can call it whatever pension scheme. You can call it a Rajdeep pension scheme, as long as it's a funded pension scheme.
Okay, so you're telling me you support the UPS as it stands today?
I support a funded pension scheme.
Okay, that's a That's a departure from what many others in your party say. But I want to understand this.
Where has my party said anything contrary to what I'm saying? National Party, CWC. Where is it said?
Very interesting. You're making a distinction between the National Party and the State Party,
Well,
sir.
state governments can follow their own policy.
Okay, sir. Let's come to the next critical issue. In your Nyay Patra, you said, Congress will conduct a nationwide socio-economic caste census to enumerate the caste, sub-caste and their social economic conditions. Based on the data, the party will strengthen the agenda for affirmative action. Then you went beyond that. The party guarantees it will pass a constitutional amendment to raise the 50% cap on reservation for SC, STs, OBC.
Absolutely. Absolutely correct. Listen, you and I, and perhaps most people here, do not belong to SC, ST or OBC.
Yes.
We think this is the world. This is India. And we represent India. SC, ST and OBC represent close to 80 to 85% of India. Why should reservation be capped at 50? Tell me why.
Okay, I'll tell you why.
What is the logic? Which means...
Again, done by your Supreme Court. The logic is not mine. Logic is of your Supreme Court. Your meaning?
I'm telling you the Supreme Court divided 3:2. And that 3:2 can be overturned by another larger bench. Like only last month, a law that was standing for 20 years has been changed by the Mineral Development Judgment of 9 judges.
Sir, may I...
Roe versus Wade was unfortunately overturned by the US Supreme Court. This judgment, immediately after this judgment came, I wrote 3:2. I hope it's overturned.
So you hope the judgment is overturned, the cap is raised above 50%. But let me again push you a bit. Where you stand depends on where you sit. 2000, no, one
Cliché
minute.
again.
2009, you're in government. Veerappa Moily, your minister, wants to bring a caste census. Yes or no? Apparently, I don't know whether you were among those who opposed it, but I was told you were. You said you don't want a caste census. In 2011, you have a census, you have the caste enumeration, you don't make it public. In Karnataka, you carry out a caste survey, you don't make it public. And yet in this Nyay Patra, you are telling us, we want to have caste census for OBC, SC, STs. Where you stand depends on where you sit, Mr. Chidambaram.
Third time, a cliché, you should find new clichés, not the cliched cliché.
Given to me by Dr. Shashi Tharoor, the party man.
Be that as it may. Listen, we support a caste census. When we were in government under Dr. Manmohan Singh, we conducted a socio-economic caste census.
Yes.
Prior to 1931, every census asked a question of caste. So asking caste in a census, in a regular decennial census or in a special census is not unusual or out of line. Asking a question about a person's caste. We had done it in 2011, the data came, but the data had to be verified and because there were some statisticians had pointed out some errors. We left office in 2014. Now if that caste census is verified and it is credible, why did Mr. Modi not publish it for 10 years? Wait.
Why didn't you publish it in 2011?
I am telling you the reason. 2011 to 2014, there were errors or supposed errors pointed out in the census. And therefore, we were not able to publish it. If we had come back to power in 2014, I'm sure the credibility of that socio-economic caste census with corrections would have been done and published. But we did not come back to power in 2014. If that caste census is good enough, Mr. Modi can publish it.
Why don't you publish it in Karnataka, sir?
Karnataka was a different census, not that census. Why are you mixing up the central government socio-economic caste census with whatever Karnataka conducted under its commission?
Sir, where I'm coming from...
why are you mixing up the two all the time?
Whether it's not at all a mix-up. Whether it's a state government or a central government, a caste census is a caste census. My limited point to you, sir, is this. What do you then do with the socio-economic caste census? Because Rahul Gandhi says Jitni abadi utna hak. I am in Maharashtra today. Marathas are calling for reservations. There are OBCs who are saying we will not give any of our reservations to the Marathas. You say 50% cap must go. Tomorrow there will be 90% reservation then. Are you okay with that? Is Mr. P. Chidambaram a votary of India's economic liberalization, presumably of a merit-oriented society, whose party in 1984 put out a poster saying India must be driven by merit, not caste, is telling me in 2024, 40 years later, that caste will be the barometer for government action, affirmative action?
And this is an entrenched, deep-seated flaw in people who do not belong to the SC, SC and OBC. This, we believe that merit is associated only with certain sections of the people who have been through the centuries privileged, having access to land, having access to jobs, having access to education, having access to wealth, and merit does not apply to the SC, ST and OBC. I reject that. When we say merit, merit must be tempered by equality, equal opportunity. After you give equal opportunity to everyone in a largely, by and large, equal society, where every man, woman is equal to the other, then you can talk about merit.
So I'm glad you're saying this.
Whole concept of affirmative action, whole concept of reservation is based on the fact that there is merit. Merit is evenly distributed throughout the country. Look at our cricket. When I was growing up and I was playing cricket in school, the cricket players of India came from 4 or 5 metropolitan cities. Today they come from villages. Where are our chess players coming? Chess players are coming, the champions are coming from 4 or 5 metropolitan cities. I'm proud that Chennai is one among them. But you popularize chess, it's spreading, you will find chess champions coming from villages.
Sir, I am delighted you're saying this. All I am saying is this is not what your Congress party stand was in the 80s and 90s when you all were among those who even opposed VP Singh on Mandal. I am glad to see that Rahul Gandhi seems to have made you a Mandalized party today.
Listen, don't bring... I speak for the Congress party today, to you.
Sir.
I speak for the Congress party. Don't set up a mythical Congress party between us. You ask me, I speak for the Congress party.
But you agree that this is a shift in stand?
Huh?
This is a shift in stand.
No, it is an articulated stand. You have not understood our articulated stand. It's not my fault.
Okay, so just one final word on this before I move on. When Rahul Gandhi says, Jitni abadi utna hak, are you saying 80-90% reservation if necessary?
You please translate it word by word.
Okay, I'll translate. Jitni abadi means how much population rights will be proportionate to population. Jitni abadi utna hak. So if Maharashtra has 30% Marathas, they will get 30% reservation. If backward castes are 40%, they will get 40%. Eventually, everyone will get reservations based on population, or at least...
Listen, how this reservation is structured in India is only in broad categories. There is SC, there is ST, there is OBC.
Right.
Within OBC, some states have created an MBC or EBC or whatever. So it's not caste-wise. It's caste plus the broad classification into SC, ST and OBC. SC itself has several divisions. You don't divide it unit by unit. It's SC, ST, OBC. What Mr. Rahul Gandhi meant was, if the SC used to be 17, 18, 15% central government, some states it's 16, 17, SC will get 16%. It's not atomic division subcaste wise. It's 3 broad groupings. It's perfect. That's worked in this country.
Okay, so SC, ST, OBCs will be the 3 broad groupings who get the benefit of reservation.
That's correct.
May I ask you, therefore, as we've just seen 3 years, the Modi government celebrating 10 years, listing out all their achievements. And I want you now to be objective. what are the three biggest achievements, first of all? We'll come to the weakness in a moment. The three biggest achievements of the Modi government. If you were to give them credit, you're a columnist, so you can be objective. Give me three big achievements of the Modi government that you say, well done, in the last 10 years.
I'll leave you an interview with Mr. Modi from first word to the last word is about his achievements. I don't have to speak about his achievements. You speak about his achievements. I represent the opposition. I will point out the deficiencies, the failures of his government. That's my job. His job is to extol his virtues and his achievements.
Would you agree
Your job is to judge.
Would you agree that infrastructure in particular, cleaning up the banking sector and digital infrastructure are three big achievements? Because I remember on the floor of the House, you had raised questions over UPI and whether some poor farmer in a village would be able to use digital. India now has 42% of the world's digital transactions every day. That's remarkable. Are you willing to say, I got it wrong, mea culpa, Mr. Modi got digital infrastructure right?
All right. Firstly, I pointed out the shortfalls of the digital architecture which they are rolling out in certain context. The context was, the government said, the Prime Minister said, we are moving towards a cashless society. I pointed out, how can you be a cashless society? Even Germany and Europe is not a cashless society. And what happened? Have you looked at the growth rate of digital transactions? Have you also looked at the growth rate of the cash in circulation? On demonetization day, on demonetization day, cash in circulation was about 16 or 17 lakh crore. Today, cash in circulation is 34 lakh crore. People want cash, use cash. You can't go to a cashless society. When I pointed out cashless society, the government did a somersault and said, no, we mean a less cash society. Fine, you can have less cash, but cash cannot be wished away. That is the context in which I say, don't claim that you will roll out digital architecture right throughout the country and all transactions will be digital. Now you are being hit by another idea, that digital transactions will be taxed. Now everybody's in an uproar. Do you know the kind of money which the payment system extracts from you? Every time you use a cash card, a credit card, a debit card, you do a digital transaction, somebody's making a huge amount of money. When I give you cash, nobody in between makes money. Now it's hitting people that digital is useful. Digital is a great improvement. Digital has made money transfers very good. Nobody is questioning that. But digital will be there. Cash will also be there.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, remember, in digital transactions, somebody between you and me is making a profit.
Okay, since you spoke about cricket, what were you, a batsman or a bowler? You said while growing up you played cricket.
I was a failure as a batsman and a failure as a bowler. So okay. I gave up cricket.
But let me give you therefore a full toss at the end. Since you're saying you're not going to give the achievements of the Modi government, give me the three big...
No,
1 minute.
I don't deny what you said, that he has rolled out infrastructure. He rolled out infrastructure, there's no doubt about it. Because take roads, for example. It started in Vajpayee's Golden Quadrilateral. We vastly improved it over the next 10 years. Mr. Modi has vastly improved it over 10 years. Why? Because we have large companies. Companies have grown bigger. They can accept bigger projects. Technology has changed.
Banks are in better health, but I want to ask...
Banks are in better health from your point of view. If I go to the villages, they tell me banks don't give education loans. Banks don't give agricultural loans. They want us to pledge gold. And gold loans, they are disguised as gold loans, but it's really for agriculture.
Okay, so
Two. Therefore, the people, banks are better for you, for maybe for me, not for the poor people.
Okay, our time's up, but I still want to therefore ask you very quickly. The three things that the Congress party would do, which this government has not done, the three weaknesses of the Modi, easier for you, that's why I said full toss. Three weaknesses of the Modi government and how the Congress would address it in 1 minute. Your time starts now.
The three weaknesses of the Modi government is institutional capture.
Okay, one.
One.
Which you did not do. You didn't reduce the CBI to a cage parrot. Okay.
Institutions are not CBI and ED. Institutions are the various, for example, the environmental committees are 60% to 70% vacant. Okay. Environmental Protection Committee, institutional capture, institutional neglect is number one.
Which you would change, right?
Number two, there is infrastructure is being built, no doubt about it, but it's not infrastructure for the poor. It's infrastructure biased towards the rich. For example, do you know that the number of unreserved compartments, second-class compartments, second-class sleeper berths have been drastically cut to roll out Vande Bharat and the other fancy trains. And the fare has been hiked by 30% to 40%. The infrastructure must bias towards the infrastructure required for the poor. You build your national highways where you can drive your Mercedes-Benz, but also build the rural road to the village. Make sure that the water supply to the village.
Third and final.
Number two. Number three, this misuse of investigating agency, which is holding back our economic growth. I have spoken to hundreds. I was on a flight yesterday. One flight, I met a couple of industrialists, one flight. Everybody has a fear. Everybody has a fear that somebody will knock on his door in the midnight. Small businessman to big businessman, which is holding back economic. See, trade, MSMEs, particularly trade in the MSMEs, export, import, all that depends. If you are left free, yes, he may make mistakes. He may break the law here and there. Punish him. Okay. Do you know that GST authorities are beginning to arrest people? Now, have you heard of sales tax and excise? In all my career as a lawyer, I've heard of an isolated case here, an isolated case there for an excise violation or a sales tax violation. Somebody was arrested, he was let out on bail. Today, GST guy threatens you, arrest or pay. Pay or arrest. Now, if GST is going to become another ED, another SFIO, another CBI, another the Narcotics Bureau, they won't tell you. Talk to them separately.
Okay, you're saying fear is in the air.
Fear is in the air. We banished some of it. We prevented spreading by this election result, and I congratulate the people of India for cutting down Mr. Modi to size. I wish they had cut him down by another 40 seats. He would not be in power.
Well, if they had cut him down by another 40, you might have become finance minister once again.
Well, I'm not looking to become finance minister, but we would have certainly, if I become minister, I'll become a minister for cleaning up. 2 years it will take to clean up all the monstrosities that they have done to various parts of Indian government.
Okay. Mr. P. Chidambaram was speaking very plainly. I hope that the ED doesn't knock on your door tomorrow morning. With that hope, I leave you here. Ladies and gentlemen, P. Chidambaram on the Congress manifesto and what he believes is right and wrong with the Modi government. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Samarth Mathur, founder, managing director, Masha Art, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Chidambaram. Get into our next session this morning. Raging Bull, how long will the market's Achhe Din last? To take it from here, I would like to call upon stage sessions moderator Saurav Mazumdar, editor, Business Today. May I also invite on stage the panelists for this session, Navneet Munot, MD and CEO, HDFC Asset Management, Company Chairman, AMFI, Manish Chokhani, Director, ENAM Securities, Radhika Gupta, MD and CEO, Edelweiss Mutual Fund.
Good morning, and on this very rainy day, thank you for being with us. If it's Mumbai, it must be the markets. Particularly after this very insightful conversation with the former Finance Minister, Mr. Chidambaram, we will delve into some of the, that famous phrase, irrational exuberance as well, which maybe we are witnessing, maybe we are not. We'll find out from this stellar panel which I have with me today. But before that, I'd like to just explain some of the reasons why I'm saying, what I do. So, till date, the BSE Sensex year to date has risen 12,700 odd points from the beginning of the year. The Nifty 50, 4,207 odd points. FII inflows are up 91,000 crore, and domestic investments have pumped in 3,17,000 plus crore since the beginning of the year. That's great news. Indian markets are really, hitting new highs. But equally, there are concerns. There are pockets where, regulators as well have sort of flagged off concerns. I'll start with Manish, veteran of the markets. Manish, benchmark indices are hovering at record highs on a daily basis. Being a market veteran, how do you see this current rally, and do you see any red flags? I mean, we'll start with that and then we'll go into specific areas.
Thanks, Saurabh. The fact that you're asking about red flags means that the market is cautious. That's and indeed, everyone on the panel will share that. But if I take a minute to just give some historical context. Since the 70s, when we broke the gold standard, money gushes into some market every decade. In the 70s, you made a big top in the then Nifty of the USA, the Kodaks and the Xeroxes and the Disneys and so on. And then they crashed. By the end of that decade, it went to commodities like gold and silver and so on. By the end of the 80s, it went to emerging markets, which was Japan, Taiwan, and so on. In the 90s, it went back to NASDAQ and technology. 2000 to 2010, we had the era of BRICS and commodities, and really was the peak of China. Again, in the last decade, 2010 to 2020, you got the cycle back going to technology. So all the events suggested that India would be the epicenter in this decade. Because of our demographics, because of what's happening in the Western economies, which are all now ex-growth, also because of what China did its own self-goal, one expected this to happen. The domestic flows which the young Indian finally earning has adopted thanks to the stellar work done by the mutual fund industry of Mutual Fund Sahi Hai, has brought them into the market through the systematic investment plan. And that's created a base for the market, which ordinarily you would expect if earnings grow every year, your market would grow every year. And the market, unlike a fixed income security, will always hover above or below what should be the regular level. So perhaps for the mainline indices, we are discounting a bit ahead, maybe 1 year ahead. The red flags, which you rightly point out, have really occurred in what I call quadrant 4 of the market, because 75% of market cap is really sitting in the large caps, which are over 50,000 crores. It's only in quartile 4, which are the small companies, where naturally there's exuberance because 1 or 2% of the buying is ending up lifting those prices. And the absolute red flag, of course, is in the SME exchange, where
We'll come to all of that, yes.
we were speaking earlier about things like that. So, but the fact is, a market doesn't make a top on the basis of excesses in quadrant 4. So I still think it has legs to run. And the foreign inflows which we are expecting have still not come of the magnitude that they should have. And I still think that lies ahead of us.
Radhika, I mean, the domestic institutions, including yours and the domestic mutual funds, have done a stellar job in terms of sort of stabilizing the markets in the absence of foreign inflows to the extent we hope they would have. What is your sense about where the markets are? Do you think it is getting overheated? The topic of the session is how are Achhe Din continuing, or are Achhe Din going to be behind us very soon? We'll come to what the investors need to do a little later, of course.
Yeah, so let me start with domestic flows. And, every month our industry publishes a monthly SIP number. And it used to be, when I joined this industry, which was not that long ago, it used to be 4,000 crores a month. That was in 2017. Now it's about 23,000 crores a month. And every time that number comes out, the media looks at us with some kind of skepticism. Ki ye ho kya raha hai? How is this happening? And I don't understand that skepticism, because I genuinely think our industry has done a lot of good work, but a rising SIP book and financialization is deeply structural. If you look at the US economy, when US GDP went from 4 trillion to 10 trillion, which is about 2.5 times, their mutual fund industry went up 20 times. Now do all your math. I think a rising SIP book and rising domestic flows represent a changing risk appetite of young India. And that reflects in and I still consider myself at 40 somewhat young, I think it reflects in the fact that 50 years ago, young India wanted to do a permanent job. Today, they want to do a startup. Today, young India signs up for Coldplay tickets and stands in iPhone lines. 50 years ago, it wanted to do a recurring deposit as its first investment. Today, it wants to do an SIP. So I think domestic flows are not magic. They are structural. They are problems and segments that we can talk about, but it is structural. So every month when this number rises, I don't think anyone should feel surprised. Now on overheating, I think Manish said it well. When people look at India, when we look at India for 5 to 10 years, we see tremendous optimism. We think Achhe Din will last. We see growth with stability. We see an environment of reforms where entrepreneurs can build. And we see incredible demographics that China saw maybe 15 years ago. So in 5 to 10 years, I think we see a lot of excitement. I have never seen a bull market in any country which doesn't have pockets of exuberance. And I think there are two kinds of exuberance today. There's one which is reasonably good sectors trading at 80 to 100 multiples because the market is giving you a premium for growth. And then there's people running Yamaha showrooms and getting crazy multiples. So there are two kinds of, there's good exuberance and bad exuberance. But every bull market has a share of exuberance. But if you ask me, for the broad part, is this here to stay? I would say certainly.
Navneet, you are with you're the boss of Amphi. You have a sort of bird's eye view of what's going on in the mutual fund industry, and of course therefore the markets. Would you agree broadly with what Radhika has talked about in terms of the domestic inflows and how the broader markets are still looking very, very good?
Of course, so mutual fund sahi hai. We all strongly believe in it. My grandfather lived in an era where the country had to import wheat under PL 480, which was a leftover of United States. My father lived in an era where foreign grant was still very critical for the well-being of Indians. I lived in an era where Indian entrepreneurs were overly dependent on global money, be it an venture capital or a private equity or public markets. Ownership of public market was like 25% held by foreigners. My kids are living in an era where a Hyundai or an LG and maybe tomorrow many other global investors will be raising money from this country, and we are raising money from SIP, which is 2300 rupee ticket size per account, 10 crore accounts, 23,000 crore rupees. What a transformation that we have seen. This is the power of the retail money. I agree with both of them. These are early days of financialization of savings in India. The formalization of the economy, digitalization of the economy, and particularly digitalization of finance and financialization of savings. These are structural long-term trends. And of course, the another one I can add is financialization of assets, that even whether it's infrastructure assets, real estate or variety of these will also get fractionalized ownership, and larger number of Indians will own that. This is a structural trend. I'll just give you one data point. 23,000 crores into 12 is almost $35 billion. Manish has been in market for as long as maybe a few years more. There has not been a single calendar year or a financial year where foreign portfolio investors have invested that kind of money. And this is coming from retail individual investors in India. I think we must not underestimate the power of it. Markets move like pendulum. They will do excesses on both sides. I agree with Manish. There are parts of market, SMEs, some of the IPOs where I think investors think this is not an initial public offer. They think this is instant profit opportunity. IPO means instant profit opportunity.
That's a good one.
SME is like a short-term money making opportunity. These are not like that. Trees don't grow to the sky. So some of them will correct. That's the nature of the beast. But overall, I think if you ask me about India's fundamentals, I think we are creating an economic miracle which is unparalleled in human history, and we can discuss more about it.
Let me take a second.
Yes, please.
On a $5 trillion on a market cap of 5 trillion, half of it is owned by promoters, whether it's Indian promoters or government, and some more with multinationals. And about 15% is owned by foreign investors. So 65% is not with the Indian retail. So 35%, let's say, is $1.5 or thereabout trillion is held by Indian public. That they've made money for the first time in the last 20, 30 years in size is just so pleasing. Having said that, we never question that we still have more than $2 trillion worth of gold held by the Indian households. And we probably import, $70 billion of gold every year. And we are worrying about 40 billion coming into equities. So the asset allocation mix is a big change which has to happen. What he was talking of earlier generations holding on to gold, the young generation doesn't want gold. They want to hold equities because that's a rising cash flow stream. So you can have years of excess and decline, but eventually the companies will create wealth. And as long as you're on the right horse at a decent valuation, I think this story has a lot of legs to go.
But Manish, you have also expressed concern that more and more of assets money has to come into equities, because still there's a lot more in other assets like gold and real estate. So that's the optimism. Now, Navneet has spoken very rightly about the retail part of it. But you have also raised some concerns about the top quartile. There's too much of concentration of market cap at the top end. and how does one sort of ameliorate that? Because that will again add to the volatility in the markets. If too much money is chasing too few stocks, how does one rectify that? What about new supply of money, supply of stocks?
So you have a number of questions. So first, let me just give you the stat. On a $5 trillion market cap, 11 companies are 25% of that. The next 31 companies are the next 25%. So 42 companies are half of India's market cap. There's no excesses in a way over there. At best, it's 1 year ahead in terms of earnings. The next 87 are the third quartile. So around 130 companies and 75% of India is done.
But is that a good thing?
It is, because in the past, if you had asked me, this would have been 7 companies instead of 11 in the top 11. And maybe 30 companies would have been 50%. So it is broadening, and this money which therefore has been coming into mutual funds and giving more and more capital to entrepreneurs to come in is broad-basing the market. But having said that, the nature of capitalism is most industries will tend to consolidate, like you'll have 2 or 2.5 airlines or 2 or 2.5 telecom companies, 2.5 port operators and so on. It's the nature of capitalism. Even in the US, when you talk of the Magnificent Seven, which are what are driving the markets over there, it is to be expected. The fun of India is that there are just so many businesses that you can find over here, unlike other markets where they are largely property and finance companies. In India, you can go sector after sector after sector, and you find leadership companies there. Some of the mid caps of today will become large caps of tomorrow because the sectors themselves are slated to grow. And again, for context, in the world where we are still at a 4 trillion market cap, GDP, sorry, if you take the next 10, 20 years, which is our demographic period of excess growth, where does this economy go in the next 20 years? When PM talks of Viksit Bharat and developed India in 20, 25 years, it's really demographic trends which will get you there. It is entrepreneurial trends which will get you there. And juxtapose that with this amount of capital which is now available, which historically we had to look outside India, which is now available to entrepreneurs here. I don't think anyone cannot do a business today for want of money. The problem we may have is excess competition, or he may not get a valuation he or she likes, but there's no shortage of capital for people with dreams now. So in that context, I think we're still on a good wicket.
Radhika, your thoughts on concentration of market cap at the top end and whether that is going to change going forward?
So, two things. I would say the universe of listed companies is going to expand. Today you have about 500 companies that are $1 billion plus market cap. And I think India has had a very vibrant IPO market for the last couple of years. And I believe that we will have an extremely vibrant IPO market for the next few years. So much private capital has come into building some very high quality companies in the last decade. And these companies have become large enough that now public markets are the only way to get them to exit. I mean, to put it into perspective, India's largest exchange is still an unlisted company, and hopefully one day will be a listed company. So I do think our unlisted market, you will see a major migration from unlisted to listed. And I think one of the good things that has happened over the last year in the listed markets is some of the new business models, through their ups and downs, have seen testing and maturity. So in 2021, you had Zomato, Paytm, many of these companies list, and it's been up and down in the capital market. And there was a lot of cynicism about new age companies listing. 3 years later, I think many people have learned the lesson. The market has learned its lessons, and you're seeing new age companies in this round of listing being met with a lot of enthusiasm and sustainability. People are talking profitability. People are talking the language of listed markets. So you have listed companies. I think the listed universe will expand meaningfully. I also think a lot of commentary is made on mid and small cap, especially mid and small cap valuations, etc. Let me go back to some data. So I was looking at data from 2000, and the average market cap of a small cap company in 2000 was less than 100 crores. The average market cap of a large cap company back in 2000 at the turn of a millennium was about 3,000-4,000 crores. Today, and I'll have my numbers wrong because markets have rallied since I've seen these numbers, the average size of a small cap company is 14,000 crores. So our mid and small cap companies, while you call them mid and small cap, have expanded. You have market leaders present in the mid cap space. I mean, Navneet runs HDFC AMC. It's the largest listed asset manager. I think he still qualifies as a mid cap company. And no one can tell me asset management is a segment I'm not bullish about. So I think our companies have gotten larger and that universe will also expand.
I'll just take you up on one point which you mentioned about more and more private companies coming into the markets, which is a very important trend which we are witnessing over the last maybe 1 year or 2 years now, or 3 years. Some of them have really not fared well at all, and therefore you said that they've learned their lesson, markets would have learned their lesson. You think there is, some realism settling in now in terms of both the valuations they expect and what the market can give them?
I think people are growing up. I see private companies all the way from Shark Tank to some of the large listed companies that we own. And I think in 2020, 2021, when you were in a zero interest rate environment, capital was very easy. And funding asked less questions because capital was just very easy. Today, the guys that have learnt their lesson are talking the language that a listed market investor wants to hear, which is focus on executing the story you're telling, which is eventual profitability, which is moving down from users to usage to revenue to EBITDA to profitability. And in every bull market, by the way, there will be good eggs and bad eggs. So just because there have been a couple of bad eggs in the listed market, I think there has been tremendous maturity between 2021 and 2024. Today, if you are a high growth company with sensible unit economics, you will have a chase of capital. So actually capital is concentrated in few high quality private business models. And if you don't have your unit economics orientation, you will struggle to raise capital for the large part.
Navneet, you spoke about retail investors and the manner in which they've come into mutual funds as well. Now, retail investors from, say, post-COVID and during COVID also, when huge money was coming into retail, number of new investors, first-time investors came in, rushed into the markets. They have constantly seen an uprising, in the markets. There is no real setback. God forbid there is one, but has been no real downturn in that sense, which we used to witness in the earlier days. Now, you think the new investors are getting too used to a market which is constantly on the up move, and therefore their expectations and preparations are not up to the mark?
So as a small kid, I started investing in early 80s, and Sensex would have been like 300 or 400. In the previous session, I heard things like, and it was kind of like, going down the memory lane or hearing words like Mandal Commission and 91 and many things, the coalition governments and all of that. Despite all of that, despite all the global geopolitics, the global economic cycle, the Indian economic cycle, political cycle, business cycle, profit cycle, I've seen Sensex going up from 400 to 85,000 now. In the next 40, 50 years, of course, it was a different era in terms of interest rates, inflation. But what it talks about is India is one of those few economies, few countries in the world which have grown nominal GDP at 10, 11%. You have a corporate sector which has converted that growth into their revenues and their profits. You have a vibrant and deep capital market which has converted that profit growth into the market return. And you have a mutual fund industry where even with 500 rupees, you could participate in that. There will be ups and downs. Some of these investors haven't seen maybe a steep correction. Those who have come in last 2 or 3 years, maybe they will get their lessons. I mean, Manish keeps saying that you have to pay some tuition fee to the market. Some of them have paid. As SEBI's report has said that 93% people lose money in F&O. The percentage of money, is lost in intraday trading. So people know that they have to lose. But there is only one formula of wealth creation which last 40 years has taught me and will stand the time of whatever truth of time for next 40 years is STP. That's sound investment plus time plus patience. There is no other formula. That's the only one, and this is what mutual fund industry, all of us are working very hard. I heard a lot about distributional aspect of the economy, equality and equity. How do you get the best form of equality and equity in the country, where anybody sitting in a remote village of Bihar or Kashmir, they may not have the growth opportunities in their village, and if they cannot move out, they can put 500 rupees per month and can participate in the same growth story of India, which is happening in other parts of the country. So I remain very positive. I agree with everyone that this are very early days. Markets will have their ups and downs. All that I have talked about doesn't mean that market cannot fall in next 1 month and 3 months. Investors must be prepared for that. But I think the next several years, this is India's time. We are in Amrit Kal. We should not forget that.
In long term, Amrit Kal and bullishness definitely pervades the environment, Manish. But I wanted to ask you, your geopolitics, what they are, the global, the inflationary scenario, for instance, the geopolitical environment. What should investors do, in your opinion? What are the preparatory steps? I mean, there is no universal formula, obviously, but how do they guard, particularly for the new investors who have come in?
So that's the greatest question, because while we're all bullish on the long term, in the short run, if let's say something untoward happens and the market falls 20%, is the average new investor prepared for that? And the only way you can prepare for that is, number one, is your asset allocation okay? Because a lot of people in this euphoria have decided equity is the way to go, and they may well have put 80-90% of their money into some small cap. Because I'm very alarmed to see the largest volume traded shares in India and the largest shareholding. Regularly I see there are 3 stocks, and again nothing against them, they're fine businesses, is Idea, the telecom company, Yes Bank and Suzlon. 55 lakh shareholders in these companies, which is more than what, for example, would be there in Reliance or in even companies like Infosys or HDFC. So when things like this happen, people are going a bit off on terms of, number one, asset allocation. Number two, like I said, 75% of market wealth sits in large caps. But I suspect because of this last bull run, 75% of investor portfolios may be sitting in small caps. And in small caps, when a drawdown occurs, liquidity vanishes in an instant. Because remember, on a $5 trillion market cap, we are only bringing in 50 billion a year. So it's 1% is wagging the remaining 99%. And that sentiment can turn on a dime. So as long as you have some money on the side, you've not put too much money in the markets, if you're not only into the most speculative end of the market, and position sizing, where if you're individually holding stocks and one of them, for example, has become 30% of your portfolio and you're not conscious of it. So I think it's now not time for stock selection or equity allocation. It's more about what is the right mix of how you want to approach your investments. And for that, I'm still banking on the mutual fund industry to say mutual fund sahi hai, wo to ho gaya. Ab kaise sahi karna chahiye apne liye, wo aap seekhiye. I think it's that phase now.
Would you like to take that?
Kaise sahi hai? So, since we are coming up on lunchtime, and I'm an Indian woman, I have this phrase that has become a little popular. It is called dal chawal investing. And when I just try to summarize all the wisdom Manish said in the framework of a plate. When you have a plate, most Indians have grown up eating dal chawal or rasam rice or dal roti or some equivalent. And in Gujarat, you'll have a different dal, and in Chennai, you'll have a different dal, and in UP, where I come from, you'll have a different dal. I genuinely believe 80% of a customer's portfolio should be dal chawal products. Now, what is dal chawal? Dal chawal is stuff that is simple and sustainable and all weather and will make money over the long term. We represent the mutual fund industry. We have all kinds of products and we launch all kinds of products. We have plenty of dal chawal products. If an investor is investing in the top 250 companies of India, in a passive fund, in an active fund, I am pretty sure over 10 years they will not lose money. And I don't think anyone on this panel will disagree. These are dal chawal investments. So 80% of your portfolio has to be oriented towards dal chawal. And your dal chawal can be tad bit different from my dal chawal. Unfortunately today, when I look at the flows that come into our industry in this year, about 60% of the flows have come into what I call pickle and chutney funds. So we are eating dessert, we are eating papad, we are eating pickle, and dal chawal is becoming a very small.
So there is a nutrition problem as well.
So we have a nutrition problem that will lead to diseases and indigestion. And if we orient back, so our advice to investors is always to veer towards the middle path, to hold and participate in the growth of India in the top 3, 4, 500 companies. And look, if you tell a young person to eat dal chawal 100% of the time, they will be bored. 20% of the time, you can go out to a restaurant and dine. But position sizing and 80% dal chawal will make money for a lot of people.
So 80% dal chawal, of course, will make money, as Radhika says, Navneet. But of late, like we've been discussing, the SME sector, I don't know whether that qualifies in the dal chawal segment completely, because we've seen a bike dealer, for instance, which came up with a 12 crore IPO, witnessing demand of 4,800 crore. Now, what is that if not a bubble? Please explain.
No, I think all of us agree that there are pockets of market. I think when you have a $5 trillion market cap, when you have seen the market, the way it has risen, the kind of liquidity it has come, it will create some collateral, I think, damage somewhere, and it will create some sort of bubbles in some pockets. But large part of the market, the largest companies that he talked about, the top 2 quadrant, you don't see that, right? So people have an ability to put good amount of money in high quality stocks for the long term, which are like large cap companies. There are some pockets where everybody wants to make money in the shortest possible time, but as we have learned over the years that instant gratification doesn't work, I think it's better to invest for the long run. And I think more and more people over a period of time will realize this. And sincere kudos to SEBI. My sincere compliments for coming out with some of these, hard-hitting facts and telling the investors that 93% of you are losing money. You can be very optimistic that I'm in that 7% and I'll play this market. And there is a section of market, and pardon me, it's not like demeaning for anyone. They think that investing is another form of entertainment. This is just another app along with some gaming app and maybe some of the other fun app. Investing is a serious business. This is about long term. This is about fundamentals. You cannot make money like this. People have got lucky in last few years, but we have seen this movie before.
Yeah, that's absolutely the point which I wanted to ask you also, Manish, about the F&O segment. Now, lots has been said, including the finance minister also saying, the government regulators are worried. SEBI has come out latest also, the 93% figure. But the other part is that, people still continue to invest. The same study says that a large part continues to reinvest and continue to, get into the F&O segment despite warnings. Now, greed is good, as Gordon Gekko may have said, but life is not a movie. How do you look at that? And that can cause serious damage in terms of the stability of the markets, right?
Well, Warren Buffett said that derivatives are the instruments of mass destruction. So no one can express it better than that. But having said that, if you're a small timer who's just coming in, how do you create your capital? So the lure of I can go in, I can buy a weekly product, I can make some money in the market and thereby build my capital is irresistible. So we can't wish it away. It does provide depth through the market because there are millions of people, and the same study mentioned that the amounts involved are 1 lakh rupee per head. And it's again, unfortunately, nature of capitalism that few will win and few will lose. It happens in the corporate sector as well. Maybe there were 30 telecom companies and now only 2 survive. Maybe there were 30 airline companies and only 2 survive. So I don't think a state can become a nanny state and legislate what you should or should not do. You can make the entry barriers better. So you come in with limited amount, at least certain amount of capital, like they have entry requirements for setting up a mutual fund and so on. So as long as the guidelines are clear, enough warning signals are given, I think it's best left to the market. Because once you put in things like rent control, you will freeze the market as well. So that's sort of on one front. Secondly, this liquidity which we talk about in India is also benefiting from this F&O. Because the depth you get in certain stocks, if you were only trying to match a buyer and seller without the liquidity which is being provided by these day traders and algo traders and so on, you don't want to wish it away. So sometimes don't fix something with ain't broke. It needs repair and maintenance for sure, and the guidelines which they're talking of increasing the requirements to come in are right. But I'd be very cautious on just drastically changing the market structure or changing the dynamics to say one exchange can only do one product, the other can only do one product. Let the market do what it'll do. Maybe just increase the barrier for people coming in and have better KYC norms over there.
I think there's a SEBI board meeting coming up where this
they're much more educated on this than I can ever be because I don't know derivatives. So let me not comment beyond my pay grade.
Radhika, you want to come in on the F&O bit?
I think India has to have a disclosure-based regime. We can't go back to the days of Competition Commission of India. So, every few years there's one of these things. A few years ago there was, should SEBI regulate the price at which IPOs are coming to market? SEBI can't regulate the price at which IPOs are coming to market. Should SEBI regulate F&Os? Yeah, it can do disclosure. It has done plenty of disclosure. बार-बार वो आपसे कह रहा है 90% of people are losing money. I mean, that is a pretty... If I was going to an amusement park and the sign said 90% of people will die on this ride, that's pretty stark disclosure. It's doing enough disclosure. It recently did disclosure on IPOs saying most people come into IPOs, don't get allotment, are there for a short period of time. So SEBI's job is not to curb valuations, to curb freedom of speech. SEBI can't curb influencers. If Manish wants to go and have an Instagram following of 5 million and say things, I know he doesn't, but if he does, and I think he'd do a good job at it, SEBI can't curb that. It's curbing disclosures to the extent it can. But the root of all this, and you all represent the media fraternity, is the root cause of all of this is impatience and a desire to make money in the short term. If we orient ourselves to think about investing with a long term, more purposeful orientation, if everyone in the press, instead of talking about 1 year returns, starts talking about 10-year returns, the root cause of all of this is the same.
That's a very important point. Yes, ma'am.
I'll just make one point that rather than looking down on some of these things, the way we should look at it, the society is evolving where large number of people feel very optimistic. They feel that future is better. They want to create wealth. They have aspirations. This is the best sign that we have been waiting for a very long time. Now people are trying various methods. Ultimately, this is our belief. This is what we are working hard as an industry with, of course, the full support of regulator and government and policymakers and media people like you. The mutual fund sahi hai. This is the way to create wealth, remain disciplined, invest for the long term. But this is a good thing that larger and larger number of people want to take more risk with their money because they have aspirations. They want a better future for themselves.
I mean, would you rather have the young Indian believe that equity markets are an exciting place to be, or the young Indian believe that when I start working, I'm going to do an RD because stock market is speculative and yahan to kuch hone wala hai. We have seen that India. So what India would you prefer?
Manish, as we wind up, what would you advise a young new investor in terms of asset allocation, given the fact that equities are moving up so dramatically? How is the portfolio likely to be balanced?
So I spoke about it briefly in the beginning, that if you're young and all these wealth managers are more qualified to say it, that a youngster can take a lot more risk. So maybe instead of, like I said, $2 trillion in gold and only $1.5 trillion in equities is the wrong allocation. Surely your mix to equity should be higher. But within that, like she said, the dal chawal products, the large caps have to become 70-80% of your portfolio. And the tadka which you want to put, which is the mid and small, can be 20%. The caveat is, in this era of T20 cricket where you want to make quick returns and grow your capital very quickly, remember, if you get bowled out, there's no second chance. So if you will prevent yourself from being over-levered, having a wrong asset allocation mix which pushes you out of the market at precisely the time when it corrects, prepare yourself for a period mentally that what if this market falls 30%, how will I play? And if you think you have some cash reserves to play at the time when stocks become more attractive, that will give you longevity, because I cannot stop saying this more and more often. This market typically goes up 4 times in 10 years, which is a 15% CAGR, which is really the rate of return of most companies. And you can't beat that for long. In the next 20 years, if you do 4 times and then 4 times, the odds are you will be 16 times up. Let's say you don't do 16, you'll be 10 times more wealthy than you are today, and you're a young Indian. So just keep on that wicket and stay on the crease and don't get removed from the playing ground.
Navneet?
I think we discussed, I'll just take half a minute. A couple of years back, sort of, on this whole debate of large versus mid and small. And I said the way world is changing, a time is coming where nimbleness and agility will trade at a premium to size and stability. We have seen that in last 3-4 years, but I think it's getting overextended now, and there are pockets where there's a lot of froth and investors need to get worried about that. But I strongly believe that the pace at which the world is changing, the people, I mean the managements and the leadership which is nimble and agile, regardless of the size, will trade at a premium to the guys who have size and stability.
So long-term bullish, Sensex hovering around 85,000. Manish, I'm told you are a very good singer. Bombay is where entertainment lives. Would you like to leave this audience with a song which is also, tells a message to the new investors?
I wasn't prepared for that, so let me take a second. So my favorite lyricist is Gulzar Saab.
Oh,
and,
lovely.
R.D. Burman. And he has a very lovely lyric which applies to our markets in the stage we are today, where you say your dreams are fragile and precious. So don't let them blind you. Hold them on your eyelids. And
Rose
you can
aankhon
hold
tale,
them
is it?
forever.
Rose aankhon tale, are we talking about? No, something else. Why don't you sing it for us?
कांच के ख्वाब हैं आँखों में चुभ जाएंगे ओ पलकों पे लेना इन्हें आँखों में रुक जाएंगे हो ये रात है ख्वाब की रात है फिर वही रात है.
Superb, awesome,
Another
awesome.
bull market.
So you have the experts on the markets also leaving us with a song and some really sage advice. A very big hand for this stellar panel for sharing their thoughts with us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've all taken notes, and with that, also raise a warm applause as I call upon stage Shailesh Dalmia, Honorary Secretary, NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the esteemed panel. Token of appreciation by Forest Essentials and Masha Art. Thank you. And with that, we're all set to go into our next session this afternoon. That was a bit of sage market advice, and once you make that money, our next session is going to be about how to spend it. Crafting desires, redefining exclusivity. That's our next session, and this session is brought to you by India Today Spice. To take it from here, I invite on stage session's moderator Saurav Mazumdar, editor, Business Today. May I also please call upon Puneet Chatwal, MD and CEO, Indian Hotels Company Limited.
So we just had a very interesting session on the stock markets, and where the experts gave us wonderful advice. I'm delighted to have with me this afternoon Puneet Chatwal, whose stock, may I add, is also keeping investors very happy of late. He is, of course, a stellar hotelier, and we will get into some of the aspects of the Indian Hotels company, which he leads, and how he perceives both the hotel segment, the hospitality segment, and the plans for the Taj Group. First of all, many congratulations, Puneet, for the brand perception and the brand study, which shows that you've grown, your brand strength has grown 45% to 545 million at last count. That's some fantastic showing. And tell us what are the key elements, 2 or 3 elements which made this happen? Because it's the strongest brand in the world is the Taj Group now, and that's something which we really need to be feeling proud about. So tell us how you did it.
Firstly, good afternoon, everyone. I don't think there is that one secret recipe sauce where you say, okay, this is, if you put this and this in, from the speakers before, dal, chawal, tadka, this is not how it works. I think it's a legend that has been created over a century. We are celebrating 120 years of the Taj. It's a lot of work done by our forefathers in securing iconic palaces, iconic locations across the globe. It's the service ethos and the way we conduct ourselves, our DNA, which we call Tajness. It's the continuous quest for leadership in hospitality and the ability to contribute to nation building, which Taj has done much before I dreamt of going into hotel business in the 70s by moving into Goa, and later, a few decades later, moving into Kerala, more recently moving into Andamans. So I think it's a combination of the whole. And something strange has happened in the world. I don't know how many people here have traveled recently post-COVID outside of India. The prices have tripled and the services have dropped to 1/3 of the level. So obviously Asian hospitality stands out and our culture of service stands out very strongly, which has enabled us for 4 years now to be among the strongest hotel brand, of which 3 years as number 1, and India's strongest brand across sectors, obviously a bit aided by the way we conducted ourselves during COVID, in all the things that we did for the common good of the society at large.
I remember we spoke during the COVID days as well. It was possibly the biggest crisis which hit the hospitality sector. And then Taj came out of it with flying colors and really grew. In fact, it also gave birth to Cumin and other such initiatives, which we'll come to later. But tell us a little bit about those days and what were the 3 or 4 things you did which sort of brought Taj out of that terrible time.
That is behind us. I think my saying that I keep repeating everywhere is you can change your business plans, you can have contingency plans, you can do a reset, you can do whatever you want. That you can change every few years, but you cannot change your core values. And the core values of Taj are trust of all our stakeholders, that's the T, the awareness of what is happening around us, and joy in doing whatever we do. And in hindsight, I think that's the core values of the brand that we carry, our mainstream brand, and the core values of the Tata Group, the 5 core values of the Tata Group that get you through the worst of times. So I think that's what it was.
Also, you've repositioned the brands in quite a bit, in detail. Would you like to take us through that journey of how those brands came about? What are the positioning of each of these brands? Because ultimately, it's the Taj Group, right? You expect a certain level of service and comfort and luxury out of a Taj Group, but then you have broken them up into various sub-brands. That's very interesting. So, and yet the overall overarching theory, philosophy is that of Tajness. So how do you sort of merge the two?
See, as the previous panelist said, India is becoming aspirational. And aspiration cannot only be at the top end or the luxury. Aspiration is at every end of the customer segment. This started post 9/11, the world changed. The previous India and the previous world was different. Post 9/11, jeans started falling off the hips. Whether you call it the millennials or it's called the Gen Z, Gen Y, whatever. Everything needed to be a bit fashionable. Everything needed to be in tune with time. And I think that's where some of the greatest ideas that we had were possibly a victim of the timing as the world changed. When they were conceived, there was no 9/11. By the time they opened, the 9/11 had happened. So, Ginger, for example, is a very happening place. Those in Mumbai might have seen the new Ginger just next, to the airport. And it's a beautiful building, it's doing very well, it's breaking all records. And it's very aspirational. It's very communicative, it has a lot of spaces that people can have a lot of fun with and don't pay for the swimming pool, which they're not going to use, etc., etc. Similarly, we reimagined Vivanta, we introduced selections. We just now, a few weeks ago, we have reimagined and relaunched the Gateway brand. So these ideas were great, but in the era that they were possibly conceived was the era of Taj Mahal Palace only. And if you were somebody who had achieved something in life, then you were at the chambers. We still have the chambers, we still have the Taj Mahal Palace. It's the crown jewel of India, but there is space for others too. So that's how the India has changed. The middle class has changed. The people with disposable income have changed. The businesses have changed. The number of people traveling has changed. Staying in a hotel is a need. If you fly to many destinations from Mumbai, including capital cities of our states, you can get there, but you cannot come back the same day. So you have to go there again the following day because the plane that gets you there is the plane coming back. So I think travel from being just luxury, it started servicing a fundamental need of the humanity, and especially in a buoyant India where people are doing well, the growth is great, per capita income is increasing, disposable income is increasing. By 2030 or even earlier, as per some, we should be third largest economy. So you will also have the effects of all that which the other economies in the world have, and that includes travel, hospitality, leisure, luxury, consumer goods will go up, and it's all a matter of statistics in terms of number of iPhone sales in India, number of SUVs in India being sold. So in all sectors that's happening.
No, that's a very well put, manner in which you explain the expansion. Because in a different India, in a new India, you need to be broad basing the offerings which your brand has. Now tell us a little more about the luxury segment in particular, Puneet, because Taj at the top end is associated with uber luxury, right? So what are the changing trends in today's world when so many foreign tourists are coming to India, and we'll come to a little detail a little later on that, but what are the trends you see in luxury, and how is Taj as a brand sort of changing to address those changes?
First of all, luxury is timeless. There is always space for luxury. Including during COVID, when there was no place to spend, there were more online sales on luxury than it ever happened. We even came up with hospitality at home, bringing basically Taj to people's houses, bringing Golden Dragon to people's houses. So I think this is how Cumin was born. So I think luxury is something timeless. What has changed in the luxury, and these changes are not constant, although change is the only constant, but at the moment and in the last 5 years and maybe the foreseeable future, luxury at every price point is becoming more and more experiential. So people are going into small boutique luxury, people are going into homestay luxury, people are going into the Taj kind of palaces, that kind of luxury, safaris, very strong, resorts, villas on the beach. So I think all that is happening for sure very big way in India, and it was always there in the other top G7, G10, G20 countries. But this is a recent phenomenon, and it got a lot of tailwind, especially during COVID time.
You have global presence, large global presence as well. I mean, your London hotel is, personal favorite. But what are the changes you are making as globally luxury and, the hospitality industry changes? And also, it's a very Indian brand at the core of it, right? Which you mentioned. How are you then, as an Indian brand, catering to a global audience as you go further and further across the world?
See, your DNA has to be right. You don't have no elephant standing outside a hotel in New York. You will not have those kind of people wearing saris and doing the service. But for our Indian customers, if they want a dosa, or if they want chole bhature, or if they want puri aloo, it's there on the morning buffet. Whether you are in London or if you want to order it in New York, that's possible. That's possible with us. But as they say, do in Rome as the Romans do, that hotel is there. What it is supposed to exude is your service culture, your ethos, your pathos of the brand. And I think we have done that quite well. Especially, I always tease that around Wimbledon time, if anyone wants to meet any who's who of India, just go to the Taj in London and you'll meet all of them in the courtyard. So you don't have to spend so much money, you don't have to spend a lot of time, just buy a ticket, go to London and spend the entire day in our courtyard. So I think there is a lot of that is happening. At the same time, we have made a conscious decision only to grow the Taj brand from our brandscape outside of India. So next year we'll be opening a hotel in Frankfurt. We are opening 3 hotels in Bhutan over the next 12 months. We will be opening in Dhaka in Bangladesh. We are very close to doing a hotel of the first Indian brand to enter Switzerland. So there is a lot of that stuff happening. At the same time, balancing the business model. We are not going shopping like we did 20 years ago and bought hotels. These are hotels on management contracts or on operating lease. As the institutional funding is available in certain parts of the world at only 5% return on capital. So why should we spend, our capital return needed is 15 or higher. So I think there is a lot of opportunity, a lot of things happening, and we are unleashing the potential. I don't think many in the audience would know this, but I'll just say Taj was 33 hotels 5 years ago, and today it's a portfolio of 112, of which 86 are in operation. So it's almost tripling the size of hotels in operation in such a short period, and a lot of people who have been to our new properties like the Taj in Rishikesh, or the Taj Chia Kutir in Kurseong, Darjeeling area, or the Guras Kutir in Gangtok. We're about to open Taj in Puri. So and doubling the size of the Taj Ganges in Banaras. So I think there is a lot of that is happening. Opening another palace like Savai Man Mahal on the grounds of Rambagh Palace. So there is a lot of work that we have done, both within India and are doing that abroad. And be assured that Taj is not just Tata Group's crown jewel, it will remain India's crown jewel.
That's right. I also wanted to ask you about the debate in the hospitality industry about asset light versus asset right. That's not just a turn of phrase, but that's reality in your business. What is the Taj view on that? How do you go about selecting? Because you mentioned that you don't go about shopping and buying out hotels like you did earlier, I think the investors seem to be recognizing that smart strategy. So what's your sense on that?
See, we have guided the markets on a balanced portfolio earlier, but now it will be a bit more on the lighter side, but that does not mean we are not investing. As we speak, we are building 2 islands in Lakshadweep. It's again part of nation building. That's the islands of Suheli and Kadmat. We are building 2 properties of Vivanta and Ginger in Ekta Nagar, which is Kevadia, where the Statue of Unity is. We just signed up for a Taj in Ranchi, and so the list can go on and on. These are projects in which we are investing our money. These are destinations.
What would be the quantum of investment, Puneet?
I think we are looking at investing more than 3,000 crores over the next 5 years in existing assets, in terms of renovation, in their upkeep, in terms of their extension, plus also building new ones. So, which means 500-600 crores per annum, and some of them will be eventually placed within group companies or kind of a sale and lease back or managed back. We built the Ginger Santa Cruz with our own money, 250 crores. But phenomenal investment. We expect the payback to be in less than 4 years. So I think there is no right formula. We are still a young, rich nation which is on the path and the journey of growth, and we are a very promoter-driven country. And in order to secure trophy assets, strategic locations, building flagships, we will have to invest. But in order to accelerate growth and increase your margins, you have to follow also a part as asset light. And we call it now capital light and capital heavy, because if you're signing operating leases for a Ginger, on a revenue share, it does not qualify as capital heavy. So there is no capital, but it's also not totally light either, because it's a commitment to pay. So I think there is no right formula. I personally spent 30 years living outside of India, and I propagated asset light, as you said, for decades. But my key learning in last 6-7 years is that was not right. You have to sometimes put your money where your mouth is. And if you, as a leader in hospitality in the country, are not willing to underwrite, who else will? And that's your competitive advantage, especially if you are debt-free and you have cash.
Also, if you're wanting to push experiential, then you need to do it yourself in the best way the Taj can do.
And building destinations, having that first mover advantage. Had 40, 50 years ago, our forefathers not moved so fast in Goa, I don't know if anybody can guess that. Today we have 40 outlets in Goa, 15 hotels and 25 homestays. So there is a first mover advantage. Of course, it could be bumpy in the first 3, 4, 5 years, but purely light, no, it doesn't work.
The other trend which is happening...
and sorry, purely dal chawal also doesn't work.
No, talking of luxury, one major trend which is being witnessed in an aspirational India and indeed across the world is that of sustainability. People are opting for sustainable options, whether it is luxury, whether it is hotels, whatever. How does the Taj look at this trend?
Well, we have communicated very strongly our ESG Plus program called Pathya. Although we are not in an ideal space because it's built outside of the hotel as a temporary structure. But if you look at all the tables, you don't find any plastic. You find Pathya bottles. These are water bottles done in-house. You will have all, whether it's writing pads, papers, tablecloths, is all sustainable materials. And we have committed to go fully into renewable energy, skilling 100,000 people in India by 2030, being single-use plastic free, recycling 100% of the wastewater. So there is a lot of those goals that we are given, and we keep measuring quarter on quarter on that. And as things stand today, we are far ahead of the guidance that we have given, and we will not wait till 2030. If we can achieve those goals by 2027, 28, we'll be not only happy, we'll be proud too.
Also, 3 times strongest brand in a row. Next 5 years, where does one see the Taj Group, and how do you think it will look?
Definitely a bit more than what you have seen in the last 5 years. We are, as they say, if you're 120 years old, you're like a big, heavy tanker. It takes time to drive change and make it move. But once it starts moving and rolling, it takes even more energy to try to stop it. So this tanker is rolling, and whatever you have seen last 5 years, add a few, percentages point like 10, 15, 20, 30. Ideally, I would say even 50, and take it further to the next level. And why not? If India is going to become the 3rd largest economy and we are world's strongest hotel brand, why should we not be among the top 3 hotel companies in the world? Today, in terms of value, we are at number 5, but I think the time has come not only to be as an economic powerhouse, but also in terms of our hospitality to gain ground globally. And also, when I went to hotel school, I was learning from the West. Why not teach the West how service is to be given going forward? So I remain fairly optimistic, and today in terms of value of a company with brand and management in the global arena, we are at number 5. So I don't think that number 3 is overly ambitious or aspirational. I think it's just a matter of time that would happen.
Taking hospitality, Indian hospitality and Taj to the world, Puneet Chhatwal, big hand for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Please raise a warm applause as I call upon Samarth Mathur, founder, managing director, Martial Art, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Chhatwal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next session, I have a very, very special announcement to make. We are relaunching something very special to us, a magazine that we've believed in forever, and now it's in an all-new avatar. India Today Spice believes that the true luxury needs to be immersive for that deeply sensual and gratifying experience. We once again bring to you India Today Spice in an all-new avatar.
Much like love, luxury needs to be truly experienced for the deeply sensual, personal and gratifying experience. And that's what makes the new Spice Avatar so much more spicy. It is smart, it is intuitive, and it is passionate. And we know that you will fall in love with it. Come, live your best life with us. Here's to new beginnings.
And as true luxury needs to be immersive, what better than India Today Spice in its all-new avatar, relaunched. All right, with that, we're going to quickly move into our next session. Just give us about a minute's turnaround time and ready to go into our pre-lunch session.
Hi Hi, this is Gauri Khan.
This is Malaika Arora.
I'm at Masha Art, New Delhi. They are spearheading India's art movement and putting all these artists on the world map.
We look forward for future endeavors with the most coveted names in the design and fashion industry.
Could I request everyone in the aisles to settle down so that we can start our next session? The sooner everyone settles down, the faster we can get started. So if everyone just settles down, please. The abrogation of Article 370 was the big idea of Modi 2.0. Modi 3.0 believes that one nation, one election is the next big thing. That this would ensure that there is more focus on governance, that the politicians will not constantly be in an election cycle, and therefore the NDA government is determined to push one nation, one election through before 2029. Is this a good idea that potentially makes India better governed, or is this anti-federal? To talk about this, we're joined now at the India Today Conclave, and I want you to join me in welcoming our guests. I'll start by introducing first and foremost Gaurav Bhatia, National Spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. We've got Supriya Shrineth. Supriya Shrineth is the national spokesperson of the Congress. Hitesh Jain is one of the sharpest legal eagles of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Is consulted extensively on constitutional matters. He's joining us. Now we've got two non-political perspectives as well. I want to introduce Jagdeep Chokar, founder of the Association of Democratic Reforms. I'm sure a lot of you know what ADR does. They do a lot of deep research on the state of Indian democracy and elections and how they are conducted. And Amitabh Tiwari is a political analyst who will do the toughest task of all, potentially help us understand what happens electorally if one nation, one elections were introduced. And joining me to co-moderate this is India's most knowledgeable political journalist, Rajdeep Sardesai. Can we have a round of applause for Rajdeep as well? Rajdeep, let's get started.
Okay, let's get started. Thank you very much, Rahul, by asking a simple question which each of you can dive into. But maybe the politicians need to start first. One nation, one election. Is it the classic Jumla, or is it an idea whose time has come? Jumla or an idea whose time has come? Quick 60 seconds to each of you, starting with you, Gaurav Bhatia, since it's your government that wants to bring this through. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rajdeep. First of all, very well said by you. An idea whose time has come cannot be stopped. And with Narendra Modi ji at the helm of affairs, आपने कहा जुमला, तो आर्टिकल 370 भी ऑपोजिशन को जुमला लगता था टिल द टाइम वी एब्रोगेटेड इट. जीएसटी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी इनको जुमला लगता था. दे ड्रीम्ड, रियलाइज बाय नरेंद्र मोदी जी. राम मंदिर एट अयोध्या भी जुमला लगता था. मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे, तारीख नहीं बताएंगे. मंदिर भी बनाया है, तारीख भी बताया है, लेकिन ये लोग आ नहीं पाए. आई विल टेल यू वन थिंग, नरेंद्र मोदी जी है, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है. एंड India needs this because India of today wants to run. They want to obstruct, they want it to limp, they want it to not walk, but India will grow because Narendra Modi ji is at the helm of affairs. Second, what are the advantages? Let's have a meaningful conversation. I give you the reasons why one nation, one poll should be implemented. And I expect people who are opposing the idea, whose time has come, to give us the reasons why it should not be implemented. One, the country is about governance. It's not only about having elections round the corner. Every year there are 5 to 6 elections, and there have been years in India when out of the 365 days, around 250 days, model code of conduct was under implementation. Therefore, policy decisions could not be implemented. Second, the kind of man hours we lose.
60 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry. If you want, I can, finish.
Give us the second point.
So I just want to set the debate on the right course. If you allow me 30 seconds and deduct it from phase 2.
Okay.
That's okay. Yes. Second, it's most important that we realize that one nation, one poll. People will go and they will vote for the Lok Sabha elections as well as the assembly elections. And therefore it would save man hours and man days, 100 crore of them. Because if you have 2 elections, then the same citizen has to go twice. Third, I think most importantly, from 1951 till 1967, this country actually saw simultaneous elections till the time we saw dismissing of opposition ruled states by Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi. And in the end, I would say, people, the naysayers who feel that this can't be implemented, for them मैंने अर्ज किया है, मंजिल मिल ही जाएगी, भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो हैं जो घर से निकले ही नहीं. Thank you.
चलिए, Supriya ji, your 60 seconds. Try and keep to 60 seconds.
Brevity is the soul of it, and it's great to be here amongst this audience in the beautiful city of Mumbai first. How are you going to do as many conclaves if there were elections that were happening once in 5 years? So I think India Today should first be the torchbearer of no against one nation, one election. But all jokes aside, there are hot air balloons that this government keeps floating. These are weapons of mass distraction. The BJP needs 362 votes in the Lok Sabha, and ladies and gentlemen, they've got 293 favoring this. This ain't happening. This is a weapon of mass distraction. This is a hot air balloon that has been floated, and it will die its eventual death, much like the broadcast bill, much like lateral entry, much like the Waqf board, much like many other U-turns that the government could not push through, that could not go through. I am fundamentally against this for 2 reasons. This is a direct assault, a direct attack on the basic fundamental structure of our constitution, and it demeans the states of the Indian Union. The reality is that every state government is democratically elected by the people, and nobody in the central government or anywhere has the authority to dismiss them at will because you want them to merge with one election. Even if I were to assume that this goes through, in 2029, there will be 17 states in the Indian government union which will have completed only 2 or maximum 3 years of their term. What about the mandate there? And quite frankly, the 18,626 pages of recommendations are quite ridiculous, if I may. It actually says that if a state government falls, there should be an election, but that election will be only for the period of the Lok Sabha. So there will not be 1, but there will be 3 elections. That's the first point. And I obviously have a fundamental issue with the composition of that committee and how a former president was appointed. But that said, do you find it ridiculous when it is said, and I leave this to the judgment of your viewers and your audience here, do you find it ridiculous when politicians come out and say, काम रुक जाता है, 4 साल 11 महीने वो ब्राइट आइडिया नहीं याद आया, वो ब्राइट आइडिया लास्ट के 1 महीने में चुनाव के दिन याद आते हैं. So this is absolute filibustering. This is an assault on the constitution of this country. This is an assault on the federal structure, and this ain't going through. It's quite as simple as that. The numbers 362 versus 293. And if I may, with all due respect, I'm very fond of both the gentlemen sitting on my left, but you needed 2 spokespersons of the BJP to defend this? That explains a lot of that.
No. I don't think that's the right way to look at it, because we also want to ensure that there is a certain amount of constitutional
There
and
are 2
legal
spokespersons of the BJP on this panel.
Now the thing with Supriya is, because she's been involved in news operations in the past, she wants to have a view not just on what she says, but how we constitute the panel
I
as
am
well.
in a panel where I'm sitting with 2 BJP spokespersons.
We will ensure, Supriya ji, that we give you an adequate opportunity.
I'm just putting it out before the viewers. They should know that I am from the Congress. There are 2 gentlemen from the BJP.
Next,
they should know
Supriya ji
that.
will say that some of your other guests are also BJP leaning. Then she'll say some of your anchors also BJP
Rahul,
leaning.
I will not say
Rahul,
that.
can I respond?
No, it's pointless. No, one second. I said earlier, this is the India Today Conclave. I expect both of you to rise and attempt to raise the level of this debate and not bring it down. The whole idea is, Supriya, to raise the level of the debate.
It's for
if you
your
have the intellectual heft, let's raise the level of the debate.
I did actually.
I want to show. I leave it to those who are sitting here to decide whether actions such as these are lifting the level of the debate or bringing it down to the gutter. We will attempt to do the right thing. I expect you to attempt the same. I want to show you now what the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha look like, and then also what the state assemblies look like, and then try and understand the point that Supriya ji was making about where the NDA will find the numbers. And I want to put this question to Hitesh Jain, because if you start with the Lok Sabha, the NDA sits at 293, the India Alliance is at 237, others have 11. You need to hit 361. So how do you move this saffron from 293 to 361? Where will those numbers in the Lok Sabha come from? This is the Rajya Sabha, 233 seats in total, majority required 156. You are currently at 121, 87 for the India Alliance. This, Hitesh ji, is very different from what the Modi government has seen in the past 10 years. The brute numbers, as Supriya ji was saying, are simply not with you. Is this just a hot air balloon that you floated because you want to bring the narrative back to you? Where will you get the numbers from?
Rahul, on the issue of one nation, one election, I don't think it is an adversarial debate. This is a debate where this requires a consensus, and Supriya ji will also be surprised that many of the India Alliance will also, members of their alliance, India Alliance, they will support the principle of one nation, one election. Let me give you a perspective. Is this an experiment? Because somebody said it is a hot air balloon. This is not an experiment. If you will look at the historical precedent, 1952 and 1957, how did our democratic journey started? Our democratic journey started with one nation, one election. I mean, most of the audience should know the fact that in 1952 and 1957, India saw the Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha election being held simultaneously. And when did they started to wither away? As Gaurav mentioned, in 1959, Pandit Nehru first of all dismissed the Kerala government, which was non-favorable, and during the 4th Lok Sabha general election, when Mrs. Gandhi, she proponed the Lok Sabha election, and that's how we saw the cycle vitiating. Another fact, for the 50 times, Article 356 was invoked to dismiss the respective state government. So therefore, to say that this is assault on the democracy, then the framers of the constitution never wanted an assault on the democracy. Even the Congress party supported the idea of one nation, one election. And Rahul, that is where you get the answers. You saw what happened during the voting on Article 370. I mean, at that time also the questions were asked that how will you command the majority and how will you get the numbers in the Rajya Sabha? And we saw how we got the numbers in the Rajya Sabha.
But Hitesh Jain, with one caveat, India of 2024 is not the India of 1952 and 57. You have so many more regional parties who are in power. They are not going to accept that you have an election almost as a national referendum. Each of these parties in their states has every right to have elections on regional issues. You seem to be conflating the politics of 1952-57 with the politics of 2024. I mean, let's be honest, if you were in the opposition, you would have never accepted it.
No, I don't think so.
Where you stand depends on where you sit.
I think consistently the Bharatiya Janata Party has spoken regarding one nation, one election, whether they are in the ruling party or whether they are in the opposition. The reason is, one nation, one election, it is not about the politics, it is not about who is going to be in the power, because Sarkar
what is it about?
It is about putting the national interest ahead above the political.
No, what is that national interest?
The national interest is when you talk about cost efficiency, when you talk about the logistical ease, and when you look at the different, if you look at the election commission in 1962, you look at the election commission in 1983, you look at the reports of the law commission, successively law commission from 1952 to 2019, all the experts have advocated for one nation, one election.
Okay,
so there is a logic behind it.
Okay, let Jagdeep Chokar respond, because this argument, I think audiences across India need to know. Do you believe from your research at ADR that it will result in cost efficiency? Does one nation, one election actually result in cost efficiency?
Well, I will answer your question directly without prefacing it with a speech. And that is, when I hear this question that election should be least expensive and we should save money on conducting elections so that that money can be used for development, I get very, very disappointed and hurt. Is democracy something that, elections are the only way to operationalize democracy? And if we want the cheapest possible elections, that means we want the cheapest possible democracy. I find it painful that we are putting a monetary value on democracy. Therefore, even if, and first of all, I don't have the numbers whether it will reduce expenses or not. There are different numbers people have put across. But saying that cheaper elections will be better for the country, I am afraid I cannot disagree. Cheaper elections and less frequent elections will not be good for democracy.
But it's not just about the cost of holding an election. I looked at the high-level committee report.
Can I finish? Rahul, can I finish?
Yes, please, sir.
But Mr. Chokar, there is a difference between a cheaper election and cost efficiency. When we are talking about cost efficiency, of course it can be higher, but it is a question of the degree of cost. The opposition party used to complain that they do not get the level playing field, they do not have resources and funds. So if you have all the election, they can spend lesser numbers on the ads and everything. So it is more from the opposition party who were crying about the cost and they were complaining about the level playing field.
Hitesh bhai, let Jagdeep ji.
I requested Rahul to let me complete, but there are other people who don't want to let me complete. Number one. Number two, there was a point raised that elections are about governance, and the model code of conduct puts into effect that does not allow governance to happen or development to happen. I, with greatest respect, say that anybody who says that the model code of conduct prevents governance needs to read the model code of conduct again. I am sure they have read it, but they need to read it again. All that the model code of conduct says is that the government in power will not introduce any new schemes which have a potential to influence the result of the election. This is the complete sentence. And if there is a scheme that they have come up with in the last 15-20 days of their tenure, and they feel it is absolutely essential to introduce it, they can seek the Election Commission's approval. And I know of cases that in many cases Election Commission does give approval.
Okay.
The problem skewed. Okay, I guess I am overshooting my brief. Please go ahead.
No, we just want you to complete. Go ahead.
The other thing is that why does governance suffer? Yes, governance does suffer. Governance does not suffer because of the model code of conduct. Governance suffers that even if there is an election in Tripura or in a municipal corporation in a southern city, the entire leadership of all political parties descends there. and therefore governance suffers. I have been trying to suggest to political parties they should have two cadres. One who are the star campaigners and the others who are executives.
So, we look...
A small point. People who take the oath of office for ministers, when they ignore that work and go to campaign, I very humbly submit they are violating their oath of office.
Okay.
Can I make a very brief point? Just to take this discussion forward. While we are discussing one nation, one election, we are obviously basing all our premise. We are, our assumptions are the report that is being actioned upon. The report doesn't talk about one nation, one election. Because the report says that MLAs and MPs, about 5,000 of them, 543 MPs and about 4,000 MLAs will be elected at one time. But 30 lakh local representatives in the panchayat will be elected at another time. So there is actually no one nation, one election, because there will be a complete new bandobast, polling stations, polling booths, agents, all of that. So the very premise of, which is why I say the assumptions and the report has some very ridiculous recommendations. We are talking about cost efficiency. Do you realize the amount of cost that will be incurred to have a one nation, one election in terms of the EVMs and the VVPATs that will be required? How many more needs to be printed? How many more needs to be manufactured? What's the pipeline we are looking at? Which is why I say this is a hot air balloon which will die its natural death come the winter session.
Can I respond?
Amitabh Tiwari, leave the philosophy for the moment. Now imagine that 2029 is one nation, one election. Who does this help? Who does this hurt? What is the most likely electoral outcome if elections are held simultaneously for assemblies and the Lok Sabha?
See, essentially, if you see, simultaneous elections were held in 4 states in India in 2024 as well. In all the states, whichever party wins the Vidhan Sabha election wins the Lok Sabha elections. Andhra Pradesh, NDA in Vidhan Sabha, in Lok Sabha. Sikkim Kranti Morcha in Vidhan Sabha, in Lok Sabha. BJP in Arunachal in Vidhan Sabha, Lok Sabha. And one more state, BJP in Odisha, in both the legislatures. If you see all the 1952 to 1962, Congress was winning 350 plus seats in Lok Sabha, and it was ruling in all these states, roughly all the states except for intermittent periods of Kerala and Odisha. Now, even if you see 2014 and 19, whichever party wins Lok Sabha wins the Vidhan Sabha, or whichever way you call it. Now the question is, split voting is rarely seen in simultaneous elections. Across the world also, there are studies, sir will also vouch for that. Because what is the process? Process क्या होता है? अभी महाराष्ट्र में there is, in a polling booth there is one EVM. अब 2 EVM हो जाएंगे. अभी हमको एक बटन दबाना होता है, अब 2 बटन दबाने पड़ेंगे. From a voter psychology perspective, people, large number of people, majority of the people tend to press the same button in both the selection of MLA and the selection of MP. So voter psychology study, we will have to see how this impacts.
But that, therefore, therefore Gaurav Bhatia, it's not actually one nation, one election. You want to make India one nation, one election, one leader. That Narendra Modi ji will be the candidate from a municipal election to Lok Sabha election. Forget everyone else. That is the real game. You see, that's what I said. If you were in the opposition, you didn't have a strong leader, you wouldn't want one nation, one election. See, now you've got a leader who also campaigns for Delhi municipality and also will campaign nationally. And therefore, you are going, the argument is you are going against the basic structure, which is federalism. This is a country of 29 unique, diverse states. You want to destroy that diversity. One nation, one election, one leader.
Gaurav.
I love the Modi phobia that Rajdeep Sardesai has. It's very nice. But I must tell you, do a little bit of reading of the Constitution of India, Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai. There is a leader in India who holds the Constitution, but he himself doesn't care to read it. He destroys the Constitution with impunity. I think you are following his footsteps. Let me tell you who destroyed federal structure. One, when 93 times the Congress government at the center invoked president rule, that is destruction of the federal structure. Indira Gandhi. Agree. Please don't interrupt. I don't want you to agree or disagree with me. It makes no difference to me. People of the country are with me. So whether you agree or not, don't interrupt me. I waited for my turn. Thank you. when Indira Gandhi, she amended the constitution, rather I should use the word mutilated the constitution, and increased the tenure of the Lok Sabha from 5 years to 6 years. That is the destruction of the federal structure. When Kashmir Assembly tenure is increased from 5 years to 6 years, that is destruction of the federal structure. But let me address some key points. We come here, we deliberate. Rahul, we need to understand, there is a special committee that was constituted, headed by the former President Ramnath Kovind ji. Do you know which platform is the right platform to deliberate, discuss and even disagree? That committee. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was a member of that committee. Do you know he didn't even care to participate? Now to come on these forums and say this is not good for the country. No sir, you had a responsibility as a leader of opposition to participate on those discussions and then also give in writing your dissent. That wasn't done. Okay. Second, it was spoken that it's not good for the country. Now I will let the audience decide. Which side do you want to be? On one side, Ramnath Kovind ji is heading the committee. Harish Salve, a legal luminary. 4 Chief Justices of India, former Chief Justices, have spoken in favor of one nation, one poll. Subhash Kashyap ji was there. And suggestions from various citizens of India. On the other side,
Mr. Bhatia, you said limited time.
Yes, I waited for my turn. I need to address.
Everyone must have same time. 30 seconds.
Please don't do this.
30 seconds.
Please don't do this. Please don't do this. If you are scared of the arguments I am giving, I will be, keeping quiet from here on.
Not at all, sir.
So don't interrupt. I will address every issue. If you want to deliberate, you deliberate well. There is no hit and run here. So now listen to my arguments.
So other people may also want to address every issue, and therefore,
sir, can I?
I am speaking to the moderator.
Give you also an opportunity.
Yes,
to respond.
thank you.
30 seconds. Go ahead, Gaurav Bhatia.
Now, what are the remarks on the basis of which they are opposing one nation, one poll? Kharge ji says policy wouldn't work. Why? You said the same thing about Article 370, about GST, also about NJAC, and you were talking about the numbers, Rahul. 2 points I want to make which are very important. These people have not even cared to read Article 368. Neither has the India Today group. Do you know what the requirement is? It is majority of the House strength and then two-third majority. Majority of the House strength and then two-third voting who are present. Not the strength of the House.
तो बाकियों को काम भेजोगे? Whip issue कर देंगे, ma'am. Okay.
So let me just complete. Yes. I'll end in 15 seconds.
We need to give, one second. We need to be fair to everyone. Yes. I want to show to Supriya ji what the high-level committee says are some of the advantages. It's not just cost. There are, according to the high-level committee, some very significant GDP multipliers, inflation deflators, which they estimate come into effect as a result of one nation, one poll. So we'll have that. So the high-level committee estimates that India's GDP on an annual basis increases by 1.5 percentage points as a result of one nation, one election, which is about half of India's health spending, 4.5 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit 2 years before and after the elections comes down by 1.28%. If the target is 5.4, that is a significant reduction. Inflation on a continuing basis, this committee estimates, comes down by 50 basis points. It also leads to an investment multiplier of 0.5% on the gross fixed capital formation to GDP ratio. That's the estimate from the high-level committee. I don't know for a fact that these will actually get implemented, but for what it is worth, this is what the high-level committee report says are the advantages, Supriya ji, of introducing one nation, one election.
Thank you. In my previous avatar, I have used to be a financial and economic journalist. This is voodoo economics at its best. This is exactly what we were told when demonetization happened. Every day there was a new goal post which kept shifting. Terror funding band ho jayegi. Cashless economy ban jayega. Black money will come back. None of that happened. There is more cash in the economy than ever. Terror funding did not stop. 26 terror attacks in the valley in the last 105 days. We've not seen a single stash of black money come back. This is voodoo economics. On the basis of a paper that was presented by Mishra and Singh of Niti Aayog, and they also said we are basing our assumptions on certain things. You and I know this is voodoo economics, just like the GDP did not triple but it actually halved after demonetization. This is voodoo economics. You know, there is an obsession that the BJP has. But just to address that obsession, we are not one nation, one language. We are not one nation, one religion, one nation, one region, one nation, one culture, one nation, one color. We are beautiful in our diversity. So this entire attempt always by the BJP to somehow paint us in this oneness. We are united, and which is why we are one. We are not one because we speak one language or we all look similar. We are one because we are diverse and we are united together. But I do want to address the substantial points that have been raised here, and I think those should be. You know, 2 or 3 times it has been referred that till 1957 we had simultaneous elections. Of course we did. India became independent. We had simultaneous elections in the states and in the center. But then politics evolved. The rise of regional parties. I mean, I'm sorry, but there's no regional representation on this panel here, but the rise of regional parties. It is a fact that almost half the states in the union today are actually seeing very, very strong regional parties. Can you deny the fact that they should have their place under the sun because they represent regional interests? So you cannot say that the natural course of politics can be made a U-turn on. And one last point that I want to make here, and this is an important point. We keep talking about this oneness. Who are the stakeholders you've discussed it with? In your committee, you refused to put the leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha, the Congress president in the committee. You instead put Ghulam Nabi Azad. He is not even a member of either houses. Obviously, there will be an issue. Obviously, we will not participate in it. And I think Mr. Kharge has only said this is not practical, this cannot go through.
But
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Factually incorrect. I just pointed out Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji was made the...
Yeah, he resigned because you did not include Mr. Kharge.
Oh, you got to intervene.
He resigned. I'm only factually...
You know, one minute. Can we, the real issue, the nub of the issue is... No, so there are 3 others.
You are angry with me?
No, they deserve... No, I'm never angry with you.
Are you angry with me?
I'm never angry.
Why can't I respond to a factually incorrect statement that has been made?
Sir, may I just say that there is a fundamental point that has come.
Have you asked her why are they opposing it? Have you asked her why Adhir Ranjan...
I have given my reasons to oppose it.
He cannot speak in between.
You haven't heard me all over.
Sir,
Radip.
No, sir. Listen, Gaurav Bhatia and Supriya Shinde, this is not a TV debate. No, sir. Hitesh Jain.
Radip is angry now. I think I should be quiet. No issues.
Yes, please.
Radip, I'll respect you for
that.
Sir, but let me tell you, if Modi ji is symphony, they are cacophony. And that's all they do.
There are 2 of you here, na? Divide your time.
Madam, don't shout, please.
No, 1 second. Let's
as we discussed, you have raised. You have both raised very serious points.
Have you asked her about
it's not you versus her. There are 3 others. We represent diversity here. Do not conform it only to the 2 of you. This country is beautiful like the rainbow in this, on this panel.
Say only one Modi, one leader. When he started the program by saying only one leader Modi, now he is saying it is very diverse.
Okay.
I think there is a contradiction in your statement.
Okay, no, 1 second. Otherwise, let's, as I said earlier, let's try and raise the level of the debate.
Rahul,
I want to go to Hitesh Jain and I want to ask him about the advantages that this high-level committee says. And Supriya Shinde is correct. When demonetization was introduced, once again a picture was painted which suggested that this was the ultimate panacea to all of India's ills. Can I have that visualization on the screen again? If all of this is possible, if government capital expenditure goes up 17.5%, if our GDP goes up 1.5%, तो फिर तो कर दो, पर क्या guarantee है ये होगा?
Rahul, is this only BJP who is saying, speaking about the cost efficiency? In 1962, when the election commission
cost
was
efficiency.
There,
no, Hitesh bhai.
Because,
let's not conflate the 2 issues. I'll come to cost later. I have a separate visualization. I'm talking about fiscal deficit coming down by 1.28%, GDP going up 1.5%, government capital expenditure going up by 7.6%. You promised several such things when demo happened. None of the benefits came through. What's the guarantee this will happen?
Rahul, what you're doing is you're just trivializing the issue. You cannot say that, okay, this was the argument given then or therefore this will hold it now. It's not there. You have to give a logically. The committee has given a logic that you are going to save on the fiscal deficit. Now give it with the strong facts and hard data as to how this is not going to be beneficial for the fiscal deficit. You cannot just make a mockery out of this issue. Arey, tab nahi hua hai, ab nahi hoga. I don't think that's the correct approach.
Can I go? So the fundamental, just a minute, sir.
Let me come to the fundamental.
Just a minute. Because you are not addressing,
issue. Sir, this is about the election commission, law commission.
Mr. Hitesh Jain, you and Gaurav Bhatia need to address a fundamental issue and then I'll get Mr. Choker in. The fundamental issue of this country is simply this. We are, for better or worse, a democracy. For better or worse. Part of democracy is election. Just a minute. You want the voters of this country for 5 years not to have an opportunity to either throw you out of power, because you can then do what you want.
I don't think so.
Just a minute.
I mean, this report has covered concerned about the hung assembly, no confidence motion, all these aspects are there. And the term of the assembly or the Lok Sabha is 5 years.
Allow me
the democracy does not mean election every month.
Okay, so allow me to ask you.
The term of the assembly and the Lok Sabha is 5 years.
Allow me to ask you a question before you answer. There are two fundamental points here. One is diversity, one is democracy. You're saying that this committee has answered that question. That tomorrow if the Maharashtra government was to fall, within say 6 months of it being formed, you would have another election. Therefore, even one nation, one election gives you the opportunity to throw out for a government to fall, an Operation Lotus to be conducted and a new government to come in.
Not Operation Lotus. This is a democracy where you have these measures of no confidence motion and hung assembly. It suits your...
Sir, we are in a state... Hitesh bhai, allow me to complete. We are in a state which in the last 5 years...
I can allow you to complete.
No, sir, you're not...
Don't be little biased and view it only from the lens of
because
BJP.
Mr. Hitesh Jain...
Put the national interest ahead and
okay,
also...
you're saying national
interest also.
Can I respond?
Both the journalists and the political parties, we need to rise above the political interest and think of the national interest.
One second.
1 minute, Rahul. Yeah. We are in a state which in 5 years has had 3 chief ministers, 1 chief minister for 3 days. Swearing in took place at 6:30 a.m. in the morning.
It becomes
the president of India,
Rahul, I want to
the president of India lifted governor's rule at 1:30 a.m.
Forget that when Congress was in power for 5 years, we also saw 3 chief ministers.
Can I make a small point, please?
No, one second. I just want to ask Jagdeep ji, those advantages which the high-level committee cites, sir, do you think that those advantages will actually materialize? Jagdeep ji, will the advantages actually materialize? Is that likely to be achieved? What's your view?
Thank you very much. And I must say here, I am sorry I did not come here to listen to a political debate. I listen to them all the time, I read about them all the time. And I will make 2 points and then I will stop, and I will also not raise my hand because there are only 5 minutes left. Number one, we have talked about a little bit of history. We have talked about the history in 1951 and 1967. Let us talk about the history about 5 years ago. In 2014, one nation, one election was put in the manifesto of the leading political party. And from 2014 to 2018, I personally addressed 26 discussions, seminars, etc. across the country. And there was instances where a secretary from the Prime Minister's office called the Chief Election Commissioner, and the record of that discussion is available in the Election Commissioner's files. It was reported in the newspaper.
What's your point, sir?
My point is, from 2014 to 18, we spent a lot of resources on this, and then the matters quietened down. Then on 23, again a committee came up which was unprecedented to have a former president leading a committee like this. And now we are on this issue again. And we will stay on it for another 5 years. And this reminds me of the Women's Reservation Bill, which was passed with much fanfare. But I would like anybody here to tell me when will it be implemented. There will be delimitation. Before delimitation, there will be a census.
Ajib, I wish to respond, please.
Can I complete?
Yeah, complete.
No, I will.
पर आप कहना क्या चाहते हो?
आप सुनेंगे तो पता लगेगा।
पर
अगर आप सुनना नहीं चाहते हो तो मैं क्या
कहना चाहते हो?
मैं कहना चाहता हूँ जैसे विमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का पता नहीं है।
नहीं, पर हम तो वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की बात कर रहे हैं। अभी आप ही बता रहे हैं कि 18 पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज
तो मैं क्या करूँ?
मैनिफेस्टो।
अगर कोई सुनना नहीं चाहता तो मैं क्या करूँ?
No, Mr. Choker.
Can I complete?
Because you are not telling me what is your...
आप क्या कहना चाहते हो?
I am telling you this will not happen, just like the women's reservation will not happen.
No, but that does not answer the question of merits or demerits. You yourself started that in 2014, 18 political parties in their election, in their manifesto, they covered the fact of one nation.
I cannot be here.
No, Mr. Choker, 1 minute.
I cannot be here.
No, 1 minute, sir. None of you are addressing, and maybe Amitabh Tiwari, since you track this, need to. in the last 10 years, and this audience needs to know, governments have been, popularly elected governments have been dismissed through defections. We have what we call, what people in Maharashtra call Khoke ki Sarkar. And you are telling me now on this program that we are committed to democracy and therefore we want one nation, one election. Actually, the real problem in this country is Ayaram, Gayaram, defections, the manner in which all parties try and buy and sell. When will we talk about the real issues?
The solution to Ayaram, Gayaram is not one nation, one election.
Rahul, this is very
solution
unfair.
to Ayaram is a person who resigns from the Assembly or Parliament should be barred from contesting elections for 10 years. And that'll be the end.
So those are the real issues. Because Amitabh Tiwari, 1 minute sir, Gaurav Bhatia, 1 minute. Amitabh Tiwari, is that the real issue? The real issue in this country is that we don't have a right to recall. Sunny Deol attended Parliament just a couple of, just a minute,
one
sir.
nation, one election.
Just a minute.
We set out the different topics. Let's
no,
debate
1
the
minute.
topic. Why are we digressing from the topic?
Sir, you cannot.
We are digressing from the topic,
Hitesh, please.
This is the way he wants.
Sunny Deol attended Parliament a couple of times for 5 years. I don't have a right to recall. A government is chosen.
Grind with the BJP. Don't do this, please.
No, you are talking about what kind of electoral reforms we are having.
Come back to us to seek a response. I ask you now.
Amitabh has got only 30 seconds so far.
Okay.
You have had 6 minutes.
Yes, I
have given equal time.
Party, you are raising questions at Narendra Modi ji and the government. I need to respond. Now listen.
I will let you finish.
Ask you a question.
I will let you. First, he must start. No, sir.
How dare you say that democracy will not be taken forward by this? I ask you a question. Please answer. Right now, a voter gets how many opportunities to vote in the Assembly or the Lok Sabha? Tell me. Answer. Answer, you don't have an answer. Second.
1 minute, sir.
Can I please come in?
How many times would the voter get an opportunity to vote in the Assembly and the Lok Sabha after one nation, one poll? Same. Why do you say that democracy will not be...
Can I please come in for a minute?
Second, please.
Let him. He's on a roll.
Second.
I thought June 4th had made people more humble. Clearly, it has not. You have become even ruder and more obnoxious. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Who has become ruder and obnoxious?
I'm trying to ask you a question.
Just a sec. Is this a personal comment on me?
It is a comment on someone who raises his voice and doesn't allow anyone to speak.
Listen, Mr. Rathi, sir,
he's also an Indian citizen.
You have sold your journalism. I don't want to come to that, please. And you are the rudest and the meanest anchor who tries to target the BJP. And you think I will take your nonsense? I will not. Abstain from making any personal comments. Okay, tell me, which are the articles that have to be amended in the Constitution? Tell me.
Can I come in for a minute, please?
No, please, just wait.
No, I want to make a point.
Which are the articles to be amended? He won't be able to tell you the articles of the Constitution.
Amitabh Tiwari,
sorry.
Since Mr. Gaurav Bhatia...
You are sitting...
Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, your ability, you are coming in this panel of 6, you've spoken the most and shouted the most. This audience can decide that. I'm not going to get into it. I'm sorry.
To the
this audience has come here.
And I exercise my right. I ask you the article of the Constitution.
I am not
which
here.
needs to be amended. You don't even know. And you are anchoring the show.
Gaurav ji.
You can't.
मैं आपसे सिर्फ एक बात बोलना चाह रही हूँ।
गौरव पूछना चाहता हूँ, आपको आर्टिकल पता है?
एक बात पूछना चाहती हूँ।
आपको आर्टिकल पता है?
मेरे से चिल्लाइए। लोग देखें यहाँ पे बैठे। गौरव जी, मैं आपसे एक बात पूछना चाह रही हूँ।
आखिरी बार कह रहा हूँ।
गौरव जी,
if you ever make a personal comment on Narendra Modi ji or a BJP spokesperson, I will not take it.
What is the personal comment we made?
You said mean and shouting. Why?
Because you are.
Can I make a statement for the benefit of this audience and for the benefit of the debate? If we are done with this,
sir, I will not.
Listen. No, 1 second. Rajdeep, just 1 second. Can I call?
I want to know the start.
Okay, 1 second. I want to. We're running out of time.
We are in Maharashtra.
I
want to ask you one thing.
Dare you say
there
that
is a Maharashtra audience here.
I warn you here. I warn you.
What are you doing?
Never ever make a personal comment about
show me the personal comment.
I will tell you. I will tell. How dare you say that this nation will become a nation of one leader, Modi ji? How?
That's a question. Am I not allowed to ask you a question?
How dare you?
Am I not? How dare you?
Are you 3 elections? Has he not won 3 elections?
Okay, Rajdeep.
Has he not
no, 1 second.
Are
you threatening me? Listen, Gaurav bhai.
Are you threatening me?
I am telling you. And I will enforce.
I let this audience decide the quality of people that we have in public life.
So, okay, 1 second.
Listen, Rahul. No.
Okay,
listen.
You made your point.
No, I'm not. if
one
the-
second.
if the
Because
point-
no, one second.
Rahul, please.
One second. Faders down. I must call this debate. No, this is not right.
Do you stand for that?
I don't stand for any of what anyone is doing.
Does
You
the
made your
Independent
point.
Group say-
Gaurav bhai, you made your point.
Not them.
No, one second. I've got just a few minutes left before we wrap up. What I wish to do.
You cannot
as we
shout
wrap up-
at
No,
me
one
like
second.
this,
Ranjit,
sir.
just drop this.
I'm
One second.
very patient.
Let's drop this.
You are not patient. You are
Gaurav bhai,
biased.
Gaurav bhai, you
And
made
that
a
is
point.
why I'm giving it back to you.
Gaurav, you made a
He
point.
doesn't.
You made a point. Now, you
How
can't.
could he say Narendra Modi ji,
I'm
one
not
nation,
agreeing.
one leader?
Hey, one second, you made a point.
on an India
One
Today
second.
platform.
I asked you a question.
Rahul,
One
How
second.
dare you?
Okay,
Can I make a
Gaurav,
point?
you made a
Narendra
point. You
Modi
made a
ji
point.
has
Or is
won
it supposed
three
to be a wrap?
elections.
I want to make just one point.
No, one second.
Yeah,
Can-
Maharashtra
give me
can
1
go
minute.
He
Give me
has
1
won
minute.
3 elections. And your anchor dares
Okay,
to
1
say
second, you
in
made that
India
point. Gaurav
that
bhai.
he is one nation, one leader.
Made a point. We've heard you. One
So
second.
why did he say that?
What is this threatening?
Arey,
What
he's
is
made a point. You've responded. Calm down.
So why
He
is this
said
the platform
something.
for Modi bashing?
You've responded. One
This is
second.
the platform for
There is no
Modi
Modi bashing happening. What are you saying? Okay.
Never ever
One
do that
second.
again.
1 second. Time out.
You know
Time out.
nothing about
Okay.
the
1 second.
constitution and you
Gaurav
want
bhai.
to deliberate
Gaurav
it.
bhai. 1 second. 1 second. Rajdeep.
You invited us.
Yes.
How dare he say
You-
that you are,
he
how
said
dare
I asked
saying
you a made a
How
point.
dare he say?
I asked
How
you a
dare I
question,
ask
sir.
Why are you
On this
asking me?
platform.
He's made a point.
I asked you a
Alright,
question.
you know
what we're going to do is,
This is
I'm
not
gonna
going to
just
serve
come
any
in.
purpose.
What we're
Okay,
going
one
to do
second.
is,
One second.
we're all going to
One
bring
second,
good.
sir. Do not threaten.
Never ever do that
Okay,
again to my
1 second.
Threaten again.
We are
Never
all
ever do
going
that
Just 1
again.
second.
Not threaten, sir.
Here's what we're going to do.
I will give it back.
Gaurav bhai, okay, 1 second. Where is
I tell you, no.
here's what
I object.
you've made. How often will you object? You've objected. We've registered your objection. Now give everybody a chance. You're trying to monopolize the debate, which is not
No,
fair.
I'm sorry. I think I was
He's
ready
made
to-
a point. You've objected. We've heard
Yeah,
you.
this is
Now
not
calm
an
down.
anti-BJP platform.
There is no anti-BJP platform.
So please.
You've made a point. We've heard you. Now thande ho jao. Okay, 1 second. We're running
Hey,
out of
do that
time. It's time also for lunch. I want, in the interest of fairness, to give everybody 30 seconds each to make concluding comments. Let's again try and raise the level of the debate. I'll start
these
with
anchors.
So you got
By these anchors.
can't keep making the same point again and again. You made that
Can't
point.
be making personal
You
comments.
cannot make the same point again and again. Supriya
I will.
Shrinate,
I
final
will,
points.
Rahul.
Final words. Will you let others speak, please? Supriya Shrinate, final words.
We are sitting in Mumbai. महाराष्ट्र का जो चुनाव हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ करा नहीं पाए, बात कर रहे हैं वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की। असलियत तो ये है। And I want to tell this audience, I am sorry for what happened here. I am sorry on the behalf of political parties and politicians at large. We wasted your time. I am sorry about that. You should apologize too.
Okay, 1 second. Gaurav, you've spoken enough. Hitesh,
No,
I'll
sorry.
come to you last. I'll come.
No,
you
I
cannot
need to
decide when you will speak. I'm sorry.
No, Rahul,
Hitesh
this
Jain,
is-
I give you 30 seconds to make your final points. Yes, please.
Rahul, time for one nation, one election has come. I don't think this is an adversarial debate, but this is a topic on which we should rise and keep the national interest above the political interest.
Amitabh Tiwari, 30 seconds.
See, it is a disruptive idea and it needs much wider consultations because in the committee report itself, the cost benefit is not mentioned. How much money ECI is going to save by conducting simultaneous elections is not mentioned. The benefits are largely intangible, which is very, very difficult to quantify. So we need much wider consultations.
Which is the idea,
And-
which is
and
why
Rahul-
we did this.
and Rahul-
You've spoken now.
Just-
Supriya
no,
ji.
this is for your benefit.
Now you will allow.
Give
I am-
everyone
Now you will
I'm not
allow.
allowing it.
Supriya,
I'm
you
not
can't.
allowing it.
No,
Jagdeep ji.
Jagdeep
One
spoken.
second. Jagdeep ji, 30 seconds to make your final comments.
I am sorry I came to participate in the conclave because I did not come for this that has happened here, and I have nothing more to say. If this is the way politics in the country is going to be run, we can have one nation, one election, 2,000 nations, 5,000 elections. It is not going to make any difference.
Gaurav Bhatia,
Can I
30
just
seconds.
give my 30 seconds?
Okay, fine. Aap bhi.
My 30 seconds is this. We have a show, Elections on My Plate. You do Jab We Met. We go to different parts of this wonderful country. I've come back from Haryana. I was earlier in Jammu and Kashmir. I only hope one nation, one election doesn't prevent us from doing that. We want to celebrate each and every corner of the greatest country in
And
the
your
world.
money minting conclave.
Just a minute.
One
Ma'am,
second.
allow me to finish.
Let
The
Gaurav
only way you can celebrate this country, allow every Indian to
By
express
calling
himself,
names to the Prime Minister,
is that-
you will celebrate.
Just a minute, sir. I will replay that. I want the audience. I asked a question. Is this about one nation, one election, or one nation, one election, one leader? That's the question I asked. If you feel that's an attack on the Prime Minister, I am more than willing to apologize for it. Mera dil bahut bada hai. You don't know how big my chest is, but I won't refer to my chest. I only will refer to the
Now,
fact.
this is all
Okay,
fine.
Rajiv, you're doing more than 30 seconds.
That's the whole problem.
Gaurav Bhatia, 30 seconds. Khatam karo.
India is proud of Narendra Modi ji. He is a leader who has won 3 elections in a row. Remember that. Two, I want to make it very clear that one nation, one poll is a necessity. It's not an article of luxury. Read the constitution. I will tell you, read Article 83, read Article 368, and you will come to know why it's important. And you, as a citizen, have one vote. Gaurav Bhatia, as a citizen, has one vote. By being in minority, you have no right to dictate terms what the country will do. And I will end by a couplet. इन्हें गुमा है कि मेरी उड़ान कम है, इन्हें गुमा है कि मेरी उड़ान कम है, मुझे पर यकीन है पूरा आसमान कम है. ये है भारतीय जनता पार्टी and the citizenry of the country. Thank you.
There are 2 couplets. One is गुलिस्तां को लहू की जरूरत पड़ी, सबसे पहले थी गर्दन हमारी कटी. अब ये कहते हैं मुझको ये अहले चमन, ये चमन है हमारा तुम्हारा नहीं.
मैं कुछ मैं भी कहता हूं.
इसका जवाब है, जालिमों अपनी किस्मत पे नाजा न हो, दौर बदलेगा ये वक्त की बात है. वो यकीनन सुनेगा दुआएं मेरी, क्या तुम्हारा खुदा है हमारा नहीं.
Gaurav Bhatia wants to respond with a couplet. Only couplets allowed, nothing else.
Only couplets. पहला साहब ने कहा दौर बदलेगा, तो मैं ये जरूर कहूंगा भारत की जनता की शान में हम वो दरिया हैं जिसे अपना हुनर मालूम है, हम जिस तरफ चल देंगे रास्ते बन जाएंगे. एंड सेकंड, for the people who oppose, who say Sikhs can't wear turban, constitution has been destroyed, आप गैरों की बात करते हैं, आप गैरों की बात करते हैं, हमने अपने भी आजमाए हैं. लोग कांटों से बच के चलते हैं, हमने फूलों से जख्म खाए हैं. एंड यू ऑल नो हु आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट. डिस्ट्रॉइंग द इंडियन इमेज ऑन फॉरेन सॉइल. थैंक यू.
I will also take my 5 seconds. सरकारें आएगी, सरकारें जाएगी, पार्टी आएगी, पार्टी बदलेंगी, देश का लोकतंत्र बचना चाहिए.
क्या बात. There were political fireworks that were happening.
इस रिपोर्ट के बारे में मुझे कुछ कहना है.
हाँ, इरशाद. वाह बेटी इरशाद. She से बोलिए इरशाद.
No, she was.
तेरी फाइलों में.
No, Rahul. While they were speaking, she was looking at her mobile to find the right couplet.
इरशाद.
तेरी फाइलों में गांव का मौसम गुलाबी है, मगर ये आंकड़े झूठे और ये दावे किताबी हैं. ये इस रिपोर्ट की असलियत.
आपको कह रही है झूठा, तो मुझे अच्छा नहीं लग रहा. वो कह रही है आंकड़े जो है झूठे हैं. और फिर से एक बात कहूंगा.
नहीं इरशाद कुछ शेर सुना सकते हो.
मुशायरा हो गया कॉन्क्लेव का जगह.
ओके शेर. ओके इरशाद.
शक न कर मेरी इन खुश्क आंखों पर यूं भी आंसू बहाए जाते हैं, क्योंकि हर चुनाव के बाद मोदी जी वापस आ जाते हैं. तो यही है.
मैं सिर्फ इतना आपसे कहना चाहूंगी, अगली बार डिबेट में जाइएगा तो एंकर से लड़ने के बजाय, हमसे लड़ने के बजाय कुछ तथ्यात्मक बातें करिएगा. 2 लोग आए और उसके बाद भी लड़ाई करनी पड़ी. बड़ा जुल्म है.
लड़ाई होती नहीं है, विचार.
बड़ा जुल्म है इंडिया टुडे पर. 2 लोग आकर भी बात पूरी नहीं कर पाए.
ओके लंच. इरशाद द नेक्स्ट इज लंच.
But before lunch, may I please call upon to present a small token of appreciation to our panelists, Sanat Mathur, Director, Martial Arts. Do come up on stage and present a small token of appreciation brought to you by Martial Art and Forest Essentials. We are back with our post-lunch session. We'll see you then.
Gauri Khan.
This is Malaika Arora.
I'm at Masha Art, New Delhi. They are spearheading India's art movement and putting all these artists on the world map.
We look forward for future endeavors with the most coveted names in the design and fashion industry.
2047 AD. This session is sponsored by Martial Art. And to take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage Managing Editor Sahil Joshi, Sessions Moderator Rahul Kanwal, News Director, India Today and Aaj Tak, Executive Director, Business Today. I request you all to settle down. The Deputy Chief Minister Maharashtra is in the house. We are about to begin shortly. Let me take you through our session note, Maharashtra 2047 AD, and the vision of the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Handing over to my colleagues Sahil and Rahul.
The Battle of Maharashtra seems like a Mahabharat. The generals are already proclaiming, it is either you or me, ya tu rahega ya main. It's do or die. It's Badlapur of a very different kind. Because on the one side you've got the BJP wanting to seek Badla from the Shiv Sena for deserting them or betraying them. And the other side you've got the Uddhav Thackeray Sena wanting to seek Badla for what they think is a big political betrayal. To talk about the most consequential assembly election for the next 5 years, the results of which will determine the future direction of Indian politics, I want to welcome to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a warm round of applause as we introduce the Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis. Some are calling him the Abhimanyu stuck in the Chakravyuh. Can he find a way out? And joining me for this is my colleague and Maharashtra's top political journalist, Sahil Joshi. So welcome. Devendra bhai, let's get started. As an Abhimanyu, hanji hanji.
रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ देवेंद्र नहीं देवेंद्र शुद्ध मराठी आदमी हो भैया देवेंद्र
Marathi pride.
Yes.
Versus Gujarati अस्मिता?
नहीं नहीं कोई नहीं हम पूरे देश को एक मानते हैं सिर्फ नाम में थोड़ी गलती हो गई इसलिए बता रहा हूँ
अच्छा ठीक सर जिस तरीके से लोकसभा के इलेक्शन में आपकी पार्टी का स्ट्राइक रेट और मैं अपने प्रोड्यूसर्स को कहूंगा कि हम वो डेटा इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट की चार्ट पीछे दिखाएं ऐसा किसी ने नहीं सोचा होगा कि बीजेपी कमजोर कड़ी साबित होगी लोगों को लगा कि एकनाथ शिंदे की सेना कमजोर हो सकती है कुछ को लगा अजीत पवार शायद अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं करेंगे लेकिन जब एंड एनालिसिस हुआ एनडीए में आप कमजोर कड़ी साबित हुए पहला ये कि तब से अब तक क्या रिकवरी हो चुकी है असेंबली इलेक्शन के लिए क्या आप यहां से वापस खींच पाएंगे और क्या हुआ कि बीजेपी कमजोर कड़ी साबित हुई
पहली बात तो यह है कि बीजेपी को कमजोर कड़ी कहना यही सबसे गलत एनालिसिस है ये जिसने एनालिसिस किया है उसको नए तरीके से एनालिसिस करना सिखाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि बीजेपी ने 9 सीटें जीती 12 सीटें बीजेपी की ये 3% के भीतर हम लोग हारे हैं 6,000 से, 4,000 से, 5,000 से हम लोग हारे। और आप टोटल एनालिसिस कर लिए, हम ही नंबर 1 पार्टी है, हमको ही सबसे ज़्यादा वोट मिले हैं। तो कोई बीजेपी बिल्कुल कमज़ोर कड़ी हुई है, ये कहना गलत बात है। हाँ, ये बात मैं स्पष्ट रूप से कहता हूँ कि जो फेक नरेटिव जिसके भरोसे एमवीए ने सीटें जीती, आज वो लोग जान चुके हैं कि ये फेक नरेटिव है और हमने ग्राउंड को गेन किया है। और मैं बहुत आत्मविश्वास के साथ कह रहा हूं कि निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और हमारी महायुति ये पूरी मेजॉरिटी के साथ विधानसभा का चुनाव जीत।
आप अपनी बात कर रहे थे, वही हम बताना चाहते हैं।
ये देखिए पीछे आपकी स्क्रीन पे है, आपने कहा कि आप कमजोर कड़ी नहीं है। मैं केवल डेटा पे जाता हूं। बीजेपी का स्ट्राइक रेट 32% है, एनसीपी अजीत पवार का 25 और शिवसेना शिंदे का 47। इसकी तुलना में इंडिया अलायंस में कांग्रेस का स्ट्राइक रेट है 76, शरद पवार की एनसीपी का 80 और 43%। आप कह रहे हैं कि आप कमजोर कड़ी नहीं है, पर स्ट्राइक रेट के हिसाब से कितनी बॉल खेली, कितने रन बनाए, उसके हिसाब से तो उससे है कमजोर।
देखो भैया, आपको एक बात मैं बोलता हूं, स्ट्राइक रेट ये कोई मायने थोड़ी होता है। स्टैटिस्टिक्स आपको जैसा चाहिए आप बता सकते हैं। अभी कोई व्यक्ति एक बॉल में 4 रन बनाकर आउट हो गया तो उसका स्ट्राइक रेट तो हाई हो जाता है ना। स्ट्राइक रेट तो इट्स अ मियर स्टैटिस्टिक। इसलिए देखिए
सर, एक बॉल पे 4 रन भी मारे आउट भी हो गए।
मैं बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से बताता हूं
सर, एक बॉल पे या 4 रन लगे आउट हो गए, एक बॉल पे 4 रन भी मार के आउट भी हो गया।
हाँ, तो क्या हो गया? तो स्ट्राइक रेट तो 200 हो गया ना। 2 बॉल खेला और 4 रन निकाल दिए, स्ट्राइक रेट कितना हो गया? 200 स्ट्राइक रेट हो गया उसका। और दूसरा बेचारा 100 रन बना के भी स्ट्राइक रेट में 80 पे रह सकता है। देखिए, मैं वापस बता रहा हूं, महाराष्ट्र में नंबर 1 पार्टी बीजेपी थी, बीजेपी है और बीजेपी ही रहेगी।
सर, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि एक बॉल में 4 रन बनाकर आउट हो गया तो उसका 200 का स्ट्राइक रेट हो जाएगा, 400 का स्ट्राइक रेट हो जाएगा, वो दैट डजंट मैटर। लेकिन अगर आप देखें तो आपने अब तक जितने महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव लड़े हैं लोकसभा के, उससे आपने 3 सीटें ज्यादा लड़ी है। और अब तक का आपका परफॉर्मेंस, ये महाराष्ट्र में लोकसभा का वर्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस हम कह सकते हैं। आप नॉर्मली डबल डिजिट में रहते थे और 14 और 19 में आप 23 तक पहुंच गए थे। यह आपका वर्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस है, जबकि आपने सबसे ज्यादा सीटें महाराष्ट्र में लड़ी थी।
नहीं, आप ये जरूर कह सकते हैं, मैं इस एनालिसिस को मान्य करूंगा। हमारी लड़ाई जब हमसे हुई, यानी हमारे पुराने रिकॉर्ड के साथ हुई, तो निश्चित रूप से हमारा वर्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस रहा है। हम लोगों ने पिछले समय जो परफॉर्म किया है उसकी तुलना में यह बहुत कम रहा है। लेकिन मैं वापस आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सीटें कैसे हम हारे, देखिए ना, 6,000 से, 4,000 से, 16,000 से, 18,000 से, 12,000 से, ऐसे हम लोग सीटें हारे। और जो जीते, एक सीट अगर छोड़ दीजिए एक, तो बाकी सारी सीटें 1.5 लाख से, 2 लाख से, 2.5 लाख से जीते हम।
सर, इसका एनालिसिस फिर ऐसा किया जा सकता है कि आपको आपके अलायंस, आपका फायदा आपके अलायंस पार्टनर्स को हो गया। एकनाथ शिंदे की शिवसेना 47% स्ट्राइक रेट लेकर चली गई, लेकिन जिसके लिए आपने उनको साथ में लाया था उसका फायदा आपको नहीं हो पाया।
देखिए, इसका बहुत स्पष्ट एनालिसिस मैं करता हूं कि एकनाथ शिंदे जी की जो शिवसेना है उसका वोट ट्रांसफर हमको ज्यादा हुआ, उस तुलना में अजीत दादा की एनसीपी का हमको कम हुआ। लेकिन हम लोगों को यह ध्यान में लेना पड़ेगा, ये दोनों पार्टियां एक प्रकार से ब्रेकअवे पार्टियां थी, नई पार्टियां थी। तो ये चुनाव उनके लिए उनके वोटर को सेटल करने का था, उनका वोटर कौन है उसको चिन्हित करने का था। इसलिए उनको वोटर चिन्हित करके उस वोटर को हमारी तरफ ट्रांसफर करना एक तकलीफ थी। हमारे लिए वो नहीं था। हमारे लिए तो हम लोग एक सेटल्ड पार्टी थे, इसलिए हम हमारे वोट को ट्रांसफर कर पाए। लेकिन विधानसभा में ये नहीं होगा। विधानसभा में निश्चित रूप से वो भी हमको ट्रांसफर कर पाएंगे, हम तो उनको ट्रांसफर करेंगे ही। और इसलिए ये दोनों पार्टियों का फायदा होगा। और एक चीज और मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि शिवसेना के साथ हमारा पुराना गठबंधन है, इसलिए एक दूसरे को वोट देना आसान है। एनसीपी के साथ हम लोग सालों तक उनके खिलाफ लड़े, तो ट्रांसफर करना थोड़ा कठिन था। लेकिन अब उतना कठिन नहीं रहेगा, क्योंकि ये दोनों अलायंसेज जो है ये सेटल हो चुके हैं।
और देवेंद्र भाई, हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दोज हु थिंक कि अजीत दादा पवार के साथ अलायंस गलत? अब आप बाकी सब चीजें छोड़ दीजिए, जब हम संघ में लोगों से बात करते हैं या बीजेपी के वोटर से बात करते हैं, एक धारणा है, आप माने ना माने, आप मुझे जवाब मत दीजिए, संघ और बीजेपी के तमाम लोग जो इस वक्त आपको हमारे तमाम प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे देख रहे हैं, उनको ये एक्सप्लेन कीजिए कि एक ऐसा शख्स, एक ऐसी पार्टी जिस पे आप नेता विपक्ष के तौर पे सबसे ज्यादा हमला करते थे, 70 करोड़ रुपए का इरिगेशन स्कैम, उसको जब आपने इन्वॉल्व किया, लोग कहते हैं कि महाराष्ट्र में देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने जो किया वो बीजेपी की जो कोर आइडियोलॉजी है, जो आपका पक्का वोटर है, उसको ये पचानी, और इसी वजह से आपका लोकसभा में याद है।
देखिए, मैं आपको एक बात बोलता हूं, उनको एक्सप्लेन नहीं, आपको एक्सप्लेन करना है मुझे। उनको एक्सप्लेन कर चुका हूं मैं, आरएसएस को और संघ को, दोनों को एक्सप्लेन कर चुका हूं। अभी सिर्फ आपको एक्सप्लेन करना बाकी है, और आप मानेंगे तो नहीं, क्योंकि मानोगे तो फायदा ही नहीं है, फिर डिबेट ही नहीं होगा। लेकिन छोड़ दीजिए, मैं इतना ही कहता हूं कि हाँ, ये जरूर है, और मैं इस बात को मानता हूं कि हमने एनसीपी को जब साथ में लिया तो हमारे वोटर को ये पसंद नहीं आया, बिल्कुल नहीं आया। लेकिन हमने जब परिस्थितियां उनके सामने रखी कि वो जब हमारे साथ आए, वो कौन सी परिस्थिति में आए, हमने कौन सी परिस्थिति में उनको अपने साथ लिया, तो हमारे वोटर के ये ध्यान में जरूर आया है, या हमारे जो कोर लोग हैं उनके ध्यान में आया है कि पॉलिटिक्स में कई बार ऐसी परिस्थितियां आती है कि जिस समय हम लोगों को कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस करने पड़ते हैं। कई कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस ऐसे होते हैं कि जो एक प्रकार से मन से आपको या आपके लोगों को पसंद नहीं आते, लेकिन आपको करने पड़ते हैं। उस प्रकार के कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस हमने किए इस मामले में। लेकिन आज मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूं, 100% नहीं पर 80% हमारे लोगों को हम ये कन्विंस कर पाए कि हमने ये क्यों किया है।
सर, पॉलिटिक्स में कोर्स करेक्शन का बहुत अहमियत होती है, आपको पता है, और आप चीफ मिनिस्टर रह चुके हैं। कई बार अगर गलत फैसला होता है तो उसका कोर्स करेक्शन किया जाता है, और चुनाव के बाद चुनाव होते हैं तो वो किया जाता है। क्या आपको लगता है कि लोकसभा के बाद में आपको जो अपेक्षा थी आपके अलायंस पार्टनर से, वो तो पूरी नहीं हो पाई? बीजेपी को जितनी अपेक्षा से वोट मिलने चाहिए थे ट्रांसफर, वो नहीं हो पाए। ऐसे में कोई कोर्स करेक्शन की जरूरत है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द अलायंसेस? क्या आपको लगता है कि दोबारा से इस बात को सोचने की जरूरत है कि अजीत पवार का हम क्या करें, कितनी सीटें उनको छोड़े, किस तरीके से उनके साथ डील करें? इसका कोर्स करेक्शन करने की जरूरत आपको लगती है क्या?
नहीं, मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता। देखिए, अभी कोर्स करेक्शन का समय भी नहीं है और वो करना भी सही नहीं है। अभी कोई कोर्स करेक्शन नहीं, जो कोर्स चल रहा है उसी कोर्स में अपीयर होना है। देयर इज नो करेक्शन। ये बात जरूर है कि हम लोगों ने, जो हम लोग बैठ रहे हैं तीनों पार्टियां, तो थोड़ा प्रैक्टिकल व्यू हम लोगों को लेना पड़ेगा, और प्रैक्टिकल व्यू लेते हुए केवल नंबर्स पर हम न जाए। देखिए, विनेबिलिटी ये एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज होती है, क्योंकि जब तीन पार्टी अलायंस में बैठती है तो एक मायना होता है विनेबिलिटी का, और दूसरा मायना होता है परसेप्शन का, कि मैंने ज्यादा सीटें ली, मैंने कम सीटें ली तो मेरे बारे में क्या सोचा जाएगा। तो हम लोग प्रयास ये कर रहे हैं कि परसेप्शन पे कम काम करें और विनेबिलिटी पे ज्यादा काम करें। अगर उसमें हम सफल हो गए तो मुझे लगता है कि कोर्स करेक्शन की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है, हम लोग अच्छे तरीके से जीतेंगे।
कल मुख्यमंत्री यहां पर आए हुए थे और कल वो बहुत ही कॉन्फिडेंट थे। उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे तो सबने राइट ऑफ कर दिया था, लेकिन देखिए मेरा परफॉर्मेंस, मेरा स्ट्राइक रेट सबसे ज्यादा अच्छा है। लोकसभा में तो मैंने एडजस्टमेंट कर लिया, मैंने 18 से 15 ही सीट में मैं लड़ने के लिए तैयार हुआ, लेकिन अब विधानसभा के लिए सब नहीं चलेगा। मेरा स्ट्राइक रेट अच्छा है, मुझे ज्यादा सीटें मिलनी चाहिए। क्या इस तरीके की कुछ बातें हो रही है? क्या अभी भी बीजेपी ज्यादा सीट लेकर लड़ेगी? क्या अजीत पवार और एकनाथ शिंदे, उनके लिए सीट शेयरिंग आपके लिए डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा?
देखिए, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय हमारे साथ सीट शेयरिंग में जब बैठ रहे हैं तो कुल मिलाकर तीनों पार्टियों के एस्पिरेशंस को हम एड्रेस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं ऐसा कहूंगा कि बहुत सकारात्मकता के साथ हमारा सीट शेयरिंग चल रहा है, और आज मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि वी आर ऑलमोस्ट 80% फिनिश्ड। 20% पे अभी हमारी बातचीत चल रही है। 80% हम लोगों ने सीटें चिन्हित कर ली है, कौन कौन सी सीट लड़ेगा। 20% सीटों को हम जल्दी चिन्हित कर लेंगे।
सर, मैं कल कोर्ट में जो बदलापुर इनकाउंटर हुआ उसकी हियरिंग की प्रोसीडिंग्स देख रहा था। जज साहब तो बहुत नाखुश लग रहे हैं आपकी सरकार से। उनको तो लगता है ये ठोक दो, आपने इनकाउंटर कर दिया। आपके लिए कुछ वोटर ताली बजा रहे हैं, बट यूर अ वेल एजुकेटेड, वेल रेड मैन, आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज को समझते हैं, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन होना चाहिए। हाउ डू यू जस्टिफाई एन एनकाउंटर किलिंग?
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि वी डोंट बिलीव इन एनकाउंटर। एनकाउंटर में हम लोग बिलीव करते ही नहीं है। और मेरा अपना मानना यह है कि किसी भी न्याय प्रक्रिया में रूल ऑफ द लॉ फॉलो होना चाहिए और उसी के अनुसार जो अपराधी है उस अपराधी को दंड मिलना चाहिए। हाँ, वो जल्दी मिलना चाहिए। इस केस में आपने देखा, अब ये तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आएगा कि बंदूक क्यों निकाली गई और बंदूक क्यों उसके हाथ में गई, ये तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आएगा। लेकिन अगर कोई अपराधी बंदूक छीनकर हमारे पुलिस पर अगर गोली चलाता है तो पुलिस ताली नहीं बजा सकती, पुलिस गोली चलाएगी। और पुलिस ने गोली चलाई, अपने संरक्षण के लिए चलाई और पुलिस ने गोली चलाकर वो उसको अब एनकाउंटर कहिए, अपने संरक्षण के लिए किया कहिए। अब इट इज़ अ मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन। अब कई लोग कई टिप्पणियां करते हैं, मैं जजेस के ऊपर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता, फिर कई लोग टिप्पणियां करते हैं यहाँ क्यों मारा, वहाँ क्यों मारा। अरे भाई, आपके सामने गन लेकर किसी को खड़ा कर दो और आपके ऊपर वो गोली चला रहा है और आपके ये सोचोगे यहाँ मारना है या वहाँ मारना है, ऐसा नहीं होता है। जहाँ लगता है वहीं मारना पड़ता है।
सर, हाईकोर्ट ने 12 सवाल उठाए हुए हैं और हाईकोर्ट ने ये पूछा है कि सिर पे गोली कैसे लगी, गाड़ी में बैठे हुए थे आप, पांव पर गोली मार सकते थे, सिर पर गोली कैसे लगी, और इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए। क्या इसका एक फेयर इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा?
100% फेयर इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा। देखिए, नियम ही है, ये व्यक्ति जो है ये हमारी कस्टडी में था, जुडिशियल कस्टडी में था। जुडिशियल कस्टडी में किसी की भी मृत्यु किसी भी प्रकार से हो, नेचुरल मृत्यु भी हो, तब भी उसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना पड़ता है। इसका बिल्कुल फेयर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हम करेंगे। सिर्फ मेरी अपेक्षा ये है, कल घटना घटी है, आज उसकी तफ्तीश हम लोगों ने शुरू किया, हम लोगों ने, पुलिस ने, सीआईडी को केस जाती है, सीआईडी ने शुरू किया। तो आज ही इतने सारे सवालों का जवाब कैसे दिया जा पाएगा भाई, कि वो सिर पे क्यों लगी, पैर में क्यों लगी, ऐसी क्यों लगी, आड़ी क्यों लगी, तिरछी क्यों लगी, पीछे क्यों लगी, आगे क्यों लगी, ऐसा नहीं होता है। एक फेयर इन्वेस्टिगेशन, और इस मामले में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी बहुत स्पष्ट टिप्पणी की हुई है। मुझे लगता है वी मस्ट अलाउ द पुलिस टू वर्क। सीआईडी अपना इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगा, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सारी चीजें बाहर आएगी।
सर, क्योंकि ये सवाल इसलिए भी उठ रहे थे क्योंकि ये घटना होने के एक ही दिन बाद पूरे मुंबई भर अलग अलग होर्डिंग्स लगना शुरू हो गया। शिवसेना, एकनाथ शिंदे की शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जाकर पेड़े बांटना शुरू कर दिया, कुछ लोगों ने मिठाई खिलाना शुरू कर दिया। आपके भी होर्डिंग्स लगे थे, आपके हाथ में गन है और ये सब चीज।
जहां तक मेरा सवाल है, मैं ऐसे होर्डिंग का कोई समर्थन नहीं कर सकता। इस प्रकार से होल्डिंग लगाना बिल्कुल गलत है।
ये यूफोरिया नहीं होना चाहिए,
बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। इस प्रकार से ऐसी घटना का महिमा मंडन ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ये मानने वाला मैं व्यक्ति हूं। हाँ, ये बात अलग है कि लोगों को एक प्रकार से इंस्टेंट न्याय मिला, लोगों की एक भावना होती है, वो भावना वहां पर हुई, लेकिन ऐसी भावना होना भी ठीक नहीं है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस प्रकार की घटनाओं के ऊपर बहुत गंभीरता से हमको सोचना पड़ेगा।
ये योगी राज कहा जाता है, योगी जस्टिस उसको कहा जाता है एक तरीके से।
देखिए,
उसका ये कहा जा रहा है कि देखिए वहां पर भी हम लोग, महाराष्ट्र में भी होगा,
भाई साहब,
बुलडोजर लाएंगे।
आप एक बात ध्यान में रख लीजिए, ये जो सोशल मीडिया कम्युनिटी है ना आपके हाथ में ना मेरे हाथ में। जब ठोकना है तो ऐसे ठोकती है, आप उसको रोक नहीं सकते, और जब आपको सिर पे लेना है तो किसी भी चीज पे सिर पे लेते हैं, आप उसको रोक नहीं सकते। इसलिए
पर कुछ चीजें दिखती है ना, ऐसे अधिकारियों को केस में इन्वॉल्व किया जाता है जिनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड ही सजेस्ट करता है कि उन पे पहले भी ऐसे चार्जेस लगे हैं। तो उससे ही लगता है कि क्या शुरू से ही, मैं बता क्यों, थ्योरी क्या है कि बदलापुर में रेप हुए, आपकी सरकार पे प्रेशर था, लोग गुस्सा थे, इंस्टेंट जस्टिस चाहते थे, तो आपने ऐसे ऑफिसर्स को केस में लगाया जिनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड सजेस्ट करता है कि उनको भेजा ही गया इस पर्पस।
देखिए, पहली बात तो आप ये बात को समझ लीजिए, टाइमलाइन भी तो देखिए ना। बदलापुर में घटना घटने के बाद पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके हम लोगों ने कोर्ट में उस केस की चार्जशीट भी दाखिल की है, चार्जशीट दाखिल कर दी है। उसके बाद ये दूसरा केस आया, जब ये जो व्यक्ति था इसने 3 शादियां की थी, उसकी एक बीवी ने एक सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट की केस दाखिल की, और उस केस को दाखिल करने के बाद यह नया इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा था। तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर कोई प्लान करके किसी को कुछ करना है तो तुरंत करेगा, जब लोगों का गुस्सा है तब करेगा ना। इतना समय जाने के बाद इस प्रकार से कोई प्लान करके थोड़ी करता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये बात हम लोगों ने ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए कि पुलिस के ऊपर उसने गोली चलाई, वो घोर क्रिमिनल टाइप का व्यक्ति था। जो व्यक्ति 3 शादियां करता है, अपने बीवियों को तकलीफ देता है, छोटी बच्चियों के साथ कुकर्म करता है, वो कोई साधु संत तो है नहीं, तो उसने पुलिस के ऊपर हमला करने की कोशिश की। तो मेरे पुलिस अगर हमला होंगे तो शांति से नहीं बैठेंगे, वो जवाब देंगे, उन्होंने जवाब दिया।
सर, आरोप यह लग रहा है कि इसमें जो 3 आरोपी है उसमें से उस स्कूल के ट्रस्टी है वो, और उनमें से एक पर आरोप यह लगाया गया था कि बीजेपी से संबंधित कोई उनका परिवार है या कोई है, उनको बचाने के लिए ये सब किया गया, ऐसा विपक्ष का आरोप है
कि ये जो स्कूल का ट्रस्ट है, आप उस ट्रस्ट को अगर पढ़ेंगे, हर पार्टी से संबंधित व्यक्ति उसमें, और सालों तक तो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के शिवसेना के लोग, जो अभी भी उद्धव जी की शिवसेना में, वो उसमें ट्रस्ट में वही चलाते थे। तो इसलिए ये ट्रस्ट जो है, इसमें ये गांव का ट्रस्ट है, गांव की स्कूल है, सारे पार्टियों से संबंधित लोग उसमें, और जहां तक ट्रस्टीज का सवाल है, उनके ऊपर पॉस्को के अंतर्गत कार्रवाई की गई है। उन्होंने अग्रिम जमानत मांगी थी, हमने उसका विरोध किया, उनकी अग्रिम जमानत खारिज हुई है। जो कार्रवाई करने हो कार्रवाई सरकार ने की है, ये पुलिस ने की है।
देवेंद्र भाई, आपसे पता नहीं कोई पूछता है कि नहीं पूछता, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र के बीजेपी गलियारों में और दिल्ली में भी काफी चर्चा है कि जब विधानसभा के रिजल्ट आएंगे तो देवेंद्र भाई को दिल्ली बुला लिया जाएगा। अब वो क्या करेंगे बॉस लोग, तो अपने हाथ में नहीं है वो क्या होता है। लेकिन अगर आपको ये पेशकश दी जाती है कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी आप दिल्ली में आ जाओ बतौर एक सीनियर कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर बन के, आप उसको अपने पॉलिटिकल ग्राफ के हिस्से कैसे देखते हैं?
या पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट भी चल रहा था?
देखिए भैया, मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने में देखता नहीं हूँ, वास्तविकता में जीने वाला आदमी हूँ। मुझे जब बुलाया जाएगा तो चला जाऊंगा। मेरी पार्टी में चॉइस नहीं होता है। मेरी पार्टी में कहा गया मुंबई में काम करो तो मुंबई में करो, दिल्ली में करो तो दिल्ली में करो, और अपने घर नागपुर जाओ तो नागपुर जाओ। इसलिए जब जो पार्टी कहेंगी उसके लिए मैं तैयार हूँ।
नहीं, दिल्ली में ज्यादा मजा आएगा कि बॉम्बे में ज्यादा मजा आएगा?
भैया ज्यादा मजा तो मुझे नागपुर में आता है, पर रह थोड़ी सकता हूँ नागपुर में।
देवेंद्र भाई, कल आदित्य ठाकरे जी यहां पे आए थे और कांग्रेस की वर्षा गायकवाड़ सांसद भी यहां पे थी। उन्होंने आपकी सरकार पे तमाम आरोप लगाए कि आप मुंबई शहर को अडानी समूह को हैंडओवर करना चाहते हो। कहा कि जो ओरिजिनल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था, उसकी जो कंडीशंस थी, उनको मॉडिफाई किया गया इस तरीके से कि बहुत ज्यादा वित्तीय फायदा आप अडानी ग्रुप को प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो, और अगर उनकी सरकार बनती है तो वो इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को कैंसिल कर देंगे। हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू ऑल द क्रिटिसिज्म दैट इज कमिंग योर वे ऑन द धारावी रिहैबिलिटेशन?
इफ यू गिव मी सम टाइम आई विल ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन। पहली बात तो यह है कि इसमें मुझे कोई शक नहीं है कि उनकी सरकार आएगी तो वो इसको कैंसिल करेंगे, क्योंकि उनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा है कि जब हमारी सरकार गई, उन्होंने हमारी मेट्रो को रोका, उन्होंने हमारे कोस्टल रोड को रोका, उन्होंने हमारे एयरपोर्ट को रोका। तो रोकने का उनका एक एक्सपीरियंस है। हालांकि उनकी सरकार आने वाले नहीं है, इसलिए इसमें डरने की बात कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन पहली बात तो यह है कि धारावी के बारे में सबसे पहला टेंडर जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तब हम लोगों ने दिया था, उसको इनकी सरकार आई, इन्होंने कैंसिल किया। कैंसिल करने के बाद नई कंडीशंस इन्होंने तय की। वो नई कंडीशंस पूरी की पूरी उद्धव ठाकरे जी के कैबिनेट ने तय की, टेंडर की। हमने उसमें क्या फर्क किया? हमने उसमें फर्क ये किया कि उद्धव जी के कैबिनेट ने जो टेंडर कंडीशंस फाइनल की थी, उसमें जो टीडीआर मिलने वाला था उस पर कोई कैप नहीं था। मतलब ये हो जाता था कि जिसको टेंडर मिलता वो मुंबई का मालिक बन जाता। टीडीआर का मुंबई का पूरा मार्केट उसके हाथ में होता। हमने कहा नहीं चलेगा, इस प्रकार से नहीं करने देंगे। हमने 90% वैल्यू पर टीडीआर देंगे और टीडीआर का कैपिंग होगा, और टीडीआर एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पर होगा जो सबके सामने होगा, और उसकी वैल्यू 90% से एक्सीड कभी नहीं हो पाएगी। इस प्रकार की कैपिंग हमने उसमें डाला। अब जहां तक उनकी समझ का सवाल है, क्योंकि ये जो लोग बोल रहे हैं या तो वो ना समझ है, या उन्होंने स्टडी नहीं किया, या उनको राजनीति करनी है। मैं सिलसिलेवार आपको जवाब दूंगा। पहली बात तो यह है कि जब उन्होंने टेंडर कंडीशन फाइनल की थी तो उन्होंने केवल 70,000 लोगों का रिहेबिलिटेशन उसमें तय किया था, जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर है। हमारे सामने जब विषय आया तो हमने कहा कि भाई अगर इस प्रकार के आपको रिहेबिलिटेशन करना है तो जहां पर 2-3 लाख फैमिलीज है, वह आप 60,000 फैमिलीज का रिहेबिलिटेशन करेंगे और बाकी लोगों का नहीं करेंगे, ये कभी प्रोजेक्ट हो नहीं सकता है। ये स्पेशल प्रोजेक्ट है, इसलिए हम लोगों ने ये तय किया कि इस प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर है, जिसको इनएलिजिबल कहा है, जो 2011 के बाद का है, ऐसे सब लोगों को हम करेंगे। तो इसलिए निर्णय यह हुआ कि जितने लोग वहां अकोमोडेट हो सकते हैं, एलिजिबल लोग वही होंगे, इनएलिजिबल जितने वहां अकोमोडेट हो सकते हैं वही होंगे, बाकी लोगों को दूसरी तरफ किया जाएगा। और उसमें से हमने रास्ता निकाला कि हम उनको रेंटल हाउसिंग देंगे और 10 साल बाद वो रेंटल हाउसिंग उनकी मालकी में कन्वर्ट होगा जो इनएलिजिबल हो गए। अब साहिल थोड़ा सुन लीजिए मेरी बात, बाद में हर चीज का जवाब दूंगा।
ओके सर।
उसके बाद सबसे महत्व का क्या है, ये जो पूरी जगह है, इस जगह में एक तो उन्होंने कहा कि इसमें जो प्रीमियम देना था वो प्रीमियम निकाल, पता ही नहीं रहता, कुछ समझते ही नहीं है। अरे भाई प्रीमियम 4,000 रुपये भरा है, 4,000 करोड़ रुपया प्रीमियम के ऊपर, प्रीमियम की कंडीशन कभी निकाली नहीं है। प्रीमियम की कंडीशन है, प्रीमियम के ऊपर ही हाईएस्ट बिडर को दिया गया है। दूसरी चीज ये है, ये जो पूरी जगह है, इस जगह में 18% जगह रोड्स में जाएगी, 17% जगह ग्रीन बेल्ट में जाएगी। कुल मिलाकर सारी जगह का अगर हम विचार करें तो 45 to 50% जगह ये आवश्यक रिजर्वेशंस में जाएगी और 10% जगह ये हम लोगों ने तय किया था कि धारावी ये केवल एक झोपड़पट्टी नहीं है। धारावी जो है एक प्रकार से हमारा वाणिज्यिक केंद्र है, वहां बड़ी इंडस्ट्री चलती है। उस इंडस्ट्री को वही हम रिहेबिलिटेट करेंगे और 5 साल तक उनसे कोई टैक्स नहीं लेंगे। 10% जमीन ये उनको रिहेबिलिटेशन में देनी पड़ती है, तो कुल जमीन का 40% जमीन पर केवल आपको सबको रिहेबिलिटेट करना है और क्रॉस सब्सिडी का पैसा उसमें से ही जनरेट करना है। तो इन्होंने इसका स्टडी नहीं किया है, ये चाहते नहीं है कि धारावी के गरीब आदमी को उसका मकान मिले। इसलिए मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, इन्होंने मोर्चा निकाला, धारावी के कितने लोग आए? क्यों आपको मोर्चे में पूरे मुंबई से लोगों को लाना पड़ा, फिर भी आपका मोर्चा 4,000 लोगों का हुआ? क्योंकि धारावी के लोगों को यह मालूम है कि हमारा सही रिहेबिलिटेशन हो रहा है, इसलिए धारावी के लोगों का उसको पूरा समर्थन है।
सर इस पे 2 सवाल
बिल्कुल
पूछने हैं मुझे। एक, आपने कहा था कि ट्रांसफरेबल डेवलपमेंट राइट्स को आपने कैप कर दिया है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी मुंबई में कोई भी बिल्डर घर बनाने की कोशिश करेगा या बिल्डिंग बनाने की कोशिश करेगा, उसमें से 40% टीडीआर उन्हें अडानी यानी जो ये धारावी रिडेवलपमेंट से खरीदना पड़ेगा। अब उसके वजह से मुंबई के हाउसिंग प्राइसेस स्काई रॉकेट हो सकते हैं या एक तरीके से उसका प्राइस अडानी कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, ये एक आरोप लगाया जाता है। नंबर 1। नंबर 2,
जवाब ले लीजिए ना, 1 मिनट जवाब ले लीजिए, तो भूल जाऊंगा मैं।
ठीक सर।
पहली बात, ये कंडीशन किसने लाई? मैं सवाल पूछता हूं, ये कंडीशन लाई किसने? ये कंडीशन उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने लाई। ये जो कंडीशन है टीडीआर की, मैं वही कह रहा हूं, हमने क्या सुधारा? उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने जो किया था, उनकी कैबिनेट ने जो टीडीआर दिया था, उस पर कैपिंग नहीं था। कैपिंग नहीं होने का मतलब आप होर्डिंग कर लेंगे, उसकी कीमत बढ़ाएंगे और दूसरों को तो चारा ही नहीं होगा।
प्राइस पर अभी भी कैप नहीं है ना?
है
कितना
कैप?
आप 40% टीडीआर पे कैप, मतलब प्राइस पे कैप
नहीं, प्राइस पे ना, जो प्राइस है उसके 90%, 100% नहीं,
रेडिरेक्टर प्राइस के
90% से ऊपर नहीं जा सकते। नहीं तो अगर उद्धव जी के या एमवीए की सरकार ने जो कंडीशन की थी, उस कंडीशन को हम मान्य करते तो जो विकासक है, जो डेवलपर है, 200% तक भी प्राइस ले जा सकता, क्योंकि वो प्राइस रोक के रख लेता, वो टीडीआर नहीं देता। दूसरा, उनके इसमें जो टीडीआर अवेलेबिलिटी है उसका डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म ही नहीं था। वो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म हमने तैयार कर दिया। सबसे बड़ी बात, ये कोई भी चीज अडानी को नहीं दी गई है, ये डीआरपी को दी गई है। डीआरपी
धारावी रिडेवलपमेंट,
ये सरकार की है, हमारा हिस्सा है, उसमें सरकार होल्ड कर रही है हिस्सा। ये कोई अडानी को ट्रांसफर थोड़ी हुई है। अडानी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, अडानी जो उनकी कंपनियां है, उनको कोई चीज ट्रांसफर नहीं हुई है। सारी चीज डीआरपी में है और डीआरपी में सरकार की हिस्सेदारी, हम कंट्रोल करते हैं डीआरपी।
सर दो और उसमें से एक सवाल उठते हैं। एक है डेवलपमेंट कंट्रोल रूल का, जो हाल ही में यह पता चला है कि धारावी रिडेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के जो सीईओ होंगे वो उसमें चेंजेस कर सकते हैं, बदल कर सकते हैं, जो नॉर्मली बीएमसी कमिश्नर को अधिकार होते हैं किसी डीसीआर में चेंज करना है। तो एक दूसरा आरोप यह लगता है कि आप मल्टीपल धारावीज खड़ी करेंगे, क्योंकि जो पात्र लोग हैं जिनको एक्सेप्ट किया गया है कि वो वहां के निवासी है, उनको वहां पर घर मिलेगा, बाकी लोगों को बाहर भेज दिया जाएगा, तो अलग अलग धारावी खड़ी हो जाएंगी मुंबई के आसपास में। ये 2 आरोप और उसमें लग रहे हैं।
पहली बात तो यह है कि आपने जो कहा ये भी मैं बता देता हूं कि ओरिजिनली जो कंडीशंस उद्धव जी ने तय की थी उसमें ही डेवलपमेंट कंट्रोल अथॉरिटी डीआरपी ही थी, उसमें भी डीआरपी थी। लेकिन डीआरपी में डेवलपमेंट कंट्रोल का अधिकार किसका है? उसमें अधिकार जो सेक्रेटरी लेवल का हमारा अधिकारी है, महाराष्ट्र सरकार का जो प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी लेवल का अधिकारी है, ये उसके अधिकार है। हु इज इक्विवेलेंट टू द म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर ऑफ बीएमसी, ये उसके अधिकार है, ये कोई अडानी के
एक
अधिकार
शहर
नहीं
में दो डीसीआर हो जाएंगे ना, दो डेवलपमेंट कंट्रोल की अथॉरिटीज हो जाएंगी।
भैया आपकी जानकारी के लिए इस शहर में 8 अथॉरिटी है।
ठीक है, लेकिन
8 अथॉरिटी है, जो 8 अथॉरिटी अपना अपना डेवलपमेंट कंट्रोल रूल करती है। लेकिन आपको और बड़ी जानकारी दे देता हूं, कोई भी अथॉरिटी इंक्लूडिंग डीआरपी अगर अपना डेवलपमेंट कंट्रोल रूल तैयार करते हैं, उनको अधिकार नहीं होता है, उस सरकार को भेजना पड़ता है। अगर सरकार बोलती है कि आपके डेवलपमेंट कंट्रोल रूल सही है और उसको सरकार अप्रूव करती है तो ही ये डेवलप, इसलिए मैंने कहा ये नैरेटिव है, अडानी कंट्रोल कर लेंगे, अडानी, अरे कौन से क्यों करेंगे भाई? सरकार करेगी, जो करनी है सरकार करेगी, और सरकार चाहेगी वही अडानी को करना पड़ेगा, अगर नहीं करेंगे तो उनसे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट निकाल लेंगे।
सर, एक और विधानसभा चुनाव का इंपॉर्टेंट मुद्दा है आरक्षण को लेकर। 17 सितंबर से मनोज जरांगे पाटिल अनशन पे बैठे हैं और उनका ये कहना है कि ये लास्ट चांस है, लास्ट एजिटेशन, लास्ट चांस।
कल खत्म हो गया। कल उन्होंने
अब सवाल ये है कि इस रिजर्वेशन के इशू को आप असेंबली के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कैसे प्ले आउट होता हुआ
देखिए, इशू तो है ही, और सबसे महत्व की बात यह है कि मराठा समाज को रिजर्वेशन हमने दिया। आज भी 10% रिजर्वेशन मराठा समाज को है। अब मनोज जरांगे पाटिल इन्होंने कई मांगे की और उनकी अंतिम मांग, ये अंतिम है कि नहीं मुझे मालूम नहीं, पर अब जिस मांग पर आकर वो रुके हुए हैं, वो मांग ये है कि मराठा समाज को ओबीसी में सम्मिलित करिए, ओबीसी में से आरक्षण दीजिए। अब हम लोगों ने एक ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग ली थी, शरद पवार जी भी आए थे, उसमें कांग्रेस के नाना पटोले जी भी आए थे, उसमें शिवसेना के यानी अपने उद्धव जी की पार्टी के लोग भी आए थे, और सबने मिलकर एक रिजोल्यूशन साइन किया है, जिस रिजोल्यूशन में कहा है कि मराठा समाज को आरक्षण देना चाहिए, लेकिन किसी और के आरक्षण में नहीं देना चाहिए। ये सबने एग्री किया हुआ है। अब मनोज जरांगे पाटिल ये कहते हैं कि मुझे ओबीसी में आरक्षण चाहिए। वो रोज मेरे पर बोलते हैं, वो कहते हैं कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस नहीं देना चाहते, देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने अटकाया हुआ है, देवेंद्र फडणवीस। पहले तो मैंने उनको एक बात साफ शब्दों में कही कि भैया, मुख्यमंत्री और 2 उप मुख्यमंत्री हम जो निर्णय लेते हैं साथ में निर्णय लेते हैं, कोई अलग निर्णय नहीं है। और मेरे मुख्यमंत्री जिस दिन ये कह देंगे कि उनको कोई मराठा समाज के लिए निर्णय लेना और मैंने अटकाया हुआ है, उस दिन मैं इस्तीफा भी दे दूंगा और राजनीति से संन्यास भी ले लूंगा।
तो आप पर क्यों आरोप लगाते हैं? वो मुख्यमंत्री को स्पेयर कर देते हैं और आप पर ही आरोप लगाते हैं।
साहिल, आपसे ज्यादा कौन जानता है? आपको महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति मालूम है।
सर आप बताइए,
मेरे ऊपर क्यों आरोप लगता है? आपको मालूम है क्यों मेरे मुंह से बुलवाना चाहते हो, क्यों नई कंट्रोवर्सी खड़ा करना चाहते हो? फिर कोई अच्छी हेडलाइन नहीं बनेगी, वही हेडलाइन बनेगी, छोड़ दो। लेकिन सवाल यह है कि मैंने जरांगे पाटिल इनको बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा है कि चलो आप बीजेपी के खिलाफ हो, आप हमारे खिलाफ हो, आप कहते हैं कि हमारे कारण नहीं होता है, तो आप जिनको समर्थन दे रहे हो, लोकसभा में आपने समर्थन जिनको दिया, आपके लोगों ने लोकसभा के समय राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस का काम किया, उद्धव ठाकरे की पार्टी का, चलो उन तीनों से लिखवा लो ना, उन तीनों से लिखवा लो कि अगर हम सत्ता में वापिस आएंगे तो मराठा समाज को ओबीसी में आरक्षण देंगे और उनको मदद कर दो। देखिए, ये सारी चीजें जो चल रही है बहुत पॉलिटिकल चल रही है। कई लोगों के कंधों पर बैठकर बंदूकें चला रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं आपको कहता हूं धीरे धीरे लोगों के सामने ये सारी चीजें स्पष्ट होने लगी है और चुनाव में इसका जितना असर लोगों को लगता है उतना असर नहीं होगा।
सर, एक सवाल हमेशा रहता है कि जो भी कैंपेन होती है उसमें कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री। आज की स्थिति में ना महाविकास आघाड़ी ये कह पा रही है ना महायुति कह पा रही है कि कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री। आपकी सरकार आती है तो मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा, क्या इसका जवाब आपके पास है?
देखिए, इसका जवाब देने का कॉम्पिटेंस ही मेरे पास नहीं है।
नहीं, पार्टी बता दीजिए, नाम छोड़ दीजिए।
कॉम्पिटेंस ही नहीं, क्योंकि 3 पार्टियां हैं। हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के मालिक है, वो अध्यक्ष है। अजीत पवार जी उनकी पार्टी के मालिक है, वो अध्यक्ष है। मैं मेरी पार्टी में महाराष्ट्र का नेता हूं। मेरी पार्टी की एक निर्णय प्रक्रिया है। मेरी पार्टी में हमारा जो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड है वो निर्णय करता है कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा। तो इसलिए कॉम्पिटेंसी मेरे पास नहीं है कि मैं इसके ऊपर कमेंट करूं। हाँ, इतना जरूर कह सकता हूं कि हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड, मुख्यमंत्री जी और मतलब हमारे साथ की दोनों पार्टियां मिलकर तय करेगी, और जिसको वो तय करेगी, जैसा वो निर्णय लेगी, हम सब लोग उस निर्णय के पीछे हैं।
कोई रोटेशनल चीफ मिनिस्टर, ऐसा कोई प्लान आपका है?
अरे भैया, कल तो आप बोलोगे म्यूजिकल चेयर करो और उसके आजू बाजू घुमा और जो बैठेगा उसको करो। ऐसा नहीं होता है, ऐसा नहीं होता है भैया। रोटेशनल वगैरह
बनेगा तो किसी एक ही पार्टी का बनेगा,
बनेगा
5 साल के लिए पूरा, अगर आपकी सरकार आती है।
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि इसके ऊपर भी कमेंट करने का अधिकार मेरा नहीं है, मेरा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड तय करेगा। लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूं, रोटेशनल वगैरह चीजें होती नहीं है।
सर, मैं आपको लोकसभा का डेटा दिखाता हूं, उसको हमने असेंबली लीड्स में कन्वर्ट किया, और मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि अगर आप अभिमन्यु और इस चक्रव्यूह से निकलना है असेंबली से पहले, आपको क्या लग रहा है कि अगली महाराष्ट्र की असेंबली की तस्वीर क्या हो सकती है? 288 टोटल सीटों में से महायुति को 126 आई, जिसमें बीजेपी की 79, शिवसेना शिंदे की 40, एनसीपी अजीत पवार की 6, आरएसपी की 1, कांग्रेस की 63, उद्धव बाला साहेब ठाकरे की 57, शरद पवार साहेब की 33, 145 का मार्क है। अगर यही ट्रेंड रहा, अच्छा उसमें लोकसभा में क्या है, तब तो मोदी जी थे टिकट पे, मोदी जी का गुडविल है, एक स्टैंडिंग है, ये ज्यादा लोकलाइज्ड इशू है। अगर इसी को, और पिछले 5 साल का रिकॉर्ड करता है कि असेंबली में बीजेपी का वोट शेयर घटता है क्योंकि लोकसभा में मोदी जी का बूस्ट मिल जाता है आपको। अगर वो ट्रेंड जारी रहा तो अभिमन्यु तो मुश्किल में है।
चलो, अच्छा है कि आपने आखिरी के स्टैटिस्टिक्स में पहले सवाल का जवाब दे दिया। अब देखिए, स्टैटिस्टिक्स में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी कौन सी है बताइए? सबसे ज्यादा सीटें किसको मिल रही है? बीजेपी को मिल रही है। तो ऐसा स्टैटिस्टिक्स पर मत जाइए। स्टैटिस्टिक्स कुछ नहीं होता है। स्टैटिस्टिक्स से हम लोगों का मन बहलाते हैं, लोग हमारा मन बहलाता है, आप हमारा मन बहलाते हैं, हम आपका बहलाते हैं। एक नरेटिव जो आज महाराष्ट्र में है, एक महाराष्ट्र का जो एक पॉलिटिकल सेंस मेरे पास है, मैं आपको ये कहता हूं कि महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी विधानसभा में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी रहेगी। सबसे बड़ा अलायंस ये महायुति रहेगी, और महायुति पूरी मेजॉरिटी के साथ सरकार में आएगी।
सर, स्टैटिस्टिक्स आप कह रहे हैं कि छोड़ देते हैं, लेकिन केमिस्ट्री पर तो बात कर सकते हैं। कोई तो टॉपिक हमें डिस्कस करना चाहिए। तो केमिस्ट्री पर मुझे ये पूछना है कि क्या बीजेपी के अंदर, पार्टी के, आपने उसका जवाब शुरुआत में देने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन पार्टी के कई कार्यकर्ता अभी भी कहते हैं कि हमें, हमारी ताकत सबसे ज्यादा होने के बावजूद, नंबर 1 पार्टी होने के बावजूद भी हमें पांव पीछे लेना पड़ रहा है। हाल ही में आपका जो कैंपेन कमेटी बनी थी, उसमें से किरीट सोमैया ने कहा कि मैं अभी और अपमान सहन नहीं करूंगा, मुझे काम नहीं करना है इस कैंपेन कमेटी में। तो ये चीजें अभी भी हो रही है इलेक्शन के पहले। आप उसको कैसे टैकल करेंगे? क्या आप पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को ये कहेंगे कि इस चुनाव के बाद आपके सारे जो सवाल है उसके जवाब आपको मिल जाएंगे?
देखिए, सारे सवालों के जवाब न मैं दे सकता हूं, न मेरे कार्यकर्ता इतने मूर्ख है कि वो मेरी बात को मान लेंगे कि सारे सवालों के जवाब मिल जाएंगे। पॉलिटिक्स में समय जो होता है ना, वो हर चीज का उत्तर होता है, और परिस्थितियां जो होती हैं उन परिस्थितियों में निर्णय होता है। कौन सी पार्टी ऐसी है? अब आप हमारी बात करें, कांग्रेस में भी तो वही चल रहा है। वो बोलते हैं नाना पटोले को बनाना है, ये बोलते हैं उद्धव जी का चेहरा कम से कम 4 दीवारों में तो भी कह दीजिए कि उद्धव जी बनेंगे। ये कह रहे हैं, शरद पवार साहब तो कह रहे हैं कि शरद पवार साहब ने तय कर लिया है कि सुप्रिया ताई को बनाना है। तो वहां कौन सा? देखिए, 3 पार्टियां हैं, तो तीनों के एस्पिरेशंस रहेंगे। हर एक कार्यकर्ता को लगता है, मुझे भी लगता है एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में, कि मेरी पार्टी सबसे बड़ी होनी चाहिए। लेकिन मुझे राजनीतिक वास्तविकता में जीना पड़ेगा कि आज की परिस्थिति में
आपका कार्यकर्ता चाहता है कि मुख्यमंत्री भी बने बीजेपी का?
हाँ, बिल्कुल चाहेगा, क्यों नहीं चाहेगा।
और आप बने ये भी चाहते हैं कई लोग।
मैं आपको एक बात बोलता हूं,
सर आप बने ये भी चाहते हैं बहुत।
नहीं, वो छोड़ दीजिए।
नहीं, कैसे छोड़ दे सर? आप रह चुके हैं मुख्यमंत्री, चाहते हैं कि लोग मुख्यमंत्री।
मैंने बहुत 5 साल कर लिया, बना नहीं बना मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
अजीत दादा कल कह के गए कि मुझे बनना है मुख्यमंत्री कर।
ठीक है, बिल्कुल सही बात है, वही मैं कह रहा हूं। अरे भाई, जिसके पास एक एमएलए होता है ना, उसको भी लगता है कि मुख्यमंत्री बन जाओ, या उसके भी कार्यकर्ता को लगता है कि मेरा ही व्यक्ति बनना चाहिए। लेकिन लगने से कुछ नहीं होता है ना, जो होता है वो जिसको हम कह सकते हैं पॉलिटिकल रियलिटी में जीना पड़ता है। तो जो परिस्थितियां बनती है उन परिस्थितियों में आगे जाना पड़ता है।
जो पॉलिटिकल राइवलरी है आपके और उद्धव ठाकरे जी की, वो बढ़ती जा रही है। उनका ये बयान आया कि आप स्ट्रेट खेलोगे, सीधा खेलोगे तो हम सीधा खेलेंगे। आप टेढ़ा खेलोगे तो हम भी वैसे खेलेंगे. अब आप बचोगे यार. नाउ ईदर यू विल स्टे और आई विल स्टे. तो कौन रहेगा? महाराष्ट्र का बदलापुर कौन जीतेगा? किसको मिलेगा राजनीतिक बदला?
वो भी रहेंगे, मैं भी रहूंगा. कहाँ जाने वाले हैं? कौन किसको समाप्त कर पाया है? राजनीति में कोई किसी को समाप्त नहीं कर सकता. जनता केवल समाप्त कर सकती है. जनता के सिवा कोई किसी को समाप्त नहीं कर सकता. और उनको वो प्रयास कर ले. उनको लगता है ना, तो वो मुझे समाप्त करने का जितना प्रयास करना है कर ले. जब तक जनता का आशीर्वाद मेरे साथ है, मेरा कोई बाल बाका नहीं हो सकता. और जैसा आपने कहा, मेरा अभिमन्यु हुआ है. मैं आपको कह देना चाहता हूं, मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूं. मुझे चक्रव्यूह तोड़ना आता है, मैं तोड़ के दिखाऊंगा.
अब ये
अभिमन्यु को अपने ही लोगों के खिलाफ लड़ना पड़ा था. आप
नहीं, नए वाले अभिमन्यु है या अभिमन्यु की किसी भी दौर में कहानी वैसे ही खत्म होती है.
लेकिन अपने लोगों ने कौरवों के खिलाफ लड़ा था, इसलिए मैं कौरवों के खिलाफ ही लड़ रहा हूं.
ये हम लोगों को नवंबर में पता चलेगा. आपने तमाम सवालों के जवाब दिया. अच्छी बात देवेंद्र भाई की यह है कि ये सवाल से डरते नहीं है. जो भी जितना भी खतरनाक सवाल आया आप जवाब देते हैं, और ये बात हमें आपकी अच्छी लगती है. वोटर आपको कितना पसंद करते हैं वो उन्हीं को डिसाइड करना है. वो आपके और आपके वोटर के बीच का है. लेकिन आपने तमाम सवालों के जवाब दिए, आपने वक्त निकाला, हमारे साथ जुड़े. देवेंद्र फडणवीस, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू सो मच. धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause for the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. As I call upon Samarth Mathur, Founder, Managing Director, Masha Art, come up on stage, present a small token of our appreciation to the Deputy CM. I would request our guests to please clear the aisle and not crowd around the Deputy Chief Minister. Do clear the aisle, please. Once again, may I request you all to clear the aisles and not crowd around the Deputy CM. All right. While we prepare for our next session, always a good time to thank our sponsors. The India Today Conclave Mumbai 24 was presented by Masha Art, Knowledge Partner NL Dalmia, Reality Partner GY, International School Partner SSVM Institutions, Celebration Partner Pernod Ricard India, Tourism Partner Maharashtra Tourism, Luxury Design Partner Finesta, Luxury Gifting Partner Forest Essentials, Associate Partner MSRDC CIDCO, MMRDA MTDC, Outdoor Partner Capital Group. Give us about 30 seconds to do a quick mic test, and we are ready to go into our next session this evening.
चेक रघु चेक 1 2 आप बोलिए चेक 1 2 3 चेक 1 2 3 चेक 5 ओके पास में करना है थोड़ा सा पीछे चेक कंफर्टेबल हो गए थोड़ा चेक 1 चेक हाँ ये सही हाँ ये सही चेक 1 2 रघु बहुत ज्यादा ऊपर चेक बहुत ज्यादा ऊपर हो गया चेक 1 2 3 कंफर्टेबल हो गए बैठो ओके चेक 1 2 चेक 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 ऑडियो ओके
Into our next session. Beyond the legacy, Gen Z for a just and equal India. To take it from here, I'd like to invite my colleague, Sessions Moderator, Sonal Vaid, Digital Editor, Lifestyle Division, India Today, to introduce you to our esteemed guest.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you, Tech Team, for setting up these rather unusual mics for today's session. I'd like to first begin this chat by addressing why have we changed the way our interview set looks and why are they podcast mics? Because my next guest is a popular podcaster with a show called What the Hell Navya. And so we thought, why not make her feel at home considering she's such a popular podcaster? Besides being an entrepreneur and a women's rights advocate, Navya is a Gen Z businesswoman. She's from a legacy family but working towards carving her own niche. While her sassy nani may be every paparazzi's favorite muse, for me, Navya is an inspiration for every young girl wanting to carve her own niche and make it on her own. Welcome on stage, Navya Naveli Nanda. Welcome, Navya.
Hi, hello. Thank you so much for having me here. That was a very kind introduction.
Thank you for being here, and I hope that this makes you feel at home, a little bit at home.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's start this conversation by discussing something that's extremely close to your heart, which is Project Naveli. What has inspired you to create this gender equal world?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. I think it's been a dream of mine to come onto this platform and get an opportunity to speak. So very, very grateful for the chance. Project Naveli is something we began, and I say we because I don't think I'm alone responsible for the work that we do at the foundation. We work mainly in democratizing access to healthcare, legal awareness and entrepreneurship for women in India. It's been a very special journey for me and the entire team at Project Naveli because I think a lot of the conversations that we have at the foundation, a lot of the work that we do is something that I think young people in India should be more and more involved in, and very grateful to have incredible partners who've supported that dream and that vision. So really grateful for the opportunities that we've had to democratize, like I said, access to entrepreneurship and healthcare, which I think are two of the strongest pillars that we have in our country today, and I think women especially are playing a leading role in those pillars. So I'm very happy to be a small part of that journey.
So not a lot of people know this and they often associate you with Project Naveli. Tell us something about Project Nimaya.
So Nimaya is an organization that I co-founded. Actually, my co-founder is here as well somewhere. So Nimaya is actually a very interesting thought that Samyak and I, my co-founder, came up with. We increasingly talk about technology and how it is changing the way that we live our lives and the way that we work. And of course, while that is a positive, I think that something that also worries me is how technology will impact the workforce of India, especially the young workforce. As you know, young people are a very large percentage of India's workforce, and I think technology, though, has brought about a lot of advancements in our lives, especially the way that we do work in business. I think there is also a negative side to it in the sense that we are hearing about it increasingly replacing human jobs. At Nimaya, what we do is focus on something that technology cannot replace, which is human intelligence. I think young people increasingly bringing out our soft skills, the human side of us in the workplace is what will give us an advantage in the future to not be replaced by technology but work alongside it in the most productive manner. So at Nimaya, we have a program where we work with girls in colleges who are about to join the workforce and really enable them to not just build aspirational careers in India's workforce, but also prepare them for a very different kind of work environment that we're seeing today, where technology plays a very large part, and how we can really, like I said, work alongside rather than be replaced by technology.
It's interesting that you're talking about this because, on one end you're talking about this entire new generation of Gen Zs, and also talking about workplace. Now, there's the biggest misconception about Gen Zs is that they don't want to put in a hard day's job. They are often working on themselves, and there's a lot of mental health breakdowns and all of that. I want to understand from you, how do you manage to navigate that kind of workforce, and being Gen Z yourself, what are your thoughts about working hard and leisure?
See, I didn't know that was a misconception, but I would like to stand up for all other Gen Zs in India today. I think actually a very hard-working generation, and when you talk about mental health, I think a great topic once again that has increasingly come into the forefront, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. I think it's great that we're giving more emphasis to conversations around mental health. I also feel that Gen Zs, like I said, being a very large percentage of India's population, really are the future of the country, really are the future drivers of where this economy will go, where every industry will go. And I think that we realize that, and I think we recognize that the responsibility that comes with, and I think that's exactly why a lot of young people today are, dabbling in different things, different businesses, different platforms, which I think is a great thing. And I feel that it's increasingly important for us as a country to let the youth participate in as many ways as we can, because this is our future to build, and I think we must play a very important role in that. So yeah, I don't think Gen Zs are not hardworking. In fact, I would say it's the opposite.
They're hardworking and working hard on themselves.
Which I think is never a bad thing.
Okay. So where does this zeal and this enthusiasm to work for other people, to empower other women come from? Considering your legacy, did you never think that you wanted to be a part of that, but you wanted to carve something of your own? When did that happen? When did that switch and decision making happen?
I think, not just me, I think everyone has a legacy to carry forward. I inherited one, you've inherited one. I think everyone seated here today has inherited one. And we all play a very strong part, for the rest of our lives in living up to that and taking that forward. I'm doing my part in what I am most passionate about, which is entrepreneurship and business, and more importantly, social impact. These are things that I have always been extremely inclined towards. And I think that's where I see my future and I see my efforts lie. Having said that, it was not a thought that, this is what I want to do. I think irrespective of the background that I come from, this would be something that I always wanted to do. So I don't think that background or legacy comes into play there. I think it's about me being an individual and me being a young woman in India today who wants to do my part in leaving society a better place than we found it. I think we all have a responsibility to do that, and I'm very fortunate that I get to do what I do every day, that I get to do what I love every day. That's not a reality for many young people today, so I think I'm very grateful for the opportunities that I get, and I try to make the most of them.
Yeah, you truly do. So you never wanted to act, ever?
No.
Okay. So one of the banes of our generation, and I'm sure you agree, considering, recently you were a part of this whole IIM thing when you posted that you got through and all of that. I want to understand, how do you as a person deal with online trolling, which is because our work today is up for commentary. When you put up a podcast, when I put up an interview, when I put up a conversation with someone, everyone has something to say. I want to understand, as a young girl who's running her business online, who has a successful podcast which is dependent on online success, how do you deal with trolls and negative commentary?
Firstly, I would say that social media has been a great platform because it's given a lot of people a voice. A lot of people who, previously might not have had that kind of platform or reach to voice their opinions. I think it's a great place for me as well as an individual to put my work out there. It's been a great tool that, if used in the right way, and I really want to emphasize on that, I think if used in the right way, it really has the potential to bring about a lot of positive change. Having said that, and that you bring up IIM, I think extremely fortunate to be a part of such an incredible institution. I think, and I have always said this, I think India has some of the finest institutions in the world. And having now been a part of, an institution like IIM Ahmedabad, I can say that I'm very fortunate to be, getting my higher education at such a place under, the guidance and teaching of, I think, some of the world's finest professors. So very, very fortunate to be a part of that family. Trolling, see, I think that I have made an active choice, an active decision to put myself out there, to put my work out there. And if I consider myself somebody who's working for people, which I do because of Project Naveli and the work that we do, I don't think I can be against or offended by things people have to say. In fact, I think it's important for me to look at what people have to say about me and my work. It will only make me a better person, a better entrepreneur, a better Indian. I think it's very important for us to take critical feedback in the correct way. So I don't take offense to anything that people say. I actually also accept that I come from a very different lived reality to most people in India today. I come from a very privileged background, and I have been given a lot more opportunities than, say, other young women my age. So I think, of course, people will have something to say about that, and I think it's important for me to be open-minded and take all of that feedback and do the best that I can with myself and my work. So I don't give too much thought to what people say negatively. I actually use it to do the best that I can in my journey.
So is it like water off a duck's back?
Sorry?
Is it like water off a duck's back and you will move on and you don't pay heed
Yeah,
to that negative
I think I'm very focused on my goal. I know what I want. I'm very ambitious. I think that my responsibility is to myself and my work, so that's all I'm focused on.
So what does 2024 vision board look like for Navya?
2024, I mean, I'm studying, I'm doing my MBA right now, so I think that's really what is on the cards for right now, is doing the best I can at such a competitive institution that offers so much, and that's really my goal. I want to do the best that I can and make the most of the next 2 years that I have there.
Because you will have this serious businesswoman look and attitude. I think a lot of people didn't realize that you're still a student, and I want to understand, how is Navya as a student? How is she in college? What does she do? Is she the front bencher? Is she the back bencher?
I have always loved learning, and I don't think it's ever too late to be a student. I think people at any and every age can be students, and I think education is one of the most valuable things that I've been given in my life, so I really take that very seriously. As a student, I think I'm a front bencher, as you said. I love being involved in the discussions that are happening around me, and actually I think the best part of being a part of this institution is that I have a great group of people around me. The batch mates come from different kinds of fields with different experiences, and I think that that's really going to help me grow as a person.
Wow, okay. So, there are a couple of worlds that you navigate. There is the podcast, there is your business, there is studies. I want to understand, how do all these worlds collide, and how do you successfully navigate these different roles that you do?
I don't know. I think like any other Gen Z, we have managed to master the art of multitasking. I think I'm very fortunate to have a great support system around me in terms of family, friends, and colleagues who really allow me to, wear the different hats. But I've always been somebody who has wanted to try new things. I like challenging myself. So everything I do, I take it as a challenge. I take it as a new learning experience. So for me, it's not really work. I don't think about how I'm going to manage different things. For me, it's more about how can I do more of what I do. So I'm actually very excited by that. I take it as a positive challenge to myself.
Did you not think that, okay, I'm going to start working once I finish all my graduation, or could you not wait to get into the working world?
So actually, the program I do right now allows me to work at the same time. So fortunately, I am still able to do all the things that I enjoy doing on a daily basis. And I think work is something that for me has never been as scheduled as you're talking about. For me, it's something I really enjoy, something I'm very passionate about. So I haven't thought about that so deeply that I won't be able to do this, or I won't be able to do that if I do my MBA. And I think, like I said, education is one of the most important facets of our life, and I'm very grateful that I'm getting an opportunity to become a student again.
So you are a multi-hyphenate, and that's something that I find very interesting about your personality. Is that something that excited you while you were growing up, that I'm going to not do just one thing, but I'm going to juggle multiple roles and do them all equally well, which is what I think you do?
I don't know if I'm managing to do them equally well, but yeah, I think like I said, I enjoy challenging myself and doing new things, and I think that's a very common trait amongst all young people today. I think that because we are living in a world that is increasingly giving us more access, I think we want to try new things. We want to, put our voice towards things that matter, and I think me, just like any other young person today, is doing that as well.
So what does an average day in Navya's life look like?
Well, right now I'm in the middle of classes, so actually after this I have to run back for a law class. But apart from that, of course, the foundation is something that takes up most of my time. I also work with my father at our family business, which is called Escorts Kubota. We're an agri-machinery company, so that is also something that really excites me because I think that the future of manufacturing in India really is a very, very bright future, and I'm very glad that we play a small part of that.
So, I'm glad that you brought it up because, on one end, you are this girl who's standing up for women's rights. On the other, you're talking to your nanny and your mom about female friendships on your podcast. Then you also have a tractor business that not everybody knows about. And I found it so interesting when I was going through your Instagram that there is a tractor page and you proudly put it up there saying, this is what I do. Tell me, how does this all come together for you, and does it make you feel proud that you're still working at a grassroots level, but you're also part of society, which is a very different kind of a social setup?
Firstly, yes. Firstly, I would say agriculture is one of the largest economies we have in our country today. The industry is massive, the potential is massive, and it's one of the most important industries we have today. So I'm very fortunate, along with, of course, the entire organization, to be a part of an industry like that. What we're doing, I think, in the agri-machinery space is extremely exciting as well. I think there's a lot of potential with, how we move towards a more sustainable future, more eco-friendly future, and we as a company in the manufacturing space are increasingly emphasizing on how we can play a part of that future where tractors can contribute positively to the ecosystem. So that's a very exciting thing for me to be a part of. But no, I don't think too much about, what I do, like I said, because it's something that comes naturally. It's something that if you're passionate about, you don't put too much thought into it. I think it's something that flows very naturally.
Do you take any downtime at all?
This is a nice downtime to come and be on a platform like this and talk to all of you and be here on stage with you. So this is something that is a great part of my day.
But on a serious note, what does downtime for you look like? Like, what do you do? What kind of books do you read? What kind of shows do you watch?
I enjoy reading a lot. I read a lot of books. A book that, has kind of changed my perspective on a lot of things is called Invisible Women. It talks about how, women in general are excluded from data and how that affects different facets of our lives. So yeah, I enjoy reading a lot in my downtime.
Okay. So now we're going to talk about your successful podcast. Firstly, I want to know, how did you come up with this name, What the Hell Navya? Is this something that they say a lot in your house?
No, so this, the podcast has also been a very special journey because I get to share it with my mom and my nanny. I think the thought behind this podcast was that we create a tri-generational conversation around topics and themes that we think are very important, especially to be had on more public platforms, to be had more transparently. That's where the thought came from, and I think there's a lot to learn from, of course, the elders in our life, especially the women in our lives. So for me, it's not really, it's more of an educational journey, sitting there with them and getting their views on different things. The name was actually because it kept coming up as we were recording the show, because I have my own views and I have my own mind and I have my own opinions, so that phrase really stuck, I think, by the end of the recordings.
Considering you are this very type A, grade A student, I was a little
I hope
surprised.
I'm a grade A student. I don't know about that. We'll find out.
Crossing my fingers for you. But what I wanted to, I was a little surprised. You said that you were this type A, grade A student, because on the other end you look like, a little bratish with this whole what the hell Navya. Like a lot of us have this thing when we're trying to go out with our families, when we're trying to get people in our family together, even for one photograph, it's such a task, right? And consistently you've been able to get your mom and nanny together on a podcast after another episode. So how does that work? How do you manage all of that?
I am very fortunate to have a family that's supportive of any and every crazy idea that I have. So they were very much supportive of this one too. They were on board with it from day one, and I think it wouldn't be what it is without the two of them. So I'm really glad that they wanted to be a part of this.
And the contrasting opinions and the contrasting conversations that you have is especially so juicy, because all of you all are from different generations talking about very diverse things. I personally find that very exciting.
Thank you.
How come you still haven't invited, with all your connections, you still haven't invited a fourth person to come to the podcast?
So hopefully season 3 we would love to have other guests on the show. I think it's always great to have a different perspective, a different angle to something that you've been talking about for the last 2 seasons. So I think season 3 would definitely see a lot of new faces featured.
Would you give my audience a sneak peek as to who these people will be?
We actually haven't thought of a list, but I mean,
Who's on your wish list?
The dream, honestly, I don't know if it's possible. The dream would be to have an Indra Nui. She's been somebody that I have really looked up to since I was a young girl. She's actually someone who has inspired me a lot in the way that she has been able to create a name for herself. Especially at that time for her in an industry that was very male dominated, and I think what she has accomplished not just as a woman but even as an Indian is incredibly inspiring. So she would be the dream. I don't know if that's something that would be possible.
I hope she's listening to this, and I hope she comes for
if
your
she's
podcast.
listening to this, then
this is your request.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about podcasts in general, right? Everybody, I think, today with a mic thinks that they can, just like me, everybody with a mic thinks that they can get on with a podcast. I'm going to show you what I think a podcast person looks like for me. This is, according to me, the anatomy of a perfect podcaster. That's a podcaster starter pack I have there. You have the sweatshirt, you have the mic, you have a cool drink which is either in a Stanley cup or it's a matcha, and then you have your iPhone. According to you, what does it take to be a perfect podcaster?
I think just a voice. I don't think that you need any of this. I don't think you need a fancy phone.
You don't need a Stanley cup with a cute pink bow to be a podcaster.
I don't think you need any of those things. I think you just need an opinion and a voice. And if you have those 2 things, I think you'd go very far in life.
Very well said. Okay. So how do you ensure, when you're doing podcasts and when you're doing brainstorming for the topics that you want to do, how do you ensure that you're talking about the right subjects, you're touching upon things that are relevant, and what's your research process like?
So, like I said, I read a lot, and I think the work that I do, has enabled me to have access to a lot of on-ground realities that I might not have otherwise had. So I think it's a lot of what I see on a daily basis that inspires me to talk about certain things. It's also things that we read about every day. It's also things that we, want in the future, an ideal vision for where we want to be as, a country or as an economy. And I think these are things that inspire me and spark a lot of ideas and questions in my head, which is where we then come to the podcast and how we discuss those on the podcast. So I think a lot of it comes from reading and also an everyday lived reality of the kind of people I get to meet on a daily basis through the work that I do.
And it is a popular medium, considering just today there was news of Ranveer Allahabadia losing his YouTube channel where he runs a successful podcast platform to some hackers who've now put up videos of Trump and Tesla, in place of that. And that means that this is a powerful platform and the world is either too scared of it, and they do give...
I think the world is always scared of a strong voice and a strong opinion. But like I said, I think those are the only 2 things you need for a successful podcast or just success in life. And I'm glad that, younger people are looking at podcasts as the medium to voice their opinions and talk about things that should be talked about. So it's actually a great thing, and I see a lot of young upcoming podcasters in India who are increasingly, doing so well, not just in India but also internationally. And I think that gives me a lot of happiness.
Do you listen to any particular podcast? Do you have like your favorite podcasters in India?
So I actually am a big true crime kind of person. So there is a podcast called Desi Crime where they talk about like true crime stories. So that's something that I love listening to.
See, I knew you had a brat side.
I had a quirk somewhere, yes. So that's something that I love listening to, yeah.
So the last few incidents in the country, like the Abhaya incident, deeply traumatized women in this country, and you've been a champion of women empowerment for the longest time. I want to understand in your own way, how do you deal with subjects like that, especially in this country where everything you say is so sensitive and can be taken either way. How do you navigate these sensitive subjects?
Thank you for bringing that up. I think this is the correct platform to talk about something like that. And I think what happened is not a first. It's something that we've seen happen multiple times. And the reaction that we saw to what happened in Kolkata was outrage, like you said. It was horrific. And I think that there's a lot more that we need to do as a country, as women, as people, as members of this society. Of course, law enforcement and better safety protocols will do what they can, but it's very easy for us to sit and demand things. I think we have to be accountable, we have to be responsible. I think as members of this society and just as human beings, I think it is equally our responsibility to create safer spaces for women, not just at work, but even at home. And I think that we as members of this society have to play our part in doing that, both men and women. And having said that, I would want to underline this, very strongly, that women do deserve better. Women do deserve better. She deserves better. And I don't think that anyone or anybody should be able to override the agency and dignity of women.
Okay, very well said. So what are the kind of things that you and your friends talk about? What are the kind of things that you're invested in? What's your WhatsApp chatter like? Is it all serious? Is it all fun? Is it a mix of everything?
I think people have this conception that young people talk about frivolous things, but I don't think that's the case. You would
Not after hearing this conversation. We don't
be
think
surprised.
young people want to talk about frivolous
We
things.
have a lot of goals, we have a lot of dreams, not enough time to accomplish them. So what we talk about really is how we can improve as individuals, how we can work on ourselves. Like you mentioned, we talk about the future of the world, the industry that we're in. I have friends from across different industries. I have friends who are in the entertainment industry. I have friends who are in the business world. It's great to have conversations with like-minded individuals about where they see the country going, where they see the future of business going. And I think that's really what our conversations are about.
And what is coming up next for Navya? What is she looking forward to the most besides the grade A that I am manifesting for you?
I am looking forward to completing my MBA. I think that's something that is very exciting to me, and like I said, extremely grateful to be at the institution that I'm at. So looking forward to that, looking forward to doing more work that causes positive impact in the world today, and looking forward to having more conversations with you like this.
Okay, that is good. And before I wrap up this session, I just have a few quick questions for you. If you could take those for me, okay? Are you geared up? They're going to be very easy.
Okay.
It's going to be easier than the MBA, I promise.
Okay.
If you were stranded on an island, who would you rather be with, your mom or your grandmom?
I don't think I should answer that because I have to go home now, so I'll skip that one.
Are you a texter or a caller?
Caller.
Wow, that is rare, because my team, who's full of Gen Zs, would rather I send them
I think I
snail
communicate
mails.
better when I'm speaking verbally, so I think it's quicker to get that message across.
Emily in Paris or Call Me Bay?
Sorry?
Emily in Paris or Call Me Bay?
Call Me Bay.
Oh, sweet, okay. Where can we find you on a Saturday night?
In class. I have classes 6 to 10 p.m. on a Saturday night, so that's where you can find me.
Okay, so stay at home then or head for a party?
Stay at home.
Now, this is an important one, be very careful. The Delhi food scene or the Bombay food scene?
I think I'd rather not answer that one also. I have roots in both cities, and both have shaped who I am today, so it would be unfair to pick.
Okay then. And this one you have to pick one. Who would you want on your podcast from the two people, Ranveer Allahabadia or Ori?
I think both have their own podcast, so I don't know if they would agree to come, but I'd love to go on theirs. I don't know if they'd want to be on mine, but I'd love to go on theirs.
Thank you, Navya. It was an absolute pleasure chatting with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do raise a warm applause as I call upon Samarth Mathur, founder and managing director, Masha, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Navya. Ladies and gentlemen, do raise a warm applause, Navya Nave. And with that, we're ready to go into our next session, the art and science of winning elections. Take it from here, sessions moderator Rahul Kanwal, News Director India Today Aaj Tak, Executive Director Business Today. May I also call upon Sahil Joshi, Managing Editor Aaj Tak and Mumbai Bureau Chief.
Can we clear the aisles and can we have our guests from the back, please? Everybody's coming very slowly. Jaldi, jaldi. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session at the India Today Conclave is one that I have been looking forward to very eagerly. The folks you see on the stage right now are very important, even if you don't know much about them. They are the professional wonder kids who now manage campaigns behind the scenes. It may not look that way when you see them, but they're the ones advising the likes of Mamata Banerjee, Chandrababu Naidu, Rahul Gandhi, Amit Shah, even if it doesn't seem just from their appearance. They've also opened a new avenue in professional election management, and Sahil and I hope to speak to them about the art and science of winning elections. Allow me to introduce to you our guests so that you have a context of who they are and their journeys. I want to start by introducing Rishi Raj Singh. Rishi Raj Singh is one of the co-founders and directors of Indian Political Action Committee, IPAC. Most of you, I'm sure, know Prashant Kishore. So, Rishi, the relationship currently is a bit complicated, but Rishi was one of the co-founders of IPAC and one of the brains and strategists behind that famous body which really brought an entire genre of election management to the fore. Robin Sharma used to be with Rishi till some time ago. He's now the founder director of Showtime Consulting. He's a MBA graduate. He studied robotics at the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Bombay. He's been with Accenture in the past. He also worked with CAG. You remember CAG, that body which helped Chief Minister Modi before his Lok Sabha campaign, before he became Prime Minister. I want to introduce Naresh Arora. He looks a bit like a Bollywood star, but don't get mistaken just yet. He runs Design Box, and they are very foxy characters he's worked with, including campaigns in Rajasthan and in Karnataka. Currently, he's working with Ajit Pawar in Maharashtra. Robin works currently with the Eknath Shinde Sarkar in Maharashtra. So they're on the same side of the political fence. And just so that you have some context,
Rishi works with Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal. I'm just giving you current assignments so you have a sense of what they do. So let me start by asking Naresh first, because we had Ajit Pawar here yesterday. Now, Ajit Pawar is like this Dada of Maharashtra. You're wearing like this fancy suit, 140 knots, look at your shoes, very crisply polished. Now, how do you communicate anything to Ajit Pawar? He's like, कहाँ से आया रे boss? ये IIT, robotics, ये क्या है? How? मुझे बताएगा Maharashtra boss. I've grown up here. I understand this place. So how does this dynamic work?
First of all, when I meet him, I don't wear these suits. So that makes life a bit easier. But on a serious note, politician, whether it is Mr. Ajit Pawar or anyone else, only the secure politicians listen to anyone. That's the first. And I have been fortunate to have worked with some of them, and Ajit Pawar is one of them who is clear in his head and clear in his mind, sees where the shortcomings are, where they need to be plugged in, and who is the best person to do that. So till now in my experience or my journey, I have not found this difficulty of making anyone understand what I want to convey. And
so are you the one behind his image changeover, the colorful jackets he's wearing, he's smiling a lot more. So is that Naresh telling him behind the scenes, kis dada thoda haso, thoda colorful jacket pehno, that's how you'll attract women voters. Is that the role you play?
I think the smile that you see on his face these days is probably the one he has hidden since last 30 years. So he's smiling a bit more.
No, but I can see that you're wearing a pink color shirt, right? And suddenly we are seeing that Ajit Pawar, who is a rugged politician, have never wore anything else than white, suddenly wearing a pink jacket. He doesn't call it pink jacket, he calls it a maroon jacket. But yeah, when he wears a pink jacket, his party color has suddenly changed to the pink. What is this pink revolution you could bring in? Ajit Dada को दो शब्द कहने के लिए लोग डरते हैं. आपने जाके कैसे बोल दिया कि दादा अभी आपको पिंक पहनना पड़ेगा? ऐसे ये कैसे हो सकता है?
First of all, Sahil, this pink jacket is not something which has come out of the blue, I would say, which is a color contrast.
But you say it is pink, he says it's not a pink color by the way.
Yeah, it is not, it's a shade of pink. But that's the same jacket which he was wearing the day he delivered the last budget, the 10th budget he did. And the jacket happened to be the color what he's wearing these days. And the biggest scheme, the flagship scheme which they are promoting is the Ladki Behan Yojana, as you know. So that was a thought that it could resonate with the people to remind them that yes, he's the guy who's presented the budget. And he's the one who's fulfilling the aspirations of almost 2 crore ladies and women of this state. So I think that has worked well for them till now, and that is why we were conversing. You did ask this question, I think Rajdeep did to Mr. Pawar yesterday, and he gave an opportune answer.
Rishi, you worked with HSBC, Credit Suisse in the past. Now you work with Mamata Banerjee. Ek taraf Credit Suisse, ek taraf Mamata Banerjee. How does that dynamic work?
See, it's not about any leader. I would say one thing we should get it absolutely right, that almost all the leaders, at least that I have worked with and that I see at the helm of the affairs in this country, are few of the most intelligent ones. And out of their intelligence, they know who to listen to, what to listen to, when to listen to. In today's time, every party needs a consultant. And I would want to put it out right here that in today's time, there is no political party who can win an election without a political consultant. Really? I'm not saying that you need to have or you are winning because of political consultant. What I'm saying is political parties cannot win elections without political consultants. And I'll give a couple of reasons for that. The first reason is the general intent of a politician is for himself or herself to win. It is not about because he himself wants to be MLA or minister. He would not be caring about, a neighbor, rather he would want his neighbor to lose the elections. And it is only the consultant who can give you that 360-degree picture and without any political, personal bias in that. Secondly, I don't think in today's time, I have not seen in any party, in any setting,
there is any politician who has guts to go walk up to a leader and give a honest, pure feedback, especially if that feedback is negative.
I want to tell all of you one story.
By the way, Rahul, yeah, please go ahead.
You know, so Rishi and Robin are sitting next to each other, looking very amiable and cordial, which is great.
Which we are.
Just recently in Andhra Pradesh, their teams were fighting like mad. Okay,
against
each other. Rishi was working with IPAC. IPAC was with Jagan Reddy. Jagan Reddy got defeated quite badly, and the man who beat him was Robin. Now, you've been teammates in the past, right? So how does this work? Ki your teams are duking it out, fighting. Do you get together in the evening and get a drink? Ki aaj mere camp mein ye hua, mere camp mein ye. How does that dynamic play out?
Rahul, you have become this movie director. You are writing the script here and you are enacting it. We are good friends, let it be. And by the way, these hands are not what political consultants do.
No, but you know, because you fought in the Andhra Pradesh election, is it not that because Robin's client won the election, he got a new client here in Maharashtra, and which you could have got?
Actually, he was working with that client much earlier, but yeah, he will have miles to go after
विश्वास हो
that.
गया ना कि Robin ने जीत लिया Andhra Pradesh.
We started Maharashtra, I think, February last year. So it is not right to say that because we won Andhra Pradesh, and since you talk about Andhra Pradesh, see, we were not working against IPAC or I was not working against Rishi. My job was to ensure that TDP comes back to power, Mr. Naidu becomes the Chief Minister again. So it's
but आपने बोला तो होगा ना कि आप ये बोल दीजिए ताकि वाईएसआर कांग्रेस खतरे में आ जाएगी, हमारा सिक्का चल जाएगा.
वाईएसआर
यही सब स्ट्रेटेजी दी
not IPAC. वाईएसआर Congress, not IPAC. So see, ultimately, this industry is very small. We do not have any, we do not fight against each other. We fight for the client. We work for the client, irrespective of whoever is against us.
Good thing is, Rahul, I think we should take pride in this, that back in 2013-14, there was a group of people, and majority of them are leading different political consulting groups, working with probably all the top leaders across India. And I think I personally, whether, he could be working somewhere, I could be working somewhere, and 10 other people could be working somewhere. But I really, really take pride in that.
No, so give everyone sitting here some insights on how you function. Because you come from consultancies or MNCs, now suddenly you have to go to Akola. Now you have to figure out ki bus ticket kisko dena hai. Aapka aadmi aaya, wo young fellow, and he's now supposed to tell Sharad Pawar ji or Supriya Tai or Devendra Fadnavis that how do you build that credibility where this leader thinks this ye bacche ka mujhe batayega? How does that work?
See, first of all, in Andhra Pradesh also, Mr. Naidu had a 40 years of experience, 14 years as CM. I am nobody to tell him that I can help you. But please understand that we are not the horse that pulls the cart. We are a small cog in the wheel which pulls the cart, and horse is the leader. So we play a very small role to structure things, to give an unbiased feedback, and to ensure that whatever is reality, whatever we are telling, closer to truth.
नहीं, लेकिन अभी ऋषि ने कहा था बीच में कि लीडर इंटेलिजेंट होते हैं एंड दे डिसाइड कि किसकी सुननी है किसकी नहीं सुननी है. मेरा मानना है कि लीडर तब सुनते हैं जब वो प्रॉब्लम में होते हैं. तब तक वो किसी की नहीं सुनेंगे जब तक वो प्रॉब्लम में नहीं. तो क्या आपने जाके अजीत पवार को बताया कि सर आप अगर पिंक जैकेट नहीं पहनेंगे तो इलेक्शन हार जाओगे?
See, first of all, I am feeling a little bit out of family affair.
And you're not from the IPAC family.
I think Designbox is the only consultancy who doesn't have any roots or branches out of IPAC. But nevertheless, on a serious note, adding on to Rishi's point, my first chief ministerial working experience was with Shri Veerbhadra Singh. So Veerbhadra Singh was MP with Jawaharlal Nehru and MP with Rahul Gandhi also. And 7 times I think he was the chief minister of one of the most difficult territorial states in the country. And how could a Naresh Arora, as rightly Rahul asked, that would go and tell Veerbhadra Singh that, okay, fine, you do this and you don't do that. It's about that insights which anyone can bring in as an idea, but with a pedigree to conviction also. That you have to be persuasive and to be convincing enough for the person to understand that, yes, this is something which can add on to the value. Trouble, obviously, we all run to astrologers or people run to astrologers when they find the times tough. So in any case, whenever the political consultancy is approached or political consultancy is working with anyone, it is a situation where they need to salvage the situation. And as Rishi rightly said, I agree with it, and I have been a proponent of it since long, that no party in future is going to be able to function, not even the party, even the political leaders are not going to be able to function with some professional assistance or help. The only issue which I have been finding till now, especially because I have been working with a party in which has a bigger base in the country, is a national party, is that there is no acknowledgement to the field the way it should be as any other professional field. When the sessions are held in which the conversations are true, the insights are shared, everything is agreed upon, then why it is not acknowledged as an open field? It will create a lot of opportunities, it will create a lot of jobs, and I have been propagating since years, but leaders still feel that it openly we give someone a credit or an acknowledgement might harm their chances. But in US, as you know, and these people have been working since more longer than me, in fact, that no election in US is run without the help of a professional.
No, so let me explain the disconnect. The disconnect is that political parties, whether it's the BJP or the Congress, want these consultants or people with consultant skills to come on board, that you join us, like a Sunil Kanagolu in the Congress, many in the BJP, the Association of Billion Minds, ki boss aap andar aa jao, ye bahar se nahi chalta hai. This whole McKinsey model doesn't work. How much pressure is that? That you basically just come and become a card-holding member of the Congress or the BJP, ye bahar se gyan mat do.
I think this kind of pressure generally is put by national parties.
Correct.
Regional parties we do not have such pressure. And I believe, my personal opinion is that it is not right for people like us to join a party. Because at the end of the day, the human nature is that we tend to get bias if we start aligning with one ideology. For example, if someone is left-leaning, I have to tell them what is right for them. If someone is right-leaning, I have to tell them what is left for them to cater to.
Left or right, dono chala lete ho.
If someone is at the center, we have to ensure that they are at the center of the stage.
I think, sorry. I think, Rahul, to answer to that, I think there has to be a group, or there have to be individuals, or there have to be many other groups who need to take the responsibility of taking this particular industry to newer heights. And for that very reason, there has to be some sort of independence that these people need to have, and then they need to exercise. If the parties want to build internal capabilities, they're free to do that, and they're doing that, as you rightly said, in many cases. But for this industry, I believe, after having spent like 11 to 12 years in this industry, I think seriously there have to be some serious effort by professionals like us who have seen so much of this industry to actually lift this industry up. Because right now, of the political consulting industry, what we all of us are seeing is only tip of the iceberg.
तो आपको पैसा व्हाइट में मिलता है कि ब्लैक में? पेमेंट कैसे करते हैं नेता?
100% चेक, 100% व्हाइट.
ये कुछ नहीं बोल रहे.
200% चेक.
हमें तो 100% मिलता है चेक में. 200% जिस दिन मिलेगा और
I'll tell you why I'm asking this, because a lot of young people who are watching may be interested, but they don't want payment in cash, right? I mean, they want it. Is it like a bona fide job as a political consultant, or half payment is in cash and half payment?
No, I'll answer that, Rahul. See, as probably Naresh said here, this political consulting is nothing new. It was there before 2013 and 14 also. After 2013 and 14, why is it that there was this exponential growth in this particular field? It was only because of a lot of professionals coming from really bright field and backgrounds actually becoming part of it. And only because of that collective effort of all those professionals, this industry actually boomed. And right now you could see thousands of such professionals working here. This was made possible because professional practices, ethics, and all processes were put in place. So to answer to your question, unless the complete professional ethics are there, you take all the money in check, and as consulting companies work, as media companies work, so do political consulting.
So do you advise us to get into that? I mean, looking at our...
already Rahul Kanwal is part of it. He's doing a lot of DIUs. So I think he's already part of that.
But he's not getting paid for it.
In any case, every politician...
It as a job as a journalist.
No, one thing I want to comment here, talking about job. And, you know, I would ask Rishi and Naresh also on this. I believe that this particular political consulting is not a career. It's a choice, it's a commitment. If you have a commitment to make people's life better, only then you can excel for a long term. You have to ensure that, you know, the leader also who is committed, you ensure that he comes to power. For example, today if you go to AP, there was flood situation in AP very recently. And if you do not know who the chief minister is, and you see that in 1 week, you have reached to, the government has been able to reach to 1 crore people spending relief material through drones, you can guess that chief minister
Robin, pardon my cynicism. The fact is, boss, आपको जहाँ पैसा मिला आपने वहाँ पे काम किया ना. I'll tell you why. Now you've got a contract from Eknath Shinde ji. So you've come here. If say Sharad Pawar ji had given you a contract, you could have potentially gone there. You got a contract with Chandrababu Naidu, you went there. आपको जगन बुलाएगा, आप उधर भी जाओगे ना. So ये ऐसा, you're giving a moral halo to a commercial transaction.
What Robin is wanting to say is that the commitment is required to the profession. It seems from outside as a very easy job to go and give an advice. With advice comes responsibility. If you are advising a sitting chief minister that no, what you are thinking on those lines is not right and something which we are suggesting should be done, it's a big responsibility which comes to you, and it is a lot of commitment. And how much hard work it takes, Rishi, me and Robin can very well tell that our sleep meters only tell us 2-3 hours a day, and that is how it works when the elections are happening on its own. And one more thing which Robin has been saying is that this has the potential to get to something which India has probably never seen, considering the kind of elections, the number of elections we have, the levels of elections we have, and the stakes in the elections that we have.
So you're all opposed to one nation, one election. Agar one nation, one election ho gaya, inka dhanda to gaya.
No, Rahul. No? I think the biggest business that is going to be hit is the media industry. And political industry, you know, we have all those elections. Good that we will get, you know, holidays for a couple of years.
Yes, exactly.
And by the way, picking up a client, I think it is just like a marriage. Someday you happen to meet somebody somewhere and it works out between you and you decide to be together. But that relationship only continues if there is that unbreakable trust between the two. If that trust is broken, then it doesn't go forward.
You know, एक school of thought ये भी है, जैसे राहुल शरद पवार को मिलने के लिए, मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा, एक बहुत बड़े पोलस्टर या फिर स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट गए हुए थे, मतलब उनको किसी ने मिलाया. तो शरद पवार का ये कहना था कि अगर 55 साल पॉलिटिक्स में बिताने के बाद मुझे अगर कोई ये कहने के लिए आए कि भाई मुझे मेरा पॉलिटिक्स कैसे करना है, तो मुझे पॉलिटिक्स में रहने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है. ये भी एक स्कूल ऑफ थॉट है पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स का. How do you deal with that? Most of the leaders, Mamata Banerjee has spent more than 50 years in politics. Eknath Shinde has risen from being a corporator to the chief minister. Ajit Pawar, you know, he has probably more experience than number of elections you might have handled. How do you go and tell them कि नहीं boss, आपको जरूरत है हमारी और आप हमारे पास ही आइए?
Sahil, so see, political consultants, they are like a mirror, right? Even when you have to shave your own face, right? You need a mirror. It's your face. But because there are blind spots, because you can't see certain things which are there, so that is why you need that mirror. And as I said, going ahead, right? What political consulting used to be invest in 1960s, when it used to be only about TV ads and media training, versus what it became to 1980s and 1990s, when it also included voter outreach, when it also included raising funds, and then what it happened in 2000s, when actually this digital data analysis and so many other technologies came into picture. I think with the growing trend and with the growing awareness, it's not just the people sitting in this room who are getting aware. I think even those leaders, they are getting aware of all those avenues where they see a lot of growth capabilities and potential. And for that, they tend to choose and work with certain.
So I have a question in public interest.
Just to add to his point, very interesting point which Rishi has made. You know, radio, then TV, and then 2004-5 onwards, internet. And if you see the rise of digital media, social media is kind of complemented, or you can see the equal rise of BJP, because BJP was fast enough to latch on to the rise of the digital communication, and both rose together. So it is very important that with changing times, are you fast enough, are you quick enough, are you swift, or are you nimble enough to latch on to the ongoing trends? अब AI आ रहा है, तो उसमें we have to be ready.
So I have this question in public interest and I'll ask it to Naresh. पैसा कितना देते हो सर आप? कोई आया काम करने के लिए, what is the average pay that someone should expect if they are watching you and saying, "Hey, मेरे को काम करना है आपके साथ." What are the pay brackets like at different levels?
Has Kallipuri narrated the pay scales ever in publicly? So, pay scales are, of course, I mean...
No, I'm not specifically saying. I'm just saying give a broad, like if I ask,
Depends.
you can
It
see
is
this
not a
question, they'll
single
answer
department industry. It is not a single department industry in which we have multimedia, we have data, we have research, we have ground. Everywhere there are different verticals, and all verticals have their different pay scales according to the work skills and the kind of inputs that people bring in. Someone who's working on the ground for example, 18 to 20 hours a day, not having food, traveling all the time, has a different pay scale. Someone working from the comforts of the office but having a skill set which probably the ground person doesn't have, a different pay scale.
नहीं चलो आप वो मत बोलिए, मैं अलग तरीके से पूछता हूँ इसी बात को. देखिए, there is too much of stake for a political leader to win assembly elections and everybody knows why, right? So obviously लोग यही सोचते हैं और हम जो सुनते हैं उस हिसाब से कि मैं अमाउंट बोलूंगा, आप बोल दीजिए ऊपर नीचे, ये भी चल जाएगा. आप डायरेक्टली मत बोलिए कि कितना मिलता है. बट नॉर्मली इट्स सो मच ऑफ स्टेक कि लोग कहते हैं कि भाई जो मांगे वो ले लो. ऐसा होता है कि भाई जो मुझे जीता दो, आप जो मांगे ले लो.
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता है. थिंग्स हैव टू बी रैशनलाइज, थिंग्स हैव टू बी, इफ यू आर, एक बार ऐसा हो सकता है, पर अगर आपको इस इंडस्ट्री में सर्वाइव करना है, यू हैव टू बिल्ड रेपुटेशन फॉर योरसेल्फ टू बी रीजनेबल. And you have to spell out what is required, what is not required, how much is going to cost. It is not that people are not aware and people are sitting on Mars and they're working on Earth. Everyone is aware of what is around.
No, so Rishi, do you get like a victory bonus? Like you get a sales incentive. Do you get a victory bonus? Ki Stalin ko jita diya, now DMK says, okay Rishi, victory bonus.
I wish we would have, but so far no. No luck there. But for all the leaders and the parties that we have worked with, if they are willing to cover the salaries, the expenses of my team, that's it, nothing more.
But ऐसा भी होता होगा ना.
Part of trust, you know, that you are transparent enough to tell them that what is going to cost and this is the cost and this is how much we deserve. So that's how it works.
But ऐसा भी होता होगा ना कि ठीक है इलेक्शन कैंपेन तक कितना, लेकिन अगर जीत गए तो इतना. ये भी तो होता
अभी तक तो ऐसा हुआ नहीं है, होना चाहिए.
See, it's a high risk industry. If
उन्होंने अगर ये बोल दिया कि अगर हार गए फिर
पैसा वापस.
Exactly.
No, so you know the big challenge for political consultants and strategists is that they have to maintain the right balance. I must tell you that it took us a lot of effort to convince these guests to come here, and this is the first time I know, for example, that Rishi is coming at all, and you're just thinking ki aun na aun karun, should I not. The problem is if you overdo it, then netas get very upset. ये प्रशांत किशोर बन रहा है, ये अपना ओवर स्मार्ट बन रहा है, and इसको लगता है. So how do you deal with that? You know, one is of course you want to, and I saw you did a lot of interviews after Andhra Pradesh, you want to speak about what you've done, but you don't want to overdo it where it looks like ये Mamata Banerjee को outshine करने की कोशिश. So you want to give her the credit, and yet, as you said, get some acknowledgement.
See, for example, you spoke about Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh is, see, we all know, entire country knows Chandrababu Naidu ji. He's a statesman. I have never seen a leader who is he's a very sharp leader, very focused, very determined, very disciplined. And I started working with him for early 2020, for 4.5 years, now almost 5 years. After elections, he took a leave. He never took a leave. He was even ready 9 a.m. in the morning on a Sunday morning. And he will sit till 7 in the evening without, taking a nap. He's very determined. So if I tell him that, mere bina aapka chalega nahi, so it's really wrong to say that. We can just structure things. We can bring on the table whatever little is required to ensure that we are on the right track. We give proper feedback which is closer to truth. That's it. I think leaders, all leaders, including Eknath ji, I mean, he's a people's man. You know him. Very simple person, very hardworking, and heart of gold. I mean, he's a very kind-hearted person.
Do you keep in mind कि जीतने का chance, I don't want to name him, but somebody I know very well, the charge against him is that he first sees कि बॉस ये जीतेगा कि नहीं जीतेगा. अगर जीतने का chance है तभी वो घुसते हैं, हारने वाले campaign में पड़ते ही नहीं है.
Glad that you asked this question because when I started working with TDP in Andhra Pradesh, all my friends, including some of my media friends, said that you're taking the wrong assignment because TDP will never come back.
Chandrababu Naidu ji की age हो गई है, he will not come back, TDP is finished, Jagan is very strong. Everyone advised against it, but we took it as a challenge. Similarly happened in Maharashtra. Everyone advised that Eknath ji nahi hoga. In Lok Sabha, you know that, Sahil was telling me 1 or 2 seats आएंगी. 3, 4, we wanted more seats. We were, we were on the right track to win 11 seats. We won 7, but it's a sweet victory that
do you see, is your client going to win or lose? Do your own poll before deciding do you want to work for someone or contract हुआ तो कोई भी चलेगा?
I mean, you reach a stage where you see that where we can have the best chance, you can make a difference. Otherwise, fighting a losing election, no one wants to do it out of any one of us. But when you start, of course, your choices are different. When you are doing something right, your picking of choices changes. But I have a divergent view from Robin that there are occasions when I feel that I should pick up the mic and try to say what I'm wanting someone else to say. But then there are restrictions and boundaries because a consultant can't be a story. The story has to be the leader. We can be everything what people want to name us, director, script writer, cinematographer, anything. But we can't be actors.
Interesting part is that all of you have worked with the regional parties. और रीजनल पार्टीज में सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत क्या होती है कि जो कैडर होता है ना वो बड़ा सेंसिटिव होता है अपने लीडर के बारे में, राइट? तो आप कैडर को कैसे समझाते हो? क्योंकि आप कैडर से बात करो तो बोलते हैं कि ये कौन आके हमको बता रहा है, हमारा लीडर इसकी बात मान रहा है, हमको भी इसकी बात माननी पड़ रही है. एंड देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ डिसकंटेंट अगेंस्ट मोस्ट ऑफ यू कि भाई कैडर बोलता है कि ये आके हमको अभी हमारा बॉस तो ये बन गया करके. ये कितना होता है और कैडर को आप कैसे समझा पाते हो? कोई भी
our approach is always of collaboration, not cannibalization. If I meet a leader, whether it is in Maharashtra or was in AP, I always tell them that I can never know this state more than you.
But is there a pushback from the leaders around?
Of course there is.
थोड़ा होता है.
If anywhere you enter, everyone thinks who are you who have come out. Especially I face something of that sort from shifting from north to south. That how can a North Indian come and tell us something which we already don't know 20 years back? So every kind of push is there, but at the end of the day, you have to establish yourself, your credentials. You can't rest on your past laurels.
Sometimes what happens is when you spend a lot of time strategizing, you end up becoming a politician.
Yeah.
We've seen it's happened with someone you guys know well, Prashant Kishore. So I have a googly question, which I don't know whether you're expecting or not. What do you think of Prashant Kishore's chances in Bihar? He thinks he'll win Bihar. Rishi, I'll start.
I know Robin's answer.
Possible?
I think Robin should be barred from giving this answer.
Yes, Rishi.
It is, I'm nobody to comment on that, and probably none of us sitting here can actually comment on that. But he's been working really, really hard there in Bihar with best of his intents. All our well-wishes are with him. He is going to give it everything, and he will give a very serious fight in Bihar. But it is up to the people of Bihar to decide on that. We are nobody to...
Will he be a vote katwa, or can he make a significant material difference to the outcome?
See, as I said, he putting as much as effort can achieve anything. What eventually it ends up to is on the people of Bihar, how they choose.
Robin, is he a guru of sorts? A mentor? Or do you think यार इसने नाम खराब किया, 300 बोली बीजेपी की आएंगी, आई नहीं, सबका इसने नाम खराब किया?
See, you have taken the word guru. See, as I will speak as a person with an Indian mentality now. The truth is that indirectly or directly, indirectly because of design box, but directly we are saying that today we are sitting here. It's because while introducing, you also mentioned the word CAG. Because we got this opportunity created by Prashant in CAG in 2013. Whether we like him, whether we don't like him, doesn't matter. But the truth is that because of that platform we are what we are today. We are able to advise Chief Minister, we are able to work with them because of that platform that started in 2013. He should get the credit for that.
Do you look at him as a father figure for the industry? Or do you like, ये ऐसे hero बनता है, मेरे को भी credit मिलना चाहिए, इसको फालतू extra credit मिलता है?
I don't look at it like that. First of all, I've never worked with him. In fact, you will be surprised I've never met him also.
Oh, really?
These people have worked with him, so they have more understanding of his working style, etc. But about Bihar, as the question is, I think I'm first of all a very big fan of hard work. He's putting in a lot of hard work, a visible hard work. I know what it takes to do what he's doing. We do it for others, and we see that the outcomes are that we are sacrificing everything, whatever is in personal lives, and he's putting in a lot of hard work, and I think anyone who puts in hard work deserves results.
Anyone of you nurturing political ambition, or what is about the ideology?
Robin.
क्यों कहाँ जाएगा ये? कौन सी पार्टी?
Robin को सब पार्टी लेने को तैयार है. Robin has 5 Rajya Sabha offers.
5 Rajya Sabha
offers.
One from TDP, where others are from where?
Others in 3 parties from this state itself.
3 parties from this state
itself. One he is not
ये
disclosing.
फंसाएगा बॉस आपका धंधा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट खराब करने में लगा ये.
You should disclose the 5th one.
As I told you, I was really looking forward to this session, and I hope half an hour later you have a flavor of why. And I want you to join me in raising a very, very warm round of applause for these gentlemen and for the young teams they lead. You know, when you go to their offices during a campaign, it's like being in a college or a cafeteria. There's a lot of young, buzzy energy. They've got Excel sheets and they're looking at the numbers. And it is so much better that this be the approach. It's data driven, it's objective, rather than ye mera aadmi hai, ye uska aadmi, isko kharab. A lot of advice otherwise can typically be very biased. They try and fix it, which is also why they have these fancy contracts, and in the case of Naresh, these fancy suits. But anyway, we leave it over there. For joining us here at the India Today Conclave, for agreeing to be a part of this conversation, and for coming out in public and speaking. Thank you very much. We're very, very thankful. Thank you. Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you.
Raise a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I call upon Mudit Dalmia, Vice President, NL Dalmia Institute and Management Studies, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists this evening. And with that, we'd be ready to go into our next session this evening. A quick photo op. Give us just about a minute to turn around the stage and we're ready to go. So what I'm going to do next is, while we quickly turn around the stage, is call upon my colleague, the session's moderator, Ayush Alyawadi, technology editor and presenter, Business Today, to come up on stage and introduce you to our next session this evening. Whichever one.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Preeti, for that introduction. But the thing is, all of our anchors on stage were well prepared. We've been briefed, we've done our research. But unfortunately, I'm a little foggy in the brain right now, and I'm not sure about the introduction for this tech session that you all have all been awaiting. So what I will do is take a little help from ChatGPT. How many of you guys have used some sort of AI before? Put your hands up. ChatGPT? Okay. There's enough of them. A quick prompt saying, I have a really cool guest for a very cool session. So let's go with this, and then you know how all of us anchors are prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, as the digital age accelerates, one technology stands out, reshaping our world at an unprecedented pace. Of course, it is artificial intelligence. It's no longer science fiction. It's here, it's now, and it's transforming everything we know about the way we live. To guide us through this exciting frontier, we have a true visionary, a leader who's not just witnessing this revolution, but actively shaping it. I have with me Saurabh Sahu from Accenture. Huge round of applause, please. So the good news, and there's bad news as well. So the good news is that the crowds use ChatGPT. So maybe they'll have a rough understanding what we're doing. The bad news is that they've not used the other LLMs. No, I'm just joking with you. But we're going to try to make this fun, try to make this interactive. Most importantly, we don't want to geek out too much. We want to ensure that if there's any themes that touch upon your lives from the world of technology, we know technology is disrupting every sector, every life. But let's take that cue from our introduction, Saurabh. You're an AI expert, and it's an absolute honor to have you here at the India Today Conclave. But when you talk about AI, is it something in terms of generative AI, ChatGPT, me doing that on stage, was that a gimmick? Or can that actually be a game changer? Because so many people are talking about Google Gemini, ChatGPT, Meta AI. Let's start there.
What do you guys think? Is AI a gimmick or a game changer? Game changer? Okay, one for game changer. How many for gimmicks? Nobody for gimmicks? Anyone for gimmicks? Okay, one hand for gimmicks, ma'am. You think it's a gimmick? Okay, anyone else for gimmicks?
There you go.
No one else? Okay, fair enough. So, great question. Do you want the popular answer or the right answer? The right answer? I'm an AI expert. What do you think will be the right answer? I'm a so-called AI expert. Game changer, of course. So, let me put it this way. It has, I think, traveled a good journey from being perceived as gimmick to being now established as a game changer. In the summary, right? If I just go 2-3 layers down, look at the different kinds of revolutions we have experienced in our lives, right? We have had calculators, computers, internet, mobile phones. All of these at some point in time were perceived as gimmicks. But we now continue to live them through our lives because the difference between a gimmick or a game changer is simple. Does it affect your life in a manner which makes it better and faster? If there is something which makes your lives better and faster, it is here to stay. The fundamentals of AI and emerging technologies on AI, like Gen AI especially, are based on strong fundamentals. They are made to make our lives easier, faster, convenient, and add to human intelligence and productivity. And therefore, simply put, therefore, I'm hoping it'll traverse the journey and be a good game changer.
You know what's interesting is with that one prompt, I would have taken at least a couple of hours, maybe more, to really research the illustrious career of Saurabh Sahu at Accenture and beyond. But for me, generative AI has done that in 10 seconds. Now, the problem there is how foolproof is it, Saurabh? And most importantly, how credible is that information that we get from these prompts? Because that's a concern we have when everyone starts using it.
Yeah. So let's put it this way. Those of you who have used ChatGPT, may I know for what purposes have you used it? Quick round. Writing content? Okay, writing content. What else? Sorry?
Image generation.
Image generation. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So,
carving a legal notice. Wow. Well, I mean, definitely I wouldn't want to be a recipient of that. But having said that, all of us travel, right? And now Indians travel a lot. The latest report essentially says we are the most traveled country in the world in terms of the economy that we are adding in terms of travel is huge. How many of you made a travel itinerary on ChatGPT? Yeah? It's one of the most easy applications of using ChatGPT, right? Now, very, very easy, very popular. You just say,
10-day itinerary to visit Australia, throw in some wildlife, throw in a cricket match, throw in some kids activities, and then ChatGPT will give you a very nicely done itinerary, which you can take it to a Make My Trip or a Thomas Cook and easily say, give me the price of this. Right? Broadly, this is what you can put it together up. Now, very recently, I'm planning a trip to Australia in December. I'm a huge cricket fanatic, so I wanted to watch the Boxing Day Test match, which starts on 26th of December. When I asked ChatGPT for an itinerary for Melbourne for 4 or 5 days, including a test match, it did throw up an inaccurate answer by saying that the test match starts from 24th of December. Now, people who know cricket and who know Melbourne and who know December Boxing Day Test, it starts on 26th of December, right? ChatGPT has now corrected it. But at that point in time, it was throwing up a result which was an inaccurate result, despite the volume of information we had, right? So at the end of the day, and I think Navya said it very well, when she was asked, what is the, what makes a good podcast? She said, voice with opinion. The day opinions can be automated, probably we may not need humans, right? But the day, till the time opinions are there, verification of facts is there, we will need to have the right combination of humans with Gen AI or technology, and to that extent, therefore, it's important to differentiate between what is right, what is fact, and what is fiction. What is an opinion, what is a fact, and what is bias.
Okay, so I'm going to play devil's advocate over there, just to keep this more interesting. All the top tech titans of the world, whether superheroes or supervillains, Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Mark Zuckerberg, with yesterday's announcement at MetaConnect, are all talking about, at some point, the pros and cons of achieving something called AGI. AGI is artificial general intelligence. The comic books would have you believe that that's the most dangerous Armageddon-like scenario. I don't want to downplay it, I don't want to overstate it. But if AGI is achieved, AGI in a simple sentence, if you could explain, is largely if AI actually becomes as smart as a human, right? For everyone to understand. Then do opinions get automated? Then is there a concern that AI takes over?
Well, no. Simply because no matter... So ultimately, let's understand this. The simple difference between a machine and a human. Machines have to operate on data, on certain base. Humans can operate on emotions, feelings, data, intelligence, various other factors. It will be very, very, very unlikely to model anything in terms of opinion and emotions on for a machine platform. So artificial general intelligence, AGI, essentially wants to mimic human behavior or human reactions. Right? So if if I tell a robot, you're looking great today, then what kind of an response do you expect from the robot, right? Saying to, thank you for the compliment, or you are being too nice, or whatever it is, right? So when you try to mimic human emotion is where we are trying to get to. But even at that stage, I don't think it will ever be able to replicate the soul of a human being, and I'm hoping it doesn't happen.
Fair enough. So emotional intelligence for now trumps artificial intelligence, at least in that aspect. Yeah. Let's focus on India, because we saw the dot-com boom. You've seen so many tech disruptions happening, so much of Indian talent around the world that's doing some great things, top CEOs, top founders. But then there's a concern every time we travel to any top tech company or campus, when I speak to the people, being that India could miss the bus possibly and become a back office, an outsourcing venue for artificial intelligence. If the world is looking at AI to achieve global leadership, will the USA, will China leave us behind, Saurabh? Is that a genuine concern amongst tech companies?
Well, see, I think sometimes what happens, when you do some things really, really well, that also becomes a bit of your disadvantage. We have done IT and tech so well as large supplies of talent that, we probably are now being seen as a large supplier of AI, but not a large consumer of AI, right? I think for India to occupy a leadership position in the world, we have to move from AI from India to AI for India. India has to become its own biggest consumer of AI, right? So simply put, the AI from India is coming because of the wealth of talent we have. We have a lot of skilled manpower, we have a lot of great talent, we have wonderful educational institutions, the government is doing a lot of initiatives around skilling. I think we are getting to a stage where we will be a superpower in terms of talent and skills for AI. Will that translate into a leadership position in AI as a consumer of AI? Not necessarily, unless we are able to really capture that imagination of AI applications in our country. To give you a simple example, one of the biggest problems for our country is in terms of how can we make our agriculture sector much more productive and much more efficient. Now, if AI plus Gen AI can therefore look at crop rotation, precision maintenance, various other such areas which can make agriculture sector for us far more productive and efficient. Now, that is something where, as a large agricultural country, we will be a huge consumer of AI, right? And the same thing goes, let's say, for healthcare, where let's say robotic surgery or Gen AI-led healthcare systems become far more prevalent. With a country, with probably being one of the most populous countries in the world, we will therefore become a huge consumer of AI. We need to therefore create solutions today we haven't thought through, right? The best applications of AI are the ones we haven't dreamt of as yet. They are yet to come, and India needs to seize that.
Okay, you know, very popular prompt, and this has become, by the way, a job, prompt engineering. What I did in the introduction was basically prompt an AI chatbot to give me an answer. That output was my introduction, which sort of made my job obsolete. Now, the delivery of it is also being done within the India Today group. We have an AI anchor by the name of Sana and a bunch of other anchors who are doing a fantastic job at delivery. Preeti, I don't know what that means about our jobs as anchors. But that said, what's interesting is prompt engineering is becoming something as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who understand LLMs so well. So when this conversation comes about, where you talk about a lot of jobs being taken away, shouldn't there be a counter argument that a lot of jobs will be created?
Absolutely.
Especially in countries like India as well.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. Jobs will be created simply in terms of new applications that will come from AI, right? The new areas in which AI can be used. Typically, 60% of the jobs that we have today did not exist in 1940, right? So, 65, 70 years back, there are a lot of jobs today which did not exist in 1940. They were through natural human progression. Those jobs have been created, and therefore, people have been employed. Similar is the case for AI. It has to be a multiplier of human productivity. It is not a replacement for human productivity.
Now, how important is upskilling? When we're talking about, let's zoom out of AI. AI is one big aspect, but in tech, we're talking about make in India. We see companies like Apple now produce, actually assembling their phones here. We're talking about the automotive sector. Yeah. We see Range Rovers being made in India. There's a lot of manufacturing that's been happening over the years, but now the world's flagship products are being put together in this country. That's a very proud moment for us.
Absolutely.
But if we want to take on some of these disruptive industries, how much is there a need to be a focus on upskilling, especially that demographic dividend that you're talking about?
See, at the end of the day, no matter how intelligent or great a machine is, it will need a strong human mind to operate it, to control it. At the end of the day, it's as simple as that. And therefore, if you're looking for AI to create so many jobs, so many new applications that we haven't thought through per se, I'll give you an example. I think one of my colleagues here was showing me, there is actually today an AI influencer. We have all heard of YouTube influencers, right? People who essentially influence public opinion with their opinions or their feedback. There are AI influencers which are today not real. They are not human beings. They're actually just AI avatars. They look absolutely like a normal human being. They behave and act and promote and give feedback exactly as per that. But there is a huge amount of human ingenuity that has gone in creating it. To the work of simple upskilling, I think it has to be a strong collaboration between government, private institutes, education institutes in general, and a large ecosystem that has to create that manpower. I think there is a very clear understanding that India is growing significantly, but still there are many jobs which are not fulfilled, simply because there is a mismatch between number of jobs being created and the kind of skills that we have. That gap is going to widen if you are not able to take the steps well in terms of upskilling our people there. To give you a certain example, even the upskilling, even training people on AI has now become automated. Right? So Accenture has a platform called LearnVantage. It's an AI native platform. The platform essentially understands your key gaps and capabilities very well. It puts in the right industry domain knowledge, and it creates a very curated, personalized course in terms of upskilling people. So even learning has become automated and AI generated now, which therefore we need to take advantage of.
It's fascinating. We were reporting from San Francisco a couple of weeks ago, and everyone talks about that being the tech capital of the world. There were driverless cabs, driverless cars, Teslas running on full self-drive. And some of the owners and operators of these services, and even the owners of these cars, came to me and said that the locals out there, no matter how much they've been at the heart and in the hub of technology aren't very happy with this automation. So much so that they do things which you think would not happen in that part of the world, like scratch the car while it's passing, wear a stop sign as a t-shirt so that you confuse the algorithm. People around the world are not very happy when it comes to interacting with technology. AI, machine learning, it's very cool when you show it on the newest smartphone, but when it's actually there in traditional tasks, people are very reluctant. How do we overcome these hurdles? Because it's going to happen in India very soon.
A lot of education has to happen in terms of making people understand how to interact with technology, right? So, when calculators got invented, there were professors and maths teachers up in arms saying that this is going to take away jobs, it is not the right way to do it, calculators should be banned. And now we know how to coexist with calculators. The same thing happened with computers, the same thing happened with the internet in some forums or the other. Right? You know, my father is sitting in the audience today, and he's 71, right? And I have now seen him use technology over the years, right? And there is a lot of understanding in terms of what is right and what is not, and therefore adaptation to technology to understand what are the pros and cons. The same example that you gave. If people in San Francisco were very clearly communicated about essentially what are the pros and cons of this, how it can essentially aid public transportation, take away certain amount of traffic out from, or pressure from the various forms of transportation. In addition to, probably create more jobs in certain scenario, I think the acceptance will will come very, very clearly. At the end of the day, acknowledgement and acceptance of technology progress is the first step towards adopting it. After acceptance comes adoption. For acceptance, right understanding is required.
You know, as a millennial and someone who's embraced technology from day one, what I find fascinating now covering technology, Saurabh, is that you'd imagine that the future of technology, the future of the world would be democratic, would be interoperable. But when you see what these tech companies are doing, you see everyone building a more closed ecosystem. You see a company now, Apple is building its own chipsets, Google is building its own chipsets. There's a change out there. Web3 has not picked up the way it had to, perhaps. So how do we ensure that the future of the world in technology is more democratic, it's more inclusive, and it's something that benefits all of us?
That is where governments, sovereign governments across the world, and especially large country governments, including India, have to take proactive steps. Look at India as a country today. We have some of the most advanced payment systems in the world. Most of us use UPI, right? How many of us now don't carry our wallets anymore when you go out for simple shopping? You pay through UPI, right? You don't even have to carry a credit card. You don't have to carry your wallet. How many countries can claim to do that? Right? We were a country which hardly 40, 50 years back was significantly below poverty line. It has taken us thus 30, 40 years to essentially clear the largest, advanced payment systems in the world. Which country can claim to do that? Right? There were about 5, 6 countries which attained independence at the same time as us. How many of them can claim to essentially be as advanced digitally as we are today? So sovereign governments have to take, right, very clearly an initiative in this format, because that is when, see, you cannot blame private companies. A lot of the progress in the world has also been ushered by private companies, right? So they will do what is obviously right for their business. They will do what is, what brings them the right revenue, etc. So the governments have to take the initiative here. Not sure how many of you understand or know about the India AI mission. So the government of India has launched an India AI mission. 10,000 crores of money is going to go into it. It is setting up one of the world's largest AI infrastructure in the world for consumption to drive in India. Right? So it is truly Atmanirbhar, which is coming to be self-reliant by making our own AI ecosystem in place. So that is how we'll democratize it. At the end of the day, countries like India, China, US, some countries in the Middle East which are very progressive, large democratic countries, will have to, or rather large, countries with high population in terms of digital literacy, will have to take the initiative in terms of creating this harmonious digital world.
But we'll also need governments around the world to really synergize and collaborate on this, to draft some sort of regulations. Otherwise, this can be completely out of hand, Saurabh.
Yeah. So, I think we have India laying the policies and taking the initiative in this manner. The India AI mission, the Digital India, and the various aspects around it. My sense is, like how we have the UN, and I'm here putting a bit of the, I was told that don't make news today, but I'll try not to do that, but I'm trying.
We love a headline over here at the India Today Group.
I think the time has come to create a United Nations for AI Council. right? I think if you have an United Nations was born after the Second World War, right? Because of various geopolitical scenarios. It was created out of a need to arrest human ambitions in terms of wars. Now has also come a time where we are at a juncture where there could be wars on basis of technology. We are at a juncture where we need to arrest our human ambition and potential in terms of the right usage of AI, be more responsible, use it for the benefit of the world. Maybe the time has come to create something similar in terms of a United Nations for AI, and that's where hopefully your question will get answered.
Saurabh, our time's almost up, but in the next 10 seconds, everyone talks about AI and the top 3 trends you're looking out for. If you could tell me 3 virtues, human virtues, we should hold on to in the next 20 years, 30 years, to make sure we're on the right side of this revolution. 3 human values.
Being ethical, being responsible, and being proactive, I think will be the 3 key things which will hopefully make it well. I think being ethical, as I said, very simple, has to be the right usage of technology. Responsibility is important, and proactive in terms of using this for the right applications. I think if these 3 fall in place together, AI would be known as Atmanirbhar India.
Fantastic. A huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the man himself, Saurabh Sahu.
Thank you very much.
Please raise a round of applause as I call upon Shailesh Dalmia, Honorary Secretary, NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. And give us a minute turnaround time, and we are ready to go into our next session this evening. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ayush. Just 20 seconds and we're ready to go into our next session this evening. So our next session, creating safer workplaces for women. It's a topic that most of us are very passionate about, but it's also deeply frustrating because every time we have conversations around it, it's very difficult to actually find solutions. So at a time when we are celebrating, and we must celebrate, women breaking the glass ceiling, the ground situation in workplaces is far from sunshine and rainbows. You know, I can rattle off statistics, figures, and actually, let me do that. Where this is the latest UN-supported survey in India, which says 49% women do not feel safe at work, 71% women do not feel safe in public spaces, 52% want a change in men's attitude at work, 50% want stricter policing, 48% want stronger laws when it comes to women's safety. We can also continue to go into rage, and we must, and we did see it during Kolkata, an incident that has left an indelible mark on the psyche of India, where we saw a young doctor who was raped, brutally murdered at her workspaces. Hashtags like no country for women, while they trend, really don't answer any questions. This is once again going to be an attempt to try and find solutions on how to make our workspaces safer for women. Let me call upon our panelists this evening. Meera Chadda Borwankar, she's the former Commissioner of Police, Pune, and Chief of Crime Branch, Mumbai. Calling her up on stage. Can we also get Prabha Chandra, Senior Professor of Psychiatry and Dean of Behavioral Sciences, National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience. Mihira Sood, Supreme Court lawyer, women's rights expert. Rituparna Chakrabarti, co-founder, Team Leads, and independent director on board. And we, try and attempt, because it's not the first time, at least I'm hosting a session on trying to make workspaces safer for women. But every time it's deeply frustrating because the solutions are very few. We continue to rage about laws, we continue to rage about policing, but how do we actually come up with solutions that work? And Ms. Borwankar, I will begin with you, because we are coming at the back of an incident that has shaken the soul of this country, but I'll add to it once again. We saw Nirbhaya, which happened in 2012. We saw Abhaya now. The names keep changing, but the girls are dead. And nothing really comes out of it in terms of outrage. In Kolkata, Ms. Borwankar, we saw a lot of outrage over policing. You yourself have been in policing. What's the way out? Is sacking the commissioner of police the way out? Or is it just easy justice to immediately see that it appears to be justice? What is the solution?
Thank you. First, I want to register a kind of protest. I feel there should have been some men in the panel too. Safety of women
I do agree. And I take that. You are right.
Because safety of women is not a women issue alone, All of us have to be together in that. And coming to your point, I see two very distinct needs. One is that, like you said, transferring the Commissioner of Police Kolkata does not solve the problem. Or immediate action against the police doesn't solve the problem. It has to be community-led with the police working together for the safety of women. And one, community-led with police, and secondly, more resources to criminal justice system. I feel states are going in for very soft options. They will have to invest in more police officers. International recommended ratio is 220 per lakh of population, and in India we have 160 per lakh of population, that is police in uniform. Our own law commission said that we should have 50 judges per million, and we have only 21. So I am saying quick trial, prompt trial, immediate action, punishment of sexual offenders, that and total support by community are the two solutions I can identify.
And your point taken, Ms. Borwankar, because I do agree that women's safety, even workplace or otherwise, is not the responsibility of just women. And I do agree, and it's noted, the next time around we're going to try and have many men on the panel as well. And that's how you possibly take the conversation further. So I do agree with what you say. Ms. Chandra, coming to you, we can get into better policing. Definitely we need better policing. But then there's a whole conversation about stricter laws. There's talk of capital punishment. It's known not to work. We've seen what happened at Nirbhaya. There was capital punishment. It's not that the crime graph has come down when it comes to where women and crime is concerned. Especially at the workplace. We've seen an incident in Kolkata right now where a doctor was raped and murdered at her workplace. What is the solution to it? Because, you talk about laws, there are there. Policing, yes, you can blame the police, better policing, always push for it, but that's not the solution, we all know it. In optics, it works. It works to see, that the police commissioner is sacked, so there's responsibility, accountability. But having said that, then again you can turn around and blame the mindset of people and men. But how do you actually move forward and try and find tangible solutions that we take away from this stage and say, if we do this, things will get better by next year?
Thank you. I think I'm not very hopeful that it will get better by next year. But definitely the need to understand that sexual harassment is not a sex problem, but it is a power problem. The issue is related to inadequate power. So research has shown that workplaces which have more men, which are male dominated, which have a very strict hierarchical structure, where you don't have enough women in leadership, it's a ripe ground for sexual harassment. If you go to company leaders and you tell them, or organizational leaders and tell them, how do you improve safety for women, there's tokenism very often, street lights and CCTV. And that's not going to solve anything.
Or internal sexual harassment committees.
Of course. I mean, I think that is mandatory, and it has really made a lot of difference. The very fact that a woman can have recourse. But I think the point is that more women leaders who call it out, who label it, and the fact that men recognize that there are certain areas that they should not tread on. Boundaries, respect, consent. These are three things that I think men need to understand. So sexual harassment laws and gender sensitivity need to go hand in hand. And like I said, many, many more women in high leadership positions.
You've been, looking at it very closely in terms of what are solutions there. You've studied it. For you, what are your biggest takeaways? If you think that this is what we do, then we at least, maybe our approach was wrong till now. And we are at least on the right path to address the situation on hand.
For me, I think bystander education is very important, because many of us actually witness it happening, like you saw in the Kerala movie situation and many other situations. We see it happening, but we don't know what to do about it. So, and there are 4 kinds of bystanders, according to me, having dealt with many perpetrators as well as people who handle sexual harassment, women. There are 4 kinds of bystanders. One is a passive bystander who just looks at things and does not do anything. The second is a dissuader, and those are the most dangerous, who say things like, oh, he's in a very powerful position, kuch nahi hoga, you'll lose your job, leadership will not do anything, and these are dissuaders. And then you have instigators, which are even worse, because they use this as a way of getting back at management, at the organization. And then there are people who think this will bring a bad name to the organization, to the industry. So that's another problem. And finally, there are enablers and advocates like us. So I think educating bystanders, people, your colleagues, about what you need to do when somebody comes to you and says this has happened, is to me a very, very important intervention.
I read something from Margaret Atwood actually, and she says every woman has a story. You just need to ask her, especially if she's been at the workplace. And I just want to, throw that question out to all the women here. How many of you, in somewhat way, women, have faced sexual harassment in their workplace? At whatever level. It could be small, it could be big, just raise your hands. Have any of you? You have, ma'am? So, I have. If you're really true to yourself, okay, there are hands at the back as well. Yes, there. So, even in this small group, there are so many women, and most of them are men right now. Most of these women have actually raised their hand. But, Mihira, to get you in, once again, there's so much talk of laws, strengthen the laws, but the laws are there. Post Nirbhaya, we'd seen laws, and what Ms. Burmankar says is a time frame. The process usually is worse than the punishment of going through years and years of, the same trial. Last week I remember doing a show of something which happened in the early 90s in Ajmer, and now is when it's seen conviction of under POCSO for those people. What is your take?
I think there are certain things that need to change in, speaking of gaps and speaking of where, people can take tangible steps. And I think there are 3 things I would like to say, not in relation to the law, but in relation to what a visionary leadership can do at the workplace. And then come to the problems with the law and what should be done about that. And also to broaden it, I know that, Ms. Borankar was talking more about sexual assault. and kinds of really violent crime, for example, that we saw in Calcutta. But safety of women at the workplace includes even less violent crime. There's, of course, POSH and, so many other things that come into it as well. The first thing that I think leadership needs to consider, needs to implement, and it's a mindset shift really, is that safety is not a charity, it's a component of equality. And that is extremely important because then safety is based on empowerment and not protectionism. We don't want a situation where women are not taken on for certain roles because, safety is an issue and the employer, feels that they're doing the responsible thing by not taking women on for those roles, whereas, the responsible thing would be to ensure their safety. So that's an example of where safety is an obstruction to women's equality. And we need to see safety as a part of equality. Without safety, there can be no equality. And without equality, safety is just another cage. So that mindset needs to change. And this also means that our idea of what are the workplaces where this kind of shift needs to happen and these kind of regulations need to be enforced needs to change. I think from the time the Sexual Harassment Act came into force, our idea of what constitutes harassment, what constitutes abuse has to some extent changed. We're a lot more aware now of the different forms that abuse and harassment can take. And not just, looking for outright violence. But there is still a sense that certain workplaces are too small, too informal to merit that kind of regulation. And it's important for every employer, whether it is, it's not just, government offices and MNCs and corporates, but, every small restaurant or a library or, a film set, or even somebody's home where there are employees coming into work is a workplace for even one person, and there is a responsibility on the employer to provide a safe working space. And this also requires shedding the instinct, and this is where laws don't do enough, though I'll still come to the problems with the laws. But laws don't do enough because laws incentivize us to go for the bare minimum. Do what is the bare minimum required to be legally compliant. But when we're looking at a kind of social shift that we need, and all of these laws are in the spirit of that social shift, we need to look at that spirit. We need employers to think bigger. Don't think bare minimum, think maximum. What is the maximum I can do for my employees? Not what is the bare minimum I need to do. That mindset has to change, and we need to see it as a positive obligation. Not a burden, but something that we can do because we're all part of the social contract here. And somewhere along the line we've forgotten that. But having said that, very briefly on the Sexual Harassment Act, what we call the POSH Act.
Yes.
I find it, I've said it before, I've written about it, it's a problematic act.
It's deeply limiting.
It's extremely inhibiting. In fact, I was part of the Justice Verma committee that was set up to look at some of the laws and reform. And the POSH Act was actually passed in the immediate aftermath of that. But yes, this was not what the committee had recommended. What we had recommended was something more along the lines of an external dispute resolution mechanism. Because, you need to understand that, you're still complaining about usually a superior, officer in the company or the workplace. That person is likely to be more important to the management, is likely to be closer to the management. So
and there is always an attempt by any company to then try and protect its own image, because then it's your reputation on the line.
And not just that, but then between the two, between the complainant and the accused, there is an inherent bias towards the accused because they are likely to be senior.
True.
So there is that. So what we need, and I serve on so many internal complaints committees of different companies. There is one external person mandated by the law frankly, there should be, if not an external body, like you have in the US, something along the lines of the Equal Opportunities, Commission, Employment Commission, which it's basically an informal kind of court. So it's like a consumer court, in a sense, where people feel more comfortable going to raise complaints, don't feel that intimidation of a judicial court, but it's outside the organization. But if not that, at least there should be a majority of external members. The chairperson should be an external member. There should be, I've served as an external member, and I know that once I give my recommendation, I have no knowledge of what goes on then or how it's been implemented or any authority to follow up. There should be a committee, at least an oversight committee, to monitor that employee for at least a year or so to make sure there's no backlash.
How do you push that? Now, how do you push that in the workforce where India is concerned? You talk of safety and the interpretation of safety. There are two constructs of liberty or safety like that. One is negative, liberty. One is positive liberty. And that, you see it in every workforce. Most women then are told, don't go out. Your workplace is too far. And we are all privileged. 70% of India works in the unorganized sector. So for them is to go from a village to a factory. And that's where negative liberty comes in and says, इतना दूर आपको जाना है, बस में जाना है, रात को light नहीं है, कैसे वापस आओगे? So, and then of course, with what we talk of and what we push is positive liberty, is to go occupy public spaces. What happened in Kolkata, go out at night, reclaim the night, seen there, women. But it's two different worlds that we live in. I want to bring in, Ms. Chakrabarti in this as well, and she has a radical view, and I quite agree with what her view on this is as well, is that women have to also stand up and take onus. And yes, a lot of times they don't have that option, but over to you.
Okay, so when Preeti asked the question about sexual harassment, if some of you noticed, I did not put my hand up. And that's because that's my reality. But let me tell you why. So in 2002, I started a staffing company along with two amazing co-founders, male co-founders, Manish and Ashok. And I feel I got really lucky. The fact that I was able to join hands with colleagues who are males, but who never brought gender into what we were about to create. So hence from that point in life, and which is about, I'm talking about 2002 onwards, I have been able to create the workspace that I would love to have worked if I were working otherwise, where women could feel safe. And why am I saying that? I mean that it's in the hands of women. Because I was in that position, I was fairly young. Of course, I went through what most women go through, marriage. I had a child. Was it difficult for me to navigate my responsibilities as a founder and also take care of my responsibilities as a mother, as a wife? Yes, it was. But I think what happened is my colleagues, my family essentially enabled an ecosystem where I could stay on in the workforce, and especially some of those critical junctures. And because the workforce that I was managing saw significant number of women leaders within the organization in positions of authority and power over more than 2 decades, the organization became in itself a safe space. Where I'm heading towards with that point is, when you essentially have women, in India today, 0 to 5 years, around that bracket, it's very inclusive. Women are able to get into workspaces. It's just that when they're reaching that 5-year experience level, they drop out. And then after that, what's happening in managerial position, team leader, department head, executive board, women are disappearing. And that's the ecosystem everywhere. I mean, whether it's in banks, politics, maybe God knows how many places. So if women are not there in positions of power and authority and decision making, whether it's laws, rules, judiciary, police, you will never find the balance that the society needs to make women feel safe. I'll give you a simple example. Airports. About 10 years back, 15 years back, we used to have a separate queue for women right? Women have to come in. But have you seen that disappear today? Do you see fewer airports today have a separate line for women? The reason is, and honestly, in many places where earlier there used to be a separate line, to make women feel safe, that's disappearing. How is it disappearing? There are more women travelers today. Women are traveling more independently, hence it's becoming a safer ecosystem.
But doesn't it put the onus on women, something that we've tried to beat?
Absolutely.
In the first place, because then, you know, you're putting the onus on women for their own safety.
But
you need to go beyond that conversation.
But I honestly feel that it does begin with us women, because my belief is, and even if it's an unpopular belief, hear me out on this. How many men out here feel that for them being in a job is an option? How many men? Do you think there is an option? Is being in a job an option? Great, you have one person. What I mean is that I do believe, and whether you like it or not, a lot of women think that them being in the workplace and being in a job, they have an option of not to. That has to change. And if I have to appeal to everyone in this room, who male colleagues and male friends in this, is that every time you feel the temptation to tell your sister, to tell your wife that don't worry, don't take the stress, you don't have to work, I think refrain yourself. Resist that temptation, because I'm telling you there is a long-term impact of having women in workplace. Women are needed for women to feel more safer in this world today. Women's workforce participation in India is 25%. It's lowest.
You know, and let me break that down, because you know, this conversation, Ms. Chakrabarti, could be great for this audience and could be great for that 25% which is recorded, and we can have that conversation, and we should. But like we pointed out earlier, 70% of the Indian women workforce is in the unorganized sector, and for them, fortunately, unfortunately, work is not an option. They have to go and work and have to make that set amount of money to bring back. And I want to, you know, get you back in, Ms. Bhawankar, in all of this. You know, we are running out of time as usual. There's never enough time to discuss women's safety. For you, if you have to give out solutions, which you did begin and touch upon right earlier, what would they be? Because whatever we have come up now is clearly, we are failing at it, or we are not on the right path on how we are addressing it. The only thing I think we have been able to address is mindsets, because now at least we are talking about it. We are talking about, as a society, we need to change. But what more can you add? What's your biggest takeaway? Do this and we're on the right path.
So one, I agree with all the panelists, more women in workforce.
More women in workforce.
And for our information, we have only 12% women in police in India, while other countries have gone up to 30 to 50%. More women in workforce and more women at leadership positions. And let's claim the country, let's claim the space as ours. These men have kept us out for too long and we have tolerated it.
I so agree.
So let's become intolerant to male dominance of workplace, assert our rights, and then let me assure you, sometimes police does not come up to your expectations. But if we increase the number of women in police, more women in the leadership level in police, and train them regularly about the rights of women, about POSH Act, and regularly train them, you will get satisfying treatment even when you go to complain.
There is also a byproduct of it, which we touched upon, because most women fall off the workspace ladder. And 5 years, 6 years, then they stop working, and then suddenly you'll see this whole mid-level where you won't find any women, and it's an empty workspace. So other than just addressing the real question, which is safety at work for women, you need to also address how to keep women in the workforce.
Absolutely. I think more women at middle levels who can then be trained and groomed to go on and leadership levels is very important. Because once you reach the top, you sometimes lose sight of what is happening below and may not be entirely sensitive to what's happening there. So that's one thing. And I think in addition to what other people have said, I would work with men. Because I think, what is it which brings on the perpetrator
The second
mindset?
one, I'm sorry to interrupt
Yes.
because I just want to, so number one, get more women in the workforce, and all of this is aside from faster judicial process, do all of that, but do this, and you're saying work with men.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think that, in terms of knowing what is wrong, what is right, what impact lewd jokes have on a woman, what is the impact of harassment on a woman's mindset, is something that I think many men lose sight of because of the way they are brought up, because of acculturation, socialization, toxic masculinity, and I think this absolutely needs to be addressed.
Has that changed? Has that male mindset changed?
I think in the Gen Z, it has changed. I can see that the younger generation is very different.
You think it's changed?
Much more mindful.
Only Gen Z or?
Mainly Gen Z, but maybe a little bit on top.
Millennials?
A little bit, yeah. But I think that, there is a change, but it needs to be much, much more. And it shouldn't be for fear of being complained upon. I mean, that should not be the driving force that men don't do anything. It should be a genuine sense of respect and giving dignity to women who work with them.
And that also, again, you come back to that begins at home. So, but okay, so we've come up with two. I'm sorry, it's just like a rapid discourse that we are taking, but Mehra, would you want to add to it?
In the spirit of rapid discourse, let me then say something perhaps controversial. But since we're talking about more women in the workforce and more women in leadership positions, I don't think we can really wait for that to happen organically because too many other things need to fall in place. So I'm a big proponent of affirmative action. I think we need to have leadership roles, certain leadership roles in all organizations. And again, it comes back to visionary leadership and it comes back to seeing it as furthering equality, not charity. It's not a concession. Equality is something we all need to see ourselves as equal stakeholders in. So yes, I think we need to kind of also speed up that process where we can. We need to also, even in conversations like this, I think resist the urge to limit our discourse to our social circles and our spheres of influence, because
move beyond the echo chamber.
We need to move beyond that because when a lot of where we see change is in that echo chamber. So I think some, other dose of reality in terms of depressing dose of reality needs to also be injected into our everyday discourse. Just honestly creating a safe, a respectful workplace.
The onus also now needs to be on organizations.
Yeah, exactly.
To stand up and face the mirror instead of usually when there is a complaint, you turn inwards. You try and protect your organization. That becomes bigger than the person.
So there's two things. One is prevention and one is dispute resolution. I think organizations can take the lead in both of those things. As Prabha Chandra said, sexual harassment, sexual abuse thrives on power. So an important step can be for organizations, on organizational leadership, to create flatter workspaces, with fewer hierarchies, more democratic workspaces. I think just basic norms of respect and friendliness in the workplace, which can be, very creatively implemented, go a long way in preventing this kind of thing, because it thrives on power hierarchies, imbalances, and basic lack of respect that tends to dissipate once you start to see somebody as your own. That's how it is. That's human nature. And the second is, of course, that how do you respond when disputes arise? And again, the law can only do so much. I think organizations need to also think creatively, solicit suggestions maybe from employees on what do you think we can do to make things safer for you, particularly where mobility, location, all of those things add to the sense of insecurity for working women. Ask them, what do you think we can do? If maybe our imagination is limited, but ask the people who need it.
Ms. Chakrabarti, want to come in?
Yeah, hi. So I think one, of course, is there has to be a zero tolerance top-down communication now for all organizations. And not just the ones which come under the purview of scrutiny and more regulations or supervisions, like especially
Has
listed
that
companies.
gotten better, especially in the corporate world?
Sorry?
Has that gotten better?
A lot better.
Yes? Okay.
However, I would also say that that's also on account of fear of non-compliance to some extent. But I'll live with that. Even if it begins with the fear of non-compliance, but that translates into positive discourse on ground. Has it gone to where we ought to be? Of course it is not. But I think the top-down, no-nonsense, showing zero tolerance for even the simplest or single, any such incident, like Google actually did that recently in one such case. So I think that particular action, like a lot of us are saying that do not belabor and delay decision when such situations come to light. Sometimes organizations of women lose faith and then they usually tend to become quiet when they have seen that there is an incident and it got hushed up or it did not get the necessary resolution. I said the immediate action is needed. And also I think overarchingly I have to add one thing, that the more we make this bit as a making women safer at workplaces a men versus women narrative, it's actually going to be more dangerous for women. We have to make men allies to this discourse. As a matter of fact, having more equitable balance actually is good for men. Less blood pressure, less mental issues and other challenges. And I think they have to be bought into this whole scheme of thing. Otherwise what happens is every time a regulation comes in, it goes against women. Maternity Benefit Act came in, it went against women. The POSH one, it actually has encouraged many employers not to say that let's not hire women.
The time is up, but Ms. Bhubankar, I'll quickly. Have we made this men versus women?
No,
because it shouldn't be.
No, we are all together. But by the way, Rajdeep and Rahul Kavan, they have both got scared and run away from the panel.
I'll hold them accountable. I will hold them accountable.
So it's all of us together, definitely not men versus women.
So it's all of us in it together, but we've come to the end of this session, but I also do feel that some of us who come from privilege has this deep responsibility to speak up and continue not to push the envelope, but flick it off the table, because I think I'll end with Margaret Atwood again, with what she said, is, if you didn't want us to raise an army, you shouldn't have given us uniforms. And I think as women, we've always been treated as this one caste group or a clan. So we're going to just end it there, and I will, the other anchors. You are right. Maybe a Rajdeep and a Rahul should have actually moderated this session, because, I'm preaching to the converted and vice versa. So.
डर गए हैं तो अच्छा ही है हमारे लिए.
No, I agree, and I'll pass that on. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I know it was really short, but at least we've come up, or we're going to leave the stage with a few takeaways, and which is number one, to push for more women in the workspace. That's what we need to do. Thank you, ladies, for joining us. Thank you so much. May I please call upon stage Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO, Publisher, India Today, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to these four wonderful ladies. Thank you. Some male representation. So he's our male representation from the India Today group. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Give us just about 2 minutes and we'll be ready to go into our next session.
All right, let's get into our next session. And this one, many of us would actually want to come. If you've had enough of politics, if you've had enough of all those other sessions, this is the one you'd want to hear. And yes, this is the one you would want to listen to. The global sounds of Indian classical music. I'd like to invite on stage sessions moderator Ranjit Sahai, managing editor India Today, to introduce to you our accomplished guest this evening, Rakesh Chaurasia, flute maestro, and yes, he's a Grammy Award winner in the house. Please raise a warm applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very privileged to have Rakesh Chaurasia amongst us. And when words fail, music speaks. So we start with music. That was wonderful, Rakesh. So let's start with the latest award that he's got, the Grammy Award. How does it feel to be in the club of the Grammy Award winners?
Well, it feels great, and this is my first time I've received a Grammy, and luckily we recorded the album the same year. The album got nominated at the same year, and we won the Grammy at the same year. So it is, the feeling is like, really I can do something for my country, you know. This is basically not a personal thing, it's for your country. I've got a Grammy for my country, through my music.
How was it working with Ustad Zakir Hussain Saab?
Well, it's always amazing, fear and enjoyment, all three elements, because the way he, being a lot of generation gap, I remember when I used to accompany my guru Pandit Hariprasad Chaurasia, and when they used to play together, perform together, I was a small kid and always wonder, wow, this is so amazing sounding. When is that day will come when I'll be with him? And my dream came through in this life only. So it's always amazing, you know, to be with him on sharing the platform together.
Your guru, Pandit Hariprasad Chaurasia ji, always had an open mind.
Definitely.
And he's known as the modern guru. And also he sort of didn't have the shackles of a gharana. He wanted everyone to learn from everywhere and to imbibe the best. So tell us something about the guru, that what he taught you.
Well, if you have a open-minded guru, it definitely it's very beneficial for the student, because he's not grown up in a shell. He also get this idea of keep your mind open. Life is, what I also think, life is about experiment. Till you do it, you'll not come to know whether this is good or this is bad. Generally, a lot of guru stops the student, no, you cannot do this, you cannot do film music, you cannot play with ghazal, because the classical have a different scenario. You are a classical musician, but I call Hariji Babuji, he has done everything, lot of experiment, lot of collaboration with Western musicians, and he's still doing it. So that opens a wide door for us. Okay, if he's doing it, his work has been accepted, we will be accepted. So,
Since you talked about film music, can we have something on your flute, sort of little bit of melodies on your favorite film melodies?
oh, yeah. So it's a question for you people. Let's check your IQ level. If you can remember, I'll be playing one line of film music, and you have to tell me what I have played. Okay?
क्या बात है.
Thank you.
Why is it that simple instrument like flute, which is just a reed, bamboo, creates wonders, and it's said that Lord Krishna's favorite instrument?
I'll not say favorite, maybe he was very clever at that time, you know, because now you can simply call this instrument a real organic instrument. It's straight away from the bamboo tree. There's nothing artificial, nothing made from the factory. No strings, no keys, no skin, nothing. No excess baggage also, if you're traveling. And I think this is one instrument I think everybody should play. And it's not difficult at all. If you can blow a Coke bottle or a Thumbs Up bottle, anybody can play this instrument. And I believe that none of the floatists got COVID, because it keeps your lung very strong. So for health reason, you can pick up this instrument and playing. I can give you a small demo. A lot of people have something. There was a CNG behind you or something.
So you said that the flute music is very connected to sort of
Yeah, because
the
when you
yoga and
practice the inhale exhale, it's like a pranayam, doing a pranayam.
which is your favorite Krishna melody that you would like to share with us? Krishnani begane varo Krishna Krishna Krishnani varo. What is music for you? Do you see the supernatural power coming to you?
First of all, music is food for the soul. I feel happy when I do it. And it is also, we say that, some people will not believe it, that this is the easiest way to connect to God. If I'll try, it will never happen. But sometime when I practice in the morning, 5, 6 or 7 in the morning, when I'm alone, sometime I can feel that there's somebody there for a fraction of a second or whatever.
Wonderful. Now we have a rapid fire session with Rakesh ji. So I'm going to give him a word and he's going to interpret it through his music.
Make sure the word is good.
Sunrise. He just transported us to a early morning mood. Now, romance, love. Beautiful. Sadness.
I'm married.
Wow, क्या बात. Mountains. Mountains. Bombay, Mumbai. Wow. Lastly, India Today. Let's give a big round of applause for Rakesh. Rakesh, the Indian sound is now the global sound. In the Indian music reverberates around the world. Since you've traveled all around the globe, what is your feeling and what's the feedback that you get about Indian music?
First of all, music is great, which has been appreciated in the West because they take our music, especially the classical music, as spiritual. And as we say, the other side is always green. They are into Ayurvedic now, into yoga, or into Indian classical, doing meditation with our music, which makes them connect very easy. It's for us also, but we, because it's our own material, we don't give very much importance. But I've seen the way they listen to the classical music, whether they understand or not, but they enjoy. And as we say that 7 notes has a lot of meaning. 7 notes, 7 chakras. So you never know which note is affecting what and which chakras, and they react to it. Sometimes I've seen them crying, just doing nothing, sitting in a yoga posture and listening to the concert and just crying. So that means the Indian music really works on their nerves, and they can feel it and they enjoy it.
What's the future of Hindustani classical music? Because
It's bright, because there's so much of young talent coming up, and because of this collaboration thing, what we have done, for what we have got the Grammy Award, the album is called As We Speak, which has 4 musicians, Ustad Zakir Hussain, myself, Bela Fleck, who's an amazing banjo player, and he's already 17 Grammy Award winner and 20 nominated. Edgar Meyer on the double bass, who's also 7 Grammy Award. And we are coming and touring in January in India. So if you want to witness why we have got this amazing award, you can be there. And because of the collaboration, Indian music has the potential of gelling with all genre of music, which gives us the, you know, liberty to stand and to play on on spot also. Spontaneously, we can interact with the Western musicians.
What's one Guru mantra that you got from your Guru and you would like to share?
Practice. One word is practice. The Guru will always say practice with dedication, and you should enjoy what you're doing it. This music is not like a military thing, you know, just hold the gun in your hand and run for 5 kilometers. No, it doesn't work. What you're doing, how it should be done. The right practice makes a lot of difference, and your dedication.
So to conclude now, can we have one of our favorite melodies which can put us at peace with?
You tell me, because you are the boss. You are telling me what to do and what to play. So you only tell me how to. Or you anything want to listen to anything?
Hansodani.
Hansodani. I started with Hansodani and finished with Hansodani. Okay.
This is an evening raga.
Yeah.
Hamsodani.
Carnatic.
Karnataka based. Thank you so much, Rakesh.
My pleasure.
It's a pleasure and honor to have you.
It
at
was
the
my
India Today
pleasure, because
Conclave.
this is the experience for me. When he called me, I thought, oh my God, the people who are coming to speak there, what I'm going to do with this. So I requested him, can I get my instrument otherwise? Because for us, playing 2 hours is very easy. Speaking for 2 minutes is very difficult. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I'm going to ask you once again to raise the warmest applause for Mr. Chaurasia as I call upon Pranav Malhotra, Masha Art, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation. right, with that, we're ready to go into our next session this evening. Quickly get into our next session this evening after that lovely session earlier with the Grammy Award winner and flute maestro, Mr. Chaurasia. Let me call upon stage session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today. Our next session, Legacy and Leadership, Balancing Regional Identity with National Ambition.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the India Today Conclave in Mumbai, where we are joined by a special guest. I say special because one of the problems that we often have, even in conclaves or across the country, is how do we bridge what I call the tyranny of distance? How do you reach out to the periphery of the country and find out the politics of that? And how do those regional identities then work with national ambitions? Today I'm joined by a very special guest. He is at the age of 42, already a three-time MP. And very few will know it, but in 2024, one of the biggest victories of that election was scored by Gaurav Gogoi because the entire might of the BJP state machinery was against him in Jorhat, and he still won that election. Please give him a very big hand. Gaurav Gogoi, the Congress's deputy leader in the Lok Sabha. Gaurav, I see a new stride in you, a swagger. Is it Gaurav Gogoi finally emerging from the shadow of his late father, a three-time chief minister? You were always called part of the Baba Log or the Dinis. Did this victory in Jorhat this time, where you took on in a way Hemanta Biswa Sarma, or he took you on, finally give you to believe that you have earned your inheritance in a way?
Rajdeep, we are public representatives. So the swagger you see is not that of mine, but that of the Indian public. who in the last Lok Sabha taught the ruling party a lesson in humility. And I think that's the swagger of young India today. That's the swagger of people who feel that they can express themselves. And if they want to support the government, they have the right to. And they have the right to also express criticism without being targeted or without being victimized by the government. So there's a swagger in New India, which is good for democracy. As for the people of Jorhat, you know, I see the verdict of Jorhat as the same as the verdict of Varanasi, as the same as the verdict of Raebareli. It was about people telling politicians, listen, stop dividing us and find solutions. Find solutions to the problems of unemployment, price rise, climate change, higher education. And if you don't find solutions, you will get punished. So I think if the last decade, Rajdeep, was about these strong leaders centralizing power across the world, this decade is about people taking back that power from those politicians. That's what's happened in Sri Lanka, that's what's happened in Bangladesh, and we saw a glimpse of that into 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
That's an interesting way to put it, but Gaurav, I just want to say that when you came into politics in 2014, you'd come what? With a master's in public policy in New York University. And I still remember most people said, ye to Tarun Gogoi ka beta hai. Including Mr. Hemanta Biswa Sarma, who left the party soon after because he believed that the party was being handed over from father to son. Was there a shadow that dogged your political career for the last decade, which you believe you finally emerged out of? For the longest time, you were seen as Tarun Gogoi's son.
You know, Rajdeep, what I've learned from my father is that politics can be about uniting people, and that's what I saw in Assam. That politics united people and brought peace, as opposed to what you see in Manipur, which is politics dividing people and bringing about instability. I learned from him the value of staying humble and staying grounded. I learned the value of always keeping your mind open and learning new things. I saw in his tenure that he was looking at the Global Happiness Index, what Bhutan was doing. He was looking at the Human Development Index, which was coming from the UN. So these are the values that have been part of me. I'm proud of those values, I'm proud of those lessons, and those are the values that I want to take on. I have nothing personal against Mr. Hemanta Biswa Sarma. I think it's a clash of ideas and a clash of values. He's entitled to represent what he believes in, and I'm entitled to what I've learned from my father.
You know, you seem to suggest as if the world has changed with the 2024 election. Truth is, it hasn't. Narendra Modi is still the Prime Minister of the country. There is no Congress government even today in any of the states of the Northeast. The BJP is a two-time winner in Assam itself. It still remains in power in Manipur. So what is this change that you're talking about? Simply bringing the BJP down from 303 to 240. Are you suggesting means that India has changed in the last few months, or winning 7 out of the 25 seats in Assam? Does that mean that the Northeast is suddenly changing?
Rajdeep, I don't see any change in Prime Minister Narendra Modi or the BJP government. They pretend as if their head is stuck in the sand, and they want to show that they are still in a position of power and they will continue doing what they have for the last 10 years. But what has changed is in the idea of people who thought that Mr. Modi would be this messiah-like figure who would, you know, with a wave of his hand, you know, wipe out all the solutions, who entrusted in this strong man, who believed in this idea that one strong party without encumbered by coalition politics would really find the solutions to India's problems. And what I've found is that that idea of that one party, one man can change the course of the nation, that has changed, and people feel that there needs to be more dialogue, people feel that their ideas need to be respected, and people feel that people are wiser than politicians, and politicians, as Mohan Bhagwatji said, should not think that they are a divine being. And I think many people have to learn that lesson, not only Prime Minister Modi, but also my senior political leader in Assam, Mr. Hemanta Biswa Sarma. It would do him well to learn the words of Mohan Bhagwat, which is, no man is a god.
No, but your party also seems to regard the Gandhi family in some way, you know, as these larger-than-life figures. It's not as if your party is short of sycophancy. You accuse the Prime Minister and the BJP of promoting this sort of divine cult. But you're creating a cult around Rahul Gandhi also in his own way.
Well, there is a culture of debate and democracy. you saw that there was a G20 group which wrote an open letter which suggested reforms to the then Congress Party President Srimati Sonia Gandhi. Has there been an open letter telling the Prime Minister that demonetization was wrong? If today a GST trader in Chennai says that I'm having problems with GST, he gets publicly ostracized. If they are journalists like yourself, and I saw what happened, Rajdeep, earlier today, I think it was very deplorable. But if a journalist asks tough questions, then the ruling party feel as if they are God's gift and they are above question. So I really think that, what we have in our party is that there are leaders who must be respected, but those leaders are open to ideas, are open to divergent ideas, dissenting ideas, and we have that culture of debate and dialogue, and we have the culture of dissent.
Because the Congress has also from time to time boycotted journalists. My worry is intolerance. You see, intolerance is growing. The moment I ask a question which you don't like, I become anti-national or someone you don't want to have a dialogue with. Will that change? Do you really see change in the air or not, Gaurav Gogoi? As I said, you have had a liberal education in New York University. You come back to India. Do you feel we are dealing with a much more intolerant society? The Congress boycotts journalists. Do you support that?
I think a boycott is a non-violent putting journalists in jail, as opposed to threatening channels that they would shut down, as opposed to telling channel owners that they would not get government money.
Your leader talks about a mohabbat ki dukaan. Nice word, beautiful word. But I've just come in reading an article saying now even in Himachal Pradesh, shopkeepers and vendors of food shops will have to put their names on the shop. When that was being done in Uttar Pradesh, in Yogi's Uttar Pradesh, you said this is a way to divide people. So when they do it in Uttar Pradesh, it's dividing people. What does it mean when a Congress government in Himachal also does it? The fact is, we live in a society where we demonize a community. And where does your mohabbat ki dukaan go then in Himachal Pradesh?
If you've seen what Vikramaditya Singh said in his press statement, he said that it was a bipartisan committee. And I think there are real issues in today's India that no one political party has the solution to. And the difference between UP, that it was a unilateral action, whereas in Himachal Pradesh, that came through a bipartisan consensus dialogue. And I think as long as we have that debate, I think as long as we have that process of dialogue, I think that's what differentiates and that's what we need. I think today politicians don't have the answers to climate change. They don't have the answers to unemployment. They don't have the answers to how technology is disrupting the world. And what we actually need is a form of bipartisanship. We need to come together and collaborate. Otherwise, we are just getting overwhelmed with all these problems, and it becomes therefore easier for the politician to rather divert the attention of the public through forms of division. It's very easy to distract and divide, and it's harder to think creatively and address the solutions to the problems of 21st century of the world and India.
But the truth is, you're coming here on this show and saying bipartisan. You'll go to Parliament, you're a deputy leader. We see what happens in Parliament. Politics in this country, Gaurav, has become more hyper-polarized than ever before. You all seem to be driven by anti-Modism, and they seem to be driven by a visceral hatred of the Gandhi-Nehru family. How does India deal with politicians who will not talk to each other anymore, but talk at each other?
I think, the people will teach us a lesson. You saw in Sri Lanka what has happened. There were two major parties. They keep cobbling with each other. And a party which barely got any votes in the last election swept to power. And the people will teach us, if the Congress and the BJP and the major political parties, if we just continue in a fight without finding solutions and without showcasing ideas that work in our respective states, then the people would just punish us and they would push for, I wouldn't say a radical idea, but an alternative idea. And it is for our own political survival that not to get bogged down in these fights and keep a pulse that today there is a young India and a younger India and an India that is in which the problem of unemployment, low skill, semi-skilled, anxiety, mental health issues, toxic masculinity, disruption by technology, all of these problems are increasing. And if politicians don't find the solutions, then traditional politics or traditional political parties will simply be overwhelmed by the anger and the fury of public opinion.
I must say, that's pretty refreshing to hear a politician talk of toxic.
I told you I'll give you news bites, Rajdeep. I think I owe it to India Today for bringing a politician on after a musician like that. So I thought, like, you know, I can't come up with some stale set of talking points.
No, you see, music unites, sports unites, politics divides. That's the problem. And that's why we really, in a way, reach out to musicians, to sports persons. They unite. And I want to come to you, speaking of unity, to a lovely state of the northeast, Manipur. For 17 months, more than 240 people have been killed officially in the ethnic conflict there. We've seen today, rather quite absurdly, a false report being put out that 900 Kuki militants had crossed. Now the government has denied it. But you've got a state where you still have thousands of people living in refugee camps and two Manipurs, a Kuki Manipur and a Meitei Manipur. Do you have a solution, Gaurav, at all? Is that part of the problem, that while you're in opposition, you can criticize the government? Would you have a solution, a healing touch to Manipur, a state which also burnt when you were in power?
You know, in recent times and over the last few days, all of us have talked about that how Prime Minister Modi has gone to New York and is trying to broker a solution between Russia and Ukraine. He's talking to the US president, he's talking, the NSA is briefing the Vladimir Putin, he's talking to the Ukrainian president. Why is the Prime Minister not putting the same effort in speaking to the Meiteis and the Kukis and telling them to come together? He's flying all across the world to broker a peace between Russia and Ukraine and still not taken a flight to Manipur and tried to broker a peace between the Kuki and the Meitei community. You know, Rajdeep, I was in a non-profit career before I joined politics, and I too, like many, had a very blinkered view of politics. But like I said, through my own eyes of spending a few years in Assam, I saw how politics smoothened the ethnic tensions, brought together diverse communities, and created peace which was fractured by incidents of violence, but long-term peace. And that's why it breaks my heart that here in Northeast, where we have lost the decades of 80s and 90s due to insurgency, here we have gone in Manipur, we've created a climate where private investment can't take place. We've created an environment that people can't live side to side with each other. We've created an environment that a Kuki boy can't study in a college dominated by Meiteis and vice versa. And there is visceral hate.
So what would you do? What would you do that you believe Prime Minister Modi and the BJP have not done?
Well, what Prime Minister Modi is doing in Ukraine, he needs to be a hands-on Prime Minister. The issue of bringing about peace can't be outsourced to the Union Home Minister or some national security advisor or to the state leadership, which has already lost faith, as evidenced in the last Lok Sabha election. It is for the Prime Minister to play the role of a healer, bridger, statesperson, and the Prime Minister needs to come in. I think the people of Northeast would thank him. I would thank him if he brings about peace in Manipur and brokers an understanding and a path of reconciliation between the Meiteis and Kukis.
You know, this is a little contentious. We are in an audience in Mumbai. God forbid, and I hope it never happens, even if two people died in some kind of a clash in Mumbai, it would be front page splash, and all this Mumbaikar audience would be agitated. 230, 40 people have died in Manipur. Do you feel that that sense of agitation and anger is missing because it is way out in the Northeast? That the Northeast has suffered from the tyranny of distance?
That's the problem of anybody who is from Delhi. That's the problem of Tamil Nadu, Jammu Kashmir, Uttarakhand, the Northeast, Daman and Diu. Anybody who sits far away from Delhi, our problems don't get the same attention. But what I want as somebody from the Northeast is not pity. I think what we need is leadership. We need to take leadership of our own problems. We need to solve our own problems. And we need to break the stereotypes that people sitting in Mumbai, Delhi or Goa have of the Northeast, that we are not just a region racked by conflict. We are a region that gives Mary Kom. We are a region that gives Mirabai. We are a region that is important to the security of India. Right now, what's happening in Bangladesh has an immediate impact on the Northeast. Right now, the unstable political climate of Myanmar has an impact of how drugs is entering into various states. Right now, how China is building military installations across Arunachal Pradesh has an impact on our security. So the Northeast is pivotal not only to our unity and sense of integrity, but also to our national security. And I think what I'm worried about, especially with the developments in Bangladesh, that we have seen that how rogue elements and non-state actors, which had their bases in Bangladesh in the past, created havoc, violence, and terrorized the people of Northeast. And I don't want that climate. And therefore, for us as a bordering region, as a bordering state, for how India and the government of India conducts its foreign policy is very important. The Prime Minister is welcome to go to Russia, Ukraine and the Middle East, but Indian foreign policy should also address the problems we have in our own neighborhood, whether it's Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or Maldives.
Because your Chief Minister in Assam talks a lot of cultural nationalism, some of which is being interpreted by his critics as communal bias against Muslims. That somewhere when he singles out Muslim vendors in a marketplace, when he says, I'm going to bring in laws that will ensure that Muslim marriages are brought within the civil code, you can't have a separate Sharia law. Would you concede that even in your state, there is a growing Hindu-Muslim divide? Ahomya versus non-Ahomya, Muslim versus Hindu divide? And how dangerous is that?
Rajdeep, trust the people of Assam. They are much more wiser and smarter than Himanta Biswa Sharma. There are 2026 assembly elections. The people of Assam will teach a lesson to the BJP's politics of divide and rule. People of Assam are intelligent, cultured, civilized. We are passionate, we are emotional, we are sentimental. But the politics of Himanta Biswa Sharma and the current BJP dispensation is an anomaly to the culture of Assam. And it's also an anomaly to his own BJP party. He is playing divide and rule in his own party. After my victory in Jorhat, former party presidents of BJP were congratulating me. So I think the victory in Jorhat opened a can of worms in the BJP itself. And I think it's for them to answer. But as I told you in the beginning, trust the people of Assam. They see through this politics. They are much more wiser and smarter than the Assam Chief Minister.
Am I talking to, therefore, someone who hopes to be the next Assam Chief Minister? The buzz is you're going to leave Delhi and move now to Guwahati till 2026. True?
Well, I think it's very important that we win the assembly election of Assam. I think it's very important that we start in advance. I've said this in the past as well, that for our party, we should look at states going to election not only this year, but next year, 2026. I admire the fact that Rahul Gandhi ji has already given a target to the Congress party in Gujarat that we must form the Congress party there. And I think we should have similar targets for all election-going states, including Assam, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, and all the other states subsequent.
I'm going to get in my colleague Kaushik Deka, who heads a wonderful online portal, India Today Northeast. Kaushik, as a fellow Ahomya to your friend here, Gaurav Gogoi, what's your question, Kaushik? Could we get the mic? Is there a mic that we could give Kaushik?
Hi, Gaurav. First of all, congratulations. Your victory was amazing.
Kaushik has taken my first interview.
First ever?
My first ever interview in India Today.
And I profiled him when he first landed in Guwahati.
I have one complaint against India Today. They have done maybe 3 stories of me in the past, and it's the same tagline, sun rising, sun rising, sun rising. I think India Today needs to, I feel for the next generation of politicians, they will also get sun rising, sun rising. So please come up with a creative
No, after the
way
first
of
complaint we changed. Only one. The first one that I did of him. And he taught me a lot about Assam also. We traveled together to various places, and he's a wonderful foodie. You can ask him about food also. But Gaurav,
big
having
pav
said
bhaji
that-
fan.
having said that,
No, you make wonderful, the Assamese make some of the best pork curry.
Yes, absolutely.
You make very nice fish by the Brahmaputra.
Rajdeep, you know Northeast very well. You keep traveling there. Please bring more friends from Bombay. I think the more they visit the Northeast, the more they'll start understanding and they'll start reporting and discussing. The only way of bridging this tyranny of distance is by actually traveling and seeing the beauty for your own, but through your own eyes. So just please get more influential friends from Bombay and Delhi to come to Northeast.
Okay.
yes,
Kaushik?
could be. So having said that, do you now feel that pressure because a large number of youth now see you as, after your speeches in Parliament, especially they see you as the future of Assam, and there is a projection that you are going to be Himanta Biswa Sarma's prime rival. Now Congress has found a face. At the same time, you also face this problem of being an Ahom face. You know the typical Ahom versus Upper Assam, Lower Assam. Lot many conflicts are coming in, and the polarization is happening, Hindu versus Muslim. Congress is now being targeted as a Muslim party. So all these issues together, how do you like to project yourself to the people of Assam, particularly to the youngsters?
Well, when I speak to young people, the number one issue is the quality of higher education. They feel that they're not getting enough money for scholarships. They feel that the infrastructure in today's universities is not up to the mark. And they feel that, whatever degree or skill that they're learning is not preparing them for industry. And I think that's, what I feel, is that any future Congress government, whether in Assam or in Delhi, how do we talk about higher education in a way that prepares them for the industry and the changes in industry? You understand that we have a huge semiconductor investment through the Tata Group, but how much have we focused on engineering colleges in Assam? How much have we focused on teaching semiconductor courses? So we have to create that ecosystem. The only pressure I feel, Kaushik, is that, as I said, politicians across the world are struggling to find solutions to the economic inequalities, to the problems of unemployment, to the problems of climate change, to the disruptive role of technology, and the anxiety and frustration that is coming up as a result in all major ethnic and tribal communities. And that's the only pressure I feel that, when our turn comes, we need to have a constructive roadmap and a plan right from day one when we take power.
Okay, so finally, a NYU graduate, Masters in Public Policy, comes and does politics in Assam, not the easiest place in the world. What's the best thing about being a young politician, and what's been the most difficult thing for you?
The best thing about being a young politician is that you have all these years in front of you to keep learning and improving. And you have the chance to be a better version of yourself. And I think that's what I try to do. I try to be a better version of who I am from last year. And I hope that 10 years from now, I'll be a better version of who I am today. One change, I think, Rajdeep, you and I were talking, what change do you see between the old generation and the new generation? And I think what the old generation would do very well, and including my father and many people across all political parties, is invest time in building relationships. I think as a younger set of politicians, who've gone through various professional courses or have had some professional experiences, we simply don't invest that much time in building relationship. We try and manage our time to make sure that we do multiple things and multiple projects. But the chemistry, therefore, and the art of building relationship, and the art of building relationship across political parties, I think that's something that all of us have to learn, whether Congress, BJP, or any other regional party.
It's interesting you said that, because our next speaker is someone who knows the art of building relationships. You've got Nitin Gadkari there. Is he the kind of politician you think should be a 21st century politician, knows the art of building relationships? Would you find him a good coalition builder, Prime Minister?
There are people in the BJP that I admire. I admire the way Nitin Gadkari ji addresses the issues about road transport and addresses the MPs inside Parliament. I admired the way the late Sushma Swaraj was a fierce, combative leader of opposition. And in private, I've learned a lot from their own experiences as well and their views. And I think that's what politicians today, we need to understand that neither they have the answers nor we have the answers. The answers will only come if we talk to each other and we collaborate. And we just hope that we understand the importance of collaborating. Otherwise, as I said, we'll just get swept apart and a new alternative would come and get the support of the public.
Gaurav Gogoi, for being a thoughtful young politician who just scored a huge victory in the Lok Sabha elections and spoke about a variety of issues, including toxic masculinity, which I don't know how many people have spoken about on a political platform at India Today.
That's the agenda that I want to set in the Congress party in my state as well. And with a reference to the previous session, I think what young men across India and across the world need is that we need a revolution of the male mind. And like the way there was a feminist global movement which transformed the female idea of not only who she is, but also in her relationship with other people, that's what we need as males as well. We need a parallel revolution of masculinity, not only in terms of how we deal with women, but how we deal with our own anxieties and pressures and our own issues. And I think that's very much important, especially when you are in a political party which is so dominated by males.
So as a first step, I hope you will give many more women tickets in the next election in Assam. Start with tickets. But I'm sure, Gaurav Gogoi, you've set a way forward. And I'm delighted, having known your late father, who used to smile more than you. The one thing about the older generation politicians, they always knew how to win you with a smile. So you've got to smile more.
Yeah.
And he was a wonderful man, Tarun Gogoi, always available with lots of food and smiles for anyone who wanted to discuss politics with him. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you so much.
Gaurav Gogoi.
Thank you, and thank you, Gaurav, for mainstreaming a conversation on a stage like that, which usually gets relegated to the sidelines. Thank you there. With that, allow me to call Mudit Dalmia, Vice President, NL Dalmia Institute and Management, to come up on stage and present a token of our appreciation to Gaurav Gogoi. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And here's to talking more about toxic masculinity and everything surrounding women empowerment on stages which are political in nature and not just talking about women. Thank you. Not at all. All right, with that, let's just clear the aisle there and get into our next session this evening, Fueling Green Highways, the Road Ahead. Now, this session is sponsored by NL Dalmia. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, and Sahil Joshi, managing editor, Aaj Tak Mumbai Bureau and Mumbai Tak.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the India Today Mumbai Conclave, where we are joined by a very special person, a familiar face at our conclaves, and someone who often speaks about India's green revolution, particularly in the context of what he's doing with our eco-friendly cars and so much more. But while we will also speak about that. Mr. Nitin Gadkari has a unenviable knack of being in the news for other reasons as well. And therefore, please welcome the Minister for Surface Transport, Road, Highways, the irrepressible Nitin Gadkari.
Thank you.
गडकरी जी, as I said, हमारा टॉपिक ग्रीन एनर्जी का है, लेकिन हम कुछ लाल बत्ती पहले लगाने वाले हैं, क्योंकि कुछ दिनों पहले आपने हेडलाइन बना दी कि नितिन गडकरी को ऑपोजिशन ने ऑफर किया था प्रधानमंत्री पद चुनाव के पहले. आज बता दीजिए कौन था जिन्होंने आपको यह ऑफर की थी और किस तरह से, किस पूरी पार्श्वभूमि पर यह आपने ऑफर ठुकराया. Who will reject an offer to become Prime Minister? क्या हुआ, असली कहानी आज बता दीजिए.
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि आज ही नहीं, बहुत बार अनेक लोगों ने मुझे ये कहा और मीडिया में भी इसकी चर्चा हुई है. मैंने ये बात जिस रेफरेंस में कही थी कि हमारे देश की समस्या विचार भिन्नता नहीं है, विचार शून्यता है. और मैं पत्रकारों को अवार्ड देने के कार्यक्रम में गया था, तब मैंने उनको यह कहा था कि हमारा कन्विक्शन हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है. मैं इमरजेंसी के बाद राजनीति में आया हूं और मेरा कन्विक्शन, ये मेरा लाइफ कन्विक्शन है जो आइडियोलॉजिकल है, इसके साथ मैं कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करूंगा. और ये कहते हुए जब मैंने उनको कहा था कि ऐसे जब मुझे प्रपोजल दिया तो मैंने कहा, व्हाई यू वांट टू मेक मी प्राइम मिनिस्टर एंड व्हाई आई शुड बी प्राइम मिनिस्टर. सो to become a prime minister is not my ambition in my life.
No, but you were offered prime minister. चुनाव हुए अप्रैल में 2024 में. ये ऑफर कब आया, किसने दिया?
चुनाव के पहले भी बहुत आए, चुनाव के बाद में भी आया.
चुनाव के बाद भी आया, यानी नतीजों के बाद में आया. 4 जून को जब नतीजे मिले आए, तब भारतीय जनता पार्टी 240 तक पहुंच गई थी. हालांकि सरकार उन्होंने बना ली, उसके बाद भी आपके पास ऑफर आया.
ये सब बातों का चिंतन और विचार करने का पूरी तरह अधिकार आपको दिया है. मैं सिंपली इतना ही बताना चाहता हूं कि मुझे जब ऑफर किया गया तो ऑफर स्वीकारने का सवाल ही नहीं उठता, क्योंकि मैं अपने आइडियोलॉजी के साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करूंगा. और इसलिए मैंने कहा कि मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना मेरा उद्देश्य नहीं है. आई एम विथ माई आइडियोलॉजी, इट इज ए पार्ट ऑफ माई लाइफ कन्विक्शन और मैं उसके साथ काम.
No, but let's get it clear. You were offered, Nitin Gadkari is telling the India Today Conclave, you were offered by an opposition leader presumably to become prime minister before the elections and even after the
मुझे
elections.
लगता है कि मैंने आपके सब सवालों का जवाब दे दिया है.
नहीं सर,
आप जो मुझसे निकालना चाहते हो निकलेगा नहीं, तो आप प्रयास मत करिए.
नहीं, किसने दिया आपको ऑफर?
जब
शरद पवार, उद्धव ठाकरे, सोनिया गांधी,
मैं कोई
फ्रेंड, आपके दोस्त तो चारों तरफ है.
देखिए, मैं कोई चौक पर खड़ा नहीं हूं और ये ऑफर किसने दिया ये बताना, ये इथिक्स के हिसाब से कभी ठीक नहीं होता. आपके और मेरे बीच में भी जब प्राइवेट बातचीत होती है तो उसका दूसरों को रेफरेंस देना ये ठीक नहीं होता.
महाराष्ट्र के लीडर ने दी या?
मैं कोई लीडर वगैरह का नाम नहीं लेना चाहता और मुझे कोई लेना भी नहीं है. और आप इसमें कितना भी पूछोगे तो मुझे पता है आपको क्या जवाब चाहिए, वो मेरे से मिलने वाला नहीं है.
लेकिन हम लोग ये तो बोल सकते हैं ना, आप ठीक है, आप नहीं बताएंगे, हमको पता है कि आप नहीं बताएंगे, हम गेस कर सकते हैं हालांकि, लेकिन हम गेस भी नहीं करेंगे आज की स्थिति में. लेकिन इतना तो लोग सोच सकते हैं ना कि नितिन गडकरी को विपक्ष देख रहा है कि वो प्रधानमंत्री बन सकते हैं, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ आपके पास एक ही मंत्रालय है, 10 साल से आप चला रहे हैं, आपको बीच में कोई नई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी जाती है, हटा दी जाती है. कभी आपको भी लगता है कि आपको उससे भी ज्यादा सीनियर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मिलनी चाहिए? आप पार्टी के अध्यक्ष रह चुके हैं, पार्टी में आपने अलग अलग पदों पर काम किया हुआ है, तो ऐसे में जो विपक्ष को लगता है वो आपके पार्टी को लगता है कि नहीं लगता है, ये सवाल उठता है.
मुझे आज पता होगा कि आप पत्रकार के साथ भविष्यवेत्ता भी है. देखिए, मैंने अपना बायोडाटा कभी छापा नहीं, मैं किसी को कुछ मांगने के लिए कभी गया नहीं, मैं जहां हूं वहां खुश हूं. आई ऑलवेज फील दैट द पॉलिटिक्स इज द इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ सोशियो इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म. और मैं 5-10% पॉलिटिक्स करता हूं, 95% मैं सोशल वर्क करता हूं. मैं अपने साथ ये काम करते हुए अनेक सालों से आया हूं, आगे भी करता रहूंगा. आप क्या पूछते हो और क्या बोलते हो इससे भी मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं, और क्या सोच रहे कौन उनसे भी कोई लेना देना
नहीं. नहीं, बट नितिन गडकरी जी, एज यू आर स्माइलिंग अवे, व्हाई इज नो अदर बीजेपी पॉलिटिशियन आस्क्ड बाय द ऑपोजिशन, आप प्रधानमंत्री बन जाओ? आप में वो क्या खूबी है कि ये लोग सब आप ही को बोलते हैं, आई सॉ इट बिफोर 2019 इलेक्शन 2024 कोलिशन गवर्नमेंट बनेगी तो नितिन गडकरी का नाम आगे होता है. आर यू सीन परसेप्शनली एज बीइंग पार्ट ऑफ एन एंटी मोदी कैंप, इसलिए आपका नाम आगे होता है, या बिकॉज यू आर सीन टू बी दिस कोलिशन फिगर जिसके दोस्त चारों तरफ है, आपका और राजनाथ सिंह, ये दोनों व्यक्तियों का बीच बीच में नाम चलता है?
मुझे लगता है आपके पास सब खूबी है, आप बड़े ज्येष्ठ पत्रकार हैं, आपको बहुत पुराना अनुभव है, इस सब विषयों पर चिंतन करना, मनन करना, कमेंट्स करना, ये सब आपका ही अधिकार है और हम उसको रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, आप ही करते जाइए.
बट व्हाई योर नेम?
I don't want to make any comments.
So are you seen, would you concede that you are seen as a coalition builder in an age where now we have a coalition government in Delhi, someone who can work with others? That is the reason आपका नाम चल रहा है.
आपके सवालों से मेरा कोई संबंध ही नहीं है, न मेरा कोई प्यार है, न मैं कहीं कुछ मांग रहा हूँ, न मुझे कुछ बनना है, तो ये सवाल ही नहीं उठता कि इसका क्या है करके.
चलिए सर, हम
और आप जैसे जो अनुभवी लोग हैं
जी,
जो अच्छा लिखते हैं, अच्छा पढ़ते हैं, अच्छा बोलते हैं, उनके चिंतन के लिए सब विषय आप लिखते रहिए, आप बोलते रहिए ताकि लोगों को भी समझेंगे.
So you want the speculation to go on?
नहीं, ये मैं नहीं कहता, मुझे कुछ नहीं करना है. मेरा कोई आपके एक भी सवालों से न मेरा कोई संबंध है, न कोई मैं जवाब देना चाहता.
नितिन जी, मुझे पता है कि आप इतने जल्दी तो नहीं, हमको दोबारा उस टॉपिक पर आना है, लेकिन उससे पहले अब 10 साल आप सरकार में निकाल चुके हैं और आप कहीं भी कोई भी कॉन्क्लेव में जाते हैं, आप बड़े बड़े आंकड़े कहते हैं कि भाई हमने इतनी बड़ी सड़कें बनाई हैं, इतना बड़ा हमने रोड नेटवर्क तैयार किया है, लेकिन सालों साल एक समस्या से अभी तक आपको हल नहीं मिल पाया, वो जो है सड़कों पर गड्ढे. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, कई बार ये खबरें आती है कि 1000 करोड़ की सड़क बनती है, हाल ही में उसका जिक्र हुआ था, और टोल उस पर जो वसूल किया जा रहा है वो 1000, उससे भी ज्यादा करोड़ों का टोल उस पर वसूल किया जा रहा है. अब ये जो आपके डिपार्टमेंट पर हमेशा उंगली उठाई जाती है, उसको आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं? आपने वचन प्रॉमिस बहुत कर लिया, आपने हरियाणा चुनाव में जाके पिछले साल कहा था कि मैं यूएसए जैसी सड़कें बना दूंगा पिछली बार, अभी भी जाके आप 2 महीने के बाद हमको समय मिलेगा तो हम बना देंगे, ऐसा आप कह रहे हैं. तो वचन बहुत हो गए, लेकिन उसकी पूर्ति कब होगी, ये सवाल पूछा जा रहा है.
पहले बात तो ऐसे साहिल, मेरी कोई जबान अगर खाली गई होगी तो आप ब्रेकिंग न्यूज लगा देना. ये तो किसी भी पार्टी के आसाम, अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, कहीं भी जाओ, जो बदलती हुई तस्वीर है वो तो सब जगह आपको देखने के लिए मिलेगी. इसका मतलब रोड पे प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं. और दूसरी बात एक है कि हमारे यहाँ डांबर के रास्ते, बिटुमिन के रास्ते बनते हैं. मैं आपको एक सवाल पूछता हूं, पिछले आप मुंबई में रहते हो, मुझे बताओ ऐसा कौन सा साल था जहां पानी भी बहुत आया और गड्ढे नहीं पड़े रोड पर? यह टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसी है कि जब बरसात, आज सुबह 200 mm बरसात हुई तो डांबर उखड़ जाता है. इसके ऊपर एक बात जो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि मैं मुंबई में था, ये वर्ली बांद्रा मैंने बनाया, इस पर गड्ढे नहीं है. उस समय में मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाया 97, 98, 2000 में. आज 25 साल हो गए, उस रोड पर एक भी गड्ढा नहीं है. उस समय 2 लॉबीज थी, एक बोलती थी बिटुमिन का बनाओ, एक बोलती थी कंक्रीट का बनाओ. तो पहली बात यह है कि कंक्रीट पर गड्ढे नहीं पड़ते, पर कंक्रीट में जो राइडिंग क्वालिटी होती है, वो कंक्रीट बहुत हार्ड होने के कारण जो बिटुमिन रोड पर जो एक फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रहती है वो उसमें नहीं रहती. तो आज देश में 2 प्रकार के विचार है कि कंक्रीट रोड या बिटुमिन रोड. अब प्रॉब्लम ये हुआ है कि पिछले 2-3 सालों से बरसात का प्रमाण इतना बढ़ रहा है कि अच्छा बनाया हुआ रोड भी उखड़ जाता है, और ये वर्ल्ड में होता है. और जब ये अभी बरसात 1 महीने में खत्म हो जाएगी, फिर ना इसकी चर्चा कहीं होती. मैं पूरा आपका जवाब देता हूं.
लेकिन सर, सवाल इसलिए भी उठता है क्योंकि आप अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट्स के पास जब चुनाव में जाते हो तो आप कहते हैं मैं अमेरिका जैसे सड़कें बना दूंगा. ये अमेरिका का एग्जाम्पल क्यों देना पड़ता है? क्यों नहीं आप कह सकते कि भाई 10 साल मैंने काम किया हुआ है, मैं यहां पर भारत जैसी सड़कें आप अमेरिका में आपको मिलेंगी?
मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं, मुझे मालूम है आप कहां कितने घूमे हो. आप कश्मीर से मनाली से शुरुआत करो, जोजिला टनल जो बन रही है आशिया की सबसे बड़ी, फिर झेड़मोर टनल बनी है, फिर श्रीनगर में आओ, श्रीनगर से जम्मू 18 टनल बनी है, फिर कटरा एक्सप्रेस है, कल ही में उधर था परसों. आप बहुत से रोड ऐसे जिसके ऊपर गड्ढे नहीं है. पर यह भी बात सच है कि कुछ जगह पर गड्ढे पड़े हुए जो रोड बन के 5-5, 6-6 साल हुए. मेरा आपको यही कहना है कि रोड पे गड्ढे होना, ये की भी जिम्मेदारी हमारी है। यानी मैं ये मानता हूं कि हमें अच्छे रोड देने हैं, और इसलिए अभी हम लोग एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी ला रहे हैं कि बिटुमिन रोड पर जब हम बनाते हैं तो उसका एक स्टैंडर्ड्स में, अभी मुंबई आईआईटी में इसका बहुत बड़ा सेमिनार हुआ था, वर्ल्ड के एक्सपर्ट आए थे, हमारे इंजीनियर्स को मैंने भेजा था, मैंने उसमें इनिशिएटिव लिया था, और एक अल्ट्राटेक कंपनी ने एक डेवलप की थी टेक्नोलॉजी, वाइट टॉपिंग। इसके ऊपर 8 इंच सीमेंट कंक्रीट की लेयर तैयार होती है। मैं नागपुर का हूं, वहां का सांसद हूं, मेरे शहर में पूरे कंक्रीट रोड है, लगभग गड्ढे नहीं मिलेंगे आपको। तो अब इसके ऊपर भी टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ ज़्यादा बरसात भी आएगी तो भी हम लोग, अभी आज ही मैंने उस फाइल पर साइन की है, और अब व्हाइट टॉपिंग करेंगे जिससे गड्ढे नहीं होंगे।
इसी बट द प्रॉब्लम गडकरी जी, हाईवे बड़े अच्छे बने हैं। आप पुणे चलिए, फॉरगेट अबाउट गड्ढे, पॉटहोल, ट्रक होल हो गए हैं। आप बंगलोर चलिए, आप हरियाणा से हाईवे से किसी भी गांव में चलिए, वहां के रास्ते कैसे हैं। तो ऐसा लगता है हाईवे तो ठीक ठाक बन गए, लेकिन रास्तों का क्या, दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम।
आपके प्रॉब्लम का सही उत्तर यह है कि मैं केवल नेशनल हाईवे का मंत्री हूं, और जो रोड गांव में जाते हैं वो ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय होता है।
राइट, बट द सिटी रोड्स आर आल्सो बैड।
जस्ट ए मिनट, मुझे क्लियर करने दीजिए, नहीं तो आप दूसरी बात मेरे पे चिपका दोगे।
नहीं, मैं आप पे नहीं चिपका रहा हूं।
पहले दूसरी बात यह है कि स्टेट हाईवे के रोड होते हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट रोड होते हैं, रूरल कनेक्टिविटी के रोड होते हैं। और जब अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी प्रधानमंत्री थे और मैं मुंबई में मंत्री था, तो मैंने देश के लिए एक बहुत अभूतपूर्व योजना बनाई थी, प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना, जिसके कारण 4.5 गांवों में रोड बने थे। तो हर जगह पर प्रॉब्लम के लिए अलग अलग अथॉरिटी और एजेंसी जिम्मेदार है। जहां तक नेशनल हाईवे की बात है, जो मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि अब दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे जैसे बन रहा है, अब मैक्सिमम जगह पर प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पर 2-3 जगह पर प्रॉब्लम आए हैं, और प्रॉब्लम आने के बाद हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में 5 साल की डिफेक्ट लायबिलिटी होती है, और कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को वो मेंटेन करके वो अच्छा करना पड़ता है। और दूसरी बात, कभी कभी डिजाइन्स में प्रॉब्लम आते हैं, हम वो डिजाइन्स के बारे में भी अध्ययन कर रहे हैं। और जैसा मैंने आपको अभी कहा कि बिटुमिन के जगह पर अगर हम ये जो व्हाइट टॉपिंग टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करेंगे तो शायद ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं आए।
सर, मैं आपको एक बार फिर एक दूसरे रास्ते पर ले आता हूं। वी आर इन मुंबई, दिस इज इन महाराष्ट्र, इज गोइंग टू हैव पोल्स इन 7 weeks. Yesterday or 2 days ago, there was a BJP meeting in Aurangabad. Amit Shah ji was there, Devendra Fadnavis was there, all the top BJP leaders were there. Nitin Gadkari not there. Couple of weeks ago, there was a BJP meeting in Pune. All top BJP leaders were there. Nitin Gadkari was not there.
वहां तो होर्डिंग्स भी लगाए थे आपके।
यहां जो पब्लिक में बस है कि नितिन गडकरी रूठे हुए हैं। You don't want to get involved in this Maharashtra election. You are happy living in Delhi. ये महाराष्ट्र की किचकिच में पड़ना नहीं है। And the reason is you believe someone in your party tried to defeat you in Nagpur. Today you must tell us the truth. Do you believe somebody tried to defeat you in
पहला
Nagpur?
ट्रूथ तो ऐसा है कि तुम 101% झूठ हो आप, ये पहला ट्रूथ है। हाँ, यस यस, आई एम टॉकिंग विथ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। और दूसरी बात ये है,
कौन सा झूठ था?
पूरा, जब पूरा बोल रहे हो वो पूरा झूठ है।
आप औरंगाबाद नहीं गए?
सुनो तो पूरा, आप जब पूछते हो थोड़ा सुनो।
सर बट
मैं जम्मू कश्मीर में ऑफिशियल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के टूर पर परसों था।
यस।
कल मैं हरियाणा में था और सुबह बेंगलोर में था कार्यक्रम के लिए। और इसलिए पार्टी के प्रचार अभियान में मैं जब जम्मू कश्मीर में मेरे 4 सभाएं थी तो मैं नागपुर में रह नहीं सकता था। मैंने ये बात पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष को बताई थी। पार्टी के अध्यक्ष बावन को ने बताने के बाद में भी तुम्हारे जैसे अनुभवी पत्रकार मुझे ऐसे सवाल क्यों पूछते हैं, ये मेरे सामने सवाल है। और इसलिए तुम्हारी बताई बात पूरी गलत है, झूठ है, और मैं कोई किसी पे नाराज नहीं।
Why are you going to Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana when you are the leader of the one of the faces of the BJP in Maharashtra?
मेरे पार्टी ने नेशनल कैंपेन के लिए मुझे आदेश दिया था और मैं जम्मू कश्मीर और हरियाणा में 3-3 दिन जा रहा हूं। मेरी 3-3 सभाएं थी, 4 सभाएं हुई इस दिन, और वहां कैंपेन में चुनाव चल रहा है।
लेकिन नितिन जी,
और आपको एक बात बताता हूं, मैं महाराष्ट्र में जब लोकसभा का चुनाव हुआ तो मेरा चुनाव छोड़कर मैं 55 जगह पर प्रचार के लिए गया था। तो ये गलत है। जब आपने पुणे की बात की, मुझे वायरल इन्फेक्शन हुआ था, मेरी तबीयत खराब थी, इसलिए नहीं जा
सर,
पाया।
राजनीति में वायरल इन्फेक्शन की वजह से मीटिंग अटेंड नहीं करना, इसके बहुत मतलब निकाले जाते हैं। इसके लिए शायद ये मतलब
देखो,
निकाला
मैं
होगा।
उनमें से नहीं हूं, मैं डरता नहीं हूं किसी को।
जो है वो आप
जो
बता
बोलता हूं वो स्ट्रेट बात करता हूं। मैं जो बता रहा हूं उसमें कोई झूठ नहीं, वो प्रैक्टिकल स्थिति है। आप जितने इसको ट्विस्ट करके बातें करें वो 100% झूठ है।
ठीक है।
और मैं जम्मू कश्मीर में था, पार्टी की जिम्मेदारी थी, पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने जो जिम्मेदारी दी थी उसके लिए प्रचार के लिए था वहां पूरा, तो मैं नागपुर में कैसे रह सकता, बता के गया था।
लेकिन आपकी मार्जिन, आपने इतना काम किया नागपुर के लिए, लेकिन आपकी मार्जिन कम हो गई लोकसभा में। और मैंने आपके किसी
आपका सब्जेक्ट तो ग्रीन रिवोल्यूशन पर था, ये पोल्यूशन करने वाली बातें क्यों कर रहे हो आप?
बिकॉज सर,
आप जरा सब्जेक्ट पर तो आइए, आप नेता जैसा मत करिए।
नहीं,
हमारे नेता ऐसे होते हैं कि जो विषय को छोड़कर भलते विषय पर बात करते हैं।
नहीं, बिकॉज महाराष्ट्र नीड्स क्लैरिटी। व्हाट इज नितिन गडकरीज रोल एट द मोमेंट? जैसे मैंने कहा, आपने नागपुर में बहुत काम किया है, इसके बावजूद आपका मार्जिन कम आया लोकसभा में। आपके किसी नजदीकी से मैंने बात की, उन्होंने कहा देयर वाज अ कंस्पिरेसी इन द बीजेपी टू डिफीट नितिन गडकरी। सही है, गलत है?
पूरी गलत है।
आपको पहले लिस्ट में आपका नाम भी नहीं दिया गया। When the first list of the BJP came out before Lok Sabha, आपका नाम नहीं था। आपको मोदी जी को नागपुर एयरपोर्ट में मिलना पड़ा और मामला सॉर्ट आउट करना।
तो आपके तरफ देखकर बड़ी ये आ रही है कि प्रधानमंत्री जब हर बार आते हैं तो प्रोटोकॉल के हिसाब से मैं मिलता हूं। आपको किसने, प्रधानमंत्री ने कान में आके बताया क्या कि मैंने उनको मिलकर पूछा कि मेरा टिकट कब देते हो करके? तुम्हारे पास क्या प्रूफ है?
मेरे पास कोई प्रूफ नहीं है।
तो आप जरा जिम्मेदार जैसी बात करिए, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं। और मुझे किसी ने ही ये कहा नहीं। दूसरी बात, महाराष्ट्र की लिस्ट ही जो रिकमेंड होकर, पहले पद्धति ऐसी होती है कि महाराष्ट्र पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड अपनी सीटों को रिकमेंड करके दिल्ली भेजता है। जब महाराष्ट्र की लिस्ट ही नहीं आई थी और बाकी जगह से लिस्ट आई थी, तो महाराष्ट्र का एक भी नाम नहीं आया था। तब मेरा नाम उसमें जब आया तब उसमें हुआ।
सर, मैं दूसरी तरीके से पूछता हूं यही सवाल आपको, इसलिए ये सवाल पूछना, इसलिए
आप ग्रीन रिवोल्यूशन पे जाइए ना।
आएंगे, आएंगे।
पहले पॉलिटिकल रिवॉल्यूशन खत्म हो जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद हम ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन।
आप पॉलिटिकल जो पूछ रहे, दुर्भाग्य से आपके कोई बात का कोई रिलेवेंस ही नहीं है।
नहीं, ठीक है, तो मैं
व्हाट इज योर,
हमारे लिए छोड़ दो, राजनीतिक नेता बोलते हैं।
व्हाट इज योर रोल इन महाराष्ट्र? व्हाट इज नितिन, आर यू ओनली हैप्पी इन बीइंग रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर इन दिल्ली? आपका कोई रोल रहेगा?
आप मेरे रोल की बिल्कुल चिंता मत करिए। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूं, संघ का स्वयंसेवक हूं। मुझे कोई लेना देना में मंत्री बनूं या प्रतिष्ठा सम्मान मिले। आई ऑलवेज फील दैट द पॉलिटिक्स इज द इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ सोशियो इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म। मैं अपने काम करते रहूंगा और मुझे किसी बात की कोई चिंता
नहीं। सर, लेकिन ये ऐसा क्यों हुआ फिर कि चुनाव के पहले, लोकसभा चुनाव के पहले आपकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के निरीक्षक आए हुए थे और उन्होंने पूछा वहां पर कि किसको कैंडिडेट बनाना चाहिए? यही एक्सरसाइज बीजेपी ने पूरे देश में किया, बजाय सिर्फ 2 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज के, लखनऊ में नहीं किया या फिर वाराणसी में नहीं किया। आपके ही कार्यकर्ताओं ने सवाल उठाया कि बाकी जगह पे नहीं हो रहा, यहां पर नितिन गडकरी की कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में यह सवाल क्यों पूछा जा रहा है? और इसीलिए सवाल बार बार यह पूछा जा रहा था कि पूरे विदर्भ में, जहां पर बीजेपी के खिलाफ माहौल नजर आ रहा था, आप ही एक ऐसे थे कि जहां पर इस तरीके का एक्सरसाइज किया जाता है। और आपको बड़े नेताओं की बात करें हम तो, और विदर्भ में जब बीजेपी का पूरा परफॉर्मेंस खराब हो गया, आप अकेले जीत कर आ गए क्योंकि आपके कॉन्टैक्ट्स सारे जगह पे ठीक ठाक थे, इसीलिए ये हो पाया, ऐसा लगता है। और इसीलिए सवाल भी पूछे जा रहे हैं।
पहली बात तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, सिस्टम को समझिए। अभी देवेंद्र जी जहां से लड़ने वाले हैं वहां भी पूछने के लिए निरीक्षक आए थे।
सर, लखनऊ में नहीं गए, वाराणसी में नहीं गए?
लखनऊ में भी गए, वाराणसी में भी गए, और सब कार्यकर्ताओं का मानस जाना, पूछा गया। ये लोकतांत्रिक पद्धति है और उसके बाद उसका रिपोर्ट केंद्र में आया। ये कोई अलग नहीं हुआ ऐसा कुछ।
सर, मैं आखिरी पॉलिटिकल क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा और वो ये है, अगले साल आरएसएस के 75 साल हो रहे हैं, 100 साल हो रहे हैं। आप आरएसएस से इतने सालों से जुड़े हुए हैं, मोदी जी 75 साल के हो रहे हैं। ये जो स्पेक्यूलेशन है ये है कि अगले साल शायद मोदी जी अगर रिटायरमेंट के बारे में सोचे या आरएसएस कहे कोई नए नेतृत्व हो, तो नितिन गडकरी जो आरएसएस के बड़े लाड़के हैं, बड़े नजदीक हैं, क्या नितिन गडकरी को एक तरह से प्रमोशन दिया जाएगा? ये जो अटकलें लगाई जा रही है, इस पर आज बता ही दीजिए।
मैं बता ही देता हूं, तुम्हारे जैसे लोगों को अटकलों पे चलने का जो काम चलता है वो चलते रहना चाहिए। मैं कोई रेस में नहीं हूं आज तक। हाँ, बिल्कुल नहीं। मैंने कहीं अपना कटआउट लगाया नहीं, किसी के बायोडाटा दिया नहीं, कोई लफड़े लोचे में नहीं हूं। मैं अपना काम करते रहता हूं। और रही बात आरएसएस की, आरएसएस का मैं स्वयंसेवक हूं। और रही बात मोदी जी की, तो आप एक काम करिए, आप बहुत अनुभवी कुशल पत्रकार है, आप मोदी जी को पूछिए, आरएसएस को पूछिए, आरएसएस के प्रवक्ता को पूछिए, उनके सवाल मुझे क्यों पूछते हो?
हाउ इज योर रिलेशनशिप विद मोदी जी?
अच्छी है।
वेरी गुड, गुड, नॉट सो
वेरी गुड,
वेरी गुड।
हाँ, आप चाहते कि नहीं चाहते मुझे मालूम नहीं, पर माय रिलेशन इज वेरी गुड।
Okay. Okay, just wait. Gaurav Gogoi, you're here. If someone can give the mic to Gaurav Gogoi, वो deputy leader है Lok Sabha. Gaurav Gogoi, if you had to choose a BJP leader who you think can manage a coalition, would Nitin Gadkari fit your bill? Would you be more comfortable with Nitin Gadkari?
Rajdeep, I told you that I learn a lot from BJP leaders also. And like Nitin Gadkari ji says, आप जो मेरे से निकलवाना चाहते हैं, मैं बोलूंगा नहीं.
अब आप कहोगे कि नितिन गडकरी के मदद के लिए अपोजिशन वाले भी आए, इसका रहस्य क्या है?
नहीं, हम ये कहेंगे कि गौरव गोगोई ने अटकलें बढ़ाई, कहा कि हम नितिन गडकरी को पसंद करते हैं।
अरे भाई, अगर कोई किसी को पसंद करता है तो ये उस व्यक्ति का चॉइस है, लोकतंत्र में उसका अधिकार है। मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूं, मेरे पास जब भी कोई भी पार्टी का एमपी एमएलए आता है तो मैं डिपार्टमेंट में ये कहता हूं कि जो लीगल काम है वो सबका होना चाहिए और गलत काम अपने का नहीं होना चाहिए। और मोदी जी ने कहा है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका प्रयास, सबका विश्वास, उसी का अनुकरण कर रहे हैं।
मैं इसीलिए आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, आप उस राजनीतिक शैली से आते हैं, जमाने से, जहां विपक्ष और सरकार के बीच में अच्छे रिश्ते होते थे। विपक्ष का काम हो, सरकार का काम हो, अगर लीगल होता था तो वो होता था। अब देखा गया कड़वाहट आई। यही महाराष्ट्र में भी देखिए, सरकारें गिरती है, लेन देन होता है। क्या नितिन गडकरी को लगता है ये सही दिशा है जो राजनीति जा रही है? कहीं ना कहीं जो बड़ी तस्वीर अब बताइए, क्या आपको लगता है कि हमें इस कटुता से आगे निकलना है?
तो पहली बात तो मैं 3 महीने के बाद मुंबई आया। मेरा आजकल आना जाना बहुत कम होता है। आजकल दिल्ली से नागपुर फ्लाइट होती है, तो महाराष्ट्र के राजनीति के बारे में मुझे ज्यादा
ओवरऑल इंडिया, क्या इंडिया की राजनीति में कटुता बढ़ी है और इससे आपको अफसोस होता है?
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि राजनीति में कभी जीत होती है, कभी हार होती है। कभी रूलिंग पार्टी में होते हैं, कभी अपोजिशन पार्टी में होते हैं। विचार और कार्यक्रम के बारे में मतभिन्नता हो सकती है, पर हमारे बीच में अच्छे संबंध होने चाहिए। यही विचारों का वारसा अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी अडवाणी जी ने दिया और उन्होंने इसी प्रकार से काम किया है। और मोदी जी भी आज एनडीए के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में काम कर रहे हैं और एनडीए के सभी पार्टियों के साथ उनके रिश्ते अच्छे हैं और आज भी हम सबके बीच में अच्छे रिश्ते प्रस्तावित करके आगे जाना।
तो नितिन जी, ये खबरें क्यों आ रही है कि आपको महाराष्ट्र में, आप यहां पर रुकेंगे, आपको स्टार प्रचारक बनाकर यहीं पर आपको रखा जाएगा, क्योंकि बीजेपी में बहुत बड़ा गड्ढा हुआ है महाराष्ट्र में। तो ये खबरें बार बार क्यों आ रही है कि आपको रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी देकर आपको यहां पर
हो? मैं पिछले लोकसभा में 55 लोकसभा जगह सभाएं मैंने ली रैली।
नहीं सर, प्रचार करना अलग बात है, लेकिन पार्टी की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेकर पार्टी का फेस बनना या पार्टी को रिवाइव करने के लिए कोशिश करना अलग।
शायद जानते नहीं, मैं पहले भी फेस था, आज भी और कल भी रहूंगा, क्योंकि मैं ये मुंबई में पार्टी का अध्यक्ष था। मैं यहाँ पीडब्ल्यूडी मिनिस्टर था। ये मुंबई के 55 फ्लाईओवर से लेकर ये सब काम उस समय करने का मौका मुझे मिला। फिर मैं पार्टी का अध्यक्ष बना, फिर मैं दिल्ली में पार्टी का अध्यक्ष बना। तो मेरा तो ग्रास रूट से, महाराष्ट्र से संबंध ही है।
सर, लेकिन ये बताइए, जून के बाद किस तरह से पॉलिटिक्स बदला है? आपने 2-3 बार कहा एनडीए की सरकार, जो मोदी 3.0 है या एनडीए 3.0, उसमें और जो पहले 2 सरकारें हुई, सबसे बड़ा फर्क क्या पड़ा है?
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा है।
कोई फर्क नहीं।
10 साल में मैं ये कहूंगा कि हिंदुस्तान को दुनिया की तीसरे नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था बनाना, $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाना, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना, इसके लिए हमने 10 साल में काम किया। और मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि 1947 के बाद ये 75 साल जो पूरे हो रहे हैं, कम से कम अनेक क्षेत्रों में जो काम पिछले 60-65 साल में नहीं हुए, वो 10 साल में हमने करके दिखाए। और पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ डेवलपमेंट एंड प्रोग्रेस क्या होता है, ये पहली बार लोगों को।
पर पिछले 5 महीनों में कोई फर्क आया? क्योंकि अब गठबंधन है, आप तेलुगु देशम से बात करनी पड़ती है, जेडीयू से बात करनी पड़ती है। कोई फर्क पड़ा है कि नहीं डिसीजन मेकिंग में? विपक्ष कहता है यू टर्न सरकार हो गई है, वक्फ बोर्ड हो, ब्रॉडकास्ट बिल हो, लैटरल एंट्री हो, इन सब विषय पर आपको पीछे हटना पड़ता है।
हम तो, मुझे नहीं पता, मैं चंद्रबाबू नायडू मुझे अच्छे मित्र है, हर बार मिलते हैं। जो हम दोनों के बीच में मालूम नहीं, वो आपको कैसे मालूम हुआ? वो कभी 2-3 बार दिल्ली आए हैं और हमको पूछना पड़ता है अगर ये बातें आपने कहां से लाई, आपके पास कोई प्रूफ है इसका?
नहीं, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कोalition गवर्नमेंट और
देखिए,
मेजॉरिटी गवर्नमेंट में कोई फर्क है या नहीं?
देयर इज ए गुड कोऑर्डिनेशन, कम्युनिकेशन एंड कोऑपरेशन बिटवीन द ऑल एनडीए पार्टी।
कंप्लीट
नो
ये
प्रॉब्लम।
5 साल चलेगी सरकार?
100% चलेगी।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में?
बिल्कुल, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चलेगी, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ये कह के जब आप हंसते हैं ना तो उस,
अरे मैं वैसे भी हंसता हूं, मेरा हंसतमुख स्वभाव है। हमारे यहाँ महाराष्ट्र के एक नेता थे
जी,
बहुत अच्छे व्यक्ति है
जी,
महाराष्ट्र में बहुत, मैं उनको हसतमुख कहता था।
सुशील कुमार शिंदे।
तो उस समय विधानसभा में रहता था
जी।
बोले एक देशमुख है और दूसरे हसतमुख है।
तो आप
नहीं, लेकिन आपके हंसी के पीछे, आपके हंसी के पीछे का राज क्या है वो लोग जानना चाहते हैं कई बार, कि आप अपने आपको जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी है उसके लिए आप खुश हैं, या आपको लगता है कि अभी कुछ हो नहीं सकता, अभी जो है वो है, ऐसे ही चलेगा, इसके लिए आप खुश हैं?
नहीं, मेरे को पहली बात तो ऐसे कि आप लोग ऐसा क्यों इंटरप्रेट करते मेरे समझ में नहीं आता। मैं आपको पहली बार बता रहा हूं कि मैं 95% सोशल वर्क करता हूं। न मैं मीडिया से डरता हूं, न लोगों से डरता हूं। मैंने अपने चुनाव में भी मेरा एजेंडा लोगों को बताया, ये मेरा एजेंडा है, और ये भी कहा कि तुम मुझे वोट देना तो दो, नहीं देना है तो आपका अधिकार है, पर एक बात याद रखना, जो मुझे वोट देगा उसका भी काम करूंगा, जो नहीं देगा उसका भी करूंगा। मैं अपने आप में अपने विचारों से चलता हूं और मेरे को कोई राजनीतिक प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। और जनता का प्रेम, विश्वास, यही राजनीतिक नेता की सबसे बड़ी कसौटी होती है। इस बातों में बहुत नसीबवान हूं कि अक्रॉस द पार्टी लाइन, कास्ट, रिलीजन, क्रीड, सेक्स, सब लोगों के मन में मेरे प्रति प्रेम है। ये मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छा और समाधान का विषय।
सर, केवल पॉलिटिशियन नहीं, बिजनेसमैन। मैं कई बिजनेसमैन को मिलता हूं मुंबई में, वो कहते हैं नितिन गडकरी इज द वन पॉलिटिशियन हु अंडरस्टैंड्स ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस।
क्योंकि मैंने फाइनेंस में किया है।
सो आर यू अ बिट ऑफ अ बिजनेसमैन? यू सेड सोशल करना चाहते हो, आप कहीं ना कहीं एंटरप्रेन्योर पॉलिटिशियन भी हो।
मैं सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर हूं।
सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर।
हाँ, प्रॉब्लम क्या आता है कि कोई नेता साधारणतः ऐसे काम नहीं करते। मैं जो कतरन निकलती है ना, उससे गालीचे बनाता हूं। 1500 महिलाओं को ट्रेन किया। अभी 400 रुपए में मैंने कॉटन की साड़ी बनाई है। मैं बालों से एमिनो एसिड बनाता हूं, मैं बायोफ्यूल बनाता हूं, मैं प्लास्टिक से क्रूड पेट्रोल बनाता हूं। विदर्भ में 10,000 किसानों ने आत्महत्या की, उनके आत्महत्या न हो इसलिए मैंने अपने जीवन को लगा दिया है। और आज मेरा टर्नओवर मेरे प्रोजेक्ट का, जिसका मालिक मैं नहीं हूं, मैं उद्योगपति नहीं हूं, मैं इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट नहीं हूं, मैं सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर हूं, जिसमें हजारों लोग हैं जिनका भाग शेयर उसमें है। और मैं टर्नओवर 2,500 करोड़ का है और 15,000 लोगों को रोजगार दे। मेरी अड़चन क्या है राजदीप, कि तुम्हारे जैसे लोगों को लगता है कि ये जो करता है नहीं वो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट है, और इसलिए मैं इंडस्ट्री रहता तो मैं आज टनल, रोड, ब्रिजेस का एक्सपर्ट हूं। फाइनेंशियल मार्केट में मुंबई के स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में मेरा गुडविल है कि जब मैं इन्वेंट बॉन्ड में गया था अभी, तब 7 दिन के बजाय 7 घंटे में 7 टाइम्स बॉन्ड इशू सब्सक्राइब हुआ। मैं यही मुंबई में था जब मेरे पास 5 करोड़ रुपए थे, तो मैंने ये पूरे फ्लाईओवर, 55 फ्लाईओवर, वर्ली बांद्रा और मुंबई पुणे के लिए मार्केट से 1200 करोड़ रुपए इकट्ठा किए थे। तब धीरूभाई अंबानी थे और रतन टाटा थे, दोनों ने मुझे कहा आप तो हमसे भी होशियार निकले वो। तो मैं, पहली बात तो है कि क्रेडिबिलिटी ये बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। विश्वसनीयता, क्रेडिबिलिटी एंड गुडविल इज द बिगेस्ट कैपिटल ऑफ 21st सेंचुरी। और राजनीति में तो क्रेडिबिलिटी मिलाना बहुत कठिन है, और मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि मैं वो क्रेडिबिलिटी मेंटेन करने की कोशिश करता हूं।
तो क्या नितिन जी, आपके डिपार्टमेंट के लिए सरकारी तिजोरी पर बिल्कुल भी निर्भर नहीं है? आप बार बार ये एग्जांपल देते रहते हैं कि मैंने मार्केट से पैसा जनरेट किया, और आमतौर पर हम देखते हैं कि सरकार की तरफ से कोई भी चुनाव जीतने के लिए खास करके बड़े बड़े पैसे दिए जाते हैं। जैसे महाराष्ट्र में 1500 रुपए दिए जा रहे हैं, पूरे देश भर में अलग अलग योजनाएं उस तरीके से लाई जाती है। लेकिन सड़क बनाने के लिए हमने कभी देखा नहीं कि आपने कहा कि सरकार से मुझे बजट में इतना हिस्सा चाहिए, या बजट में
आपने अच्छा हुआ ये प्रश्न पूछा। अब तुम मुंबई में रहते हो, थोड़ा अध्ययन एक बार कर लीजिए इस बात का कि मैं शिपिंग मिनिस्टर था, मेरा बजट था 800 करोड़ का, और मैंने सागरमाला करके प्रोजेक्ट लिया था 16 लाख करोड़ का, और बजट में पैसे नहीं थे, और आज 12.5 लाख करोड़ के काम हुए। इनकी ब्रह्मपुत्रा में मैंने 9 जगह रोपैक्स लगाए, पोर्ट्स डेवलप किए और उसको मोनिटाइज किया। अब मैं रोड में हूं तो मेरा बजट बहुत अच्छा है, 2,80,000 करोड़ का बजट है, बजट की कमी नहीं है। पर मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूं कि देश का ग्रोथ रेट अगर मल्टीप्लाई करना है तो बजट से 2 गुना ज्यादा पैसा अगर हम पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट से लाएंगे तो सक्सेसफुल होगा। मैं आपको एक अच्छा उदाहरण बताता हूं। मथुरा में मैं वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था, 80 MLD जो गंदा पानी था, स्लज, मैंने उसके ऊपर एक प्रोजेक्ट हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में किया, और वो प्रोजेक्ट ऐसा किया कि 40% सरकार देगी, 60% इन्वेस्टर लाएगा। त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी टेंडर में आई, और बाजू में मथुरा में इंडियन ऑयल की रिफाइनरी थी। वैद्य साहब उस समय चेयरमैन थे, मैंने उनको बुलाया, मैंने बोला आपको रिफाइनरी में पानी लगता है, कहां से लेते हो? बोले यूपी सरकार से। कितना पैसा देते हैं? बोले 25 करोड़। मैंने बोला 5 करोड़ कम होंगे, आप 20 करोड़ दो। और मैंने उनसे टाइप किया और लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में 80 MLD का प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल किया। जो 100 रुपए का काम है वो 40 रुपए में हुआ। मैं अपने खुद शहर में टॉयलेट का पानी बेचता हूं 9 साल से, 300 करोड़ रुपए साल के मिलते हैं। तो मैं ये कहता हूं कि गवर्नमेंट के मनी को हम बेस करके पकड़कर पब्लिक प्राइवेट करेंगे और कैपिटल मार्केट से खड़ा करेंगे तो जनता को जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट चाहिए वो 3 गुना ज्यादा हम दे सकते हैं।
लेकिन आरोप इसी वजह से होता है ना। आप इतने अच्छे प्रोजेक्ट्स करते हैं, आप शिपिंग मिनिस्ट्री में सागरमाला करते हैं, बट आपको एंड में एक ही मंत्रालय मिलता है 10 साल के बाद, रोड करी। एक तरह से आपका नाम बन गया है रोड करी, गडकरी जी को रोड करी, बिकॉज यू हैव सो मेनी अदर स्किल्स। व्हाई डज गवर्नमेंट नॉट यूज यू? यू शुड बी इन द टॉप 4।
आपको मालूम है वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था, MSME का मंत्री था, शिपिंग का मंत्री था, फिर रोड का मंत्री हूं मैं, तो सब मंत्रियों के काम।
पर बाकी मंत्रालय से आपको क्यों हटाया गया? इसीलिए लोगों को लगता है बिकॉज नितिन गडकरी इज अ सक्सेसफुल मिनिस्टर, बिकॉज व्हेनेवर इंडिया टुडे हैज अ पोल यू आर इन द टॉप 5 मिनिस्टर्स। इसी वजह से कुछ लोग दिल्ली में आपसे जलते हैं, और उस जलन की वजह से वो आपको आगे नहीं बढ़ा रहे हैं। ये सच है या गलत है?
देखो, कोई किसी को आगे नहीं बढ़ाता ना कोई किसी को पीछे डालता है। आर्किमिडीज का प्रिंसिपल था कि पानी में जितने वजन की वस्तु डालो उतना ही पानी ऊपर आता है। इफ आई डिजर्व फॉर इट आई विल गेट इट। और मैं अपना काम करते रहता हूं।
यू हैव नो एम्बिशन?
नो ऑब्जेक्शन।
यू हैव नो एम्बिशन? फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर वन डे, चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र।
आप फाइनेंस के आप खुद कहते हैं कि मैं
महाराष्ट्र का चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना नहीं है, फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर बनना नहीं है, और मेरी कोई एम्बिशन नहीं है। और ये मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, यू टेक इट फ्रॉम।
नहीं तो आपको सिर्फ सरफेस ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर।
यू आर टॉकिंग फ्रॉम योर हार्ट टुडे।
बिल्कुल, मैं राजनीति में कुछ बनने के लिए नहीं आया हूं। मैं राजनीति में अगर कभी आप समय निकलेगा तो एक बार नागपुर आइए, मैं विदर्भ तक अपना कार्य क्षेत्र कर आप देखिए। मैं वाशिम से लेकर कड़चुली 1200 एकल विद्यालय आदिवासी क्षेत्र में चलाता हूं। वहां थोड़ी मुझे चुनाव लड़ना है। बेसिकली आई एम ए सोशल वर्कर। आई बिलीव दैट पॉलिटिक्स इज ए इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ सोशियो इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म, और मैं काम करता रहा हूं, राजनीति में आया, चलते रहा हूं।
सर 10 साल तक एक ही मंत्रालय आप अपने पास रखे हुए हैं। कभी आपको ऐसा नहीं लगता कि नए मंत्रालय में काम करना चाहिए? सरफेस ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री आपके पास 2014 से लगातार आपके साथ में, बीच बीच में आपने अलग अलग मंत्रालयों के नाम भी गिनवाए। क्या कभी नहीं आपको लगता कि नया बाकी सारे मंत्रियों के मंत्रालय शफल होते रहते हैं?
सवाल का जवाब है कि मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता।
सर मैं आखिर में पूछूंगा, there's a lovely picture of a green car. मैं अब सोच रहा हूं नई गाड़ी लेना। Would you recommend that everyone in this audience now moves to eco-friendly vehicles? You believe 10 years from now, when you come on the India Today platform, maybe as Prime Minister, who knows in what form, will you support everyone here buying eco-friendly or hybrid cars? Is this the future?
देखो, पहली बात
क्या ये फ्यूचर है?
हाँ, पहली बात, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है विच इज टचिंग टू माई हार्ट। हमारे देश में 22 लाख करोड़ का फॉसिल फ्यूल इंपोर्ट होता है, और डीजल और पेट्रोल और इस गैस के कारण बहुत बड़ा प्रदूषण होता है। अवर पॉलिसी इज इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, पोल्यूशन फ्री एंड इंडिजिनस। जब मैंने इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ियां लाई थी योगायोग से, वो भी इंडिया टुडे के ही कार्यक्रम में था, तो मुझे एक पत्रकार ने प्रश्न पूछा था, जब मैं शुरुआत में इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी की बात कर रहा था कि गाड़ी बंद हो जाएगी तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आओगे क्या? एक भी गाड़ी बंद नहीं हुई। अब आप समझिए कि एक कार या स्कूटर, हमारे यहां एक पेट्रोल का भाव 120 रुपए लीटर और डीजल का 110 रुपए। आप इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी लोगे तो खर्चा है 8 रुपए, 120 रुपए की तुलना में। अगर आप फ्लेक्स इंजन इथेनॉल पर गाड़ी लेंगे जो 60% बिजली तैयार करती है और 40% इथेनॉल पे चलती है, मेरे पास गाड़ी है वर्ल्ड की पहली टोयोटो की इनोवा, मैंने देखी है 6 एमिशन नॉर्म की। वो गाड़ी में पेट्रोल का एवरेज पेट्रोल की तुलना में करोगे तो 25 रुपए लीटर आता है। तीसरी बात सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट यह है कि अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल में इतने अल्टरनेटिव पैदा हुए हैं कि मुझे लगता है कि हमारे देश में दिल्ली जैसे शहर में जो प्रदूषण हो रहा है, अभी परल इससे बायो सीएनजी बन रहा है। अभी मैंने बजाज की मोटरसाइकिल लॉन्च की, वो पेट्रोल की मोटरसाइकिल 1 लीटर के लिए 1 किलोमीटर के लिए 2 रुपए 25 पैसे पेट्रोल लगता है और सीएनजी में 1 किलोमीटर के लिए 1 रुपया लगता है। एलएनजी का ट्रक जब चलता है तो 100 रुपए का डीजल जहां लगता है वहां 40 रुपए का एलएनजी और 50 रुपए का सीएनजी लगता है और इलेक्ट्रिक 10 रुपए का लगता है। हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 14% 16% है, चाइना की 8% है। और मैं जो 36 ग्रीन हाईवे बना रहा हूं और अगर फ्यूल में हमने चेंज किया तो हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 8% होगी और हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट है वो 1.5 गुना होगा।
सर एक कारण ये भी है कि इलेक्ट्रिक कार अभी भी लोग इस्तेमाल इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है।
नॉट इनफ ईवी
नॉट इनफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर।
आप इतना गलत बोल रहे हो
सर। नहीं है,
100% गलत बोल। मैं आपको बताता हूं, एक नाम बताओ मेरे को जो इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी चलाती है, स्कूटर, उसको इन्फॉर्म बताओ, मैं आपको समझाता हूं क्या प्रॉब्लम है। एक स्कूटर दिन भर में बजाज और टीवीएस ने स्टडी किया, वो 24 से 26 किलोमीटर चलती है और स्कूटर एक बार रात को रख दी तो चार्ज होती है 150 किलोमीटर के लिए। एक कार दिन भर में मैक्सिमम 55 किलोमीटर चलती है, ये स्टडी हुआ है, और चार्ज होती है 350 किलोमीटर के लिए। अब प्रॉब्लम कहां है जो तुम बोल रहे हो? मुंबई से दिल्ली अगर आप इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी में जाओगे तो प्रॉब्लम है। मैं 670 जगह रोड साइड एमिनिटीज बना रहा हूं और उसमें इलेक्ट्रिक चार्जिंग स्टेशन हैं। धीरे धीरे वो डेवलप हो रहे हैं और इसलिए जहां हम लॉन्ग 500-600 किलोमीटर पे जाएंगे वहां ये प्रॉब्लम है, बाकी जगह ये समस्या नहीं है। और जैसी जरूरत पड़ रही है वैसे चार्जिंग स्टेशन भी खुल रहे हैं और इसकी अभी कोई अड़चन नहीं। और 200% राइज इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में है, 200% राइज।
ओके, वी आर गोइंग टू एंड नितिन गडकरी जी, बट क्योंकि आप मुंबई में हैं, आप एक तरह से मुंबई भी आपके लिए आपका प्यारा शहर है, तो आज जैसे जैसे शाम हो रही है, आज आपका डिनर का प्लान क्या है? क्योंकि यू नो ऑल द नाइस प्लेसेस इन मुंबई। इस ऑडियंस को आपने ईवी के बारे में तो बता दिया, अब आज बताइए कि अगर रात को कहीं अच्छी जगह डिनर के लिए जाना है तो कहां जाना चाहिए?
मैं एक ही बात बताता हूं कि देश में खाने के लिए सबसे जन्नत अगर कोई सिटी है तो मुंबई है।
अरे क्या बात!
और रात को 12 बजे, 1 बजे, 2 बजे भी।
एनी फेवरेट आपकी?
मेरी फेवरेट मुंबई।
नहीं, फेवरेट प्लेस मुंबई में कोई?
बहुत प्लेसेस है। अभी मेरा एक कार्यक्रम हुआ तो मैंने एक पुणे के रेस्टोरेंट का नाम लिया, वो इतना तंग आ गया कि उसका बोले मैं बंद कर दूंगा, इतने गिराए कि उसके चले गए। अब मैं ये बताने का नहीं, पर आपको रात को चुपचाप ले जाकर फुटपाथ पर बढ़िया फूड खिलाऊंगा।
चलिए नितिन गडकरी जी, और अब जब आप रात को हमें ले जाएंगे ये भी बताइएगा कि कौन वो व्यक्ति था जिन्होंने कहा नितिन गडकरी जी देश का प्रधानमंत्री आप ही बनिए। प्राइवेट में बता दीजिए, ओवर पाव भाजी।
एक्चुअली राजदीप, जिस तरीके से नागपुर में उन्होंने जो पत्रकारों का सम्मान या अवार्ड दे रहे थे, वो एक अवार्ड ही दे दिया खबर देके। मुझे लगता नहीं है कि वो इतना अवार्ड हमें इतने जल्दी मिल पाएगा।
नहीं, द थिंग इज वी आर गोइंग टू हैव पाव भाजी टुनाइट एट सरदार।
तुम्हारा अवार्ड ऐसा है कि वो मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने जैसा है।
So we are going to have pav bhaji at Sardar, then go to Bachelors for Sitafal ice cream, and by then Nitin Gadkari will certainly tell us who was the leader who told him, Gadkari ji, चलो बहुत हो गया, आप प्रधानमंत्री बन जाइए। Nitin Gadkari, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Please raise a warm applause for Nitin Gadkari as I call upon Mudit Dalmia, Vice President, NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the Minister. We are going to do the felicitation in 2 parts. One quick photo op here.
And then now may I call upon Samarth Mathur, founder, managing director, Masha Art, to present a small token of our appreciation to the minister. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We're going to quickly move on to our next session. The winning habit, how to be an Olympic champion. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon stage our session's moderator, Nikhil Nas, consulting editor, Sports India Today. And we have an Olympian in the house, or rather two Olympians in the house. I request you all to settle down. We're going to get into our next session. We have not one but two Olympians and a fabulous story behind it. And one of them has won 2 Olympic medals. All right, once again, calling upon stage sessions moderator Nikhil Nas, consulting editor Sports India Today, and our 2 esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Manu Bhakar, Olympic bronze medalist, Jaspal Rana, Asian Games gold medalist and pistol coach.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Preeti, for that introduction. Next to me are 2 people that I don't really need to introduce you to, but Manu Bhakar, for me, the only thing I'll say about her, Manu Bhakar, for me, is no less than Sir Edmund Hillary, no less than Neil Armstrong, because she's gone where no other Indian has gone before, that is win 2 medals in a single Olympic Games. It's never been done in the history of Indian sports. So, you know, the first person to scale Mount Everest, she's that. Next to her is the man equally responsible for her success, her coach. But if you're from my vintage, you'll also recognize him as an athlete of repute. He in fact still holds the record for being the most successful Indian athlete in multi-sport events. He's won a total of 15 medals between Asian Games and Commonwealth Games. So Jaspal Rana, welcome to the two of you. Manu, I'll start with you. Yeah, here's your mic. I mean, I tried to find parallels to who I am comparing you with, but this country has also given you another name, and that is of being the national crush. Have you seen that? And what did you make of that?
Well, firstly, thank you so much for a fabulous intro. Didn't see that coming. Well, about the crush thing and all, I think it keeps changing every now and then. Come on. Every second month they have like, this is the new crush or something. So it's not like very serious and all.
So you don't get carried away. You know it's the flavor
No.
of the season.
Yeah, of course. It's just a phase.
Okay, maybe that's why she is so successful. She has both her feet firmly planted on the ground. But what I would want to know from you, I interviewed you in Paris. At that time, maybe the medal was yet to sink in. But now it's been over a month. How has life changed for Manu Bhakar?
Truly, I think it's going to be the same for me. As soon as I go to my shooting arena back, I think it's going to be the same. At times, I would say it's going to be more difficult, as my coach says always. Now that people know you, they'll always, want more from you. They'll want more medals, more better performance at every stage. So, I mean, of course, it's going to be difficult, but what's good in doing easy things? Let's get on to difficult stuff.
Okay, but do you feel the difference of how people reacted to you earlier to now?
For me, I would say the life remains the same, although now I'm getting this opportunity of meeting different people almost every single day. So it's exciting to know their story and to get to know them and to share my story as well. So that is the interesting part. Other than that, I think it's going to be the same for me.
Not really.
Not really. And that's exactly what I wanted. I want your perspective. Has Manu Bhakar's life changed, and how do you see it from the outside?
See, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me here. Life has changed, and I think Manu forgot that we were running pillar to post before Olympic. Nobody bothers like where we travel, wherever we go. Nobody, even people those who are supposed to help us, most of them did not. But at the same time, positive side, there were a lot of people, those we thought that will not be helpful, they come for help. And I'd like to thank all of them. And if I start taking name, it will be entire evening. But a lot of people did do. But yes, life has changed. And this period, 3 months time, people talk about like why she is doing all the running around and showing off medal and all those things. First of all, that's her right, and that's a good thing. People want to see the Manu with a medal. Nobody called us before Olympic. Nobody invited us anywhere. So let her fly with the medal wherever she goes. There's nothing wrong in it. We should be proud of her.
You know, just to put it into context for those of you who don't know, Manu, as much love as she is getting on social media, there are a few trolls that have pointed out, I don't know if you've read all the comments, but people writing, because she's gone for a lot of events wearing her medals, people have said that, things like, Manu Bhakar doesn't need a passport, her medal are the passport. Manu Bhakar doesn't need a boarding pass, her medals are boarding pass. And it went on and on from that. Just adding on from
Let me check if I'm wearing them tonight. Not today. Maybe some other time.
But how did you deal with this criticism? That why is she flaunting her medals everywhere she goes?
Honestly, it took me 8.5 years to win those medals for India. And those medals, I believe, belong to the country. And they're just with me for some time, for my life, my entire life. But they belong to the country, and whenever I go anywhere, like people ask me that they want to see the medal, or please, can we see your medal as well? When you come, please get them along. So, I mean, when they see the medals, few candid pictures are always clicked, and then they're always posted on internet. So what can I do?
And if you read legend stories, they used to sleep with their medals. So what's the problem, Manu, going everywhere with the medal? There's nothing wrong in it. And people wants to see it, right?
The only problem I have is that she's not got a medal tonight, because I would have loved to have seen it. Okay, but just, now you mentioned that it's not just an overnight thing. You worked 8 years to get your hands on those medals. Uh, is there a lull right now? Because I remember Abhinav Bindra, another, outstanding athlete, he mentioned that after he won the gold medal, he just didn't know what to do because he worked day in and day out to win those medals. And once he got it, he didn't know what to do in life. Is there a feeling like that within you? That what do I do? What is it that's going to motivate me going forward?
Firstly, I would say the dream of the Olympic gold medals continue, and we had dreamt of Olympic golds. So yes, it's a step in the right direction. So 2 bronzes I got for India. Me and my entire team, my coach, we worked day and night for this, and we are in the right direction. So it's one step, only 2 steps away from the gold, the silver, and then there's gold. So of course the dream continues. But right now, honestly, I'm enjoying the outfit phase. I'm getting to wear different clothes and new things every day. So that's very exciting for me.
Yeah, that is. Do you ever think about how close you were to winning 3 medals? Or you made a record winning 2.
But do you know how close she was from the 4th place?
In the 2 medals she won.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
So,
brilliantly put.
it's how you see it. We won 2 medals. That's a history. She's the first lady to win, or athlete to win 2 medals in one Olympic. So I think it's a very positive side, and she's too young, and there's a lot of Olympics on the way. LA, then 36, which the Prime Minister is trying to host, the 36th Olympic in India. So we have a lot of time, so...
Yeah, she has many things to do after winning the medal, but there's one thing that I wouldn't want her to do. And what exactly am I talking about? I'll get Ankur, my good friend at the console, to play us a video. This is Manu Bhakar. Just a few days ago, this is what she's doing. This is what she's doing to keeping herself busy. My only thing and only request is that if you want, I'll go across this room getting a petition signed that do whatever you want, but don't do these somersaults, because you have many more Olympics to participate in. We don't want you to get injured. Will you promise us?
Wait, firstly, let me tell you all that that's an old video. It was, I think, 2023 June or something.
But you posted it recently.
Yeah, I posted it recently because that's how I am in person. So I will try and do many different things, although now I have gotten strict instructions from him.
I called her up as soon as I saw this video and asked her that, what the hell are you doing? She said that this is old video. Why are you posting it now?
No, but even if it's an old video, it's even more scary.
No,
because if it's 2023
that's
and you
fine.
injured yourself doing that, who would have won us the medals in Paris?
You know, I used to, I'm this kind of person. I enjoy doing different things. I enjoy the outdoor life. Rather than sitting at home, I want to go in the grounds and play or do different things. So that's the kind of person I am. And all of this, I was into karate, boxing and martial arts. So I had learned a few flips and all. So I was trying to just refresh all of that, refresh the syllabus,
It's trying to explain, but honestly, she's not allowed to do all these things, so...
But now I'm not allowed to do all this. So I'm very aware of everything that I'm doing.
You want to tell us what are your other interests so that we know which are the things you're allowed to or not. This is dangerous.
So there are different dance forms. Then I play violin. I'm learning. I'm at a beginner stage in violin. Then there's horseback riding. Then different sports. Fitness also. I love spending my time in fitness activities, gym, runs and all of that. Then there's painting, sketching and all. Then there's solving puzzles. And yeah, of course, laying in the sun, solving puzzles, watching TV, everything.
No harm in that. What are the other things she's not allowed to do?
She has to tell the story about pre-Olympic camp in Paris, Luxembourg, when you had a fall.
Oh.
Tell us.
So I'm a little bit clumsy, okay? So last year we went to France We went to Paris to get accommodated to the entire weather, the ranges, the lightings of the ranges and all. So we went out, me and my friend, on a scooty, and it started to rain. Then we were on this road, and then it got really slippery. Then I saw this red light, and I did not know whether to put brakes in the scooty or not. I mean, for general traffic and cars, we have to brake. But for scooty, I was very confused. And then the last moment, I was like, let's just pull a brake. And वो handbrake होता है ना, I just pulled that, and वो पूरा skid हुआ, and then we fell. My left elbow, my left thigh, everything was injured really badly. And the funny thing is that there was this cafe in front of which we had this fall. They were like, you know what, please, we have made room for you. Please sit here. You want anything, ice, water, food, you just let us know. So yeah, that happened.
This was how many days before the...
But I did not tell him.
I came to know about this incident because when we were driving through that particular hotel, and I don't know from where she said, "Oh, यहाँ तो हम गिरे थे." Then I asked कि कब गिरे थे, कैसे गिरे थे. Then I came to know about this story. But this was like maybe 1.5 months before Olympic.
1.5 months before Olympics. Okay, we're lucky that you were fit enough to be...
In the, on the left side.
You know, this is one thing. I can totally understand why she didn't tell you. And it's not just because of the Olympics. And I'll tell you, just as this is the story that Manu has told for the very first time, I'll tell you a story which Jaspal Rana doesn't know. Because the first time I interviewed her was when she was a 16-year-old young kid. And before I interviewed her, we had a lunch session. And she, me, and her manager were sitting. And after she finished her lunch, the manager asked her, should I get you the dessert? There's ice cream for dessert. And the first thing she said, nahi, sir ko pata chal jayega. I'm not going to eat the ice cream. The manager said, nahi, I won't tell sir. And only then did she eat the ice cream. Do you know about how scared she is?
Did I eat the ice cream?
You did.
She did.
Now I can tell you. Now it's been many years.
See, it's not that I tell them anything which, like I scold them or I beat them. There's nothing like that. I keep the fact on the table. You want to do it, it's been like for all the kids, not only her. Do it, but you should know that you have taken the place of somebody else, first, second, third, whatever, and somebody else will take your position, sooner or later. To come here is easy, or maybe difficult, but to remain here is impossible. You will step down.
So he plays that guilty card, that you are here for a reason.
No,
and so many people would kill to be in your place. So respect where you are and value what you have.
But you have taken somebody's place, right?
But that works. That works, doesn't it?
So it works.
Yeah, the guilty card always works. Even my mom does that. My mother is kind of person who would be like कि सुबह जल्दी नहीं उठोगे, स्कूल में सोगा, sports के लिए पीछे रह जाओगे. So she's very strict. My mother, she has been really strict with me my entire life. सुबह उठने से लेकर शाम को सोने का time, everything she's like, she'll keep talking कि time हो गया, उठ जाओ, and then she'll be really angry if I wouldn't listen. She'd be like, she'll pull the blankets and she'll turn the lights on, turn the fan off. So yeah, my life has been like this with two strict people.
But we need to thank the mother. She's right here. So a big round of applause for the mother too. But to the coach,
But one more thing.
Yeah.
We share the same date of birth.
Yeah, same kind of people.
That's where the temperament comes from. I want to know from you, and this is something that people might relate to from your perspective. How do you find that balance between the carrot and stick approach? You have to be stern with her, yet you have to be sure that she doesn't lose her motivation to be playing professional sport. Too much of stick can cause that. Too much of carrot can spoil her. How do you find that balance?
I try to be a good friend. I try to be with them whatever way they want. Sometimes parent, sometimes mother, father, friend. So you have to play each and every role. And when you're traveling all alone and you are in a like extreme training program and all, you need to go out. Even half the time, like, I spend standing outside the showroom of like, female, where the female clothes are there. I'm standing outside for maybe 1 hour. And when I have to go for the, like, something to buy for myself, 5 minutes. Sir, chalo, let's go, I'm done. So you have to play each and every role. You don't have a choice because they are also human. They are not machine. And you have to really look after them.
In that sense, when you see his approach, what are the bits that motivate you? Are there any days where you say, that, no, I wish I didn't have him as a coach. I had someone more gentler.
Many times.
Well, actually, there was a phase.
No, actually,
That was not a phase. That was something which people played the game. So we were the victim of that game. That was not the way it came out. And honestly, that was, you're talking about Tokyo Olympic, right?
Yes. The time where you were her coach, but she let go of you.
My fight was only that she was too young and she was playing 2 events that time. And that time also, the score Saurav Chaudhary shot. It was outstanding. And there was sure shot medal. If she was shooting only 2 events, which was identical same, air pistol and mixed double with the air pistol, there was no chance that we would have not got the medal. But my fight was for her to not to shoot 3 events. For that, I was fighting for another girl to shoot that event, which she got quota place for the country. But if she don't shoot that event will come to her because she is the pistol shooter which can shoot that event.
Yeah.
And it was used in a wrong way. And
You regret that, Manu?
no. I don't think that we should regret that. We got this 2 medal because of that fallout.
The fallout that you do have.
That was a beginning for this medal.
Okay, that's wonderfully put. That's a very
Nothing
positive
happened
take.
without a reason.
and as you asked the question, like at days if I feel like if I don't want to want him as my coach or something, I mean, whenever I'm tired, see, firstly, I would never skip a training session ever. In fact, I would plea with him that I want to shoot more or I want to do more training and all. But there were days when I was like, I'm really tired, sir. I really need this break. I really need to take an off day. So he would be like, yeah, it's totally your call. And he's just like, you should be aware that this, if you will skip this training, it might give you a disadvantage in your Olympic day match. I'm just saying it's totally your call. And if you don't do this training session, I mean, of course, your call, but you might learn something very valuable today, which will really help you in the Olympic Games. So then I'm like, oh, let's go.
Okay, you know what this training regime has done, given Manu a permanent mark. If I can have that image up on the screen, this is Manu's hand, and that mark that you see on her hand is because of those day in and day out.
This is much better than what actually
Much
is.
better.
It was even worse than this?
Yeah, way worse than that.
Is it still there?
No, now it's gone. It's kind of healed almost.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see the mark, but
And
almost.
this also has healed. So the skin from here had also kind of chipped off.
So 3 months break was decided before the Olympic. It was not that she got medal and then decided that 3 months break. It was pre-decided for that purpose only. Because
And also the scapular injury. So I was going through an injury, although it was, we were addressing it every now and then, but it was high time that I took an off.
Tell us this innovative training technique that the coach came up with, where you had to cop up a fine every time your performance dipped. Tell our viewers about that, because I want them to know what it takes to become an Olympic champion.
Okay, so we had these tasks in every single training session, almost every single training session, that he would ask me that, set a goal for yourself. For example, score goal. For example, 580 out of 600. So I'm like, okay, I'll choose 580 out of 600. I'll willingly do that. And then after some time, he'd be like, okay, if you don't achieve this much, then what will you do? What will your task be? So I would say, I don't know, you tell me. And then he will make me choose it. And then there was some fine that was decided, okay, that if you score 2 points less than that, less than what you decided for yourself, then say 200 euros or something. For that much, you will buy something and donate it, or just the money you will donate in some charity, or you will just gift it to your friends or something like that.
Sometime
Every time.
I made her do shopping for people those whom she don't like.
Oh, that's a great
The
punishment.
people who I don't like, he would make me shop for them.
That's a brilliant idea.
So, you know,
So that's a sort of a punishment, right?
no, that you should feel that, you know, मेरे को नहीं देना है इसको. और उसके लिए आपको effort करना है. Because, see, we do not have that much competition within the country. So you have to create that kind of hunger to achieve that score.
How much money does she owe you now?
She still owe me some money, I don't remember because it's been almost 2 months. But in between also when we were training in Dehradun, she has to buy jaggery for cows and then she used to feed cows. But in that way we were trying to do our karma also right.
Okay, I don't have too much time left, but this might come as a question out of the blue, but we are in Mumbai, the city of Bollywood. Has that ever attracted you, fascinated you, the world of Bollywood?
See, my thing is shooting. My thing is sports.
You can be honest, Manu.
Yeah, come on.
Okay, so a little bit of acting here and there doesn't hurt anyone. But my main thing will always remain my sport. But maybe the shooting parts I can. Maybe the shooting
Yeah,
parts
so
I
if
can.
any producers are listening. But you know the reason I asked you the question, because I'm going to give you a bit of breaking news, which is there was a Korean shooter that participated with Manu, Kim Ye-ji. For those of you who follow shooting would know. She's just signed a big-time Hollywood film. Do you know that?
What?
Yeah, she signed a Hollywood film just yesterday.
You're not serious?
I am serious. You can Google it and find out. She was a competitor there. She signed a Hollywood film, Kim Ye-ji. Maybe it's time for you to be out there. And she signed a film to be an assassin. So she's going to play an assassin in a big-time Hollywood film.
Are you really serious about that?
You can Google it right away. If anyone there, Kim Ye-ji, Google it, you'll find it. It's yesterday's news. Maybe if you can, you might find the article and put it out here. But that's making you feel bad. You should be happy.
No, it's very interesting. I mean, what? Okay, Hollywood. Wow.
You would have wanted them to cast you?
No, it's not like that. It's just like assassin. That's really cool. Wow.
She won gold, right?
Yes.
No,
Oh.
she did not get, no, what? Got the silver.
So let's work for the silver right now.
Yeah.
Silver will guarantee you that. Okay, on that note, if there was a film made on you, who would you like to play Manu Bhaker on screen?
I think by the time we think about a film on me, I think there will be many more people in the industry, although we have some really talented actresses and
A film
actors,
can be
but
made now, no?
Now?
Yeah. It can.
You think my career will be longer, no?
No, they can make part 1 now and part
2 later.
Yeah.
No, I think I need some more
Okay.
years in my career.
I have another gift for you. There is someone who already wants to play Manu Bhaker on screen, and I got a chance to interview her. I'll let Ankur play that video. Okay, one sports star you'd want to play on screen?
Manu Bhaker.
Wow.
Yes.
I'd pay money to watch that.
Wow, I really like her recent
Yeah.
Call Me Bae. She did very good character. I mean, very interesting character. I really like her. How she's actually
told you there'll be a
evolving
surprise
as
or
an
two.
actor.
I told you there'll be a surprise or two.
Wow, this
So
is
I
really
interviewed
cool.
her a couple of weeks ago, and she said she'd love to. Has she got your approval?
So I just got to know, but yeah, I'm sure she's gonna be great coming in the years, and she's already doing really good job. Kho Gaye Hum Kahan was a very good movie.
Okay.
If you actually connected with the younger generation, it's really, I mean, relatable. So Kho Gaye Hum Kahan was one where I was really impressed with her work, and then second one was Call Me Bae. Very interesting character, yeah.
Okay, great. I'll pass the message across. Final bit, since we're just left with 2 odd minutes on the session, this is the rapid fire. And since, you are into a rapid sport, I thought you'll be the perfect candidate. But no long answers. Quick, fast, we'll try and wrap it in 2 minutes. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay, go. The question that you are sick of answering.
So first would be, how do you feel? And,
Kaisa lag raha hai?
Kaisa lag raha hai? I think that tops.
Okay. Your second favorite sport after shooting,
Equestrian. Horse riding, yeah, equestrian.
which you're not allowed to do.
Am I not allowed?
She is allowed to do.
She is, okay. Your first sporting memory.
First sporting memory. I think I watched the Mary Kom movie. So that was amazing. Amazing work done by Priyanka ma'am also. And the movie, the storyline, amazing. Love Mary ma'am.
Okay, on that note, your favorite film on sport.
I think it's definitely Mary Kom. And then the second one would be MS Dhoni, The Untold Story.
Yeah, I love that too.
I
Brilliant.
can watch on loop.
You watch it on loop.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. If not a shooter, Manu Bhakar would have been?
A doctor, for sure. My mom wanted me to become a doctor.
Okay. The one performance that you enjoyed the most at Paris Olympics 2024, other than shooting, any other sport that you enjoyed watching the most?
So I saw the hockey ka bronze medal match, and then the Paralympics Avni's match, and Navdeep.
And Navdeep.
Navdeep, yeah.
Navdeep and Avni were here yesterday. They would have loved to have known that you... You want to add one more?
Well, I also watched the javelin qualifications.
You know this will become a headline.
I know.
Sorry?
This will become a headline.
That's why.
Did you enjoy the javelin final or not?
Final I did not watch, but the qualifications I got to watch.
What did you make of Neeraj's performance there?
I think we all have a huge element to learn from him, that the matter of consistency, he's been very consistent with his performances, and I think he's a great athlete.
Okay. The one person from history you would love to meet?
Abdul Kalam sir.
Wow, brilliant answer. Your celebrity crush? You're the national crush, but your celebrity crush?
Honestly, I think we've only seen celebrities on screen or in movies and all. And the characters that they choose to play, you don't know them in person. And if I don't know somebody in person, if I'm not friends with them, or at least just talk. If I'm not in touch with them, I don't know who they are in reality. And if I don't know who the person is in reality, I can't like them.
Okay. If Manu Bhakar is feeling low, what can uplift her mood? Food, music, or film?
Music.
Okay. Your comfort food?
Ghar ka khana, obviously. Makhan would be there. Bajre ki roti would be there.
Okay.
Then namkeen chawal. I mean, I really, really love ghar ka khana.
Okay. I know you love stand-up comedy. Your favorite artist? One.
Anubhav Basi.
Okay.
Then Abhishek Upmanyu. Then Zakir Khan, of course. And there's Aishwarya.
Okay.
Amazing.
Since you love stand-up comedy, what's your go-to joke to ease the tension in a room? Tell us one.
See, suddenly I can't come up with a joke. Wait. Okay, it's a very lame joke, okay?
Yeah.
So, हाथी चींटी छुपम छुपाई खेल रहे थे. So, चींटी मंदिर में छुपी थी. हाथी को पता चल गया. कैसे? उसे चप्पल बाहर निकाली थी.
It's a good one. Okay.
Very lame jokes. I really love lame jokes.
Yeah, that's all right. Last couple of ones. What's the one thing that Manu Bhakar is least likely to do in the future? Join Bollywood, join politics, or become an entrepreneur? Least likely to do.
See, you never know what the future has in it for you. But I think business can be, but other two things I doubt. I really doubt. Politics and Bollywood, I'm not a huge fan. So of me, of seeing myself
So
into
least
it.
likely is no Bollywood, no politics.
Yeah, least likely.
Okay.
But you never know what the future has in it for you. So
Unless people catch this video and if you join politics one day and play that video out. That's it. Finally, if a genie granted you 3 wishes, what are you going to be your wishes?
I've really thought about it. So first thing would be Amrit to all the people I love, and I also love myself. So all the people I love and for myself, Amrit. And then second thing would be to become a great shooter in life and to actually fulfill my
Already a
dream
great
of,
shooter.
No, I mean the Olympic gold is still there, the dream. So yeah, I want to fulfill that. And third thing would be to eat non-stop without getting fat, or to maintain my fitness and still be able to eat.
That is one wish that all of us would want. But thank you on that note, Manu Bhakar, Jaspal Rana, for taking our time and speaking to us on India Today. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Manu and Jaspal.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, do put your hands together for Manu Bhakar and Jaspal Rana as I call upon, and we are going to do the felicitation ceremony in 2 parts. First, Sanat Mathur, Director of Martial Arts, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the both of them. May I now call upon Mudit Dalmia, Vice President, NL Dalmia Institute, Management Studies and Research, to present a small token of our appreciation to the both of them. And with that, we are down to our final session for the evening. It's been a wonderful 2 days at the India Today Mumbai Conclave. We've seen people from all walks of life come together on this stage, an immersive experience, sharing of ideas, and all of it coming together. Some got a bit fiery. I'd appreciate if you all clear the aisles, please. ready to get into our final session for this evening. And before that, what a great 2 days we've had. Provocative, edgy, insightful, and few very, very fiery exchanges. But it's been fabulous. To deliver the vote of thanks, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Kali Puri, Executive Editor-in-Chief and Vice Chairperson, the India Today Group.
Good evening, Mumbai. Thank you for raining such a warm welcome on us. I think we gave the thunder outside quite a run for its money with our thundery debates at the conclave. The Met Department had given a red alert for Mumbai. I don't know whether they knew about our conclave. It's nice to be back in your bustling city. Last year when we were here, it was in the run-up to the exciting general elections. And all the buzz at that time was whether PM Modi and the BJP would make a historic third term, and the second about the democratic backsliding of India with tampered EVMs and a compromised election commission. The noise was very loud and it was very vociferous, especially from foreign media. So for me, the biggest winner of the 2024 elections was our democracy. A true celebration of free and fair elections. And in spite of the heat and the dust and the long weekends, we had a voter turnout of 65.79%. And it forcefully shut up that false narrative that tried to tarnish our democratic process. Here we are today, after that election and in the run-up to another. Forget one nation, one election. We seem to be one nation, always in election. I'm not complaining. Election is the lifeblood of a newsroom like ours. We thrive on it. The Indian electorate is famous for its election intelligence. And they may not all have Harvard degrees, a subtle call out to the Harvard gang that is sitting out here, but they know their politics. And they showed it to the world by creating a delicate, magic number at the parliament. For us as a group, the election was a fantastic showcase of our democratic newsroom. And this is not a claim or an opinion, it's a fact. We had the definitive Modi interview, of course, but we also had all the leaders of the opposition, from Priyanka Gandhi to Akhilesh Yadav, to Tejasvi, to Sharad Pawar, to Uddhav Thackeray, to Jagan. It was a phenomenal ride. And I think in this day and age of social media echo chambers and influencer elections, it is very important for a media organization like ours that is committed to presenting all sides of the story. In fact, it makes our purpose stronger. Conclave is a living, breathing experience of just that, all sides of the story, which is what we tried to bring you here in the last 2 days. And Maharashtra election is such a thrilling story to tell. A multi-starrer with 6 superstars, new friendships, old enemies, alternative plot lines, and even some guest appearances. It's a full-on pot boiler. You've had the leaders of all 6 sides present their case to you here in the last 2 days. You get to be the judge in just a few weeks. So we hope that we have done our job well so you can choose well. Now I leave you to the other side of your state and what you do so well, entertainment. Seth, the stage is all yours. Exhale and take it away. Thank you, and until next time, best of luck.
Just about a minute and we're ready to go into our final session on day 2 of the India Today Conclave. And this is the session that is curtains down for the India Today Conclave. From mainstream to maverick, it's sponsored by Masha Art. To take it from here, I'd like to invite our session's moderators, Rahul Kaval, News Director, India Today and Aaj Tak, Executive Director, Business Today. I'd also like to invite Ruchika Mehta, Editor at Large, Luxury and Lifestyle Division, India Today, to introduce you to a guest who needs no introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. For this, the gala finale at the India Today Mumbai Conclave, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome an actor who refuses to play safe and instead has boldly chosen to redefine versatility in Indian cinema. From Sameer, the carefree romantic dreamer who mirrored the youth of an entire generation in Dil Chahta Hai, to Karan Kapoor's impeccable comic timing in Hum Tum, where the playful boy next door makes us believe in love, in the whimsical dance of life, and in the promise of serendipity. The raw intensity of Langda Tyagi in Omkara showed us that beneath that polished surface, there's an actor who isn't afraid of getting his hands dirty, who wants to challenge himself and his audience. Our guest tonight has shown he's bound neither by genre nor by convention. At a time when OTT in India was in its infancy and big Bollywood stars were afraid of getting demoted by coming on the small screen, our special guest reinvented himself and showed the way to his peers when he played the role of Sartaj Singh in Sacred Games, the man who navigates his inner turmoil while trying to save an entire city from doom. Whether as the fearless warrior in Lal Kaptan or the charismatic politician in Tandav, he's proven time and again that his journey is one of constant evolution. He slips into diverse roles with ease and conviction, proving he's as much at home in the house of Pataudi as he is in the gritty by-lanes of Mumbai. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we aren't just in the presence of a Bollywood actor. We're in the company of an artist, a thinker, a modern-day Nawab, who continues to push boundaries, reminding us to live, love, fight, and most importantly, feel. Ladies and gentlemen, at the India Today Conclave, join me in raising a very warm round of applause as I welcome Bollywood's modern-day Nawab. Can we hear it for Saif Ali Khan? Saif, I'm told that this is the first time that you've ever come to the India Today Conclave. What's kept you away from us for so long?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why I have been invited here. I'm told it's to provide entertainment, so I shall try my best. I don't know why it's taken so long. I'm just very happy to be here now. Thank you, very kind. It's very nice to be here, finally.
You know, we want you to look at your journey and tell us how you think you've changed as an actor in these 3+ decades. What is it that you know now, you do now, which you weren't aware of when you were just starting out?
Well, I did my first film in 1992, and a lot has changed. My approach, obviously, at that time, I was fresh out of boarding school in England. My father, I think, had spent so much money planning a different future for me. But nobody had really asked me what I wanted to do. And I think, I don't know whether it's about having my mother's blood in me as well, but I've always been very interested in films and loved movies. But it took me a while to find my feet. And I think what's changed is absolutely everything. There was a time when I just kind of buckled down and said, I really want to understand this job and this craft, and I want to become a better actor. And I feel it's the most wonderful profession in the world, and I'm still scratching at the surface of figuring out how to play parts and how to kind of create an impression on screen. And it's the most magical thing. And it's something that I hope I can continue doing for the rest of my life and continue growing. I had idols when I was younger, like a young Johnny Depp, a young Brad Pitt, you know, actors like Al Pacino. But now I find actors like Gary Oldman, I said Al Pacino already, have become my heroes because I think it's a craft that you should keep evolving and getting better with. So I don't know what changed. At one point I just said I want to get better at this.
I've heard you say this once earlier, and I heard you say it as you came into the guest lounge tonight, that you could well have been living off your mum and your parents, right? Is that something that really
I don't know if I could have lived off them because I don't know how much money they would have given me. At least my father was very clear. He told me when I was very young, he said, oh, I'm giving you this much pocket money. I think it was about 2,000 rupees a week or something. He said, oh, when you're older, I mean, when you're 21 or 22, I'll give you 20. And I thought, that would be great. You know, I thought it would be amazing. But he, I don't think expected that of me. And it was never really an option to kind of live off them. My father told me, don't expect any kind of financial inheritance and don't count on anything like that. The world has changed. What I'll give you is a good education and I'll pay for that. And the rest is you're on your own.
Ruchika.
Saif, of course, acting is in the genes. There must have been great memories of you going with your mom to the sets, probably. When did your calling come to be an actor?
Well, you know, for some reason, I think a lot of parents do this, and some actors have done it, at least, in those days, where they keep their children away from the profession. So actually, it wasn't at all. It was something that I developed an interest in, and when I was offered a film and the chance to come to Bombay, I was very excited by it. But my parents never sort of saw that as a viable kind of option. And when I visited my mother on sets, it's not something that I thought, oh, this is what I want to do, or I was captivated by the magic of a movie set. or anything like that. I was amazed actually. I visited on the sets of a film called Mausam that Gulzar Saab was making, and I couldn't believe they made such amazing rocks. And the set people, you know, how they had designed this amazing set. And I remember my mother and Shabana Azmi ji were shooting a scene where they were crushing some grain in a big mortar and pestle. And my mum threw it really hard and banged Shabana ji on the head. And I mean, that's my only real memory.
What did you want to do? If you weren't acting, growing up and even now, if you imagine an alternate career, what does that look like for you?
Well, I could see myself being an art dealer. Or, yeah, something nice and, you know, very relaxed. I don't know how relaxed it is, but it looks very kind of posh and...
Nawabi.
Well, I don't know what Nawabi. It's kind of academic as well as artistic and well-spoken and elegant. I like the idea of an art dealer.
Saif, Paparazzi and you have a special relationship. We've always seen them parked down the building, and of course, Taimur and Jay are one of the most papped kids.
I have a video, Ruchika. We want to just play that out at the back.
Great.
Where you know, what, can you explain your relationship with the paparazzi? You seem to be getting into this argument where you're saying, okay, do you want to get into the bedroom? What do you want to do? So how do you see this whole paparazzi culture in the way that it plays out?
The bedroom story, I mean, if you ask me, you ask me that again. But it's weird because when a camera's on you, you never know what's going on behind the camera. This was a time when we'd just come back from a party, we were quite late at night. And there were about 25 cameras that had walked inside the gate, into the compound, into the lobby of the building. And so really the next step was the bedroom. So, I mean, so I did say, I said, why don't you guys come in? So there's no context to this picture. So ask me what you were asking me about the paparazzi. Though.
No, so how do you compare paparazzi culture in India with the paparazzi culture abroad?
See, this is the thing. I think the word paparazzi is a little misleading because paparazzi in general... See, also then if you loop something about 10 times, it sounds really bad. But you're experts on that, right?
Ouch!
But the thing is, paparazzi, I mean, half the time movie stars themselves are calling these guys and saying, please take our picture. So it's a kind of symbiotic relationship. And it's fine, it's great. I personally, you know, if I've come downstairs in my kurta pajama and I'm a mess and I'm just playing ball with one of the kids, don't really want to be photographed, so I might look a bit grumpy about that. But when I'm all dressed up, sometimes it suits me to have my picture taken by them. So it's fine. They're not very intrusive. I think they understand, they're quite polite. If you tell them, listen, enough, can you please give me a break, they do that. I used to get a little, I mean, you know, when they chase a kid who's in a car, he gets a little frightened. But it goes part and parcel with what we do. And I don't think it's like America or like England, where they really do publish an embarrassing photo of you. And that's the whole point of paparazzi.
That's right.
Publishing an embarrassing picture. These guys don't do that. So we have I think India is very special, and we have our own special relationship with the paparazzi also. So it's, you know, it's fine.
Usually, the paparazzi get paid for the photos that they take. It's only in India where some stars often tend to pay the paparazzi for taking pictures. And
I mean, the finances behind it are insane. I mean, sometimes you're inviting the paparazzi to come over. Some people are, I believe, paying. But most of us in my family, I think, have never paid a paparazzi member to take their picture. They have a rate card. I don't know if you know, where there's different people get, you know, they get paid a certain amount. And one of my children was very high up on that card. So that was funny, but at the same time a little disturbing, you know, because he was 2 years old. I don't know how much it was, but it was enough for them to put everything else aside and park outside his house and wait for a glimpse. So he didn't love that, but what can you do?
I'm curious about why you've chosen to stay off social media and Instagram, given the fact that a lot of the brand value that actors seem to derive comes from presence in social media, ability to push brands. Do you think you missed a trick there?
No, I mean, I remember discussing it when it came out, but I think you kind of have to be happy with a certain amount. Like, I sit with my management and I say, okay, this is how much I'm making in terms of money. Do I really need to kind of turn this around and do something more? How much do we push? How happy are you with your... And I think social media sometimes, for me, I think it's a great thing, you know, and there's... My wife is the queen of Instagram at home, and I see her following many interesting things about travel and cooking and all kinds of things. But for me personally, if I was to take pictures of a moment, it destroys the moment for me. And I really like kind of enjoying my life, and sometimes you're having dinner or you're doing something with the kids. And even if my wife says, okay, can we take a picture? The kids, me, all of us are like, no, because, you know, you either shoot something or you experience it. Any photographer will tell you it's quite difficult to do both. So for me, I think it's a great thing. And who knows, I might join it. I don't have a kind of a stand against it at all. It's just for me personally, I think it's too time consuming. And then I find myself, sometimes I have surfed Instagram and I've spent half an hour reading the most inane things, and my wife says I'm not following the right things. And then I kind of delete the app because I feel I've wasted a lot of time compared to something I could be reading in a book or, you know, doing something more concrete with my time. Then, I mean, it's never ending. It can really suck you in. And I don't like that because it's dangerous for someone like me. And also, I don't want to engage too much with negativity, which also can happen. So sometimes I find that this is just not for me. But having said that, I mean, I might well do it tomorrow. I don't know. It's not a stand, like I said. I don't know if that... Also, I quite like the idea of being the only person who's not on it. You know, the more they tell me, you're the only person that's not on it, I say, oh, that's quite cool. I don't know why. I don't know. I just don't think it's...
No, but, you know, I did an interview with Ranbir Kapoor once and I asked him the same question.
Okay, so there are two people who aren't on it.
No, but my question was whether it impacts the visibility, the impact that you can have, not just commercially, but if you pick a cause, you want to push something or something to do with your palace or whatever it is that you're trying to push, whether it's now just so prevalent that you're actually harming your own cause by keeping yourself away.
I mean, no, because there's so much media everywhere. All you need, I mean, you can find an outlet for it with, you know, old school interviews and journalism the way it used to be. I mean, this is, in a way, working against what you do. I mean, you would be removing the middleman, you'd be removing the priest. It would be like the Reformation of media if people started doing it themselves. You can also go through someone, right? I think it's not taken away. In fact, a lot of people tell me that the brands are quite happy. Yeah, maybe we could have got a little bit more here and there to be just like everyone else, but I'd still rather be you know, myself and not do that. But yes, if there was a cause to be spoken about, I still think we have enough outlets with which to do that. There's no need to be on Instagram and share. I mean, how would I do it? Is it just showing off about my life? And then, you know, how would that make people feel? And would it be fake? Or would I say, how do I present the best picture of myself? And then before I know it, I've kind of gone slightly mad doing this. And I don't know, because I would take it too seriously, I think.
So you only do that when you have the whole day clicking 300 pictures and selecting 3. You can only do that, which you don't have because you read.
But I love taking pictures. In fact, you know, a lot of people want to borrow my pictures for Instagram because I love taking pictures. I have lots of really cool pictures. I just feel a little bit kind of, what's the word, reticent about sharing them all the time.
So there is a connect to Instagram.
To get followers, you know, is that the idea? To get lots of followers and no dislikes and lots of likes. I don't want to be in that world. I think I would go a bit...
So followers, popularity, and today also a very strong alternate stream of revenue.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many influencers and people make... It's a full-on, genuine job with a lot of money. And, you know... I mean, I was talking to my second youngest son, Temur, the other day, and I said, oh, there's no film in the camera. And he said, what's film? So I said, oh, yeah, it's not charged. So he said, yeah. So it's a different world out there, you know, and you've got to move with it, and it's fine. It's okay, you know. I forgot.
Seth, of course, we know you, while you're not on Instagram, so you're not wasting a lot of time, like we'll say that. You read a lot, you listen to a lot of music.
Well, I think I kind of have an idea how to structure my day. You know, I like my work, I like the money I'm making, I like the balance between work and holidays and kind of how to relax. And I feel quite at peace. And I'm also okay with not looking over my shoulder at what someone else is doing and comparing to that. And I think a lot of Instagram also is about comparing and saying that's what this, and I get a bit stressed out doing that. I'm like, what's he doing? Why aren't I? And I'm, forget it. Delete it, you know, read a book or learn some song on the guitar or plan a holiday or cook something. So I engage well with life. I have quite a busy life. And I just don't see this as part of it. But I live with someone who does, and it's fab. And if I ever need any posting, I'll give her a nudge and say, darling, will you please? And before I know it, it's gone to many millions of people. But it's not something I do very often.
So you were born in a very illustrious family and you've done well for yourself.
Yeah.
How do you ensure that your kids don't feel the pressure, especially the young ones, given that they're already in the glare of the paparazzi, of trying to carry the tradition forward of being big stars? That's something that weighs on you. That
Wait, they're two different things.
Yeah.
Carrying a kind of a family legacy in terms of being a, you know, a good person or a successful person or someone who's served the country well in whatever way is different to being a movie star only. So there's no pressure on being an actor, even though I think it's a great job. I mean, the two of the elder kids are already actors, want to be actors. Tim at one point said, I can't bear the fact or the thought of getting up in front of people and saying lines. I would be petrified, as I completely understand. But now he tells me he's looking forward to his school play. The youngest one is a born performer. If you ever see him, I know where that comes from. So there's no pressure. It's a great job. But for me, they could be school teachers. They could be, as long as you're happy, and I think that's what we have to teach them. And this pressure of having to be a certain kind of way is not the way we do it, and not what I want to teach to them. I mean, follow your, you know, we support them to do what they want, right? And whatever it is, it could be anything. There's so many lovely jobs. But the art is to be happy with that, you know, to know how to, yeah.
So if you are looked upon and considered to be a very cool dad, Saif, are the kids coming to you for advice on roles and relationships, Sarah and Ibrahim, who should also be debuting next year? Or are they the cool Gen Z kids who say, no, we know it all?
You know, I spend a lot of time, I'm not shooting a movie right now, and I spend most of my time with one of my children at different times. And they do, I'm fortunate that they're interested in my opinion. And they ask me a lot about, I mean, my elder son recently asked me something about girls, and I had to give it quite a thought before answering. He said, you know, so about...
What was the question? What was the answer?
Well, it's kind of personal to him, but it was something about, you know, how seriously to take his relationship at a certain stage or where he was. And I told him it's very important to take it very seriously at all times. So, you know, I'd be doing him a disservice if I spoke about it. Let me just say he discusses work, girlfriends, Sarah or girlfriend. Sarah discusses work. They ask me stuff, of course, and we go out for lunch. I think the key for me is to spend time, even with the two kids that I live with, to spend time with them alone, like the one kid alone. So to go out alone with Ibrahim, go out alone with Sarah, and that concentrated time, not just as a group, even though everyone gets along, I think that if you give it time, then they talk to you.
Your mom called you the brat of all brats. How is what you did growing up different from what you're telling your children?
Yeah, I was extremely naughty And I don't know, she wanted to write a book called Oh Saif would have been the title. I've done some very, very naughty things. I was on a flight once with a friend of my mom's, and she was watching one of the boys running around. And she was shaking her head, and I said, what? She said, if he's anything like you were, you're in a lot of trouble. He says, you don't know what all you've done, you know. Really naughty. So I hope, yeah, karmically I probably deserve it. But I'm lucky. None of them are as naughty at their worst. So what was the question? I forgot. I got distracted
No, I'm saying,
by...
how is what you did growing up different from what you're telling your kids to do?
No, it's not that different. I keep telling them that, I tell the boys that you're so much more sorted than I was. So it's fine, I mean, you know, in that sense. So I'm not, it's not fake. I do tell them that, and I think they are. Like, I think they're all more sorted.
So you've got a new film coming out, Devra. We have
Like, I took a while to find my feet, you know. My mother, when she says this, must have been concerned. Because after boarding school and just before starting work, I was a bit lost about what I wanted to do. And it's a long story, and maybe there'll be an interview about it sometime. But let me tell you, being an actor and being in movies and finding something I love, which nobody expected me to find, really saved me. And I think if anyone learns anything from that comment is, if you find something that you really love doing, it can really help you, obviously, in life. Because it put me on the straight and narrow, this job. But before that, I was quite out there.
Naughty.
Naughty, wild, little destructive, all kinds of things.
Let's chat for a bit about your new film. You've said that you feel that for a lot of Bollywood stars, Telugu cinema is the place to be. It's the next big thing. Why do you feel this way, sir?
Ooh, that Telugu cinema is the next big thing? Because, I mean, we were watching films like Bahubali, we were watching, I'm going blank, the film, Kalki, and sorry, these, and they're big, visual, kind of amazing movies. And, you know, so I've obviously worked in Bollywood primarily and tried different roles and things. But I got a call and someone said, will you come down? We loved what you did in Omkara. There's a kind of version of that. Can you come down and do a film in Hyderabad with us? So I said, okay, I heard the role. It was amazing, this director. The way they shoot is kind of phenomenal. And it was exciting we're in the same country, but it's an entirely different kind of industry. And to have an entry into that.
How do you describe the differences between what you shoot in Hyderabad and in Mumbai?
Well, the language is different, but once the whole point is once the camera's on, or once you're acting, it's a universal language, so you understand each other. And the director also understands, and of course they speak English. And I mean, it's a universal language, acting. So once you read the script and you get that, but the thing for me was speaking this different language. And he said, don't worry, you know, I'll cue you and I'll make it easy for you. But I took to it quite quickly. And then he said, you won't have more than 3 or 4 lines. And then before I know it, he was sending me pages of dialogue. And I was so nervous, but it was thrilling. And I got offered a film in Chennai, in Tamil. And then I was offered a film in Hyderabad, in Telugu. And suddenly these kind of horizons open up. And what I meant, sorry, I'm rambling on, I should trim, by your question was that they're making amazing movies there. And their movies are very successful. And they shoot them and mount them and they treat their heroes amazingly. And basically, sorry, this is a very short answer, they're making fab films. So as an actor in Bombay, if I'm good with the language, and it's not just dubbed, and I'm not speaking English and they're dubbing it later, I mean, it's a huge plus and it's a new horizon to kind of get
What
into.
can Bollywood learn from Telugu cinema in your view?
I mean, in a nutshell, I think being really rooted with the audience they're making the film for. They're very clear and they understand very strongly, and I'm sure most of us do as well. But sometimes, in a lot of the films I've done, we've had our eye on the West, and we've had a kind of cosmopolitan approach to things, whereas in the South that I've seen, they're very grounded in our own culture, like Bahubali, for example, is so mythological and kind of historical in our own culture. And even Kalki, this whole presentation of the Mahabharata in the last few scenes of Kalki make your hair stand on end. So that's one thing. And of course, treating their heroes like kind of gods, which is what commercial cinema, in a sense, should be.
You saw what Karan Johar said recently, right? The stars are charging 40 crore rupees. Yeah. They can't even guarantee 3.5 crore rupees.
No, he wants to cut paychecks. I'm not sure whether I should have my own union on that. I don't know what I should say. I'm sure, you know, he's right, but it makes me a little nervous when we hear talk about cutting paychecks. No cutting paychecks.
No, his argument is they can't guarantee an opening of 3.5 crore rupees.
Yeah.
They expect 40 crore rupees, whereas the budget of the whole film is 40 crore.
Well, look, the economics of our industry, that's the thing. That's what happens. You go to a star, and sometimes he says, listen, if you want me, this is how much it's going to cost. And people pay it. And if people pay it, then sometimes the economics does get skewed. But, I mean, Indians are businessmen. So this film industry is primarily a business kind of financial center in its own way. So people take shots, people take punts, and there's all kinds of things happening. But Karan Johar will know best. Sorry, I'm just joking. But I think what he's talking about is people charging astronomical money and then not delivering, which can't last. We don't charge that much. We're kind of recession-proof. Yeah, we are, really.
Now,
we never charged that much to start with.
Everyone sitting here would agree that Saif Ali Khan is arguably the most spiffily dressed person in Bollywood and also the envy of most men. I mean, that's just...
I'm not on the stage. I'm not the spiffiest dressed person on the stage.
That's not true at all. But you've got a new line coming, right? This is called the House of Pataudy. So talk a bit about it, because it's exciting, because we can all then get to dress a bit like Saif Ali Khan and be little Nawabs.
Well, yes, or big Nawabs. But no, listen. Yeah, so it was an idea of kind of having a kurta line, because I love wearing kurtas. And my management and Afsar, my manager from Exceed Entertainment, said, why don't we market this? Because sometimes we sit around thinking of ways to make money. And one of the ideas was that we'll start a line of kurtas and ethnic wear and make it kind of affordable. Because in the country I grew up in, there were a lot of things that were beyond the reach of the common man financially, you know. And there's a lot of shops and stores now where these things have become accessible. So that was the idea, really, to kind of bring a little bit of kind of culture and heritage and an old way of dressing into this modern kurta for people today and make it accessible. The idea also was, in the climate that we live in, at least in Bombay, it's become a very informal city. I mean, people go out to lunch and dinner, and I think it's difficult to know what to wear. And I think going back to our roots with nice kind of linen kurta pajamas, you look very smart, you're also well dressed. I mean, people sometimes come over for dinner in shorts and a t-shirt. And I don't mind that, but it doesn't look great. So that was the idea.
And what about your trademark Jodhpurs?
Well, they're not my trademark. This is the thing, really. It was actually Gudda Rohit Bal who was wearing Raghu Rathor's, and then it was Karishma Kapoor's ex-husband, Sanjay Kapoor, who wore them, and I liked them. And maybe I made, so I was like the number 5 guy. But that's how it works. Suddenly everyone kind of caught on to it because I did it, and Raghu is
the master of them.
Great friend, and I mean, he understands heritage and fashion amazingly, and he's in fact done that, bought it to people to wear. It's almost become a uniform, you know. And why not for a young Indian man to look like a prince? Come on, why not?
I say more power to that. Now, speaking of heritage, you took the Pataudi Palace and made a lot of effort to restore it.
Yes.
Talk a bit about, now no one can go. Earlier it was a hotel, anybody could just check in. Now you need to be Saif's friend to get in.
Sorry, what?
Earlier, it was a hotel. You could book a room and go. Now you need to be self-sufficient.
Yes. So these things, I mean, heritage-wise, a house belongs to different people over time. It belonged to my father. He was born a Nawab. He was a Nawab. He lived life on his terms, and he was the most amazing man, ever. But he said, right, times have changed, and I will rent this house out and make it a hotel. But for me, I remember my grandmother telling me never do that. And she also, it's got a lot of history and something that I take a great deal of pride in. And Amar and Francis from Neemrana, when my father passed away, Francis very kindly said, if you ever want it back, just tell us. And I said, I do want it back. And they said, okay, well, we'll arrange the finances. There was a certain commitment that we had made, which I sorted out with them. And they were very kind about it. Because, I mean, my grandparents are buried there, my father is buried there, and it's our family home. So I would like to restore it. There's a lot of these old houses, we call them the Darbar Hall. It's a big room, but I find that an outdated name. I want to call it the Long Room, and because it's where the heart of cricket is at Lord's. And this house was built by, the 7th Nawab Patodi, who played cricket for India and England, and my father. So I wanted to make it like, put up their cricket blazers and bats, and really restore this house with their spirit. And that's been my dream, and it's kind of almost done. So it's been... So maybe I didn't play cricket for India like them, which is a lot to ask anyway, 3 generations of cricketers.
How good was your cricket?
It was not bad. I played for school, I played for my first 11, and I enjoy cricket a lot. But it wasn't lightning in a bottle. It wasn't, oh my God, it wasn't like my father's.
I saw some images of you playing cricket with your son.
Yeah.
Yeah, there he is.
Yes.
To be sure, he's holding the ball well. He's got the seam up tight.
I mean, he loves sports. Both of them. Even Ibrahim has played great cricket and got a couple of hundreds for his school. But in our country, I think playing cricket is like being a football player in Colombia or in, Argentina or something. I mean, the talent level is pretty high. I remember taking one of the boys to a cricket coach because it was my ex-wife who said, something very special, let's show him to a professional. So we took Ibrahim to a cricket coach when he was young. He's a very good cricketer. And he said, sir, everyone is a very good cricketer in India. Maybe he should think of being a bowler because he's very tall. He said, but as far as being a batsman, you see those 100 kids there. So that's...
Even when you're holidaying in London, taking your kids out to the park, playing football with them, playing cricket with them, that's something that you clearly prioritize quite a lot.
Oh, 100%. Music, playing a musical instrument, playing a sport, reading a book, very important, I think, So we try and, some of them take to it better than others, but you try. You say, okay. But yeah, we love playing cricket in the compound, like I'm sure a lot of cricketers have grown up doing, playing football, all these things.
I hear that partying till late at night is not your thing, right? You'd much rather cuddle up with a book. So do you think sometimes that you're too posh for Bollywood, that you fit in?
No, not at all. Please. It's given me everything I could possibly want. I've traveled the world. I've had such a good time. And honestly, when I'm with some of us in my profession, I feel I belong. But part of being an actor is also knowing how to disconnect and when to disconnect. And it doesn't define everything about you. I mean, it doesn't mean you're only that. Sorry, what did you say before that? What were we talking about?
Are you too posh for Bollywood?
No.
You read much more than most others would.
Oh, no, I forgot what I was saying. See, I keep forgetting.
That's why you need to come to the conclave more often. Then you won't forget. We just need to have you back again soon.
It'd be my pleasure. No,
I'll ask you another question. This is about playing the bad man image, right? I mean, somehow I feel from the outside that you're best when you're playing Langda Tyagi. Is that a feeling you get as well, that your best roles are put, and even in your new film, you're playing a negative character? Is that when you think you bring out your best?
I mean, it's definitely an aspect of what I can offer as an actor. And if the way I always wanted it to be is like the year coming up. You play a bad guy in a movie, hopefully a nice big film. You play the hero in something. You do a web show. So we're platform agnostic. role agnostic. All I really want to do is to kind of do a creative job that I really enjoy and then go on a holiday somewhere with my family and friends and drink good, great wine, eat lovely food, and work very hard. Not necessarily in that order.
How lovely. That sounds like a lovely life, and I hope everyone has the same. What's the one role that you'd really like to play which you haven't had a chance to play? Who, if you have the opportunity, reach out to someone just hypothetically and say, okay, hey.
I think the way, I used to say no or not anymore, but I think something mythological, like one of our heroes from the Mahabharata or something, you know, or muscular in a chariot with bows and arrows, or perhaps something like that.
You played the Ravana in Adipurush.
Sorry?
You've already played a role. You played the Ravana in Adipurush.
Yes, maybe a more traditional version.
No, but speaking of Adipurush and speaking of, say, what emergency is going through, and why I want to just go beyond what we've discussed so far is because there's so much of a pushback, right? And you're a thinking actor, and I wonder what you think of, you know, somebody randomly standing up and saying, I don't like these dialogues in Adipurush, I don't like emergency in what you're doing. You know, how unsettling is that for you as an actor? Because you're part of a project and you ultimately don't know how some random role
it's a little unsettling. Because there was a case and there was some kind of a decision taken by the court that said an actor is responsible for what he says on screen. So technically, if you say something, you could get a case against you saying you shouldn't have said that, which is a lot of pressure. So you try and tell the producer that, listen, if anyone gets in trouble, it's going to be you, right? But I don't know how covered you actually are, but having said that, I don't know how real a problem it is, because I know a lot of people have, I mean, you're not free to say whatever you want or do whatever you want, and we all have to kind of slightly police ourselves and be a bit careful, otherwise there could be trouble. So it's unsettling, but you also understand that, look, there's certain areas, for example, religion. You just stay away from that. And there's many stories we can tell. We're not here to make trouble. So we're like, fine. So we'll just stay completely away from that.
Politics? You've played you played a role of a politician.
I did. And that show also ran into a fair amount of trouble and was almost cancelled. And the producer of the show in Amazon was under a lot of pressure, of all kinds of pressure. So you learn that next time, probably not. If somebody asked me, would you like to do that same job again, knowing what I know now, I'd say no, it's asking for trouble. But I'm lucky I get a lot of offers, I can do something else. So these areas, you need to be a little careful.
Is there a solution to self-censorship? Because as a journalist, I don't think it's a good idea. I think people should push the boundary of fair speech.
And as a journalist, I'm so proud of you for saying that, because you are a journalist and a political journalist who must make your dharam is to do that. You know, so you must do that, and I'm very proud of you that you do that. You do that all the time. And one of the reasons I'm here today talking to you is because I respect you for that. And I think it's great. But my job is not necessary to do that, because what we do is to unify people. And sometimes I find if I make a certain comment or do a certain thing, I end up dividing people. And that goes completely against what we had set out to do in the first place. I mean, our profession is one of the few things that bring this whole country together, irrespective of caste and creed, right? So I think you have to think before you get into that. I mean, I'm not a politician. I don't really want to be a politician. And if I had strong views, I think I would become one and then share them in that way.
You have strong political views?
No, not really. I mean, yes, sometimes. But would I like to make them public? No. I'll tell you why as well. There were the Bombay Gym Club, you know. Somebody said, can you, as a microcosm, can you come and canvass for a certain candidate? And I did that, and I made it obvious who I stand for, and they lost. And the person who won was like, okay. Very, very frightening feeling. I mean, you guys are really brave and much braver than me. I'm not looking for that kind of heat.
Ruchika.
Probably.
But if I was, then I would go all the way and join a political party. But I'm not ready to do that yet. if I wanted
What kind
to.
of politician do you like?
I like a brave politician. I like an honest
Do you see
politician.
any brave, when you see
Yes.
the firmament of political stars on the horizon, from Prime Minister Modi to Rahul Gandhi, Kejriwal, all those characters in Mumbai, who do you think of as a brave politician who can take India into the future?
I think they're all brave politicians. I think what Rahul Gandhi has done has also been very impressive, because there's a point where people were disrespecting things he was saying and things he was doing, and I think he's turned that around by working very hard in a very interesting way. I think, and beyond that, I mean, I don't want to get into a thing of who I support and what my politics is, because I want to be apolitical in my outlook. And I think the country has spoken quite clearly. I'm happy about one thing, that democracy is alive and thriving in India.
And more power to that.
And more
What can
power
be
to-
better than having democracy where voters speak their mind and speak very loudly?
Absolutely.
Saif Ali Khan, it has been an absolute pleasure to
Thank
have
you.
you with us at the India Today Conclave. And I hope dearly that we won't have to wait for as many years as we had to tonight to have you here for the first time.
Thank you.
That an encore happens much sooner than the debut.
Sorry?
That the encore happens much sooner than the debut.
Well, thank you. That's very kind. Let's see how it goes.
You've been
Let's see
fantastic.
what
Ladies
happens.
and gentlemen, can we have a very warm round of applause for the Nawab of Bollywood, Saif Ali Khan, who helps us conclude this in the most fantastic fashion possible. Thank you so much. You were
May I
fantastic.
please call
Thank you.
upon Samarth Mathur, founder, managing director, Masha Art, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to Saif. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap. Do join us for cocktail and dinner. It's right behind the screen where lunch was served. And we are very grateful that you all came. Thank you. All right, so this is an announcement for the India Today group. Can we all come up, the India Today group? Can we get the entire Bombay? Sahil, can you get the entire Bombay crew?